Chapter 126 30 Years in the East, 30 Years in the West. Jiren was slightly stunned, with a hint of fear in his eyes. The gap between him and me is too big. Go back and practice well. Luo Tian smiled, you don't have to feel too much pressure if you lose to me. After all, I will become a powerful angel and a real god in the future. For you, it's a ceiling that you can never surpass. Jiren suddenly felt a little heartbroken. Although it was meant to comfort me, why did it sound weird? After 30 years, have another good fight with the Kaishin I trained. Luo Tian said, and raised his right hand gently, and suddenly a ball of angel power condensed in his hand. Pop! A picture quickly emerged in the angel power. The image in the picture was Sun Wukong eating beef in big mouthfuls. Yes, Sun Wukong came back from outside with a wild buffalo and grilled it on the fire. After grilling, he lay on the buffalo and started to eat it, and he was very happy. Old Gohan on the side stroked his white beard, with a doting look in his eyes, watching Sun Wukong eating there, and couldn't help laughing heartily. Jiren? Soyu also want to train a Kaishin? Jiren suddenly understood. At the same time, Jiren felt heartbroken again. You chose Kaishin, but not me? Could it be that this child is also very powerful? Yes, he will be the Kai King god I train. Luo Tian pointed at the image of Sun Wukong. You're a tribesman? Jillian quickly noticed Sun Wukong's tail and glanced at Luo Tian's tail. Yes, his name is Sun Wukong. Luo Tian nodded. Is he very powerful? Jillian asked nervously. After all, the Sun Wukong Jillian saw now was just a video, and he couldn't sense the opponent's strength at all. But Jillian found that the way he ate was too awesome. He almost ate a cow. Such a guy should be very strong, right? Mers was silent on the side, not knowing what to say for a while. Don't scare my Kai King god. If there is a combat index, your combat index is calculated as 100 million. What do you think his combat index is? Luo Tian asked. 1 billion? Jillian shuddered slightly, and his face changed again and again. Luo Tian shook his head slowly. Is it 10 billion? Jiren's face became even uglier. Luo Tian shook his head again. 100 billion. Jiren's face was covered with cold sweat, and he suddenly didn't want to be the king of the world. Isn't this too strong? How much do I have to practice to catch up with him? Luo Tian still shook his head. Jiren, I give up. I think I should keep my original intention. I won't be the king of the world. Jiren's knees were a little unstable, and he almost fell to the ground. He stood up straight with gritted teeth and said decisively. Mers was anxious at that time. You really fooled Jiren. I'll tell you his combat index first, and then you decide whether to be the king of the world. Luo Tian smiled. Jiren became more nervous, afraid of hearing a number that would make him feel endless fear. Is there a trillion after the billion? Is it 1 trillion? That would be too scary. Jiren stared at Luo Tian intently, looking like he wanted to hear but didn't want to hear. I will announce Goku's combat index now. Luo Tian pondered, and slowly said, your combat index is 100 million, so his combat index is below 1. Jiren was slightly dazed, revealing a confused look. Yes, it should be around 0.0001. Myers quickly supplemented, fearing that the Kai King god he had obtained would fly away. I finally found you. Where can I find such a powerful Kai King god? Jiren? What do you mean? Why 0.0001? I don't know how to respond to what you said. Myers is right, the gap between him and you is too big, at least more than 100 trillion. Luo Tian nodded in agreement. What is the gap between Sun Wukong and Jiren now? More than 100 trillion? You know, not only now, even after a few years, Jiren is considered one of the most powerful humans in the universe. If converted into combat power, what is Jiren's combat power? Golden Frisia is 100 Guy. Jiren can easily beat Golden Frisia. This number is too big, so big that Luo Tian doesn't want to count it. Jiren doesn't want to talk anymore. You suddenly brought up such a person, I thought he was very powerful. But he is so much worse than me. Can I kill him with a sneeze? 30 years east, 30 years west, don't bully the poor young man. Luo Tian slowly floated in the air and gently patted Jiren's shoulder. Jiren was silent. About 5 or 6 seconds passed. Do you mean that he will become my rival? Jiren asked. Tentatively set 30 years later, you two will have a good fight. Luo Tian smiled. 30 years later? I know. I don't believe that he and I are so far apart that he will catch up with me. Jiren's expression became more and more solemn, with a hint of contempt. Come on. Luo Tian patted Jiren's shoulder again. Jiren said no more. Mels remained silent. With such a big gap, can Jiren be defeated in 30 years? Really? I don't believe it. Mels didn't believe it. After all, Myers had observed Sun Wukong and felt that his talent was very average. In this regard, he couldn't be compared with Luo Tian and Broly. How far can a 3-year-old child with average talent, or even poor talent, grow in the future? Can he really surpass Jiren? Mels shook his head slightly. However, when he found Luo Tian so confident, he was a little confused. Is it true? Can he really train such a child with ordinary talent to be stronger than Jiren? Mels thought too much again. Mr. Luo Tian is so powerful. Mr. Myers, the real angel. Jiren suddenly thought of something, his eyes moved slightly, and he looked in the direction of Myers. Yes, Myers is much stronger than me. Luo Tian told the truth. Although Luo Tian can now turn into a silver-haired state, it does not mean that he is stronger than Myers. Really fighting with Mels, it's hard to say. Hard to say. As for the story in which Mels disappeared after fighting with Moro, Luo Tian felt that he was deliberately creating an opportunity for Sun Wukong to achieve the true ultimate freedom. It was also because of Mel's disappearance that Sun Wukong achieved the true ultimate freedom and finally became silver-haired at will. Later, didn't Mels come back? At that time, the high priest said that he had become an ordinary person. Is he really just an ordinary person? Maybe he is still an angel, but he just doesn't want to tell others. Luo Tian always feels that even if Mels is an apprentice angel, he will never be that weak. It is impossible that he can't even beat a Moro. In Luo Tian's opinion, Moro, who has absorbed Sebensli, is slightly stronger than Jiren without using special abilities, but not much stronger. From the fact that Mels showed off his flying speed just now, it can be seen that this guy is far stronger than Jiren. After all, Luo Tian's angel power purity is only 30, which can easily defeat Jiren. Not to mention Mels. Well, Mr. Luo Tian, Mr. Mels, I'll take my leave first. I will study this book carefully. Jiren raised the book in his hand and bowed to Luo Tian and Mels. This time, Jiren saluted with respect. At the beginning, Jiren thought that these two people were actually nothing special. After fighting with Luo Tian, Jiren realized the gap between him and him. I'll come to see you again after a while. Mels nodded. Jiren said no more, turned into a stream of light, flew quickly towards the direction of the proud planet, and soon disappeared from the sight of Luo Tian and Mels. The matter of the King of the Worlds has finally come to an end. Mels sighed, a big stone in my heart has been put down. Should I find a King of the Worlds and learn from him for a while? Luo Tian suggested. You're right. Myers nodded, thinking that what Luo Tian said was right. Although Myers knew a little about some of the things about the Kaishan, he didn't know them very deeply. It's also a very good choice to have a Kaishan to guide. Are you going to learn from the Kaishan of the 7th universe? Luo Tian asked. Myers, change one. Myers wiped his sweat. You tell me, which one to change? Luo Tian asked. This is the 11th universe, which is relatively close to the 10th universe. Myers analyzed, I heard that the Lord Kaishin of the 10th universe is going to retire and is training a successor, and we have all seen that successor, Zamasu, who participated in the competition. How about we go to the 10th universe and learn from Lord Kaishin? Okay, then let's go to the 10th universe. Luo Tian agreed. Let's go. Myers was about to set off immediately after he finished speaking. Wait a minute, didn't you forget anything important? Luo Tian suddenly asked. Forgot what? Myers was stunned. Since we have come to the 11th universe, why don't you visit your sister Makarita? Luo Tian asked with a smile. No need. The game just ended, and we all met in the 18th universe. Myers shook his head, there is no need to be so polite between angels. Well, then let's go to the 10th universe immediately. Luo Tian didn't say anything more. Originally, Luo Tian wanted to visit Makarita in the Destroyer God realm of the 11th universe. Since Myers said no, let's talk about it later. No hurry. Swoosh. Myers' body burst into a bright light like a star, and took Luo Tian into a stream of light, flying quickly towards the direction of the 10th universe. 9th universe, a certain planet. Broly and Majin Buu had a relatively happy meal. Let's go, I'll take you to my Destroyer God realm. Sidera made an invitation. No. Broly simply refused. No. Majin Buu nodded. Sidera, there are still many fun things and delicious food waiting for you. Mai Olu tempted. Buu and I will go around, you don't have to follow us. Broly replied. Mai Olu, this bastard. You eat our food and drink our drinks, and now you want to leave? Yes. Majin Buu agreed with Broly's statement. Because Majin Buu felt that he couldn't play with these two gods of destruction. It would be more interesting to act alone with Broly. Majin Buu thought Broly was quite fun. Actually, this is normal. After all, Majin Buu's actual age is only about 5 years old. Broly is also 5 years old. It's normal for two little guys of the same age to play together. And the two gods of destruction on the opposite side, one looks like an old man, and the other looks weird with two horns on his head. They have no common language and can't play together at all. The common language between Broly and Majin Buu is eating. One likes to eat, and the other likes to eat chocolate. Let's go. Broly called to Majin Buu. Majin Buu nodded vigorously. The two soared into the sky, flew high into the sky, and soon left the planet and disappeared without a trace. Mule was about to fly up to track them, but was stopped by Sidera. Are you just going to let them go? They have been eating and drinking here for several days, but nothing has been investigated. Mule was anxious and very unhappy. Don't worry, do you think they can run away? Sidera smiled lightly, with their speed, it will be easy for the two of us to catch up. Mule squinted his eyes and looked at the direction where Broly disappeared, with more hatred in his eyes. Let's go, we will follow slowly and say it was an accidental encounter. Sidera said with a smile. This idea seems very ordinary. Mule wiped his sweat. Mule, if you think so, the two of them are not very smart. After all, they are all children and cannot be viewed with adult thinking. Sidera smiled confidently and said with a smile. What you said makes some sense. Mule nodded. But then again, Mule, have you practiced the sunflower manual? Sidera asked curiously. No. Mule immediately shook his head to deny, gritting his teeth, trembling with hatred. You didn't really cut it? Sidera was surprised. No. I said no, then no. Mule's voice became sharper. You still say no? Your voice has become sharper. Sidera was full of emotion. Mule, just cut it. How can the sound change so quickly? Mule was stunned and a little puzzled. You still say you didn't cut it? Sidera almost laughed. Sidera, you lied to me. Mule grinned. Ha ha ha, Mulu, do you really believe in the sunflower manual? Saidara laughed, that should be just a kind of kung fu circulated in the human world. How can it be compared with the skills of God? Mulu felt that he was not feeling well. Saidara, this guy, clearly knew that the thing was fake, but he still asked me to practice. This bastard. Has it grown? Saidara asked again. Muru felt very hurt and didn't want to pay attention to Saidara. I can't regenerate, it's strange that it can grow. It seems that I can only go back to the angel for treatment. Saidara patted Muru's shoulder. Muru didn't say anything. But how are you going to tell Campelli? You said you cut it off. He will definitely ask you why you cut it off. You have to think about how to answer this question. Saidara held back his laughter. Muru's heart was full of mad horses. This is indeed a very complicated question. I feel that Campelli will definitely ask this question. How should I answer then? Humph, I will say I cut it and eat it myself. Very nutritious. Do you have any objection? Muru snorted angrily. Saidara gave Muru a thumbs up. I'll ask you one last question. Saidara said again. Muru didn't say anything. Are you peeing standing up or squatting? Saidara almost burst out laughing. Saidara! I'm not done with you. Muru shouted loudly, chasing after him and punching and kicking him. However, Muru is not in the body of the robot Moscow now, so his attack can't hurt Saidara at all. Besides, Muru didn't really fight. After a little fight, the two calculated that the time was about right, turned into two purple-red streams of light, and chased in the direction of Broly and Majin Buu. Space. Hey, Broly, where are we going to play next? Majin Buu asked excitedly. What do you want to play? Broly glanced at Majin Buu. I like to turn people into chocolate, but Myers won't let me. Majin Buu pouted, looking aggrieved. It's wrong to do that. Broly shook his head. You think that's not good, too? Majin Buu was slightly stunned and asked Broly. Broly nodded. Forget it, I won't turn people into chocolate. Majin Buu thought about it and answered. Besides turning people into chocolate, what else do you want to play? Broly asked again. I miss Satan. Majin Buu suddenly said. Broly? Who is Satan? Broly asked curiously. An earthling. Majin Buu replied, he gave me the most delicious chocolate ever. There are many delicious things on Earth. Broly nodded in acknowledgement. Let's go to Earth? Majin Buu's eyes lit up. Has it been transferred to the 6th universe? Broly asked, scratching his head. How to get there? Majin Buu looked around and had no idea how to get to the 6th universe. I don't know. Broly was also confused. Two children who were only 5 years old got lost in the universe. Just then, Broly suddenly sensed two powerful divine reactions in a distant location. They are coming. Broly turned his head and looked in the direction of the divine reaction. Who? Majin Buu asked. Saidara and Maiolu. Broly touched his chin and said, Luo Tian said that the two of them might have bad intentions, and I think this is possible. How about turning them into chocolate? Majin Buu suggested with some expectation. 3 people's monthly tickets, start new chapter update chapter 127 Buu snatches Moscow, Maiolu fights Broly angrily. Do you think you have the ability to turn them into chocolate? They are the real gods of destruction. Broly shook his head. Majin Buu stopped talking. Did you notice the robot of Maiolu? Broly asked in a low voice. Majin Buu nodded repeatedly. Is there any way to snatch that robot? Broly asked. Can robots be eaten? Majin Buu rubbed his stomach excitedly. No. Broly shook his head. Then I won't snatch it. Majin Buu answered decisively. Only by taking the robot can we hope to defeat him. Broly suggested, I feel that you should be able to take the robot. Then take it. Majin Buu's eyes lit up. Let's see what they want to do first, wait here. Broly thought about it and decided not to leave. A minute later, Sidera and Moscow came quickly from a distance and stopped beside Broly and Majin Buu. What are you two doing here? Are you lost? Sidera waved his hand friendly and asked with a smile. We are going to the 6th universe, but we don't know how to get there. Majin Buu replied. What 6th universe? Come back to the Destroyer realm with me, and I'll take you two to play more fun things. Sidera smiled lightly, and didn't I say that? I'm going to teach you some work skills of the Destroyer God. No. Broly refused, I'll let Kompa teach me. Don't say that, Kompa can't even take care of himself, how can he teach you? Sidera looked at Broly with a smile. No. Majin Buu shook his head. Jigu. Moscow made a mechanical sound. What did he say? Majin Buu asked curiously. Nothing. Sidera shook his head. Pa. The hatch on Moscow's abdomen opened. You two don't know what's good for you. You're shameless, aren't you? Myolo stretched out his head, held the hatch with one hand, and cursed Broly and Majin Buu. Myolo had enough. What's there to say to these two brats? Isn't it enough to just give them a good beating? Sidera, I've had enough. I don't want to act anymore. Myolo snorted and flew out of Moscow's body. Sidera didn't say anything. I decided to solve this problem in my own way. Myolo gritted his teeth, and his face became increasingly gloomy. Sidera was silent and didn't comment. Broly, I ask you, did you kill my son? Myolo pointed at Broly's nose and asked loudly. Broly didn't admit it. Because Broly knew clearly that he couldn't be his opponent at all. Don't want to say it, right? Myolo narrowed his eyes slightly, his face was extremely ugly. Don't think you can fool me by not saying anything. My son went to the 7th universe, and he died inexplicably. And the death was too bizarre, just a few dozen minutes, and he was reincarnated? Do you dare to say that this matter has nothing to do with you? Broly's heart trembled, and he didn't say a word. So he had suspected us a long time ago? The robot loop controlled by my son has extraordinary strength. Myolo said coldly, pointing at Broly's nose, I have carefully checked the galaxy in the 7th universe. There is no one stronger than you two, and no one can kill him except you two. Who else can it be except you two? Majin Buu? What are you talking about? Why include me? Angels don't kill people, so the murderers can only be you and Buu. With flames in his eyes, he pointed at Broly's nose and spit on his face. Pa! Broly couldn't bear it anymore, and the dark green light on his body burst out, and he immediately turned into the legendary Super Saiyan. Then, Broly grabbed Myolo's fingers and broke them hard. Myolo screamed, feeling as if his fingers were broken off like this. Myolo never thought that this guy would dare to attack suddenly. After Broly turned into the legendary Super Saiyan, he immediately punched and kicked Myolo. Myolo was caught off guard and screamed for a while. Buu! Quick! Broly shouted loudly to Majin Buu while beating Myolo. Majin Buu suddenly realized and immediately flew towards Moscow. Swish! Majin Buu drilled into Moscow's stomach in an instant. Click! Moscow's hatch closed. Majin Buu tried to control Moscow. However, no matter how hard Majin Buu tried, he could not get in touch with Moscow. Majin Buu was in a panic. Outside, Broly held Myolo's head and hit him with his head. Bang! The two heads collided. Broly felt dizzy at the time. Miura was also dizzy for a while. Miura never thought that in just half a year, this kid would grow to this point. Half a year ago, he was far from my opponent. Now he almost makes me feel dangerous. Ha ha ha, Miura, do you need my help? Sidera laughed and said while watching the excitement. Humph, there's no need. Do you think I will lose to a 5-year-old kid? Myra sneered. Bang. However, just as Myra finished speaking, Broly hit him in the abdomen with an uppercut. Puff Myra spit out a large mouthful of acid water, quickly counterattacked, and kicked Broly on the shoulder. Broly flew backwards. Myra chased him up. Looking at the fast-moving Myolu, Broly directly punched him head-on. Boom! Powerful energy burst out from the fists of the two men, and the aftermath of the energy spread outward. Pa! 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 The nearby planets were like paper, and they were shattered into pieces at that time. Not bad, not bad, it's like working for me, and I just don't want to destroy these planets. Saitara smiled faintly, crossed his arms and watched the battle, and joked, Myolu, if you lose to a trainee god of destruction who just took office, I will break off relations with you. Hey, I will lose to him? Myolu smiled contemptuously, grabbed Broly's arm, and kicked him hard. This kick was quite fierce, and it kicked Broly's armpit at that time. Broly grimaced in pain, and slapped Myolu's face hard with a backhand. Myolu felt his face burning with pain. Boy, you are shameless even though I gave you face. Myolu was furious, and the energy in his body surged wildly. Bang! Myolu threw a heavy punch and hit Broly's abdomen again. Puff Broly spurted out a large mouthful of acid water, and then kicked Myolu in the face. There was also a bright red shoe print on Myolu's face. Broly opened his mouth wide. Swish! A dark green stream of light shot out from Broly's mouth and went straight to Myolu's position to cover it. Looking at the dark green flames flying at high speed, Myolu did not intend to dodge, but exerted force and slapped the dark green stream of light with a slap. Bang! Myolu slapped the dark green stream of light and changed its direction. You want to fight me with this little energy? Do you think you can defeat me if your energy is increased? Myolu smiled contemptuously. However, just as Miru's voice fell, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. Hey, Miru, he's behind you. Saitara laughed. Miru's smile froze on his face instantly. Looking back, he found that Broly had appeared behind him. Broly grabbed Miru's two arms and twisted his arms behind him. Miru screamed. Broly pulled hard. Miru felt that his arms were about to fall off his body, and his screams were even more tragic. Broly found that he didn't pull off Miru's arms, and he was a little unhappy. He hit the opponent's back with his head again. Puff Miru spit out a large mouthful of blood. Bang! Broly kicked again and hit Miru's lower back on the spot. Ouch! Miru rolled several times in the starry sky, quickly released energy, stabilized his body, and appeared next to Saitara. That little guy is not simple, it's a bit beyond my expectation. Saitara said with a smile. Humph! Miru wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand, put it in front of his eyes, and his face was particularly gloomy. That pink fat man is in your Moscow. Saitara pointed to the Moscow next to him. What? He still wants to control my Moscow? Miru smiled coldly, but he didn't care. Miru, we should quickly control Moscow to fight, otherwise losing to an intern god of destruction will be embarrassing for us veteran gods of destruction. Saitara suggested with a smile. To deal with such a little guy, do I need to control Moscow? Are you insulting me? Miru smiled contemptuously, without any intention of using Moscow, and continued, besides, it's fun to fight this guy. I haven't had such a good time in a long time. After the words fell, Myolu flew towards Broly calmly. Huff, huff, huff! Broly gasped for air, once again feeling the strength of his opponent. In this battle, Broly immediately raised all his energy. Broly wanted to seriously injure this guy in one go. However, Broly did not expect that this red-faced kid was really strong enough to take a beating. He was not seriously injured by such a heavy attack. On the contrary, Broly already felt a little tired. Very good, Broly, you really did not let me down. Mule rubbed his nose and looked at Broly with a smile. Broly's expression became more and more solemn. Majin Buu was still in Moscow's body, trying to control him to do some actions. However, no matter what method Majin Buu used, he could not make Moscow move. Majin Buu even used magic. Hey, Buu, it's useless, I know you can use magic. Saidara came to Moscow's side, knocked on his stomach, and said to Majin Buu, this robot is the god of destruction Moscow. You are just a human, do you think your magic can control him? Majin Buu ignored him. Come out quickly, Muru is going to get serious next, I think Broly will be beaten to death by him. Saidara said with a playful smile. Majin Buu's eyes widened at that time, and without any hesitation, he immediately opened the hatch, flew out of Moscow's body, and quickly appeared beside Broly. Broly turned his head and looked at Majin Buu. Can't control it. Majin Buu shook his head disappointedly. Magic doesn't work? Broly asked. No. Majin Buu replied. Broly said no more. Let's deal with him together. Majin Buu suggested. No, I'll do it myself. Broly answered stubbornly, since I want to become the strongest god of destruction, I won't be unable to defeat such a weakest god of destruction. Oh. Majin Buu nodded without thinking. Broly, I'll ask you one last time, did you kill my son? Mule looked at Broly with a cold face and narrowed his eyes. Broly remained silent and did not answer the question. Do you think I can't find out if you don't answer? Mule snorted coldly, I'll make you speak out obediently. Boom! A purple-red light suddenly burst out from Mule's body. After seeing Mule's changes, Broly's face became more and more solemn. Didn't the human angel named Luo Tian tell you? Gods have their own way of fighting. Mule showed a contemptuous smile on his face, and the purple-red flame on his body became brighter. Broly did not speak. Tremble, little bastard. You shouldn't provoke a god of destruction. Mule laughed wildly. Ha ha ha, Mule, don't forget that Guy is also a god of destruction, although he is only in the internship period. Saidara interjected. You are so talkative. Mule shouted loudly. Okay, okay, I won't say anything, I'll just watch from the side. Saidara was not angry, and asked with a smile, really don't need my help? Humph, do you still need your help to deal with an intern destroyer? Mule sneered, I don't even need Moscow, I can press this guy to the ground and rub him hard. Then you do your best, don't embarrass us veteran destroyers. Saidara shrugged his shoulders, and his smile became even bigger. Little guy, are you ready to be beaten? Mule's face became more and more gloomy. Swish! The next moment, Mule no longer hesitated, stretched out his claws, and a stream of purple-red energy spurted out. The purple-red energy bomb went straight to the direction of Broly. Looking at the purple-red energy coming at a high speed, Broly gritted his teeth, slapped it hard, and poked a finger into the purple-red energy. Then, Broly stretched out his other hand and pulled hard with both hands. Swish! The destructive energy released by Mule was torn in half by Broly. Tisk tisk tisk, amazing, in time, I feel that this kid will have more room for growth. Saidara sighed. Swish! But Mule moved his body and appeared right above Broly in an instant. Bang! Muru kicked Broly on the head with a hook kick. Broly's head was twisted and deformed, turning into a dark green stream of light, leaving a brilliant straight line in the starry sky. 40 seconds later. Bang! Broly's body penetrated a huge meteorite on the spot and came out from the other side of the meteorite. Swish! Muru quickly chased up and kicked Broly again, causing him to roll over and over. Bang! 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 Muru increased the speed of his attack and the output of his energy. For a moment, Broly was beaten without any chance to fight back. Seeing Broly was left there to be beaten, Majin Buu was a little angry, and his whole body was shaking violently. Why don't you hurry over to help? If you're a little later, he'll be beaten to death. Saidara glanced in the direction of Majin Buu and said lightly. You are not allowed to bully Broly. Majin Buu was furious, and white gas was ejected from the pores on his head and shoulders. Swish! Majin Buu whistled towards Muru. Pa! Looking at Majin Buu rushing up, Muru just raised his left hand lightly and blocked Majin Buu's head in an instant. Immediately afterwards, Myolo grabbed Majin Buu's tentacles and slapped him several times in the face. Majin Buu was beaten so hard that he had no power to fight back. Go! Myolo kicked Majin Buu and sent him flying backwards. Bang! Majin Buu and Broly collided with each other. Puff Broly spit out a large mouthful of blood, and the dark green light on his body dissipated on the spot, and he had already returned to normal. Although Broly's strength has improved qualitatively in the past 6 months, there is still a big gap compared to Myolo. Before, Luo Tian and Broly joined forces to fight against Xiangpa, and even with Luo Tian assisting on the side, Broly was seriously injured by Xiangpa several times. And Xiangpa didn't do anything ruthless. But the nature of the situation now is completely different. Myolo has already decided to catch this guy, beat him up, and make him admit that he was the murderer of his son. Who else could it be besides this guy? Myolo really thinks there will be no one else. Otherwise, my son would not have died so unclearly. If it wasn't him, Campbelli would not have told me the cause of my son's death. It must be related to this guy. Besides, this guy teamed up with Xiangpa to make me castrate myself. I haven't settled this account with you yet. Now that thing needs to be treated before it can grow out. This is I have to squat to go to the toilet, otherwise it's easy to pee on my legs. The more Myolo thinks about it, the more angry he gets. Let the monthly tickets fly. Post today's chapter 128. Broly wears armor, the god of destruction is careless and abused. Hey, the green light on your body disappeared? Myolo smiled contemptuously. I thought you were so great, but you can't resist a little bit of real action? Broly was already seriously injured, gritted his teeth, tried to straighten his body, and stubbornly wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Majin Buu gradually recovered his chubby body, gritting his teeth in hatred. Then, Buu no longer hesitated, and immediately aimed his hands at Broly's body, and the healing flames in his hands burst out. Swish! In just a few seconds, Broly's body immediately returned to normal, and his energy returned to its peak state. Broly was slightly startled, but he didn't expect that Majin Buu could actually perform healing techniques. Healing techniques? Myolo was also a little dazed. I didn't expect it. You, a fat guy, have this ability? At this moment, Myolo's eyes lit up, and a thought suddenly emerged in his mind. Should I let this fat guy help me heal that thing? No, no. It's too embarrassing. I would rather find some panacea than let others treat me. This guy can heal? Saidara flew over slowly and said to Myolo with a smile, why don't you let him help get back the things that were lost by Moxun? Shut up. Don't meddle in other people's business. Myolo shouted angrily, his voice was sharp. Really, your voice is getting sharper and sharper. Saidara held back his laughter. My voice is like this, please don't make sarcastic remarks here, okay? Myolo shouted angrily. Then do your best. Saidara said no more, smiled happily, and pulled away from this side, indicating that they could continue fighting. After all, Myolo did not let Majin Buu heal him. That would be very embarrassing. The fewer people who know about this, the better. Except for Saidara, no one else should know. Even if your injury is healed, what can it do? Anyway, the energy will not increase. Myolo smiled contemptuously. Boom! After the words fell, Broly's body suddenly emitted dark green light again. When sensing Broly's energy intensity, Myolo's smile gradually solidified. What's going on? His energy has increased. Myolo was surprised. It may be the characteristic of their clan. Sidera stroked his red beard and gave an analysis. Humph. Fortunately the increase is not much, it's only twice as much as before. Myolo took a deep breath. You think twice is not enough? Sidera's expression became a little solemn. You'd better be careful and use Moscow as soon as possible. Otherwise, if you fall here, don't blame me for not having time to remind you. I know my limits. Myolo had no intention of using Moscow. Broly said no more, turned into a dark green stream of light, and whistled towards Myolo. Bang, bang, bang. The two quickly started a fierce battle in the air. Although Broly's energy increased by 2 times in the recovery just now, there is still a big gap compared with Myolo. After several rounds of confrontation, Myolo's advantage was immediately revealed. Myolo punched and kicked Broly, and Broly was beaten again and only had defense. Bang! Myolo threw another heavy punch and hit Broly's chest. Broly's mouth spurted blood, the dark green light on his body dissipated, and he was seriously injured again. Broly, I'll heal you. Majin Buu didn't rush to fight this time, because he knew clearly the huge gap between himself and his opponent. However, Majin Buu felt that he could still heal Broly. However, just when Majin Buu was about to heal Broly, swish! Miru flashed and quickly appeared in front of Majin Buu. Pa! Pa! Miru slapped Majin Buu's fat face twice. Suddenly, Majin Buu's face was distorted. You want to heal him? Dream on! Miru sneered, pinched Majin Buu's body hard, and quickly rolled him into a pink ball. Bang! Miru kicked the ball. Swish! Majin Buu's body left a long arc in the starry sky. Now you've been beaten into an idiot, right? I wonder how you're going to treat him. Myolo smiled contemptuously, not feeling satisfied. He immediately tapped Majin Buu, who was flying fast in the starry sky, with his fingers. Bang! 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 With a few muffled sounds, Myolo's fingers left several deep holes on Majin Buu's sphere. Majin Buu didn't even make a sound, as if he had fainted and lost consciousness. Humph, that pink fat guy has fainted. Although he's not dead, there's no way to treat you, right? Myolo smiled coldly and slowly flew towards Broly. Broly gritted his teeth and straightened his body, feeling endless exhaustion. This guy is too strong. Now you can tell me, did you kill my son? Myolo said coldly, don't worry, as long as you tell the truth I won't kill you, I just want to know the truth. I can't let my son die in such an unclear way. I don't know. Broly shook his head stubbornly and replied with 3 simple words. Little bastard, if you don't accept my toast, you will be punished. Now you have no one to treat you. I wonder if you can beat me? Myolo sneered. Broly took out a senzu bean calmly and ate it in one bite. Myolo was slightly stunned. What is that? Is it time for snacks now? Myolo laughed at that time. However, Myolo laughed, and the smile froze on his face in an instant. Boom! Broly suddenly burst out with powerful energy, and the dark green flames quickly spread all over his body. His hair stood up high, and he once again started the legendary Super Saiyan transformation. What? Myolo's eyes widened, and his face changed again and again. Oh? The beans just now seem to be able to heal his body and restore his energy. Sidera said lightly. Endless sinisterness flashed in Myolo's eyes. He should have more than one such bean on his body. If you eat it, your thing will grow out. Sidera said with a smile. Myolo's eyes flashed with brilliance. This is a good way. No one will know my privacy this way. Boy, take out your magical beans. I can temporarily not pursue my son's affairs with you. Myolo shouted at Broly, and the sound was also transmitted to Broly's ears through energy. Broly did not speak, gently raised his left hand, and pressed a button on the watch. Click, click, click. Suddenly, a set of red armor appeared on Broly's body. The red armor covered and spread all over Broly's body. In just a blink of an eye, Broly seemed to have turned into Iron Man. What is this? My Olo's pupils shrank. Pa! The next moment, the red armor changed its color and turned dark green. Swish! Broly didn't hesitate at all. The moment he put on the armor, he quickly rushed towards my Olo. Bang! Broly hit my Olo's chest with his head. Puff! My Olo spit out a large mouthful of blood at that time, his face turned pale, and he felt that he was not well. Broly flew up quickly, pressed my Olo's head and smashed it heavily on a nearby meteorite. Then, Broly pressing Mulo's head, rubbing it on the meteorite. Mulo screamed miserably. Broly rubbed Mulo's head on the meteorite for a while, and then punched him in the chest. Mulo's arms and legs were slightly raised. Broly's mechanical hand reached forward and grabbed Mulo's ankle. The next moment, Broly grabbed Mulo's ankle and threw him back and forth. In less than 10 seconds, Broly smashed this meteorite, which was a quarter of the size of the moon, into pieces. Broly pinched Mulo's neck and lifted it up high. Pa! 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 Broly slapped Mulo several times. Mulo was already bruised and swollen, unable to resist. You know, Broly's energy has increased after he was on the verge of death and ate the senzu beans to be reborn. Although the increase is not much, only 1 or 2 times. However, after Broly activated the iron armor, his strength increased by 50 times at once. Originally, Broly's true strength has gradually approached that of Mayul. Even if he does not use the iron armor, he can basically fight him for hundreds of rounds without losing. Once the iron armor is activated, Mayul is no match at all. Swish! Broly pinched Mayul's neck and quickly flew towards Majin Buu. Majin Buu is still a pink sphere at this time and has not recovered yet. Broly took out a senzu bean and stuffed a finger into Majin Buu's body. Pop! After Majin Buu absorbed the effect of the senzu bean, his whole body suddenly returned to its original chubby appearance. What did you put in my ass? Majin Buu rubbed his ass and looked at Broly strangely. Broly, who are you? Majin Buu had never seen Broly like this before, and couldn't help but be a little dazed. I'm Broly. Broly replied. Oh, how did you become like this? Majin Buu scratched his head, and what did you stuff into me? It doesn't matter. Broly replied simply. Majin Buu then noticed Mayulu, who was being held by Broly like a dead chicken. Majin Buu felt that his butt was not so painful, and his face became excited. Bang bang bang! Broly slapped Mayulu's face several times again, slapping it hard on the face. Mayulu's teeth popped out of his mouth was full of blood, and he felt waves of sorrow. Just now you rolled me into a ball. I'm going to turn you into chocolate and eat you. Majin Buu felt so good, squinting his triangular eyes. Apologize first. Broly said coldly. You're right, apologize quickly. Majin Buu thought Broly was too thoughtful. As he spoke, Majin Buu kicked Mayul hard. Ouch! Mayul was already seriously injured, and after being kicked by Majin Buu, he spit out a large mouthful of blood again. Apologize. Broly said stubbornly. Saitara, you don't care about this? Come and help me. Mayul endured the severe pain and shouted loudly to Saitara in a distant position. Swish! Saitara came quickly from a distance and appeared beside Broly and others in just a moment. Broly's eyes flashed, and he looked at Saitara with some vigilance. Majin Buu also took a fighting stance. What's the benefit? Saitara didn't care about the reactions of the two people at all, but asked Mayul with a smile. Didn't I give you the robot Zyoki? Mayul gritted his teeth and shouted. One more, I want to. Sidera chuckled. Muru, fuck you, I'll give you 10. 2 is not enough. Sidera shouted loudly. Then 10, it's settled. Sidera nodded with satisfaction. Got it, save me. Sidera was anxious. Didn't you see that I was still being held by his neck? Broly, let him go. Sidera spoke, looking at Broly and commanding with an unquestionable tone. Broly glanced at Sidera coldly. Majin Buu made a face at Sidera. I'll say it again, let him go, otherwise you should understand what the consequences will be, right? Sidera narrowed his eyes and said coldly. Don't mind your own business. It has nothing to do with you. Broly gritted his teeth, and his voice came out from the mechanical helmet. I'm still going to take care of this business. Sidera snorted coldly, and was about to step forward to take action. However, Broly moved faster and immediately increased the strength in his hands. Crack! There was a crisp sound on Mayul's neck. Mayul screamed, feeling as if his neck was about to be crushed. You dare to kill the god of destruction? Do you know what kind of punishment you will receive? Sidera's face became increasingly gloomy. You killed him, and you threatened me. Broly snorted. Very good, you little trainee god of destruction, you dare to act wild in front of the old god of destruction. I think you are really brave. Sidera was so angry that he laughed. Also, do you really think that I can't do anything to you if you catch him? Shua. As he said, Sidera raised his hand fiercely and grabbed Majin Buu in the air. In just a moment, Majin Buu's body appeared uncontrollably in Sidera's hand. Now I have a hostage in my hand too. Sidera chuckled and pinched Majin Buu's neck with his hand. Come on, let's do it together, if you don't want this fat man to die. Broly was silent. Broly's eyes rolled around and he looked in the direction of Majin Buu. Majin Buu gave Broly a reassuring look. Broly suddenly realized. Yes, Buu can regenerate. Even if his head falls off, it will be fine. Besides, I still have senzu beans in my hand. Buu can recover through regeneration. I know what you are thinking. You must be thinking that this fat man can regenerate, and even if his head falls off, he will never die. Sidera smiled and said, what did Mayul tell you before? God has his own way of fighting. I can easily hurt his soul. Even if his body can regenerate, do you think his soul can regenerate? Broly was silent again. I say it again, let Mayul go immediately, otherwise I will kill this fat man without hesitation. Sidera snorted, and murderous intent flashed in his eyes. He is the trainee god of destruction of Mers. Broly immediately brought Myers out. Do you really think that angels would care about such things? Besides, he is just an apprentice angel. He doesn't even have his own universe. Sidera snorted, of course I don't mean to look down on him, but I'll tell you the truth. The angels practice to have an ordinary heart. Let alone the death of Majin Buu, even if you die, your human angel Luotian will never shed a tear. Broly was silent. Moreover, for your human angel Luotian, if you die, he can completely change to another apprentice god of destruction. Sidera continued to talk at length. Angels, changing gods of destruction is as simple as changing pets. Broly said nothing, his body trembling violently. Don't you see? Most gods of destruction are animals. For the angels, gods of destruction are their pets. Sidera continued with his words, sneering, owner will be a little sad when pet is gone, but most owners will get a new pet. You lied to me. Luotian is not such a person. Broly's hands trembled violently. Mulu's heart was filled with 1,000 alpacas. Sidera, your uncle. Don't irritate him anymore. I feel like he's about to crush me to death. Besides, do you really think that if you control Mulu, I can't do anything to you? Sidera snorted coldly, and disappeared in a flash. Broly's pupil shrank, and his face changed color slightly. Shua! In just a moment, Sidera suddenly appeared behind Broly. Pa! Sidera reached forward with his big hand, grabbed Broly's mechanical wrist, and increased his strength. Broly felt a strong force acting on his wrist. Broly fought back desperately. However, Broly felt keenly that his arm seemed to be controlled by something, and it was difficult to move. The next moment, Broly's face changed, and he found that purple-red destructive energy condensed in Sidera's hand. Snap! The destructive energy hit Broly's arm. Please vote again. 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 Are there any friends who haven't joined the group? Friends who like this book, please join. Chapter 129 Absorption. Majin Buu is reborn. Broly was too late to fight back, and the hand holding Myolo's neck was opened with a bang. Bang! Sidera kicked and hit Broly in the chest. Broly's body flew backwards and hit Majin Buu behind him. Both bodies flew backwards together. Humph, you don't know whether to live or die. Sidera smiled contemptuously, his eyes full of disdain. But soon, Sidera seemed to react and frown slightly. What is this mecha made of? The destructive energy didn't even destroy his arm? Sidera muttered thoughtfully. That is an alloy condensed from the essence of the universe. Myolo immediately came back to his senses and said hoarsely. Oh? Sidera was also slightly stunned and couldn't help asking, alloy condensed from the essence of the universe? Isn't that the technology of your third universe? Where did he get it from? And you still say that he didn't kill my son? Myolo was furious at the time, his eyes spitting fire. Are you okay? Sidera glanced at Myolo. I am the most powerful person in the third universe. How could I be defeated by such a guy? Myolo clenched his fists tightly. I won't forgive him. I told you a long time ago to let my Sik fight, but you just didn't listen. Now you are at a disadvantage, right? Sidera smiled. Myolo said no more and flew quickly in the direction of Moscow. Can you handle them yourself? Sidera asked with interest. As a veteran god of destruction, it would be embarrassing if the news spread that you can't even handle two trainee gods of destruction. Humph, I'm going to kill them myself. I dare say Broly's armor must have been forged by my son Luke. Myolo gnashed his teeth in hatred. Soon, Myolo staggered to Moscow's side. Pop! The hatch on Moscow's stomach opened suddenly. Myolo flew into Moscow's body. The hatch closed. Moscow's body moved and he slapped his chest with his fists. Roar! Moscow roared, purple-red light bloomed on his body, and he rushed quickly in the direction of Broly. Broly was still flying backwards with Majin Buu. The two soon crashed into a huge uninhabited planet in a distant area. The god of destruction's attack made Broly feel the horror of his opponent. I've put on Luo Tian's armor, but it's still not enough for the old man named Sidera to kick me. Broly pressed Majin Buu down, and had already pressed a groove of the machine on his body. Buu, get up! Broly gritted his teeth and climbed up from the ground. Majin Buu also recovered his body with a painful look on his face. However, Majin Buu was too seriously injured, so his recovery was a bit slow. Seeing this, Broly immediately took out a senzu bean and stuffed it into his mouth. After Majin Buu ate the senzu bean, his body immediately returned to its original appearance. I want to turn them into chocolate. Majin Buu was furious. He's here, he's already wearing Moscow. Broly looked solemn. Majin Buu scratched his head. Buu, absorb me. Broly made a difficult decision. Majin Buu was stunned, turned his head and looked at Broly without blinking. I was too naive. I thought that the guy named Sidera would not intervene. Broly said in a deep voice, with my current strength, I can still fight against one of them. If the two of them join forces, I am afraid I don't have much chance of winning. Okay, I will absorb you and I will deal with them. I will let you go after they are defeated. Bu nodded seriously. No, absorb me and you will run away immediately. Broly shook his head slowly. Run away? Bu was stunned for a moment. You should not be their opponent, especially if the two of them join forces. Broly looked up at the sky. In that direction, Moscow was roaring towards the planet, and his speed had been increased to the extreme, leaving a purple-red flame in the air. Absorb me, and while running away, immediately find a way to contact Mel's or Luo Tian. Broly said in a low voice. At this moment, Broly seemed to have grown up in an instant. The battle of life and death made Broly's mentality change slightly. Bu nodded, and his face became more and more solemn. I don't know why, I just contacted Luo Tian, but there was no signal. Broly looked unhappy. No signal? Majin Bu was puzzled. Luo Tian said that no matter which universe he is in, as long as he is contacted through the communicator, he will definitely receive the message immediately. Broly said strangely, I don't know what happened. Majin Bu scratched his head and didn't say much. After a while, you absorb me and try to contact Luo Tian again. It's okay if you can contact Mirth. Broly suggested. Got it. Majin Bu looked up at the starry sky with a torch-like gaze. He's coming. Moscow's speed was too fast, and a purple-red flame flashed in the air, flying towards this side rapidly. Moscow was getting closer and closer to Broly and Majin Bu. I won't let you go. You two must die today. Moscow was furious. Hey? Moscow. Can you talk? Sidera followed Moscow and suddenly interrupted. Moscow, one accidental exposure. But it doesn't matter anymore. I just adjusted the voice system. Moscow's voice became colder and colder. At the same time, Moscow had seen Broly and Majin Bu on the ground from a distance. Then, a scene that surprised Moscow happened. Majin Bu's body suddenly opened, and in an instant, Broly and his green armor were wrapped into a dumpling. What? What do you want to do? Moscow was stunned, a little confused. Majin Bu instantly wrapped Broly into a dumpling. In just a blink of an eye, Majin Bu completed the absorption. Ka ka ka. Majin Bu's body gradually changed its shape and appearance, turning into an appearance with a mechanical outline. Majin Bu successfully absorbed Broly and Broly's armor. What's going on? Moscow was a little overwhelmed for a moment. Swoosh. After absorbing Broly, Majin Bu immediately ejected an energy bullet from his hand. A dark green energy bullet. The dark green energy bullet cut through the void and headed towards Moscow. It whizzed in the direction of the planet, and its speed was so fast that Moscow's face changed again and again. Moscow's mechanical hand slapped it fiercely. Boom! The mechanical hand hit the energy bomb, and the energy bomb exploded on the spot with a boom. A large cloud of dust rose at the scene. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Majin Bu thrust his hands into the ground and pulled hard. Crack! The entire planet was split into two by Majin Bu. Majin Bu grabbed a piece of the planet in one hand and smashed it towards Moscow. After doing all this, Majin Bu turned into a dark green stream of light and quickly fled the scene. Boom! There were booms again at the location where Moscow was. For a while, the scene was filled with smoke. The planet was split into two halves by Majin Bu, and it smashed towards Moscow at the same time. Suddenly, the area where Moscow was located was filled with dust and smoke, and it was impossible to see anything. Destruction. Moscow was not hurt at all, but had endless anger, and the destructive energy in his hand surged. Snap! The red destructive energy hit the area, instantly destroying the planet into nothingness. The nothingness formed by the planet was like a void that suddenly emerged, quickly absorbing the surrounding dust. In the blink of an eye, this large piece of dust was absorbed cleanly. At the same time, the universe also completely restored its former tranquility, as if nothing had happened just now. The two of them merged into one? Is there such a thing? Sidera pondered silently on the side, and said with interest. I can't forgive them. Moscow was furious, and purple-red light surged on his body. Over there, he was quite smart, knowing that he was not an opponent, and he had already escaped. Sidera snorted and smiled even more brilliantly. That's good, two people become one person, it's much more convenient. Moscow snorted coldly. Swoosh! Without any hesitation, Moscow quickly chased in the direction of Majin Buu. While Majin Buu was moving fast, he also launched energy bombs behind him from time to time. The 10th universe, King Kai realm. Let's go back to 15 minutes ago. In the courtyard of King Kai's palace, Zamasu bowed to Kvaz. Kvaz was drinking tea on the side, looking calm. I'm really sorry, Lord King Kai, I lost the game. Zamasu's face was grim and unwilling. I wanted to come back immediately, but I really felt ashamed to see Lord King Kai, so I stayed outside for a few more days. It's okay, Zamasu, I know you're in a bad mood, I can understand. No one doesn't want to win the game, don't want to win. Kvaz took a sip of tea, looking indifferent. But Zamasu said in a deep voice, I really didn't expect to lose to humans. Zamasu, don't worry about these things. Kvaz sighed, if you are always too obsessed with the past, you will never grow up. You must know how to look forward. Take a brave step forward, Zamasu. Yes, Zamasu bowed. While the two were talking, Luo Tian and Mers turned into two streams of light as bright as stars and fell from the sky. Kvaz was stunned and didn't know them at all. However, Kvaz quickly recognized Mers' identity from his angel god outfit. Welcome, welcome, welcome angel. Kvaz immediately saluted politely. Don't say that, I should call you Lord Kaishan. Mers was a little embarrassed and felt a little touched in his heart. They are all Kaishan. Look at the Kaishan of the 10th universe, and then look at the Kaishan of the 7th universe. Is it comparable? The Kai of the 7th universe is really disappointing. Zamas raised his eyebrows, not understanding why Luo Tian and Myers came here. No, 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 I should respect you and call you Angel Sama. Jivas immediately answered respectfully. I am just an apprentice angel, Lord Kai, you really don't have to be so polite. Myers scratched his head and said quickly, just call me Myers. Ah, so you are Lord Myers. Jivas suddenly realized, and looked at Luo Tian thoughtfully, is this the angel cultivated by humans? Hello, I am Luo Tian. Luo Tian nodded. I have heard of you for a long time. I never thought that humans could actually cultivate into real angels. I don't know if I can live to see that day. Jivas laughed and sighed. Why did Lord Jivas say that? Myers was slightly stunned. After all, I only have more than 1,000 years left to live. It's probably a very long process for humans to cultivate into angels. Jivas sighed. No, the high priest said that in no more than 20 years, Luo Tian may be able to transform into a real angel. Mers explained with a smile. Did the high priest say that? Jivas was stunned, that's really amazing. Zamasu stood aside, his face full of shock. How can a small human cultivate into a real angel? It's simply unbelievable. Even I, a god, feel a little trembling. Zamasu, don't stand here, go and make a pot of new tea. Jivas ordered Zamasu. Yes, Lord Kaishan. Zamasu immediately saluted and went to make new tea. Lord Mers, Lord Luo Tian, what do you two want to see me for? Jivas asked curiously. These two people will become true angel gods in the future. What's your intention in coming to see me? The thing is, the high priest asked us to cultivate a Kai each. Myers gave a detailed explanation, so the two of us want to find a Kai to learn from, so as to lay the foundation for cultivating our own Kai. I see, no problem. Jivas laughed, agreed readily, and replied, it just so happens that I also plan to cultivate Zamasu these 2 days. By the way, you have met, right? He also participated in the God of Destruction election of the 18th universe, but unfortunately he lost. I have met, but we have never talked. Myers smiled. At this time, Zamasu also brewed new tea and brought it up. Myers nodded politely to Zamasu. Zamasu immediately saluted Myers, but he was dismissive of Luo Tian. Zamasu seemed to despise such humans. Can't you just be a good person? Why do you have to be a god? There is nothing to say if you want to be a god. The problem is, if you want to be a god, then be a god. You actually want to be the greatest god in this universe. You make me, the King Kai, ashamed. Zamasu offered new tea to Mers with both hands, but did not intend to pour tea for Luo Tian. Luo Tian, at this moment, Luo Tian missed Broly a little. This is fucking. If Broly was by my side, I would definitely go up and tear him apart. Who do you despise? It's too easy for you to beat you up. I want to think about how to punish you so that you can't sleep at night. Lord Luo Tian, have tea. He was suddenly found that there was no teacup on Luo Tian's table, so he quickly poured tea himself and handed it over with both hands. Zamasu frowned. Lord Kai, what do you mean? He is just a human. He is not a god yet. Can he really become an angel in just 20 years? Anyway, I don't believe it. Thank you. Luo Tian suddenly felt that Jivas was a pretty good person. In fact, Jivas, a Kai King, was pretty good at Kai King. The only thing that put Jivas at risk in his later years was that he accepted such an evil disciple. If Lord Jivas has no objection, can Luo Tian and I stay and study with you for a while? Mers asked. Of course, no problem, it's an honor. Jivas also said politely. Thank you, Lord Jivas. Mers saluted. No trouble, no trouble. Jivas laughed. If Lord Mers and Lord Luo Tian don't mind, you can listen to my lecture with Zamasu. Let's start now? Luo Tian asked. Ha ha ha, Lord Luo Tian is really impatient. Okay, then finish this cup of tea and start right away. Jivas didn't object and agreed readily. Then, Jivas took Luo Tian, Mers, and Zamasu to a room. This room is estimated to be as big as a large gymnasium. In the room, crystal balls are suspended. Pictures appear in the crystal balls, and the images in the pictures correspond to the planets of the 10th universe. Planets where life is born. These crystal balls are irregularly arranged in the room and rotate slowly. These crystal balls can be used to observe the entire universe. As long as there is a planet where life is born, it will be automatically displayed on the crystal ball and marked. He was introduced them to Luo Tian and the other two, and took them to one of the crystal balls, with a somewhat excited look. Luo Tian also quickly glanced in the direction of the crystal ball and found that the scene in the crystal ball was a planet with a green jungle. And in the jungle stood towering cliffs. This is Barbary. Great, the humans on this planet have evolved to this level. He was showed a look of surprise and immediately came up to take a closer look. Bang! Suddenly, a human in the crystal ball suddenly picked up a wooden stake and hit another human on the head. The sudden scene startled Gvaz and he stepped back. Mels gently blocked Gvaz's retreating body with his hand and asked with concern, Lord Gvaz, are you okay? 3 monthly tickets will start the next chapter immediately. Chapter 130 Time and Space Destroyer? Ah, it's okay, it's okay. Gvaz smiled awkwardly, I'm sorry to make you laugh. Maybe it was too sudden. Mel smiled and looked into the crystal ball. In the crystal ball, the human fell to the ground. But his companion had no intention of letting go and picked up the wooden stake, smashed his companion's head fiercely. 1, 2, 3. The companion's head was bloody and it was unbearable to look at. However, the human holding the wooden stake had no intention of stopping. The bloody smell aroused his wildness, and he simply smashed the man to pieces. The humans on this planet are a bit like birds transformed, with sharp beaks and fangs, and their mouths protruding outwards. They look fierce and are born with wildness. It's so barbaric. Zamasu couldn't help but change his face again and again. Humans were born on this planet recently, it's really too cruel. Kiwas nodded, his expression was also a bit heavy. Silence for a moment. Lord Mels, Lord Luotian, Zamasu, how do you think we should deal with it? Kiwas asked. Before Luotian and Mers could speak, Zamasu answered first, I think we should eliminate them completely as soon as possible. Mers was slightly stunned and looked at Zamasu strangely. How could you have such an idea? Luotian had expected it long ago, so there was nothing to be surprised about. Eliminate? What do you mean? Kiwas couldn't help asking. Of course, like the Lord of Destruction, destroy them and their planets immediately. Zamasu answered as a matter of course. The Lord of Destruction and the Lord of Destruction gathered together and shouted, Zamasu, what you said is the work that the Lord of Destruction should do. Then what should we do? Lord Kaishan. Zamasu asked back, do you think those barbaric creatures will become good babies because of our earnest advice? Kvaz didn't want to pay attention to Zamasu anymore, and turned his head to look at Luotian and Mels, and smiled bitterly. I'm sorry to both of you. Nothing, Mels answered politely. Lord Mels, Lord Luotian, what do you think? Kvaz asked with a smile. I haven't dealt with similar things before, so I won't comment for the time being. Mels shook his head gently, and didn't know how to deal with this kind of thing for a while. After all, Mels has spent most of his time in the Galactic Patrol in these years. Although these newly born humans look more brutal, they can't be captured across the universe and brought back to the Galactic Patrol headquarters in the 7th universe. Besides, the humans here have just been born not long ago. Although they are said to be brutal, they are not the criminals that the Galactic Patrol wants to catch. Guard quietly. Luotian said 5 words slowly. Kvaz was slightly stunned, and turned his head to look at Luotian in surprise. If 10 years is not enough, then guard for 100 years, if 100 years is not enough, then guard for 1000 years. Luotian added. Kvaz immediately showed a look of surprise. This human angel is really amazing. I didn't expect him to have such a realm. It is worthy of being a human who has cultivated into an angel. Even the trainee angel Mels did not have this awareness. Kvaz looked at Luotian with a hot face. Humph, guard them? It's ridiculous, I really don't think they can breed any order. Zamas smiled contemptuously and refuted. Luotian ignored him. I have been to countless planets, and there are too many examples like this. Such humans have no need to exist at all. Zamasu snorted and continued to express his remarks. Zamas, you are wrong. Luotian was not angry, and smiled and said, you have to remember that you are the king of the worlds, not the god of destruction. Since you have lost the game, you must get out of the shadow of losing the game as soon as possible and do your promising job as the king of the worlds well. As he said, Luotian slowly floated up and stepped forward to pat Zamasu on the shoulder. Zamasu felt heartbroken at the time. You sounded like you were advising me, but why do I feel so uncomfortable? You don't need to guide me. Zamasu gritted his teeth and glared at Luotian. You are not a god yet, so you are pointing fingers at me? Luotian's strength in his hand gradually increased. Pa! Zamasu really couldn't stand Luotian's powerful strength, his knees softened, and he knelt on one knee. Luotian appeared in front of Zamasu slowly. No need to perform such a great ceremony. Luotian said with a smile, just admit your mistake. A man's knees are made of gold. Isn't the gold under the knees of the king of the world more valuable? Zamasu, you fucking it's not that I want to kneel. You increased the force to make me kneel. Humans are despicable indeed. Zamasu, your attitude of admitting your mistake is not bad. Jivas didn't see it, and naively thought that Zamasu had admitted his mistake. Mears, however, said nothing. Protect them. I really don't know what Luo Tian is thinking. Why didn't I think of it? How come I, an apprentice angel, lost to him again? Mears felt a little disappointed. Okay, I'll make an exception today and take you to see it. Jivas made up his mind, see if the protection that Lord Luo Tian said is reasonable. See? Zamasu was stunned. Mears was also slightly startled. Pa! Gvas lightly with a slight raise of his hand, an exquisite box immediately appeared in his hand. Lord Mel's, Lord Luo Tian, please look. Jivas opened the box. This is Mel's raised his eyebrows, could it be a space-time ring? Yes, it is a space-time ring that can travel through time and space. Jivas nodded seriously. Luo Tian also looked into the exquisite box. There was a silver-white ring lying in the box. There was only one ring. That is to say, the Dragon Ball world where Luo Tian is located has not yet created a parallel space-time. Luo Tian thought about it carefully and it was normal. After all, parallel space-time has not appeared in this period. Trunks was not born, and Zamasu did not go to the future to exchange bodies with Sun Wukong. Travel through time and space? Zamasu was also a little surprised. He immediately got up from the ground and took a look. That's right, let's use this ring to see the future of the Barbary people. Gvas replied, let's see with our own eyes whether they are really not worth protecting. First, let's go to the current Barbary planet. As he said this, Gvas extended his hand in a friendly manner, indicating that he would use teleportation to take Luo Tian and others there. Luo Tian, Mel's, and Zamasu stepped forward and held Gvas's hand. Kai Kai. Gvas muttered something in his mouth, and a layer of light blue flames appeared on his body. Shua. In just a moment, Gvas appeared in the sky above the Barbary planet with Luo Tian and others, looking down. On a high cliff on the Barbary planet, a sturdy human was dragging a big fish slowly on a narrow mountain road. As they walked, two humans holding wooden stakes suddenly appeared in front of them and blocked their way. He he he. Goo 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 goo. The two humans laughed strangely, their eyes were fierce, and they stared at the big fish in the man's hand. Then, the two sides started a fierce fight. A life and death battle because of a big fish. What a barbaric race! Zamasu showed disgust on his face. The Barbary people now may be like this, but they may not be like this 1,000 years later. Kiwa's sighed. Neither Luo Tian nor Mel's responded. We came here to learn. We can learn more by listening and watching more. Of course, we still have to speak when it's time to speak. Now I'll put on the time and space ring and take you to the future. Kiwa suggested with a smile, and then looked at Mel's and Luo Tian. You angels should also be able to control time and space and go to the future or the past, right? Yes, but we won't do that easily. Mel's nodded, and I'm still an apprentice angel, and it's a bit difficult for me to operate time and space at the moment. Ha ha ha, don't worry, take your time, I believe you will become an outstanding angel one day. Kiwas laughed, and added to Luo Tian, I believe that Lord Luo Tian will transform into a real angel sooner or later. Lord Kaishan, can you travel through time and space just through this ring? Can you travel to the past or the future at will? Zamasu's heart moved slightly, and he stared at the time and space ring in Kiwa's hand. That's right, you can only move to the future, and then return to our current world from that point in the future. Kiwas explained. Can't you go back to the past? Zamasu was stunned. That is not allowed. Mel's took over the conversation. Changing history will always be accompanied by various complex problems, so the God realm strictly prohibits returning to the past. Yes, I understand. Zamasu was still very polite to Mel's. By the way, it is worth mentioning that if you change time and space without authorization, the time and space ring will appear on it, and each time and space ring will correspond to a corresponding time and space, which can be understood as parallel time and space. Kiwas pointed to the empty grooves on the top of the ring box. Parallel time and space? Zamasu was slightly stunned. Lord Kiwas, there is no need to explain so much in detail. If someone with ulterior motives hears it, they might do something excessive. Luo Tian sighed on the side. Haha, there are only 3 of us here, there won't be anyone with ulterior motives. Kiwas laughed, but he didn't care at all. Luo Tian didn't want to talk anymore. I've made it so obvious, can't you hear it? It's up to you. In the past, in the 12th universe, highly civilized humans created a time machine that could go back to the past. It was this time machine that changed history. However, later, these time and space that appeared were basically cleared away, as explained, so later, manipulating time was strictly prohibited. This is why there is only one ring now. All the time and space that appeared were cleared away? How was it cleared? Zamasu asked in surprise. It is said that the time and space destroyer cleaned it up. Kvaz replied. Time and space destroyer? Zamasu was stunned. I have also heard of the time and space destroyer. Myers nodded and replied, it is said that the time and space destroyer is responsible for clean up the problematic time and space. Luo Tian showed a puzzled look and asked curiously, Mers, have you seen the god of time and space destroyer? No. Mels shook his head. In addition to the god of time and space destroyer, are there the god of time and space king and the angel of time and space? Luo Tian asked again. Yes, there should be. Mels replied, I don't know much about time and space. If you really want to know, you can find time to ask Sister Bardos. Maybe she knows more. Okay, let's talk about this for now. Let's go to the Barbary planet 1000 years later. Kiwas suggested and put on the time and space ring. Luo Tian and others stepped forward again and pulled Kiwas. Kiwas muttered something. 1000 years later. Suddenly, the void around Kiwas twisted and deformed, and time and space flowed. Luo Tian clearly saw that he seemed to have entered a fast-moving time and space. What does it feel like? It's like the time and space travel in Doraemon. The surrounding light spots formed streams of light, constantly flashing before his eyes. This process lasted only a few seconds. Pop! The next moment, when Luo Tian came to his senses, he found himself back above Barbary Star again. It was at this time that Broly in the 9th universe tried to contact Luo Tian. However, because Luo Tian appeared 1000 years in the future, the communicator could not receive the signal. This is an existence that spans across time and space. At present, Luo Tian's communicator has no way to communicate across time and space. Luo Tian did not know that Broly would contact him at this time. Sometimes, things just happen by chance. Luo Tian looked towards Barbary Star and found that there were many strange stone houses on the cliff. The plants on the entire Barbary Star were also more lush. Is this the Barbary Star 1000 years later? Zamasu also looked around curiously. Lord Mels, Lord Luo Tian, you see, they really have formed something similar to culture. Kiwas pointed to the strange house below with some excitement. Yes. Mers nodded with a smile. Let's go down and take a look. Kva slowly fell from the air. Luo Tian and Mers followed immediately. Zamasu landed on the ground with an unhappy face and looked around. Just then, Zamasu suddenly heard a strange noise and immediately walked in another direction. Kva stepped forward and found a slightly strange artifact. What is this? Kva picked up the artifact and looked at it in front of him. It feels like a musical instrument. Luo Tian replied. Yes, it does look like a musical instrument. I didn't expect that musical instruments have been developed in just 1000 years. Kva said with emotion, with the existence of musical instruments, music will be born in these civilizations, and civilization will extend to a deeper level. Lord Kaishin, please come over here. Zamasu called out quickly. Kva walked towards the direction where Zamasu was. Luo Tian and Mels followed slowly. Several people looked down at a depression below. On the platform of the cliff below, a big fight was going on. The scene was extremely bloody, the blood dyed the whole land red, and the air was full of pungent bloody smell. What's going on? Gviz's face changed color. Luo Tian had long been accustomed to this kind of scene, and his face was calm. Luo Tian glanced in the direction of Mel's again and found that Mel's was also relatively calm. After all, for angels, this kind of scene should have been seen a lot, and it seems that they have long regarded it with a normal mind. This is reality. Where is the protection you promised? Zamasu smiled contemptuously. Their nature will not change, but will become worse. Such an ugly existence, this universe does not need humans at all. Mel's looked at Zamasu strangely. Why is the idea of this northern king so paranoid? This universe does not need humans, does it only need gods and animals? I really don't know what you think. No wonder the high priest said that Zamasu is not suitable to be the king of the worlds. Luo Tian said so too. In terms of personality insight, I lost to Luo Tian again. Look over there. Luo Tian pointed to another location. At the location pointed by Luo Tian, a human in a black cloak appeared. It seems to be the elder of these people. When the people who were fighting fiercely nearby saw the man in the black cloak appear, they immediately knelt down and saluted him. Jivas's eyes condensed, and there was a little more relief in his eyes. This is the existence of civilization. Zamasu, take a good look. Gvaz pointed to the direction Luo Tian had just pointed. At this moment, a Barbary alien suddenly appeared behind Luo Tian and the others. This person was tall and strong, and he raised a big wooden stake in his right hand and smashed it towards Mel's. Mel's, why hit me? Do I look so easy to bully? Mel's was about to dodge, but Zamasu attacked instantly. Zamasu waved his hand in the air, and a divine power quickly hit the body of the Barbary alien. On. Bang! Accompanied by a muffled sound, the Barbary alien flew backwards and hit the stone behind him. Zamas, what are you doing? Don't do it. Kiwas frowned tightly. Mel's looked in the direction of Zamas and did not comment for the time being. The Barbary alien climbed up from the ground with difficulty, shook his neck, and his eyes showed endless murderous intent, and he said something hatefully to Zamas. Luo Tian could clearly identify that this guy was insulting Zamas. Zamas was even more furious. He was actually scolded by a human. Chapter 131 Broly crosses time and space to ask for help. Mel's, Lord Luo Tian, let's go back. Kiwas suggested. Zamas, you go back too. Zamas said nothing. The Barbary alien's eyes were bloodshot, and he screamed again and again, cursing Zamas. The killing intent in Zamasu's eyes became stronger and stronger. Snap! Zamasu gently extended his right hand downward, and a glittering purple hand knife appeared in his hand. Zamasu, what are you going to do? Kiwas was anxious and shouted loudly. Ah! The Barbary alien screamed and rushed towards Zamasu like a beast. Zamasu raised his hand knife calmly and made a move to chop. Zamasu, stop it! Kiwas ordered harshly. Zamasu swung his hand knife violently and cut the opponent in half from head to buttocks. The Barbary alien's eyes were dislocated, and he couldn't believe that he would die so tragically until his death. Zamasu smiled ferociously again. Zamasu, look at what you did! Kiwas exclaimed. This is really tragic. I heard that Mel's is the son of the Grand Priest. How excessive you did in front of the son of the Grand Priest. Gvaz really felt the tragedy. If the Grand Priest knew about this, I don't know how to explain it. Let's go back. Gvaz's face became more and more ugly. Zamasu didn't say much, and looked at Gvaz strangely. I just saved this trainee angel. If I hadn't acted in time, maybe this trainee angel would have been injured. No, trainee angels should be very strong. Although they won't be injured, they will be insulted by that human, right? It's so embarrassing to be hit on the head by a human with a stick. You blame me? I'm really sorry, Lord Mel's, Lord Luotian. Gvaz apologized quickly. It's okay, Lord Gvaz. Mels smiled and didn't care. Mels only wanted to cultivate his own Kaishan, and it was not easy for him to comment on Gvaz's disciples. Mels was not a nosy angel. Let's go back first, Gvaz suggested. Okay. Mels nodded. Swish. The next moment, Gvaz returned to the main space-time with Luotian and others, and teleported back to the Kaishan realm. The ninth universe, the universe. Majin Buu, who absorbed Broly, increased his speed to the extreme, leaving a bright flame in the starry sky. Moscow was chasing quickly behind. However, as he chased, Moscow suddenly found tragically that he was actually a little behind the other party in terms of speed. The distance between the two sides was getting farther and farther. How is this possible? Why can't I even catch up with this guy? Moscow was stunned. Swoosh. Sidera also came from behind quickly, stroked his red beard, and said in amazement, "These two guys really surprised me. Through this method, they have already raised their strength to the level of the God of Destruction." Raised to the level of the God of Destruction? The light on Moscow's mechanical face trembled, and his voice trembled a little. Maybe he has surpassed you. Sidera guessed. This is impossible, this is absolutely impossible. Moscow was dissatisfied. You'd better admit it, Moscow. Sidera smiled. If he wasn't afraid of my existence, he might have fought you to the death. Tell him that you will never interfere. Moscow gritted his teeth. I still don't believe that I, a veteran destroyer, can't even beat two combined trainee destroyer gods. You have to think about it. Sidera snorted, don't ask me to help you when you lose. I don't need your help, I will never lose to him. Moscow said in a deep voice, besides, they didn't merge through the Patara earrings, they just merged their bodies together and became one person, and the accumulated strength has increased by 1 or 2 times. Are you sure you have thought it through? Sidera said with a smile. Sure. Moscow nodded. Okay, I'll go over and tell him. Sidera smiled lightly and suddenly increased the speed of flight. Swoosh. Sidera quickly surpassed Moscow and headed towards he quickly chased in the direction of Majin Buu. Sidera's speed was extremely fast, and he was getting closer and closer to Majin Buu. If the strength was calculated by the purity of Luotian's angel power, Moscow's strength was 50, and Sidera's strength was 51. It seemed that there was only a 1-point difference in the numbers, but in fact the gap was quite large, and it could also be understood as the level bonus of the game. With just such a 1-point difference, Sidera was already far ahead in speed. Majin Buu obviously sensed that Sidera had caught up, and turned his head to look behind him. Swoosh! Majin Buu opened his mouth and a dark green energy bullet was ejected from his mouth. Pa! Sidera grabbed forward with his big hand, and purple-red energy flashed in his hand. Suddenly, the energy bullet ejected by Majin Buu disappeared in an instant. Majin Buu's face changed color, and he hurriedly increased his speed again. Broly told me to do something immediately after absorbing him? Majin Buu said to himself while flying quickly, I remember he told me to run away quickly. I seem to have overlooked one thing, what is it? Just thinking about this, Sidera shouted loudly from behind. Hey, Buu, listen to me first, I will never interfere in your affairs, but I think you can defeat Moscow. Sidera's voice came from behind. Majin Buu ignored him and kept speeding up. I'm telling the truth, I really won't interfere, this is a grudge between you two. Sidera said with a smile. Majin Buu turned around and made a face. Don't you want revenge? Moscow, that is, my Olu, beat you badly just now? Don't you want to fight back with your own hands? Sidera sneered and his voice came again. Majin Buu was a little moved, his triangular eyes were sparkling. Swoosh! Sidera took this opportunity to catch up quickly and walked side by side with Majin Buu. I still say the same thing, I will never interfere, this is the grudge between you two. Since it is a grudge between you, let's solve it here. Saidara looked at Majin Buu with a smile. Majin Buu hesitated for a moment. What? Don't you believe me? Saidara smiled lightly, and his smile became brighter and brighter. Majin Buu was about to agree, but a voice suddenly appeared in his mind. Don't believe him. Don't believe him. Majin Buu suddenly woke up. It's Broly. This guy was absorbed by me and can still speak in my mind. I don't believe it. Majin Buu made a face at Saidara again, gritted his teeth and accelerated his flying speed, leaving a bright flame in the universe in a panic. Humph, you ungrateful guy. Saidara quickly caught up. Bang! Saidara slapped his palm fiercely, hitting Majin Buu's shoulder at that time. Majin Buu's shoulder was twisted and deformed, and his whole body rolled thousands of somersaults in the air. However, Majin Buu reacted very quickly and quickly turned his body into a large piece of meat that looked like a parachute. However, this place was a vacuum in the universe, and there was no air resistance at all. Although Majin Buu turned into a piece of meat, it could not stop him from sliding backwards. At this moment, Moscow finally caught up and kicked Majin Buu hard. Majin Buu was kicked again and kept somersaulting in the starry sky. When Majin Buu gradually stopped, Moscow and Saidara blocked his way one after another. You can't run away this time, right? Moscow's face was grim. You beat me so badly just now. I won't forgive you no matter what I say. I still say what I said just now. This is a grudge between the two of you. I won't interfere. Saidara snorted. At this point, he suddenly changed the subject. But if anyone wants to escape, don't blame me for being rude. Then, Saidara flew backwards, pulling away from this side for a distance, stroking his red beard, looking like he was watching a good show. Majin Buu looked around and knew that it would be difficult for him to escape from the attack of the two gods of destruction, so he could only think of a way to fight. Contact Luotian or Mers. Suddenly, Broly's voice sounded again in Majin Buu's mind. How to contact? Majin Buu scratched his head. There is Luotian's contact information on the armor, you can call him. Broly felt a headache. I can only communicate with you through consciousness now, I can't control this body. I can let you control my body. Majin Buu suddenly had an idea. Really? Broly was surprised and happy. Majin Buu nodded vigorously. Okay, I'll control it. Broly responded decisively. What? Are you still thinking about how to escape from this place? Moscow sneered. You'd better not be naive, you can't escape at all. However, at the moment when Moscow's voice fell, swish! Majin Buu's body changed rapidly. In the blink of an eye, Majin Buu's pink body melted and deformed, and returned to the appearance of steel armor. Boom! The steel armor flashed a dark green light. After seeing this steel armor, Moscow's face became more and more gloomy, and his eyes were full of hatred. Tell me, where did you get this armor? Moscow asked coldly. I picked it up. Broly replied indifferently. You turned into Broly again? Moscow was stunned. That pink fat guy is really amazing. He let you control his body. Broly did not answer this question and immediately contacted Luotian through the communicator on the armor. The 10th universe, the Kai King God Realm. After returning from 1000 years in the future, Jivas was very dissatisfied with Zamesu's performance. Especially because Zamesu did such an excessive thing in front of the son of the Grand Priest. In response, Jivas was even more embarrassed and scolded him, Zamesu, why did you do such a meaningless thing? We don't have to do anything, just come back. Those are worthless humans. Not only that, they will also destroy the environment of the planet. They are the garbage of the planet. Zamesu argued and replied, besides, if that human just now hits Lord Mers, it would be an insult to God. That's why I want to kill him. Actually, he can't hit me, I can dodge. Mers interjected helplessly. Zamasu, you are a god, human attacks you actually dodge. Zamasu was really speechless. Are you worthy of your god by doing this? I don't think it's a big deal, I won't fight back every time I'm attacked. Besides, for them, they may think we are invaders. Mers said seriously. Zamasu suddenly felt that this trainee angel was so ignorant. Human beings are worthless. Zamasu defended himself feebly. Things without value will not exist. Kvas knew that he had lost his composure, so he took a deep breath and patiently persuaded, even earthworms can fertilize the soil or be food for other animals. Everything in nature has a meaning of existence. But earthworms will not try to become humans. Zamasu continued to argue. Kvas, cold sweat slid down Kvas's face. Did I accept a nitpicker? Mels also wiped his sweat slightly. No wonder the high priest said that Zamasu was not suitable to be a Kai. Today I have learned a lot. Mels couldn't help but look quietly in the direction of Luo Tian. Why are you looking at me? Luo Tian was speechless. Do I have anything to do with this? Mels didn't want to talk anymore. I think you are, because you said that Zamasu's personality is more paranoid. But how do you know that his personality is so paranoid? You walked in front of me again. I'm just giving an example, Zamasu Gvas sighed, feeling that this disciple was a bit stubborn. At the same time, Gvas wondered if his tone was too harsh, or if Zamasu was so excited because he had just lost the game. After all, as a god, Zamasu was still very angry when he lost to humans in the game. Zamasu, why do you hate humans so much? Gva's tone calmed down a lot. Humans who have gained wisdom will almost certainly destroy the environment and our precious planets. Zamasu replied, those planets were created by us. It's true that we created the planets, but the planets are not our private products. Gvas persuaded. Zamasu suddenly didn't want to talk. Zamasu felt that this old man Gvas was too stubborn. How can you be more argumentative than me? Are you trying to convince me? So Lord Kaishin is going to leave humans like Barbary alone? Zamasu asked, holding back his grief and anger. We just need to guard from a distance. Things that are destructible will eventually destroy themselves. Gvas sighed. Lord Kaishin, what exactly is the job of our Kaishin? Zamasu asked again. You still don't know what the job of the Kaishin is? Gvas said in a deep voice, the job of our Kaishin is first to maintain the peace and balance of the universe, and to find a way to make those planets or humans who want to break away from this peace and balance and seriously disrupt the balance return to normal. Don't you think this is too tepid? We should be more active and subdue those evils with strength. Zamasu retorted, you know, there are more disobedient humans than planets. That's the job that the god of destruction should do. Gvas explained. Zamasu, it seems that I should apply to be the disciple of the god of destruction. Zamasu, it's good to have a strong sense of justice. But being too stubborn is like being obsessed with cleanliness, which makes the mind lack flexibility. Sometimes, only by facing it with a broad mind can we move towards the path of peace. He was advised earnestly, hoping that through his persuasion, Zamasu would change his mind. Zamasu was speechless again. Do you think what you said is human? Why should I, a god, treat those hateful humans with a broad mind? You mean pretend you didn't see it? Zamasu lowered his head. Zamasu, I admit that you do have enough power to conquer evil. He was persuaded again, but you must not be proud and complacent, otherwise you will suffer the consequences sooner or later. The work of the King of the Worlds does not require combat power, but to protect everything with a peaceful heart. Do you understand? Zamasu lowered his head even lower and whispered, then what is the meaning of the power I have gained after practicing for so long? Just think of it as a way to gain spiritual comfort. He was thought for a while and answered. Zamasu stopped talking. At this moment, Zamasu felt that he was too lonely. Not only did the king of the worlds not understand me, but even this trainee angel did not understand what I meant. And that hateful human was watching the fun from the side without minding the trouble. Zamasu raised his head and glared at Luo Tian fiercely. Luo Tian? You fucking did I say anything from beginning to end? Why are you glaring at me? Just because I'm a human being? I don't deserve to be a god? Luo Tian was furious. Although Luo Tian had a peaceful heart, he was still very upset after being provoked by this guy again and again. I didn't provoke you from beginning to end. Luo Tian really missed Broly a little bit. If Broly was around at this time, he would have torn him apart long ago. I understand, I'm really sorry just now. Zamasu immediately bowed, and the seeds of hatred had already sprouted in his heart. Well, but it's still very tiring for my old bones to travel through time and space for 1,000 years. Kaios sighed, go make a cup of tea, Zamasu, I was just talking about the matter, not the person. Yes, disciple obeys. Zamasu immediately lowered his head, bowed again, and slowly went to make tea. I don't ask for anything, just give me whatever you want. Chapter 132 Dare to bully my god of destruction? Sorry to make you laugh, Lord Mels and Lord Luo Tian. Kaios hurriedly said to Mels and Luo Tian apologetically. Nothing. Mels smiled indifferently. In fact, sometimes it is so troublesome to train disciples. You have to solve various problems for him. Kaios smiled helplessly and sighed. Yes, yes. Mels was deeply touched, and the unreliable appearance of Majin Bu could not help but appear in his mind. It's not too late to replace such a disciple now. Luo Tian suggested, he is not suitable to be a qualified Kaishan. Kvuz, the Shahahathat Kvuz was a little speechless for a moment, but he did not agree with Luo Tian's proposal. Although the quarrel was fierce just now, Kvuz also wanted to replace Zamasu immediately. But that was just an impulse when he was angry. After Kvuz calmed down, he felt that Zamasu was still the best choice. After all, Zamasu managed the Northern Universe in an orderly manner, and there was nothing wrong with it. And he was also the one with the best performance among the four kings. If I replace him, who will I find to be the king? God gone? I will retire in a few decades, I have to find a suitable disciple to take care of me in my old age. Luo Tian knew that Kaios was perfunctory, so he didn't say anything more. But I have to sound a warning to Zamasu. If you dare to touch my king of the world's Goku in the future, I will press you to the ground and rub you. Just thinking about this, Luo Tian suddenly felt that his communicator seemed to vibrate. Luo Tian took out the communicator and looked at it in front of his eyes. A familiar voice came out from the communicator immediately. Luo Tian, there is a god of destruction hitting me. Broly said. Luo Tian's eyes narrowed immediately. Pa! Luo Tian raised his right hand slightly, and a ball of angel power immediately appeared in his hand. The picture flickered in the angel power. In just a moment, Broly's image appeared in the picture. Luo Tian stared at Broly closely, and then looked to his side, and found that Moscow was chasing him and fighting. And near the two of them, Sidera was also staring at this place with a covetous look, and the word accomplice was almost written on his face. Luo Tian, what happened? Mels saw that Luo Tian's expression suddenly became serious, and hurried forward to ask. At the same time, Mels also looked at the angel power condensed by Luo Tian. What do they want to do? Mels saw that the situation was a little bit wrong, and Broly's changes are a bit strange. Where is my Bu? Broly, speak slowly. Luo Tian said, looking up at Jivas intentionally or unintentionally, Lord Jivas, please send the angel to this person later. After Luo Tian finished speaking, he waved his hand fiercely. Swish! The angel power in Luo Tian's hand appeared in front of Jivas in an instant. The angel power expanded rapidly and projected the image on the scene. Suddenly, a new image appeared in front of Jivas, as if it happened on the scene. The ninth universe, right? Okay, no problem. Jivas nodded repeatedly. Moscow hit me. He said I killed his son. Broly complained, gritting his teeth, I can't beat him, even with the armor, I still can't beat him. Broly, where is Bu? Myers asked hurriedly. I couldn't beat him even with my armor, so I let Bu absorb me. Broly replied, Bu let me control this body, and now Bu and I are in a fusion state. So that's how it is, no wonder you look a little bit strange. Myers suddenly realized. Wait, I'll be there soon. Luo Tian's face turned gloomy. My god of destruction was bullied. Can I tolerate this? Of course I can't tolerate this. Shua. Luo Tian waved his hand again and temporarily turned off the holographic image. Just then, Zamasu came out with a teapot and found that Luo Tian and Myers' expressions were a little bit strange. Even Kvass looked solemn. What happened? Zamasu asked strangely. Come, give me the tea. Luo Tian greeted Zamasu and stretched out his right hand to receive the tea tray. Humph, no need to show me kindness. Zamasu snorted, but still handed all the tea trays to Luo Tian. Luo Tian handed the tea tray to Mels. Mels took the tea in confusion, not knowing what Luo Tian wanted to do. Bang! Luo Tian jumped and kicked hard, squatting on Zamasu's face. Ouch! Zamasu screamed and flew backwards immediately. Pa! Luo Tian waved his hand in the air, and an invisible angelic force acted on Zamasu's body and grabbed back. Suddenly, Zamasu's body flew uncontrollably to Luo Tian's side. Luo Tian slapped Zamasu's face with a backhand slap, and raised his foot to step on his face, stepping hard on the ground, leaving a pit on the ground. Zamasu let out a painful wail, and bright red blood spurted out of his mouth. It felt as if the whole person was falling apart. Zamasu, you have been provoking me again and again since the beginning. You are really brave. Luo Tian said coldly. Mers was dumbfounded and did not react at all. Kvass was dumbfounded and speechless for a while. Today is a lesson for you. Next time you see me, you must kneel and salute. Otherwise, I will beat you every time I see you. Luo Tian snorted coldly, and while speaking, he stepped on Zamasu's face again and crushed it hard. Ahaha! Zamasu kept wailing, and his expression was a little blurred. For the sake of Jivas, I won't kill you today. I hope you can take care of yourself. Luo Tian said coldly, and slowly raised his foot and released Zamasu's face. Bang! Luo Tian kicked Zamasu and kicked him high into the air. Then, Luo Tian said to Mels slowly, warm up with this guy first. Mels, Lord Jivas, I'm sorry to trouble you. Luo Tian said to Jivas calmly again. Kvass was speechless. Take me to the 9th universe now. Luo Tian suggested. I'll go too. Mers stepped forward. Luo Tian did not speak, but nodded slightly. Okay. Jivas did not object, stretched out his arms, and was about to perform instant movement. Bang! At this moment, Zamasu also fell from the sky, hit the ground of the Kai King God realm heavily, and left a big hole on the ground. Jivas was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. The 9th universe, the universe. Moscow quickly discussed with Sidera. Hey, Sidera, the situation is not good. That guy seems to be talking to the trainee angel and the human angel. Moscow's face sank, and while speaking, he rushed forward and launched a fierce attack on Broly. Broly did not fight head-on, but walked while fighting, and told Luo Tian everything he had just said. Sidera frowned tightly and appeared in front of Moscow. Sidera, what are you going to do? Moscow suddenly ran out of ideas. Will it take a long time for them to get here? Sidera asked. That's not clear. Moscow shook his mechanical head slowly. It's really a headache, what else can I do? I can only let it go. Sidera pondered, anyway, it's not a big loss for me, but we have agreed that 10 machine beauties like Zyoki don't add oil this time, it made my mouth full of oil. Moscow, got it. Moscow nodded, his face gradually became cold. The trainee angel and the human angel can come if they want, I just want to ask them in person, whether they killed my son. This matter can't just be let go. Are you sure it was them two who did it? Sidera asked again. It's very possible, otherwise where did his armor come from? Moscow pointed at the dark green armor Broly was wearing. It's indeed suspicious. The material of that armor is very special. If it is really made of the essence of the universe, they are closely related to your son's death. Sidera nodded seriously. Hey, when will the angels named Luotian and Mels come? Moscow simply stopped attacking and planned to wait for Luotian and Mels to arrive. Broly did not speak. What if they don't admit it? What can we do to them? Sidera asked in a low voice. I dare not kill the angels, but it should not be a problem to kill Broly in front of them, right? Moscow smiled lightly. You talk as if you can beat him. Don't forget that his strength is infinitely close to yours. Sidera said in a mocking tone. But before they come, give him a good beating first. Moscow snorted coldly. After that, Moscow rushed towards Broly. Broly showed no fear and immediately started a fierce battle with Moscow. Broly's fighting style was very rough. He fought head-on with Moscow without even dodging. In less than a minute, Broly stunned the Myolu in Moscow's body. Ha ha ha, Myolu, why do I feel that you are not very agile when you move? Don't be stunned. Sidera laughed at the side. Myolu, damn. This kid is hard to deal with. The hatred in Myolu's eyes became more and more intense. Bang! Broly threw another uppercut, hitting Moscow's abdomen hard. Moscow's body trembled violently. Miru felt dizzy again. This guy has become too powerful. If he continues to develop like this, I am afraid that one day I will not be his opponent. I have to think of another way. What if he seeks revenge on me one day? What can I do to him? How long has it been? It was only the time of the God of Destruction tournament, and this kid went from being abused by me to being on par with me, or even slightly better than me. He said he wanted to become the strongest God of Destruction. If he continues to grow like this, he might really become the strongest God of Destruction one day. At that time, I would rather die than live. In this case, Moscow's eyes showed a hint of cruelty. Bang! Moscow waved his hand fiercely and slapped Broly in the face. Broly was also wearing armor, and a dark green light appeared on the armor. Therefore, Moscow's attack did not cause much damage to Broly. Now, the scene was like two robots fighting each other, making mechanical collision sounds. Shua! Just then, Luotian and Mels appeared at the scene in an instant under the leadership of Jivas. Sidera's face changed slightly, but he never expected that the two of them would appear so soon. Sidera glanced in the direction of Jivas, feeling a little unhappy. This nosy Kaishin. This guy seems to be the Kaishin of the 10th universe, right? Lord Jivas, thank you very much. Mels stepped forward to thank him. You're welcome. Jivas responded quickly, it's just a piece of cake. The sudden appearance of Luotian and Mers temporarily stopped the fight between Moscow and Broly. Hey, you two are the gods of destruction from the 3rd and 9th universes, don't hurt the harmony. Jivas hurriedly called out to the two gods of destruction in the distance. Kvuz, go back, don't worry about the things here. Luotian said lightly. Don't hurt the harmony? The two gods of destruction chased and beat my Broly. Is this matter over? Yes, Lord Jivas, you go back first, thank you. Mers thanked again. Okay, then I'll go back first, everyone, talk it out, there is no grudge that cannot be resolved. Jivas added, and then he teleported away. Sidera and Moscow also looked at Jivas, who was leaving as if he was looking at a fool, without saying a word. Luotian, what are you going to do? Mels asked in a low voice. You bullied our god of destruction, what else do you think you can do? Luo Tian's face was gloomy. Of course we fight back. This we may not be their opponents, they are two gods of destruction. Mels was immediately at a loss for words. Let me use the scepter. Luo Tian said to Mels. Mels handed the scepter in his hand to Luo Tian without any hesitation. Don't worry about it, I'll take care of it. Luo Tian said to Mels, and then he flew over slowly, now opposite Moscow. Moscow crossed his arms, his mechanical face didn't have much expression. Luo Tian turned his head to look at Sidera nearby, his eyes narrowed. I let you take my god of destruction out to play, and you bullied him like this? Luo Tian said coldly. Luo Tian, right? I ask you, where did he get this armor? Moscow did not answer Luo Tian's question, but asked with a cold face. I picked it up. Luo Tian said lightly. Moscow clenched his fists tightly, and his body shook violently. You said you picked it up? Who would believe it? Who are you fooling? Do you think I can't see it? In this universe, except for the cosmic essence, there is nothing tougher than this. Moscow sneered, you made this thing from my son's robot Luke. Right? Put aside your son's problem, first tell me why you bully my god of destruction? Luo Tian's face became more and more gloomy. Why put aside my son's problem? My son died a violent death. And he was reincarnated so quickly, it must be related to you and Mels. Moscow pointed at Luo Tian's body and shouted at him. Snap! Luo Tian pointed at Moscow with the scepter in his hand. Pointed at Moscow's abdomen. Teleport! The angel power in Luo Tian's hand was transformed into the ability to teleport, and he gently waved the scepter. Swish! In just a moment, the Myolo in Moscow's stomach was forcibly transferred out by Luo Tian through the power of angels. Broly's eyes lit up, and he immediately rushed forward, grabbing Myolo's head with a mechanical hand. Myolo was confused at the time, showing a look of astonishment, widening his eyes, and even a little confused. Where am I? What happened? How did I get out? How did I get out of Moscow's body? Sidera, who was not far away, also changed his face again and again. He didn't expect Luo Tian to do this. This ability to make others teleport is simply Myolo's fatal injury. He actually teleported you out of Moscow's stomach with a teleport. Sidera's eyes kept turning, and several thoughts flashed in his mind instantly. Snap! 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 Broly was not polite, he stretched out his mechanical hand and slapped Myolo in the face. Suddenly, Myolo was beaten into a pig face, screaming in pain. It's my turn, it's my turn. The voice of Majin Buu suddenly sounded in Broly's mind. Then, Broly's body changed rapidly. In just a moment, Broly's body turned into a pink mecha form. Majin Buu was in charge of this body. Bang! Majin Buu swung his fist and punched Myolo in the face heavily. Myolo lost several teeth and screamed continuously. You dare to bully me and Broly, I will turn you into chocolate. Buu had a cold face, and his eyes flashed with evil light. The next moment, the tentacles on Buu's head turned and aimed at Myol's body. Luo Tian looked at it calmly and did not intervene. However, Luo Tian was a little surprised at the switch between Majin Buu and Broly. I didn't expect that Majin Buu could still do this after absorbing Broly. Seeing Myol being beaten into that cowardly look, Sidera's face kept changing. You can come up and help. Luo Tian looked at Sidera with a smile. Chapter 133 The Great Fission of the Universe. Ha ha ha, misunderstanding, misunderstanding, it's really a misunderstanding. Sidera laughed and said quickly, Luo Tian, Moscow and I just want Broly and Buu to grow up as soon as possible, there is no other meaning. Misunderstanding? Luo Tian smiled lightly, and naturally could not believe Sidera's words. However, Luo Tian was not in a hurry to deal with Sidera now, and he would deal with them one by one first. Yes, misunderstanding. It's really a misunderstanding. Saidara smiled dryly. Luo Tian no longer paid attention to Saidara. Deal with one first. Turn into chocolate. The purple light and electricity condensed from the tentacles on Majin Buu's head. Suddenly, a purple light and electricity sprayed out from the tentacles on Majin Buu's head, and was about to cover Mayul's body. However, at this moment, a purple-red flame appeared behind Bu in an instant. Luo Tian was slightly stunned, and suddenly found that it was Moscow who made the move. For a moment, Luo Tian was a little surprised, and at the same time he was shocked and angry. Isn't Moscow a robot without intelligence? Why did it move suddenly? Moscow's speed was too fast, and he had come behind Bu in the blink of an eye. Bang! Moscow swung his mechanical fist fiercely and hit Majin Buu's back with a heavy punch. Puff! The light on Majin Buu's head immediately dissipated. The next moment, Moscow waved his hand in the air, and an invisible energy instantly covered the front of Luo Tian. Swish swish swish! Suddenly, in front of Luo Tian, the universe was torn apart. It was like a piece of black paper that was torn apart out of thin air. Suddenly, a bottomless rift valley appeared out of thin air at the cracked position. Above the rift, black lightning entangled. This Saidara was dumbfounded. Luo Tian was also slightly stunned. It was the first time he saw such a shocking scene. And all this happened too fast. Although it takes a lot of power to describe, what happened just now was almost a blink of an eye. It was so fast that even a human angel like Luo Tian didn't come back to his senses. Not to mention Luo Tian, even Mel's, who was not far away, also had his pupils shrank sharply. He never expected such a strange thing to happen. No one expected that Moscow would move on his own and attack this side. Just when Mel's was a little dazed, Moscow waved his hand again in the air and grabbed Mel's body fiercely. Mel's triggered the extreme intention and turned to the side to avoid the opponent's energy attack. However, Mel's did not expect that he could not avoid the opponent's energy. Then, Mel's body rushed forward uncontrollably. Bang! Mel's body suddenly hit Luo Tian's body. The two rushed forward at that time and fell into the Great Rift Valley together. Shua! The bodies of the two were swallowed up by the Great Rift Valley in an instant, and soon disappeared from the spot. The next second, the Great Rift Valley that appeared in the universe slowly merged and returned to the appearance of the universe. Saidara was so scared that he didn't come back to his senses for a long time. He even rubbed his eyes, and his face was extremely ugly. Yu Saidara looked at Myolu, then at Moscow, with a look of bewilderment on his face. Jigujigu. The light on Moscow's head kept flashing, and he made strange noises. Looking at Myolu again, he rubbed his hurt face and looked at Majin Buu with a gloomy face. Majin Buu was hit hard by Moscow just now, and he spit out a large mouthful of blood at that time, and was already seriously injured. But then, Majin Buu's body quickly transformed into Broly's appearance. Broly turned his head to look in the direction of the big rift that had just appeared, and found that Luo Tian had disappeared. Luo Tian. Broly's face became heavier. Are you going to kill the two of us? Saidara felt that his head was about to explode. Jigujigu. Moscow's voice sounded. Humph, I have no reason to kill two angels. Mulu said, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, showing a smile. They were just transferred to other universes and can't come back in a short time. Saidara breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the two angels don't die. Otherwise, things will really get out of hand. At that time, there will be no way to end it. What is going on? Saidara pointed at Moscow, then looked at Mulu, and asked in surprise. Didn't I say it? I am the most powerful human in the third universe, and Moscow is the god of destruction. Mulu's mouth corners slightly raised, and he sneered. Jigujigu. Moscow pounded his chest with both fists, the light on his head kept flashing, and strange cries came out of his mouth. Saidara looked at Moscow again, then at Mulu, his pupils shrank sharply, and suddenly woke up. Are you an individual? Saitara understood. Jigu. Moscow opened his mechanical mouth and laughed strangely. You only know it now? Mulu smiled lightly, with a playful smile on his face. You are really good at pretending. Saitara was stunned. I'm afraid no one in the other universe's god of destruction knows this. It's not my disguise. Mulu's face was gloomy. This is my last trump card. Saitara was stunned and raised his eyebrows. He is my brother, who died young, but I kept his body and integrated it with Moscow. Mulu snorted coldly. It can be said that he will choose to sleep most of the time. Once my life is in danger, he will automatically be activated and assist me. Saitara did not say anything. It is worth mentioning that every time he wakes up, his power will be consumed. Mulu's voice became lower and lower. He has been awakened once last time, this is the second time, and he can be awakened 3 times in total. After 3 times, my brother will be completely. Mulu did not say the rest of the words, but the meaning of the words was already very clear. Mulu, you are really good at hiding. Saitara's face changed color slightly. Because just a few times ago, Moscow suddenly attacked, Saitara could already keenly feel that the guy's real strength might have surpassed his own. If Saitara's level is 51, the level of Moscow who was controlled by Muru before is 50. So, now, Moscow has opened his own consciousness, and his level has reached 52. A level higher than Saitara. Saitara can feel the powerful strength of Moscow. Saitara never thought that this guy would hide so deeply. Saitara, who has always prided himself on his intelligence and wisdom, suddenly felt like a clown. Being played by Muru in the palm of his hand. Saitara, things have happened, escaping is not a solution, I let you kill him with your own hands. Muru suddenly spoke. While speaking, Muru also quickly appeared beside Moscow to prevent him from being attacked. Pop! The hatch on Moscow's belly opened automatically. Mulu jumped lightly and jumped into Moscow's body. Click! The hatch on Moscow's abdomen closed. Boom! Layers of purple-red flames quickly spread all over Moscow's body. Moscow's body was flashing purple-red light, raising his destructive energy to the extreme. After sensing Moscow's powerful energy, Saitara's face became even uglier. If Moscow's level was 52 just now, then after entering his body, Muru actually raised another level to 53. This level of destruction is the strongest destruction god except Beerus and Quitra. Saitara is only 51. Saitara, I asked you to kill him. Moscow's voice came out of his mouth. Jigu. Another voice also emanated from Moscow's mouth. Don't think about staying out of it. You are a smart person. You should know that the 2 of us have provoked the 2 angels today. Muru said coldly, I won't make things difficult for you. Angels are not allowed to kill people. I heard that killing people will disappear. So, you have nothing to be afraid of. Saitara was silent. Even if you kill them, the 2 angels will never do anything to you. Myolo snorted and sneered. Jigu. Moscow waved his fist and threatened. The voices of both of them came from the same mouth, which looked a bit weird. I don't know which universe they are now swept into. If they want to return here, even if they are lucky, it will take several hours. Myolo laughed contemptuously and added, if you are unlucky, it may take several days to return to this place. Saitara said nothing, and his expression became a little solemn. Saitara was thinking about a very complicated problem. If I kill Broly and Majin Buu myself, I will offend the 2 angels to death. Saitara, what are you still hesitating about now? Myolo smiled coldly, you have already offended them, do you think they will let you go? You have to understand that it was you who stopped Buu and Broly. If it weren't for you, they would have escaped long ago. Maybe I can't catch up with them. Saitara's face was extremely ugly. I didn't expect to be fooled by this guy. I really underestimated him. Kill them. The two of us are the gods of destruction on the same ship. My-Olo's voice became colder and colder. Jigu. Moscow also shook his fist. My-Olo, you'd better not force me. I don't like to obey the orders of other gods of destruction. Saidara smiled lightly. You have to understand one thing, although you are very strong now. But what if I join forces with him? Try it. My-Olo was not afraid at all. You should know the gap between us. Shua. As soon as the voice fell, Moscow disappeared from the spot in an instant. In just a blink of an eye, Moscow quickly appeared behind Saidara. Saidara's face turned pale instantly, and he turned his head mechanically. How is it? You can't react to a little bit of real action, right? Mulo's voice sounded again. Do you really think that you two can defeat me together? Saidara was silent, and cold sweat slid down his face. Anyway, killing one destroyer god is killing, and killing two destroyer gods is also killing. Mulo kept sneering. It's been a long time since a destroyer god died. Saidara, do you want to be the first destroyer god to be killed? Mulo, how do I treat you usually? Why do you want to drag me into the water? Saidara gritted his teeth and said hatefully. Humph, you usually treat me as an idiot, do you think I can't see it? Mulo smiled contemptuously. Don't treat people as fools, no one in this world is a fool, I just don't want to expose you. Saidara was silent again. I don't have time to chat with you here. Either you kill them both, or I will kill you both. My-Olo kept sneering, and murderous intent emerged in his eyes. I know. Saidara took a deep breath and flew towards Broly, getting closer and closer to Broly. The next moment, Saidara stretched out his hand and aimed at Broly's body. Broly looked seriously injured at this time and seemed unable to fight again. Even if he could still fight, it would be difficult to resist for long. Moscow's sneak attack just now gave Majin Buu a heavy blow, causing Majin Buu to faint immediately. So Broly took over this body again. But when Broly connected with this body, he felt how badly he was injured. Goodbye, two trainee gods of destruction, this is your fate. Don't blame others. Saidara snorted, and the purple-red energy in his hand condensed. Swoosh! Saidara ejected a stream of destructive energy, which covered Broly's body. Boom! A dark green flame suddenly burst out from Broly's body, instantly increasing his energy to the extreme. Bang! Broly suddenly slapped over, and instantly slapped away the destructive energy released by Saidara. What? Saidara's face was moved, and he looked at Broly with some surprise. Ah! When he looked again, Broly's hands were a huge dark green energy was condensed. The dark green energy grew larger and larger the moment it appeared. In just a blink of an eye, the dark green energy expanded to a diameter of 1,000 meters. Broly waved his hand vigorously and threw the dark green energy in his hand towards Saidara. After doing all this, Broly turned into a dark green stream of light and fled rapidly into the distance. While Broly was fleeing, he immediately took out a senzu bean and stuffed it into his mouth, and quickly ate it. In fact, just now, when Broly took over this body, he had already quietly eaten a senzu bean. Therefore, taking advantage of the moment when Saidara released the destructive energy, Broly suddenly launched a fierce attack and caught the opponent off guard. However, Broly knew clearly that he could not be the opponent of the two of them, so he had to choose to escape from here first. Destruction! Saidara pushed his big hand forward, and the destructive energy in his hand flashed. The destructive energy hit the dark green energy, quickly destroying Broly's energy bomb. This guy has recovered again. Saidara's face was heavy. It seems that he has a lot of those strange beans on his body. My-Olo said in a deep voice. Jigu! Moscow's head flashed with light. Chase! My-Olo shouted. Chase! Saidara nodded solemnly, and purple-red flames burst out of his body. Swish! The next moment, Saidara whistled in another direction without hesitation. Myolo's face changed slightly. Saidara! Myolo shouted angrily. Myolo, I won't do that kind of thing with you. Saidara snorted, left a word, and flew faster. In fact, Saidara didn't want to destroy Broly and Majin Buu. Saidara just wanted to watch the fun from the side. Saidara had already decided that if Myule and Broly fought to the death, when Myule was ready to strike, he would help and save Broly and Majin Buu from him. Saidara believed that he still had the ability to do so. When the time came, he would tell Broly and Majin Buu that the reason I did this was to train you too well. As trainee gods of destruction, you should feel honored to have the veteran gods of destruction help you improve your strength. Of course, if they didn't appreciate it, at most I would apologize to them and show my sincerity. Saidara believed that he could still control the overall situation. After all, Saidara knew clearly that Moscow was not as strong as himself. However, Saidara never thought that Myule actually hid his strength. This is bad. Saidara didn't want to kill the two angel trainee gods of destruction with his own hands. They and the gods of destruction should still be in the honeymoon period, right? If I destroy them now, the two angels will be anxious. Especially that Mirth, who is the son of the high priest. It's okay to offend Luotian, the human angel. I absolutely dare not offend the son of the high priest. So Saidara thought about it carefully and decided to run away. After flying far away, Saidara looked back and found that Myolo had not caught up with him, so he put down the heavy stone in his heart for the time being. No. I will be killed by this guy. If Broly and Buu are really killed by him, this matter will not be separated from me. Thinking of this, Saidara no longer hesitated and immediately contacted the angel Mojito of the 9th universe. I'm afraid that Saidara's matter this time is a bit troublesome. Mojito sighed. Mojito, have you been watching all the time? Saidara was stunned. I will not miss such a big event in our universe. Mojito did not deny, it has exceeded Saidara's expectations, right? Chapter 134 Time Cycle. I didn't expect it to be like this. Damn it. Saidara's face changed again and again. Mojito, tell me how to make up for it. I really just wanted to help Broly and Buu gain experience at that time. I didn't want to kill them. And I know that they will never admit that they have anything to do with the death of Muse. No one will be stupid enough to say it. Those two guys can become trainee gods of destruction. Although their minds are not mature enough, they are definitely not fools. Mojito listened patiently, but he didn't say a word. Mojito, tell me quickly, how to solve this matter. Saidara had a headache. Let's find Luotian and Mers first. Mojito pondered, if you find them, ask Lord Kaishin to pick them up, and then ask Lord Kaishin to take them to Mr. Broly, maybe we can get the best remedy. Hurry up and find out where they were sent to? Saidara urged. Looking. Mojito replied. Miura looked at Saidara, then at Broly who had already flown away, with endless coldness in his eyes. Miura really wanted to chase Saidara, but at that time he could no longer effectively chase Broly. The next moment, Miura no longer hesitated and immediately chased in the direction of Broly. Mosco's speed was too fast, leaving a purple-red light in the starry sky, increasing his own speed to the extreme. Broly flew and found a large meteorite belt in front of him. Broly immediately hid his breath, hid in a meteorite, and hid his body. Moscow quickly caught up to the location of the meteorite belt. Looking at the meteorites in front of him, a scornful smile appeared on his face. What? Do you think I can't find you just because you hide your breath? Myolo's voice was teasing. Jigujigu. Moscow's voice followed. Hide your breath, it's really hard for me to find you. Myolo looked at one of the meteorites from a distance, but don't forget, Moscow is a god of destruction and a super-intelligent robot. Even the simplest infrared technology can find your exact location. As he said that, Moscow slowly raised his hand. Swoosh! Purple-red energy instantly ejected from his hand and attacked Broly's hiding place. Broly's face changed again and again, and a sense of crisis of death instantly spread throughout his body. At this critical moment, Broly quickly jumped to the side and dodged the attack of destructive energy. Shua! Moscow rushed forward and hit Broly's chest with a heavy punch. Puff! Blood gushed out of Broly's mouth. Originally, the fusion of Broly and Majin Buu had already raised the level to about 50.5, slightly higher than the previous Moscow. But now Moscow used his killer move, and his own strength soared to a height of 53. In addition, in these few battles, although Broly was reborn on the verge of death, it seemed that he had reached his limit, and the multiple after rebirth was not very high. Snap! Moscow's mechanical big hand grabbed Broly's head. Beep! Moscow's eyes scanned Broly's body up and down. Puff! Moscow's other hand swung forward vigorously and inserted directly into Broly's chest. Ah! Broly screamed. Pa! Moscow's mechanical hand groped in Broly's body and took out the remaining 5 senzu beans. Is this kind of bean that can restore your strength and energy? Mayul sneered. Jigu! Moscow stuffed the bean into his mouth. Suddenly, the senzu beans fell from Moscow's mouth and rolled into Mayul's hands. Mayul caught the senzu beans, picked up one of them and stuffed it into his mouth, bit it and swallowed it. In just a moment, Mayul's injuries were completely healed, and his energy reached its peak. What a magical bean! Mayul looked down at the thing that had been cut off before, and found that it had grown completely. Bang! Broly gritted his teeth, immediately restored his body through regeneration, and punched Moscow in the chest. Moscow's body trembled slightly, but he was not hurt at all. Still want to resist? With your little energy, can you defeat this god of destruction? Mayolo laughed even colder. Jigu! Moscow said. Tell me. Did you kill my son? Mayolo shouted, and let go of Broly's head and grabbed his collar. Puh! Broly spat a mouthful of bloody saliva at Moscow. Sizzle! However, the saliva was evaporated by the energy in Moscow before it approached Moscow's body. Do you really think it's a fight between children? And you're playing spitting? Mayolo sneered and punched Broly in the nose. Suddenly, Broly's nose was deeply sunken, and several teeth were knocked out. What? Can't you regenerate? Why don't you continue to regenerate for me? Mayolo's face was even more playful. Broly's recovery was already very slow. Although Broly now has the power of Majin Buu, he was really injured too badly. Tell me, did you kill my son? Mayolo's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Broly didn't speak, and struggled desperately. Since you don't say it, I have to destroy you. This armor is the best evidence. Mayolo said, no longer hesitating, stretched out his right hand, and put it on Broly's chest. Broly's face changed again and again, and he struggled harder. Destroy! The destructive energy in Moscow's hand flashed, and the purple-red light quickly covered Broly's body. Pop! In just a moment, Broly's body quickly disintegrated and collapsed. In less than 3 seconds, Broly disappeared like a soap bubble. When everything calmed down, a red armor appeared on the scene. The red armor was suspended in the starry sky, flashing a dim light, as if it had lost its vitality after the heavy blow just now. Pop! Moscow's belly hatch opened. Humph! Mayolo snorted coldly, flew out of Moscow's body, held the red armor in his hands, and looked at it carefully in front of his eyes. However, Mayolo could not recognize whether this armor was Luke's. Refined. I believe the High Priest will definitely do justice. Mulo said in a deep voice, even if I can't see it, can't the High Priest see the original form of this armor? Jigu. Moscow nodded and said. You are right, the High Priest can definitely see it. I am just avenging my son. I didn't do anything excessive to those 2 angels, I am still very reasonable. They killed my son first. Mulo said with gritted teeth, and then he looked up to the sky and sighed, "Son, I finally avenged you." Then, Mulo suddenly found a strange button on this red armor. What is it? Mulo was stunned and tried to press the button. Swish! In just a blink of an eye, the red armor shrank and deformed, turning into a watch. Mulo was stunned again, and couldn't help being surprised. What a strange change! Which universe's technology is this? It's really advanced. The armor can be condensed into a watch. Mulo picked up the watch and stuffed it into Moscow's body. Destroy! Moscow waved his hand again and destroyed the nearby meteorites completely. The whole universe seemed to be quiet in an instant. The sixth universe, the universe. Swish! In just a moment, Luo Tian and Mels were teleported to this area. Luo Tian and Mels were not injured. The next moment, Luo Tian and Mels looked at each other quickly. What was that just now? Luo Tian's face became gloomy. His energy is too strong, opening the universe channel and teleporting us to another universe. Mels frowned and immediately pointed at the scepter in the air. Snap! An invisible angel power hit the scepter in Luo Tian's hand. Luo Tian did not dare to be careless and quickly threw the scepter to Mels. Mels took the scepter and looked at it carefully, and replied, "We have been teleported to the sixth universe. How long does it take to fly there?" Luo Tian's face changed again and again. "From here to the ninth universe, at the speed of the two of us, it will take at least 2 days." Mels said in a low voice. "Contact Moscow immediately. Tell him to be honest." Luo Tian narrowed his eyes. Mels nodded solemnly and contacted Moscow through the scepter. "Moscow," Mels said in a heavy voice, "what do you want to do?" While speaking, an image was projected from the crystal ball of the scepter in Mel's hand, and the image quickly formed a picture. The people in the picture were Moscow and Myolu. "It's Mels, what's the matter?" Myolu looked at Mels with interest. "Where are Broly and Bu?" Mels asked hurriedly. "Well, I don't know them until we fight. We had a good fight, and then they said they were hungry and wanted to go back to you for dinner." Myolo laughed and said with some apology, "I'm really sorry. I just used a big move and accidentally rolled you into another universe. I hope you don't mind." Luo Tian squinted his eyes and looked at the area where Myolo was, and found that the starry sky was empty. Except for Moscow and Myolo, there was not even a meteorite around. Something's wrong. Luo Tian felt something was wrong. It was too quiet. And Luo Tian always felt a tug in his heart, with a bad premonition. "I'm really sorry, I was blinded by hatred before I thought Broly or Bu killed my son. Now I know it's a misunderstanding." Myolo's acting skills were amazing, and he even showed an apologetic look while speaking. "It's nothing, it's good that the misunderstanding is resolved." Myers shook his head, but didn't blame him. After all, Myers still felt a little guilty. "Originally, your son was killed by a few of us. I feel a little embarrassed when you say that." However, Myers was keenly aware that things were not as simple as he thought. "Bu and Broly are together, right? Are they ready to come back?" Myers asked. "Yes, they will be back soon. You don't have to worry. It's all misunderstandings, all misunderstandings." Meyer expressed deep apologies. "I'm really sorry, Myers, Luo Tian, I was too impulsive before. There is a saying, impulsive punishment. Yes, this is the punishment for impulsiveness. I will come to apologize in person someday. No, let's do this for now." After Myers finished speaking, he immediately ended the call. As an angel, Myers also felt that the situation was a little bit wrong, and it was definitely not as simple as he saw on the surface. "Myers, you also found that the situation was wrong, right?" Luo Tian saw it, frowned, raised his right hand slightly, and a ball of angel power immediately appeared in his hand. Myers nodded solemnly. "But if you want to say what's wrong, Myers can't tell. What's the problem? I just tried to contact Broly through the instrument, but failed. Luo Tian said in a deep voice, and waved the angel power in his hand, trying to show Broly's location. I'll contact Bu. Myers replied, and tried to contact Bu. Every angel has a special way to contact his own god of destruction. Mel soon found that he had lost contact with Majin Bu. I can't contact Bu either. Mel's frowned, and his uneasiness became stronger. Snap! Mel's waved the scepter in his hand lightly, and an angel power shot out from the crystal ball and immediately hit the angel power released by Luo Tian. Two different groups of angel power entangled with each other, and began to conduct a carpet search of the 9th universe, trying to find the whereabouts of Broly and Majin Bu. Time passed by minute. Luo Tian and Mel searched the entire 9th universe, but did not find Broly and Majin Bu. Could it be have they left the 9th universe and gone to another universe? Mels muttered. Mels, time goes round and round, when can you recover the longest? Luo Tian suddenly asked. Time cycle? Have you figured this out? Myers was slightly stunned, and quickly replied, my current level is not good enough, and I can only recover to 1 minute ago at most. Why do you suddenly ask this? Could it be that at the end, Myers' eyes flashed with brilliance, as if he realized something? Maybe Broly and Bu have been destroyed by him. Luo Tian said in a deep voice, he is deliberately delaying time. By the time we get there, a minute has already passed. Who said he destroyed Broly and Bu? Without evidence, he dare not do such a thing. Myers shook his head and said in a deep voice, but we can indeed use time cycle to see I can go back to 1 minute ago. First we have to go to where he was just now. Bardos. Luo Tian called Bardos immediately without any hesitation. At the same time, the picture of the angel power that Luo Tian had just released flashed, and Bardos's beautiful face emerged. Oh my, aren't you Luo Tian and Myers? Are you in the 6th universe? Bardos blinked her beautiful eyes and looked over here. Luo Tian looked at Bardos and found that she was eating. And now Bardos is, it seems to be, the earth. She is at Bulma's house. What a foodie! She ate and drank on the earth as soon as she was transferred to the earth. Besides, Bardos didn't seem to bring the elephant with her. Is she eating alone? Luo Tian even saw Bulma chatting with Bardos on the side. Luo Tian didn't have time to care about what Bardos was doing now, and hurriedly asked, contact the Kai King god of our universe, ask him to come to me and send me and Myers to the 9th universe. What happened? Bardos also found that Luo Tian's eyes were a little bit wrong. Broly and Bu may be in trouble. Luo Tian said in a deep voice. I'll be there right away. Bardos nodded, by the way, let Lord Kaishin take me there. Please wait for a moment. The call ended, and only about 10 seconds had passed. Swish! The 6th universe's Lord Kai Fuwa performed instant teleportation, and in an instant, he brought Bardos to Luo Tian and Myers. No more polite words, Lord Kaishin, send us to this place immediately, the 9th universe. Luo Tian said to Fuwa in an imperative tone. Bardos looked in that direction, and for a moment he couldn't figure out what it was. Okay. Fuwa was quite obedient and nodded in agreement. Kai. Fuwa performed instant teleportation again, and in an instant, he appeared near Moscow. Seeing that Luo Tian and Myers appeared in an instant, and even brought Bardos with him, and there was another Lord Kai at the scene, Myola silently calculated the time and smiled faintly at that time. Luo Tian, Myers, why are you back? Broly and Bu have already left. Myola hurriedly stepped forward and asked, have you contacted them? Myers, Bardos, can your 2 time cycles be accumulated? Luo Tian didn't have a chance to ask him again. I can, but Myers can't. Bardos smiled. Myers, yes, my level is not good enough, I can't accumulate. Myers nodded, but Sister Bardos can continue my time cycle and continue to go back to a maximum of 3 minutes ago. Yes, I can only go back to 3 minutes ago at most. It's already the limit. Bardos replied. You'd better not lie to me. Luo Tian looked at Myola coldly. What are you talking about? Aren't these Bardos and King Kai from the 6th universe? Myola said calmly with a smile on his face, not afraid at all. I know, you don't believe me and plan to use the cycle of time, right? You can do whatever you want, I will fully cooperate. After that, Myola calmly entered Moscow's body. Moscow shook his arms and beat his chest, making a sound of metal collision. Bardos said nothing and took a deep look at Moscow, as if he could see through his essence. I'll go first. Myers took a deep breath and waved the scepter in his hand. Spoiler, tomorrow's protagonist finally grew up and transformed into a real angel. Broly stimulated his potential energy and gained a new transformation. Please vote for a monthly ticket. 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 Chapter 135 The Transformation of Angels. However, just when Melz was about to perform the time and space reincarnation, the scepter in his hand suddenly vibrated. Melz was stunned and looked at the scepter. It's Mojito. Melz frowned, knowing that the other party was the angel Mojito from the 9th universe. Why did you contact me at this critical moment? Melz hesitated for a moment, but immediately answered the call from Mojito. Melz, please wait a moment, Lord Sidera has something to say to you, let me help convey it. Mojito said to Melz. This Melz didn't know what to say for a while. No time. Luo Tian quickly stepped forward and said to Mojito, and then immediately interrupted the call. Melz gave Luo Tian a firm look, and did not feel that there was anything wrong with Luo Tian's behavior. Okay, I'm going to start. Melz raised the scepter high. The 9th universe, destroying the divine world. Mojito held the interrupted scepter and was suddenly a little amused. I actually let a human angel end the call. However, Mojito was not angry, and then he contacted Sidera through the scepter. What's the matter? Have you contacted Melz? Sidera asked nervously. I have contacted him, but he doesn't seem to plan to talk to Lord Sidera. Mojito answered helplessly. Sidera felt more and more that something was not going well. Lord Sidera, you should take care of yourself. I advised you a long time ago not to be too smart. Oftentimes, being too smart can backfire. Mojito sighed softly, since you have done something, you should atone for it. As for what kind of punishment you will receive, just wait patiently. After that, Mojito said no more and ended the call immediately. Hearing Mojito's words, Sidera's face turned green. At this moment, Sidera suddenly felt extremely regretful. This time it's really a big deal. Originally, I just wanted to play it as a game to add some fun to my career as a god of destruction. Am I going to get myself involved? Just as Sidera was thinking this, he suddenly felt his brain go blank, and his body flew backwards uncontrollably. Sidera looked confused. What happened? What's going on? I see. Are there angels using time reincarnation? Sidera's face changed again and again. In a distant place. Time cycle. Melz uttered 4 words slowly. Shua. In just a moment, the scepter in Melz's hand burst into brilliant angelic power. The next moment, Luo Tian keenly discovered that the space he was in was twisted and deformed. A huge invisible vortex appeared at the scene. Yes, it seemed that there was no shape, and only the angels could see it. Luo Tian glanced at the Kaishin Fuwa and found that he was scratching his head there, as if he had seen nothing. The same was true for Moscow. At the same time, Moscow's body in the vortex kept changing. At the same time, a series of pictures appeared in front of Luo Tian frame by frame, like a movie played in reverse. In the blink of an eye, Mel's reversed time and space through time cycle and went back to 1 minute ago. Where are Broly and Bu? A voice suddenly came from a distant place. Luo Tian keenly discovered that this voice came from a distant area. It was Mel's who spoke. But Myers was already at the scene. Of course, there couldn't be two Myers. However, the sound seemed to be radiated in the form of energy and spread here. When I looked again, Mulo had separated from Moscow and came out of his body. Well, I and the two of them are also acquainted with each other. We had a good fight, and then they said they were hungry and wanted to go back to you for dinner. Mulo laughed, with an apologetic look on his face and a playful smile on his lips. I'm really sorry. I just used a big move and accidentally rolled you into another universe. I hope you don't mind. This is the scene that appeared 1 minute ago. Myers immediately stepped aside. This is the limit of Myers. Let time go back to 1 minute ago. Bados didn't say much nonsense. He waved his slender hand like jade in the air, and the scepter drew a circle in the void. Shua! The crystal ball of the scepter flashed with more brilliant angelic power, and the angelic power continued to flow backwards along the time and space that Mel's had just formed. In just a moment, time and space were transformed again, and time quickly went backwards. The picture was played back again, all acting on Moscow. Finally, the picture froze 3 minutes ago. No, to be precise, it should be frozen 4 minutes ago. Bados can restore time to 3 minutes ago, and can also accumulate Mel's minute. That is, 4 minutes ago. Destroy! Moscow waved his hand forward, and purple-red energy emerged from his hand, destroying a large group of meteorites in front of him. After seeing the camera where Moscow was, Luo Tian frowned tightly. I didn't see Broly and Bu. Myers looked heavy. Maybe in the earlier time Bardos analyzed, it has exceeded the maximum time. Who else to help recover? Myers muttered in a low voice. It seems that except for the High Priest, other angels have no time to use the time cycle again. Bardos shook his head gently. At this time, the time has returned to 4 minutes ago, that is, the moment when Moscow just destroyed the nearby meteorites. Immediately afterwards, Mulo discovered Luo Tian and others who appeared nearby, and his face changed again and again. Why are they here? It is said that they will not appear without any signs. I remember the last time I saw Campbelli use the time cycle, it was like this. They must have used the time cycle to restore time to this point in time. That is to say, I should have met them in the next few minutes. Fortunately, I used up all the time before. Is this the time they can restore to the limit? Myolo's mind turned quickly and he reacted quickly. Moreover, because he was in Moscow's body, his expression was also difficult to capture. Luo Tian, what should I do? Myers was completely helpless. I'll try. Luo Tian took a deep breath. Myers was slightly stunned. Bardos raised his eyebrows, a little surprised. You try? What? Myers asked curiously. I'll try the time cycle. Luo Tian's expression became serious. The time has returned to 4 minutes ago, and Broly and Majin Bu have not been found yet. Luo Tian can be sure that they should still be waiting for him in the earlier time. When did you learn the time cycle? Myers asked in surprise. Seeing you use it, it seems not difficult to me, and it should be possible to use it. Luo Tian pondered. But even I can't superimpose the time cycle of Sister Bardos. Myers suddenly realized something, and was even more surprised after seeing this situation. Can you superimpose the time cycle? Myers, don't ask so many questions first, let Luo Tian try. Bardos scolded. Why are you talking so much at this time? Yes, Myers suddenly reacted and quickly closed his mouth. After Bardos finished speaking, without the slightest hesitation, he immediately threw the scepter in his hand to Luo Tian. Pa! Luo Tian took the scepter with one hand. Mulu, who was not far away, frowned and suddenly had a bad premonition. What does it mean? Do you still want to continue using the time cycle? It seems that from their conversation, it can be judged that Bardos and Myers have already used the time cycle. Luo Tian's human angel has not used it yet. Does he want to continue using it now? He is just a human angel. I don't believe you can use such a difficult skill. Luo Tian pointed the scepter in his hand at Moscow. Snap! Angel power emerged from the crystal ball on the top of the scepter and hit Moscow instantly. Moscow didn't even have time to react before he was hit. The next moment, the entire space and time twisted and deformed, presenting an invisible spiral. After seeing this scene, Mels felt endless shock again. It's really a cycle of time. Luo Tian really learned it. How did you learn such a difficult skill? Bardos was even a little surprised. Looking at Luo Tian's slightly childish face, he showed a thoughtful expression. Time went back 1 minute at a time. Soon, Luo Tian turned the time back to 1 minute ago. 1 minute ago. Pa! A familiar figure collapsed in front of Luo Tian and turned into nothingness. Luo Tian's pupil shrank, and he recognized at a glance that the person who was destroyed was the fusion of Broly and Majin Buu. Luo Tian's brows were tightly locked together. It was destroyed by him. Mels clenched his fists, and an angry look appeared on his face. This guy is so bold. He even dared to destroy Luo Tian and me, the god of destruction. Do you really think that our angels can't investigate it? This is bad. I'm afraid their souls have been destroyed. They can only be resurrected by Super Dragon Balls. Bardos shook his head and sighed slightly. The time cycle has reached its limit, right? Mels was in a complicated mood and his voice was low. Not yet. Luo Tian suddenly spoke. Mels looked in the direction of Luo Tian with some surprise. Not yet? At this moment, Mels didn't know whether to be happy or upset. Your angel power is not as pure as mine. Why does your time cycle still not to the limit? Mers was a little puzzled. Luo Tian ignored him, holding the scepter in his hand, and cast the time cycle again. Time went backwards one by one. About 30 seconds passed, Luo Tian's pupils shrank, and endless anger emerged in his eyes. Luo Tian saw with his own eyes that Moscow's hand suddenly inserted into Broly's chest and snatched the 5 senzu beans from Broly. Broly's expression was extremely painful. At this moment, Luo Tian's heart was clenched, and he was immediately grief-stricken. Broly must be very helpless at this time, right? I brought you out of the planet Vampa, from despair to light, and never thought that you would suffer such hardships. Moscow. Myers' face was also moved. Myers, keep your mentality, Bardos advised Myers. Myers took a deep breath. It's okay, Luo Tian. Bardos immediately called to Luo Tian, if we treat him now, Broly and Buu's bodies will recover immediately. Not enough. Luo Tian shook his head decisively. Bardos was slightly stunned. Mels was even more confused. Why is it not enough? Although I was also very angry at this time, at least Broly and Buu are still alive. As long as they are not destroyed, we can quickly restore them to life. I can't let my god of destruction have such a psychological shadow. Luo Tian's voice was low, and he slowly uttered 4 words, time cycle. As he said, Luo Tian waved the scepter and continued to perform time cycle. Luo Tian, don't perform time cycle anymore. Your body can't bear the backlash brought by time. Bardos exclaimed, and hurriedly stopped him. Luo Tian ignored it, and the angel power on his body quickly gathered on the scepter crystal ball in his hand. Time went backwards again. Pa! 6 minutes ago. Broly was easily defeated by Moscow, and Moscow grabbed his head with his mechanical hand, punching him non-stop. Broly was beaten to the point of vomiting blood. Mers was even more furious, shaking violently. Fortunately, Bardos patted Mers on the back, which calmed him down. Luo Tian narrowed his eyes, and the anger in his eyes became more intense. Suddenly, a flash of light flashed, and Luo Tian suddenly felt as if a layer of substance in his body was suddenly opened. What was the feeling? It was as if the Ren and Du meridians were opened, unlocking a new posture. The whole person suddenly became clear at this moment. Luo Tian suddenly found that it seemed that the cycle of time was working. It seemed that the end of the cycle of time was my starting point, right? At this moment, such a thought emerged in Luo Tian's mind. Continue. Luo Tian slowly uttered 2 words and used the cycle of time again. Let me see what the end of time is. Stop, Luo Tian. If you continue like this, you will disappear. Bardos exclaimed. Luo Tian said nothing and continued to perform the time cycle. Time went back again. Swish, swish, swish. This time, Luo Tian directly turned back time to 9 minutes ago. What does it mean? Putting aside the time reversal of Bardos and Myers, Luo Tian turned back time for 5 minutes. Myers was stunned. Why can you go back so long? Bardos also showed a look of astonishment and felt endless shock. King of the World's Fuhua showed a look of confusion. Why do I feel that I am awake and confused at the same time? What happened? After going back to this time, the scene changed again. Moscow and Broly were both reversing and disappeared. Obviously, both parties have not come to this area yet. A large area of meteorites had already emerged above the area where Luo Tian and others were. Luo Tian immediately looked in a certain direction and called out to Mels, "They are over there, let's go." As he said that, Luo Tian returned the scepter to Bardos and flew quickly in the direction where Broly and Moscow were. Luo Tian. Mels's face changed, and he hurriedly appeared beside Luo Tian. Are you crazy? Why do you want to push the time back to this time? There is no need at all. Could it be? Bardos also flew up immediately, and a hint of surprise flashed in her beautiful and smart eyes. You figured it out. Luo Tian smiled. Remember to help me perform it later, maybe it can make Broly have a new breakthrough. Okay, no problem. Bardos readily agreed, and couldn't help sighing, but this is probably a very long process. I didn't expect it to transform in this form. Luo Tian sighed. Sister Bardos, Luo Tian, what are you two talking about? Myers was a little confused, but he still caught the last 2 words Luo Tian said. Transformation. Transformation? Myers was stunned again, staring at Luo Tian without blinking. Then, Myers keenly discovered that Luo Tian's body seemed to have layers of fine cracks. Ya, what's wrong with you? Mels was shocked. It's okay. Luo Tian smiled. Mels, your body is cracked, and you still say it's okay. I'll treat you right away. Mels hurriedly took out the scepter and was about to treat Luo Tian. Snap! But Bardos stretched out her hand to block it. Sister Bardos, what do you mean? Mels was a little confused. No wonder the high priest said you have to practice well. Bardos took a deep breath and scolded unhappily, didn't you hear everything just now? What did you hear? Mels was anxious, if you don't treat it I am afraid Luo Tian will stupid. Bardos really wanted to punch Mels, didn't you say transformation just now? Transformation? It's transformation, transformation of what? Mels hasn't figured it out yet. Of course it's to transform into a real angel, what else can it be? Bardos sighed helplessly. Ah! 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 Myers was stunned, turned his head to look at Luo Tian, then looked at Bardos, and didn't react. This is not right. Didn't the high priest say that Luo Tian would need another 20 years to transform into a real angel? It's only been 4 or 5 days, isn't this too fast? I can't keep up with the pace. Really? Myers showed a look of surprise. It shouldn't be a big problem. Bardos nodded, help create a scene of Luo Tian's death later, and make sure to show some pain, maybe it can guide Broly's potential energy. Myers, a short silence. So, Luo Tianyu just used the time cycle to a large extent, is it for transformation and rebirth? Myers suddenly reacted. No. Luo Tian shook his head slowly. Oh my, to be precise, when Luo Tian used the cycle of time, he suddenly felt the opportunity to transform. It's not that he transformed specifically for the purpose of using the cycle of time. Bardos smiled and explained, I just don't know how long it will take to complete this transformation. Does it take a long time? Myers was stunned. I don't know. Bardos shook his head slowly. Remember to help me act well later. Whether Broly can achieve the latest transformation depends on you too. Luo Tian reminded, don't mess up. Got it. Myers didn't know whether he should be happy for Luo Tian for a while. He will transform into a real angel so soon. I must observe carefully. See how he transforms. Swoosh. The three of them left 3 streams of light as bright as stars in the starry sky, and whistled towards the direction of Broly and Moscow before. Fu Hua stayed where he was, with a confused look on his face, and had not yet reacted to what happened. You wait for me. Fu Hua shouted hurriedly, and quickly caught up with him through teleportation. Luo Tian and others were very fast, and they were already next to Moscow and Broly. And near the two, there was another god of destruction. He was the god of destruction Sidera of the 9th universe. Sidera was still confused and had no idea what was going on. It seemed that the time cycle just now had rewritten his memory, leaving him with only a few fragments of memory about the future. In addition, a huge rift appeared in the universe. The Great Rift stretched for tens of thousands of miles and split in the universe. Black lightning was wrapped around the rift, with a crackling sound. Now the time point just returned to the moment when Moscow suddenly acted on his own. And Broly's body was still controlled by Majin Buu. Majin Buu was also preparing to turn Myolo into chocolate. Moscow had already appeared behind Majin Buu and gave him a heavy blow. At the same time, Moscow waved his hand and created a huge cosmic rift on the spot. It was this cosmic rift that swallowed Luo Tian and Myers and transferred them to the 6th universe. However, since time has been reflowing, the same thing is naturally impossible to happen again. Snap! Vados waved his scepter, and the angelic power covered the rift and quickly repaired the cracks in the universe. In just a moment, the rift with black lightning was repaired by Vados' angelic power. The entire universe immediately returned to calm. Moscow and Myolo were both slightly stunned, turned their heads and looked in the direction of Vados, and were a little confused for a while. Vados? Why did she appear? When did she come here? Then, Moscow saw the Kaishin Fu Hua flying from a distance. Damn Kaishin, you meddlesome fellow! Myolo gritted his teeth, his face becoming uglier. What a pity! Just now, I almost teleport the trainee angels and human angels to another universe. This plan failed. And Bardos is here too. This is a bit difficult to handle. Hey, wait a minute, Myolo, why did Moscow suddenly move on his own? Sidera was surprised. Asked. Humph, there's no big reason, I'm in control. Myolo snorted, didn't tell the truth, and quickly flew to Moscow's side. Pop! The hatch on Moscow's abdomen opened immediately. Myolo got in calmly. At this moment, Myolo didn't know why, but the desire for revenge seemed to fade a lot. It was as if he had already taken revenge. Myolo scratched his head. Strange, what's going on? I feel a little confused. No. I can't let my son's revenge just go. My brother sensed my crisis and was activated on his own. I am now one with my eldest brother, and my strength has greatly improved. This matter can't just go. Broly. Luo Tian suddenly spoke. While speaking, Luo Tian waved his hand in the air, and an angel's power quickly acted on Majin Buu. Pa! In just a blink of an eye, Broly separated from Majin Buu. Majin Buu patted his fat belly and looked at Broly in confusion. How did he separate? Didn't I absorb him? You came just in time. I have something to ask you. Moscow spoke in human language. Moscow can talk? Sidera was stunned and looked at Moscow in surprise. You guys are really good at pretending. Broly. Luo Tian said, flying towards Broly. Luo Tian, right? I ask you. Moscow pointed at Luo Tian. Pa. Moscow's hand suddenly touched Luo Tian's body. Both Moscow and Myolo were slightly startled. Because, whether it was Myolo or Moscow, it felt like touching Luo Tian's body with their hands, just like touching a soap bubble. Very crisp. And it felt like he came up by himself. The next moment, a scene that shocked Moscow and Myolo happened. Pop! Luo Tian's body suddenly dissipated like a soap bubble. Moscow and Myolo were stunned at the time, showing a look of astonishment. Are you trying to scam me? Sidera was also completely dumbfounded, his pupils shrank sharply, and his face changed again and again. What happened to this human angel? Did Moscow stab him to death? It's impossible. Why is he so fragile? Broly's eyes widened, and he rushed up quickly, his face panicked, grabbing with both hands, trying to piece together the torn Luo Tian. However, no matter how hard Broly tried, he could not stop Luo Tian's trend of disintegration. Broly roared, his eyes full of grief and indignation. Broly, I'm not by your side in the future. Remember to eat well, sleep well, and practice well. Luo Tian smiled and spoke softly. Broly opened his mouth, his voice hoarse, staring at Luo Tian and his collapsing body with unbelievable eyes. Boom! With a loud bang, Luo Tian's body turned into a ball of blood mist and suddenly exploded. The exploded blood mist instantly turned into bright light spots one after another. Broly opened his mouth, his voice low, at a loss, and anxious. Mels, help me take care of Broly. Luo Tian's voice came out from these bright light spots. Hey, Luo Tian! Mels brewed his emotions for a while, and immediately flew up, crying loudly, tears streaming down his face. It's over, it's over. Bardos appeared beside Myers and whispered in his ear, You are an angel, you shouldn't have such big emotional fluctuations. I just want to act more realistically, Myers replied in a low voice, and quickly wiped his tears. Majin Buu was also dumbfounded, his triangular eyes widened, and he didn't react at all. Moscow and Myolo were completely stunned and felt a headache. At the same time, Moscow and Myolo were still wondering. How is it possible? I just touched him lightly, and he broke? Who can I go to for justice? You are obviously trying to scam me. Sidera was even more frightened and broke into a cold sweat. This human angel is a person favored by the high priest. But he was pierced by Moscow in one go? This is a disaster. What a tragedy. Will I be implicated too? What should I do? No, no. I always feel that something is wrong. Isn't this human angel very strong? How could he be scattered by Moscow's poke? Broly opened his mouth and let out a strange cry, his eyes full of grief. The bright light spots transformed by the blood mist of Luo Tian's incarnation soon dissipated in the universe, turning into stars and disappearing without a trace. Broly rushed forward and kept using his hands to pick at these stars. However, when Broly's hands collided with these stars, he got nothing. Broly held his head with both hands, his whole body trembling violently. The next moment, Broly seemed to have thought of something, and immediately turned his head and glared at Moscow. This is none of my business. Mula was inside Moscow's body, and waved his hands hurriedly, he broke himself. It has nothing to do with me. Broly gritted his teeth, tears flowing from his eyes. Something is wrong, it must be wrong. Mula panicked and said quickly, Think about it carefully, he is an angel, how could he be so fragile? It must be fake. These are all illusions. Broly suddenly reacted. Yes, how could Luo Tian be broken so easily? He is stronger than me. Broly was a little confused. Oh my lord Moscow, I can tell you for sure that what you saw just now was real, not an illusion. Bardos sighed. You are talking nonsense, he can't be so fragile. Mulu didn't believe it. Saitara didn't say anything, but was also analyzing the truth of this matter. Luo Tian is indeed not so fragile, but he used the time cycle to go back to 5 minutes ago, which is beyond his limit. Bardos sighed and shook his head gently, with the sadness in his eyes vividly expressed. Why did you use the time cycle? What happened after that? Saitara asked nervously. 2 big chapters today, a total of 16,000 words. Come and vote for 5 people, and I will post it immediately today. Chapter 136 Revenge. The legendary Super Saiyan 2. Lord Moscow destroyed Broly and Bu. Bardos answered truthfully. Ya, what did you say? Moscow shook his head and denied it quickly. He panicked at that time. Nothing is impossible. 2 didn't want to kill them. There must be something wrong. You used energy to shatter the universe and sent Luo Tian and me to other universes. By the time we contacted each other, you had already done this. Myers said angrily. Luo Tian and I had no choice but to use the time cycle. Luo Tian finally recovered to this time point and saved Broly. Broly's pupils shrank. Oh, if Lord Moscow didn't touch Luo Tian just now, maybe he could be rescued. Bardos shook his head with a look of regret. Ya, what did you say? Mulu's mouth twitched, and his body trembled more violently. Lord Moscow and Mr. Mulu should think about how to explain to the High Priest next. Bardos spread his hands, looking more helpless. You have to know that the High Priest is still waiting for Luo Tian to transform into a real angel. It can be said that because of you, the High Priest's plan has completely failed. This Mulu's face was extremely ugly, his body turned pale in an instant, and his legs kept shaking. Suddenly, Mulu felt a warm current passing under his buttocks. Mulu was scared to pee. Originally, Mulu had cut off his thing. At this time, because of the endless fear, even the god of destruction couldn't help but have some urinary incontinence. Mulu looked down and felt that his head was about to split. That's not right. He obviously bumped into him. Mulu defended himself weakly. Luo Tian, you rest in peace. Myers couldn't find the right words to continue acting. He said this palely, and then looked in the direction of Broly. I will take good care of Broly and train him to be a powerful god of destruction. Broly opened his mouth, his eyes empty, staring straight at the place where Luo Tian disappeared. After hearing Bardos's explanation just now, Broly understood. It turned out that the reason why Luo Tian was so fragile was that he used a more complicated trick. This kind of trick can easily make the body fragile. Broly's mind also immediately emerged with the bits and pieces of his time with Luo Tian. Broly, do you want to explore this universe with me? Broly, I will train you to be the strongest god of destruction in the universe. Broly, I will not be by your side in the future. Remember to eat well, sleep well, and practice well. Luo Tian's voice kept echoing in Broly's mind. Broly held his head, his expression became more and more sad. It was as if a stream of light passed through Broly's mind. Boom! A dark green light shot up from Broly's head and instantly rushed to the space of tens of thousands of meters. What happened? Saitara was stunned. Moscow also immediately turned his head to look in Broly's direction, and the light on his head kept flashing. Snap! The dark green light quickly spread all over Broly's body, and the light became more intense than before. Sizzle sizzle sizzle, the dark green lightning wrapped around Broly's body. Swish! The dark green light on Broly's head gradually fell and merged with his body. When he looked again, he saw that Broly's hair stood up even more, and dark green lightning wrapped around his body, but his eyes were bright and energetic. However, Broly's eyes were red, bloodshot, filled with endless grief and anger. Sure enough, Luo Tian is right. Myers lowered his voice and whispered to Bardos beside him, Broly has changed, he has exploded his potential energy. Yes, yes. Bardos nodded gently, you should really learn from Luo Tian. You have completely lost in the cultivation of the god of destruction. Myers was silent. Yes. He lost too thoroughly. That's not right. If it weren't for the excellent acting skills of me and Sister Bardos, Broly would not have been able to stimulate his potential energy, right? Myers argued. Bardos glanced at Myers and patted him on the shoulder gently. Myers, your heart is already in chaos, you need to adjust your mentality. Yes, Sister Bardos. Myers nodded vigorously, his expression regained firmness. In the cultivation of the King of the Worlds, I will definitely not lose to Luo Tian. That's right, this is my brother. Bardos smiled with satisfaction. But Luo Tian is like this, can he really disappear completely? Can he recover? Myers asked with some concern. Look carefully at the disappeared light spots, they are recondensing. Myers whispered, afraid that others would hear him. Myers took a closer look and found that the disappeared light spots were indeed recondensing. Broly said nothing and slowly flew to the opposite side of Moscow. What do you want to do? Mulu's voice came out from Moscow's mouth. Broly didn't say anything, just flat tone, and suddenly hit Moscow's chest with his head. Crack! Moscow's chest made a crisp sound, and cracks appeared. Such a scene shocked everyone present at the time. Majin Buu also widened his eyes and showed a look of astonishment. The most shocked person here was Saidara. Saidara felt that his head was about to explode. Then just hit Moscow with his head and cracks appeared? Saidara stuttered and trembled violently. Ajigu! Moscow let out a scream, feeling as if his bones were about to break. Muru in Moscow's body was almost knocked unconscious by Broly's head. Broly reached forward with his left hand and held the back of Moscow's head. Broly screamed again and hit Moscow's head hard with his forehead. Crack! Moscow's mechanical head once again showed cracks. Moscow felt dizzy and felt that he was not feeling well. Broly did not speak either, as if he could not speak because of grief, and hit Broly's chest hard again. 1, 2, 3. Moscow endured the severe pain and hit Broly's chest hard with a heavy blow. Bang! Moscow's punch hit Broly's chest on the spot. Puff! Broly didn't react much, and grabbed Moscow's arm with his little hand. Broly used his forehead to hit Moscow's arm hard. Crack! Cracks appeared on Moscow's arm. Moscow screamed in pain. Muru in Moscow's body felt dizzy and shook his head constantly, his face turned pale. This is too scary. Saidara was so scared that his face turned green, and he said tremblingly, this guy Broly's strength is infinitely close to that guy Quit Ella. If Broly's previous transformation was the legendary Super Saiyan, then his current transformation, let's call it the legendary Super Saiyan 2. Bardos said calmly. Mers, Sister Bardos, isn't this name too casual? Mels wiped the sweat silently. Let's give it a new name after Luo Tian recovers. Let's call it this way first. Bardos suggested in a low voice. Saidara glanced quickly in the direction of Mels and Bardos, and the more he looked, the more he felt something was wrong. I always feel something is wrong. You were very sad just now. Why are you so calm now? Seeing Saidara looking at him, Mels quickly brewed a tear and it slid down his face. Luo Tian, you are my best friend. Mers wiped his eyes. Saidara, you are not acting, are you? Angels can cry? I don't believe it. At least, I have never seen Mojito cry. Could it be that apprentice angels are different from formal angels and have such emotions? Saidara thought too much for a while. But thinking about it, Saidara focused his attention on Broly again. Broly didn't say anything, and he uttered again with a sound, and without any extra movements, he directly hit Moscow's arm with his head again. It was this arm that broke Luo Tian. The cracks on Moscow's arm continued to increase. Broly grabbed Moscow's mechanical arm again and pushed it hard against his knee. Crack! This time, Moscow's arm broke into 2 pieces, and his forearm fell off his body. Moscow let out a wail. Along with Moscow's scream, Broly howled again and hit the broken arm heavily with his forehead. Bang! There was only a muffled sound, and Moscow's broken arm was deformed by Broly's collision and broke into several pieces on the spot. Moscow was shocked. Saitara was scared pale. Is this guy a lunatic? Don't you have a headache? Bu's triangular eyes widened, unable to say anything. Fuwa, is it a bit redundant for a Kai to be here? King Kai Fuwa hesitated for a moment, then used instant movement to escape. Don't let the fight get too intense and affect me, I'm very fragile. Fuwa disappeared in an instant. Moscow was really scared. Miru in Moscow's body was so scared that his shit and urine flowed all over the seat. The next moment, Moscow endured the severe pain, waved his left hand forward, and released a ball of destructive energy. The destructive energy whistled in the direction of Broly. Broly opened his mouth and howled, and suddenly hit the flying destructive energy with his forehead. Bang! Accompanied by a muffled sound, the purple-red destructive energy was immediately knocked back by Broly's forehead. Swoosh! The purple-red destructive energy brushed past Moscow's body and hit a star in a distant area. In just a moment, the star collapsed like a soap bubble and turned into nothingness in an instant. This just using the head knocked my destructive energy away? Moscow looked back at the broken star in fear, and then turned around and ran without any hesitation. Broly did not chase him, but looked at the fleeing Moscow with red eyes. Hey, he ran away, Broly. Bu reminded him from the side. Broly glared at Bu fiercely. Bu was so scared that his whole body trembled, and cold sweat broke out on his body. He hurriedly said, I am your ally. Broly nodded, looking at Moscow who had already flown away, and dark green light and shadow bloomed on his body. Swoosh! Broly turned into a dark green stream of light like a cannonball and quickly chased after him. The speed was so fast that Saitara on the side widened his eyes and felt endless fear again. Shua! In just a few seconds, Broly had already caught up with Moscow. Broly opened his mouth and howled, and hit Moscow's back heavily with his head. Cracks appeared on Moscow's back. Broly didn't swing his fist, but kept hitting Moscow's body with his head. Mulu in Moscow's body almost fainted. Crazy, he's crazy. This is a lunatic. Mulu gritted his teeth and said hatefully. Jigu Moscow's whole body was torn apart by the pain. Run! Get out of here! Mulu hurriedly urged. Jigu. Moscow also wanted to leave, but his body was broken by the pain. Outside, Broly was still hitting Moscow's body heavily with his head. Moscow's body was like a damaged mecha, and even many parts had lost their color. Moscow dragged his heavy body, and from time to time he released a destructive energy to fight back. However, this level of attack could not cause any harm to Broly. Broly's voice had become hoarse, and he suddenly increased his strength, and suddenly hit Moscow's chest with his head. Crash! This time, Moscow's body could no longer withstand the invasion of the huge energy bomb. With a bang, Moscow's body fell apart on the spot, and the mechanical metal scattered into the universe. Mulu also fell out of Moscow's body, and was scared to death. Jigu. The sound spread from Moscow's head. Brother! Mulu's eyes were dull, and he flew over crying. Jigu! Jigu! The light on Moscow's head kept flashing. Wivuwa Mulu burst into tears. Broly calmly grabbed Moscow's head. Broly! Stop it! Mayul screamed heartbreakingly. Broly didn't care and hit his head violently. Crash! Moscow's head was torn into pieces and turned into metal blocks. Mayul's eyes were pale, and his pupils were full of bright red blood. Moscow, dead. The third universe, the Kaishan realm. Hey? Lord Kaishan, why is your body transparent? The Kaishan's followers looked at the Kaishan Eru in surprise. Hey? Eru was a little dazed, and immediately looked down, and found that his body was transparent. Minghua. What happened? Lord Kaishan. The attendant was surprised. I don't know either, I just went to the toilet and it was like this when I came back. Lord Kaishan was at a loss for words. Lord Kaishan, is there a possibility that Lord God of Destruction is dead? The attendant asked cautiously, didn't you say that you and Lord God of Destruction share the same life? You said that it's absolutely impossible. Shook his head decisively, how could Lord Moscow die? He is the God of Destruction. However, after L's voice fell, his body dissipated on the spot and soon disappeared without a trace. Lord Kaishan. The attendant was heartbroken. The ninth universe, the universe. Seeing Broly kill Moscow, Sidera was completely dumbfounded. Moscow, is he dead? Sidera said in a deep voice. It's the first time in tens of millions of years that a god of destruction has died in battle. Moreover, he was killed by an apprentice god of destruction. This is a really tragic death. Mels didn't say anything, and his mentality had calmed down. Vados also watched this scene calmly and didn't stop Broly. You killed Moscow. You killed my big brother. I'm not done with you. Muru was furious, rushed up quickly, and punched and kicked Broly with his fists. Broly's mouth corners slightly raised, and he simply didn't fight back, letting Muru's fist hit him, and even turned around gorgeously to let him knock on his back. At this moment, Broly felt so comfortable. Muru increased the intensity of his attack, punching and kicking Broly non-stop. A minute later. Huff, huff, huff. Muru was panting heavily, feeling exhausted. This bastard! Muru's eyes were full of hatred, staring at Broly, feeling powerless. Snap! Broly flew over calmly, grabbed Muru's right ankle with his left hand, and grabbed his other ankle with his right hand. Ya, what are you doing? What do you want to do? Muru suddenly had a bad feeling. Your son. Broly's voice was low. My son? What did you say? Speak clearly to me. Muru's pupils shrank sharply, and his eyes were full of bloodshot. You died like this. Broly's eyes were fierce, and he gradually increased his strength. Muru let out a heartbreaking cry. Broly did not tear him in half immediately, but tore him carefully, so that the other party could feel deeper pain. Muru's screams like a pig being slaughtered came one after another. Sidera was so scared that he trembled all over. He saw with his own eyes that Broly slowly tore Muru's body into two halves. Finally, the two halves of the body separated at the neck. Blood burst out in balls and floated in the starry sky. Broly seemed to enjoy this process, grinning more and more brilliantly. Mulu fainted from the pain at that time, and his vitality quickly collapsed. Broly grabbed Mulu's head and hit it with his forehead. Bang! Mulu's head broke like a watermelon. Mulu, dead! Boom! Broly waved his hands forward, and a huge ball of energy covered it. The diameter of the energy was at least several thousand meters, and it swallowed up the area where Mulu was at that time. The soul didn't have time to escape. Myers wiped his sweat. Has he seen the soul? Maybe he can't see it, but he can sense the approximate location. So even if such a huge energy is released, the soul can't escape. Bardos pondered. Myers looked at Broly, then at Majin Buu, who was in a daze over there, and suddenly had the urge to strangle him to death. They are both trainee gods of destruction. What I trained is a piece of shit. Look at Broly again, he has grown into a qualified god of destruction in just 1 year. Not only that, he also killed another god of destruction. Moscow died miserably. Myers had endless feelings in his heart. After Broly killed Myolo and Moscow, he suddenly turned his head and swept towards Sidera, with endless resentment in his eyes. Sidera's face changed again and again. I was careless. I should have escaped just now. What am I watching stupidly here? This is trouble. He stopped us. If it weren't for him, Luo Tian wouldn't disappear. Bu interjected. Hearing Majin Bu's light words, and seeing the murderous intent suddenly appearing in Broly's eyes, Sidera's mentality exploded. Sidera screamed, purple-red light flashed on his body, and he fled quickly. Swish! Broly quickly chased after him. The distance between the two sides was getting closer and closer. Broly used his head to hit the heavy impact hit Sidera's buttocks. Ah! Sidera screamed, feeling as if the director of the anorectal department was present at the scene, and the pain in the buttocks was unimaginable. Sidera's body also fell forward uncontrollably. But soon, Sidera quickly adjusted his body and waved his hand vigorously at Broly. Wait a minute. Broly. Listen to me. Sidera said loudly, fearing that he would be killed by Broly if he spoke too late. Broly slowly stopped and looked at Sidera with a cold face. The thing is, I don't mean to kill you, I just want to train you well and let you grow up as soon as possible. You see, now you have successfully grown up, you have become a qualified god of destruction. Sidera said to Broly, and the tone of his speech was presented at 4 times the speed. Broly did not speak, but just stared at Sidera coldly. I'm serious. I admit that it was wrong of me to stop you from leaving before, but everything is under my control. I will save you at the critical moment. Sidera raised his hand and said with confidence. Broly's eyes were full of contempt, and he opened his mouth calmly. You don't, please. Sidera immediately admitted his defeat. Boom! Broly opened his mouth, and a dark green flame suddenly spurted out of his mouth. The dark green flame with green lightning instantly penetrated Sidera's heart and went out from behind him. Sidera looked down at his body and his face turned pale instantly. Sidera's eyes were full of despair. He never thought that he would be killed by an intern god of destruction. The next moment, Sidera seemed to realize something, and quickly took out the communicator and quickly contacted the angel Mojito. Mojito, save me! Sidera cried heartbreakingly. Broly flew over leisurely, and his forehead hit the communicator directly. Bang! The communicator exploded on the spot. Sidera felt endless despair again, and at the same time felt that his vitality was spreading rapidly. Chocolate! Broly threw Sidera to Majin Bu like a dead dog. Majin Bu widened his eyes at that time, showing a look of surprise, feeling that happiness came too suddenly. Majin Bu nodded vigorously, and the tentacles on his head moved slightly, aiming at Sidera's body, and purple light flashed on the tentacles. Wait a minute, don't do this, I have better chocolate here. Sidera panicked, and his face turned pale instantly. Turn into chocolate. Purple light burst out on Majin Bu's head. Snap! The purple light instantly hit Sidera's body. In just a blink of an eye, Sidera's body quickly changed shape and turned into a human-shaped chocolate, floating in the starry sky. The main reason was that Sidera's heart had been pierced by Broly just now, and the energy in his body had dissipated, so he was unable to resist. Majin Bu clapped his hands excitedly, quickly stepped forward to pick up the chocolate, opened his mouth wide, and stuffed it into his mouth. Crunch! 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 Majin Bu bit the chocolate and ate it. Crunchy! Majin Bu patted his stomach and grinned foolishly. Buzz, however, at the moment when Majin Bu Kanon fell, purple-red light suddenly shot out from his arms and the pores on his head. Majin Bu widened his eyes and showed a look of surprise. Then, Majin Bu looked up at his hands and touched his face. Although there was no change in his body, his energy had increased by who knows how many times. Bu's strength has increased. He has reached the level of a god of destruction. Myers was slightly stunned. He didn't expect Bu to increase his strength in this way. According to the calculation method of the purity of angel power given by Luo Tian, his current strength is about 51, which is equivalent to the strength of Sidera. Bardos immediately gave an analysis. Not bad. Myers felt that happiness came too suddenly. Luo Tian's disappearance cultivated two outstanding gods of destruction at once. Great. Myers, your current strength is only 41, you have to be careful, with the character of Majin Bu, be careful to turn you into chocolate. Bardos lowered his voice and whispered to Myers. Myers shivered slightly and his face changed color. Broly was still easy to control. If Majin Bu suddenly increased to the strength of a god of destruction, it would be difficult to deal with. Myers felt a headache for a while. Broly didn't say anything and quickly flew towards the direction where Luo Tian disappeared. Majin Bu also flew to Broly's side. Broly's eyes lit up at that moment, and he suddenly found that the light points that Luo Tian had disappeared were gathering again. Countless light points gathered towards the center. However, the speed of gathering was too slow, so slow that Broly waited here for a minute before the light points gathered again. It just condensed into a sesame-sized light spot. However, the light spot was as dazzling as a star. He is recovering. Bu's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly went up to take a look. Bang! Broly slapped Bu away with a slap. Bu, don't move. If you move again, I'll beat you. Broly shouted coldly, and with a slight wave of his hand, a spherical protective shield was instantly condensed in this area. The diameter of the protective shield is 1000 meters. Step into the protective shield and die. Broly snorted coldly. Bu quickly returned to the edge of the protective shield. Broly stared at him intently, with murderous intent in his eyes. Hey, I'm in the same group with you. Have you forgotten that we fought side by side? Bu said with a dark face. Step into the protective shield and die. Broly's stubborn little face was full of stubbornness. Bu, I'm your teammate. Myers, Bardos, are we not allowed to go in either? Myers wiped his sweat. It seems so. Bardos nodded gently. I'll try. Myers flew towards the shield. Broly immediately turned his head and stared at Myers, with murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Myers landed on the edge of the shield, but did not step in after all. Bardos hesitated for a moment, followed and flew over, slowly flying into the shield. Broly's eyes kept flickering, and after seeing clearly that it was Bardos, the fierce eyes also became a little softer. You are Luo Tian's wife, you can go in. Broly did not do it after all. Bardos wiped his sweat. I am still Luo Tian's best friend. Myers shouted outside the shield, feeling that the word friend was so weightless. Can it recover? Broly pointed to the light points that were gathering. It shouldn't be a big problem, but it may take a long time. Bardos pondered. How long? Broly asked with red eyes. At the current recovery speed, at least 24 years. Bardos calculated, let him recover slowly here, there should be results after 24 years. I'll wait here. Broly said slowly. Do you want to wait here for 24 years? Bardos asked calmly. Broly nodded vigorously, and suddenly looked at Bardos with fiery eyes. Broly suddenly had a bad premonition. You are his wife, you stay. Broly said in an imperative tone. Today's 16,000 words, 1,000 more than usual, divided into 2 chapters. Miscalculation, the male protagonist is still not grown up today, there should be no problem tomorrow. Please vote. 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 Chapter 137 Omni King, erase those 2 universes. Oh my, I suddenly remembered that I haven't finished eating the food at Bulma's house. I'll come back after I finish eating. After saying this, Bardos flashed and quickly escaped from the protective shield. Luo Tian said that husband and wife are birds of the same forest, but they fly away when disaster strikes. Broly snorted, "You are not allowed to step into the protective shield in the future." Bardos was speechless for a while. Anyway, he will recover sooner or later. It doesn't matter whether you are here or not. He is condensing the essence of the universe and is about to transform into a real angel. Immune to all damage around. There is no big point for you to stay here. Bardos didn't explain so much to Broly. He patted his lips, yawned, and said to Myers, "Myers, I'm leaving first. I'm going to judging from the current situation, he wants to transform into a real angel, at least 24 years. The High Priest has agreed to test the King of the Worlds in 30 years. His transformation will take 24 years." Myers wiped his sweat. "Isn't this just right? You can train Mr. Jiren well in these 24 years. Bardos smiled slightly. "No, I can't cheat. I want to win him openly." Myers suddenly gained confidence. "I didn't care about anything, and Bu grew to the level of the god of destruction. It seems that the Bu I found is still a good choice. So what are you going to do? Do you want to stay and wait for him to recover?" Bardos asked. "I won't wait, this time is too long. I want to return to the Galactic Patrol headquarters and continue to be my Galactic Patrol." Myers thought about it carefully and made a decision. "I think so too. Let's go back to the Galactic Patrol headquarters to train as soon as possible." Bardos nodded. Perhaps after Luo Tian transforms into a real angel, the purity of angel power can reach at least 50. Only 50? Didn't he use a year to improve it to 30? Myers was stunned. "It's different. He used a mortal body to improve the purity of angel power to 30 before, and that's probably the limit. After all, a mortal body can't bear too much angel power." Bardos explained, "After he transforms into a real angel, he is likely to surpass you quickly. You should hurry up and train well." Myers smiled bitterly, suddenly felt a little stressed, and nodded solemnly. Then, Myers immediately turned his head to look at Majin Bu and said to him, "Let's go, Bu." Bu glanced at Myers, stopped going to see him. "Bu, what's wrong with you?" Myers asked curiously. "No, stay with him." Bu shook his head stubbornly and pointed at Broly. "Do you know how long 24 years is?" Myers said unhappily. "I want to accompany him. I won't leave." Bu shook his head vigorously. Myers says, "You have to think about it. There is nothing to eat here." Myers said, "This is space. Don't you want to eat delicious food? If you keep whining, I'll turn you into chocolate." Bu snorted. Myers' nose was sour and he almost cried. How did the god of destruction, who I cultivated with great difficulty, stand in Luo Tian's camp? Did I cultivate this for him? Pop! Myers raised his right hand slightly upward, and there was a communicator in his hand, which he threw to Majin Bu. Bang! Majin Bu didn't reach out to take it, and the communicator hit him in the face. "Myers, are you doing this on purpose?" Bu asked coldly. "This is a communicator. Feel free to find me if you want to come back." After Myers said this, he turned into a stream of light and quickly disappeared from the spot. Only Majin Bu and Broly were left at the scene. Majin Bu put away the communicator, looked at Broly in the protective shield, and slowly flew over there. When approaching the edge of the protective shield, Broly looked at him with a cold face and stared at him. Majin Bu stopped immediately, raised his head and whistled, pretending to be nothing. Broly ignored it. Majin Bu quietly put one foot into the protective shield. Swoosh! A dark green stream of light came quickly. In just a moment, Majin Bu's foot disappeared. Bu! Don't challenge my bottom line! Broly snorted coldly. Majin Bu rubbed his broken leg and immediately recovered through regeneration. He stared at Broly with some grievance. "We are in the same group. Don't treat me like this." Broly did not answer, but guarded the light spot condensed by Luo Tian, not leaving. The 9th universe, the Kaishan realm. After Kaishan lore came back, the voice, appearance and smile of the robot Zyoki appeared in his mind. What a godly robot, so realistic. I really hope that the god of destruction of the 3rd universe can make such a robot for me. Lore thought so, and suddenly felt that the beauty in his arms always had flaws. Either the eyes were not good looking, or the lips were not good looking. Compared with that robot Zyoki, they were far behind. Robot Zyoki was definitely a peerless beauty built according to the golden ratio. When will the god of destruction of the 3rd universe give me such a robot? Lord Kaishan, your body, the beauty in his arms cried out. Very strong, right? I'm a god. Lore smiled proudly. Why did your body become transparent? The beauty asked in surprise, is it because it's about to end? Lore looked down at his body and found that it was becoming transparent. Lore was a little confused. What's going on? A few seconds later, Lore became completely transparent and disappeared in an instant. Lord Kaishan, this joke is not funny at all. The beauty exclaimed, frightened. Universe 7, Beerus Planet. The prophecy fish is sleeping soundly. After seeing the state of the prophecy fish, Whis' expression also became a little solemn. When the prophecy fish blew a bubble and woke up, Whis stepped forward and asked, Prophecy fish, you have been dozing off recently. Something important should happen, right? Yes, I predict that the strongest god of destruction will be born soon, but it will not be Lord Beerus. The prophecy fish nodded. Who will be the strongest god of destruction? Weiss showed a thoughtful expression. There is another prophecy. The prophecy fish added. Tell me about it. Weiss responded. The new angel will be born soon and will become the greatest god in the universe. The prophecy fish sighed. Oh my, that's what you predicted last time. It came true so soon? Weiss looked up at the distant starry sky with a far-reaching gaze. Isn't this going to give the high priest a headache? I think so. The prophecy fish looked in the direction Weiss was looking at and simply said 2 words. The Temple of the Omni King. The high priest's eyes seemed to be able to penetrate any material and was observing the entire universe. There was no joy or sadness on his face, and he always had a faint smile on his face, as if everything was under his control. Hey, high priest, let's go over and play. The Omni King quickly ran up and greeted the high priest. Okay, Lord Omnipotent. The high priest nodded, turned around and looked back every few steps. The Omnipotent saw it and asked curiously, what happened? Luo Tian disappeared, the high priest replied. Luo Tian? That human angel? The Omnipotent asked. Yes. The high priest nodded. Why did he disappear? The king of all was a little puzzled. Was he killed by someone? No, he made himself disappear. The high priest replied. The king of all? He is transforming into a real angel. The high priest suddenly showed a strange smile. Oh? The king of all was a little surprised. Is he really about to become an angel? Yes. The high priest nodded again. The angel family will have a new member. I'll try to see if I can erase it. The king of all thought for a while and looked at his hands. The 2 guards were moved and their faces changed color. The high priest, Lord King of all, has learned to joke. The high priest quietly wiped his sweat. Hee hee. The king of all grinned. However, what's more troublesome now is the god of destruction and king of the 9th and 3rd universes have disappeared, and these 2 universes need to reselect new gods of destruction and king of the universes. The high priest sighed helplessly. Just erase them, it would be much easier. The king of all suggested. The high priest was silent. A short silence. Do you really want to erase these 2 universes? The high priest asked. Hey, how is the newly restored 18th universe? The king of all changed the subject. This is indeed a headache, the high priest sighed helplessly. It was not easy to find a human angel and an apprentice god of destruction. As a result, the human angel ran away and transformed. The apprentice god of destruction also guarded Luo Tian, never leaving his side. Linglong must have been very lonely in these 24 years, the high priest sighed. The 18th universe, on a jade-white planet. Linglong appeared on the planet, holding the scepter in her delicate hands, looking up at the sky, speechless for a moment. High priest, where is the apprentice angel you found for me? Just gone? In the next 20 years, do I have to recover here slowly by myself? Sure enough, the high priest is not very reliable. Otherwise, why would the high goddess leave him? According to the current situation, maybe the human angel has transformed into a real angel, but my 18th universe has not changed much. And this human angel only got a little bit of my angelic power. Then the question is, where did the rest of the angelic power come from? Did he really cultivate it himself? Linglong thought too much at once. Thinking like this, Linglong's body gradually dissipated, and turned into stars again, becoming a bright light point, and merged with this white planet. Linglong still couldn't maintain her body for a long time. A day can only last for 2 hours at most. Today's 2 hours have been used up. This is the most tormenting period of Linglong. The white planet is spotless and there is nothing. You can't see the starry sky when you look up, only endless nothingness. The 6th universe, Earth. The headquarters of the Universal Capsule Group. Bardos has returned to Bulma's home in an instant through the instant movement of the King of the World's Fuwa, and continues to eat and drink here heartlessly. Hey, Smuff, you're back so soon. Bulma looked at Bardos with her bright eyes. Yes, yes. Bardos was eating happily. Because in Bulma's opinion, Bardos was actually gone for only 2 or 3 minutes. About the time to go to the toilet. Did you go to the toilet? Bulma tilted her head, looked at Bardos, and asked, do you have to run out of the earth to go to the toilet? I don't need to go to the toilet, and I never go to the toilet. Bardos smiled. Can't you poop? Bulma asked in surprise. Bardos, that's true, but your question is a bit inelegant. It's amazing, fairies really can't poop. Bulma pouted, and kept sighing like a little adult. As she was talking, Dr. Briefs came over from the room on a bicycle. Hello Bardos, something very strange happened, can you help me analyze it? Brevet stopped the car, propped up one foot on the ground, adjusted his glasses, and showed a look of bewilderment. What's strange, please tell me, doctor. Bardos smiled. The thing is, for some reason, we have completely lost contact with our daughter Ties during this period. Dr. Briefs pushed his glasses and said strangely, by the way, Ties is traveling with the Galactic Patrol. You know the Galactic Patrol, right? I know, my brother is also training with the Galactic Patrol. Bardos nodded. That's great, can you contact your brother? Dr. Briefs was delighted and looked forward to it. The reason why the doctor can't contact Miss Ties is because you are not in the same universe now. Bardos explained. What does it mean to be not in the same universe? Dr. Briefs was slightly stunned, a little confused about the situation. Bulma also blinked her bright eyes and looked at Bardos without blinking. It's 2 different universes. Simply put, the universe we are in now is called the 6th universe, and the Earth was in the 7th universe before, but because for some special reasons, the Earths of the 2 universes have been swapped. Bardos explained. Dr. Brief's eyes widened, feeling endless shock. Bulma obviously understood, scratched her head, and was a little at a loss. The Earths of the 2 universes have been swapped. Is it the end of the world? Bulma suddenly realized something and was frightened. No. Bardos smiled and comforted. Where is Luo Tian? Why didn't he come back with you? Bulma asked again. I'm afraid Luo Tian won't be able to come back in a short time. Bardos looked up at the starry sky. What does it mean to not come back? Bulma asked curiously. In a short time, he may transform into a real angel. Bardos smiled and answered truthfully. Ah? Is he going to have blue skin? Bulma shuddered, it's so ugly I don't want it. I don't want Luo Tian to become a smurf. Bardos, are you polite? No, maybe it will keep its original appearance. Bardos replied. Luo Tian finally got what he wanted? Great, I'm really happy for him. Dr. Briefs adjusted his glasses and smiled. How long? Bulma asked again. More than 24 years. Bardos pondered. Ya, what did you say? 24 years. Bulma cried out, I will be a 30-year-old woman by then. I have lived for hundreds of millions of years. Bardos said calmly. Bulma didn't want to talk anymore. Ms. Bardos, how can I contact my daughter? Dr. Briefs wiped his sweat. You guys are taking the topic too far. Use this. Bardos took out a communicator and handed it to Dr. Briefs. When the time comes, let my brother prepare a communicator for Miss Tais, and you can contact each other. Thank you so much. Dr. Briefs thanked him quickly. No, I should thank you for your sumptuous food. Bardos smiled. 7th Universe, Galactic Patrol Headquarters. 2 days later, Mel's returned to his residence, and his angel costume turned into the Galactic Patrol's costume. Mel's opened the door and walked out of the room. Mears? When did you come back? A team member asked curiously. I just came back last night. Because it was too late, I didn't say hello to everyone. Mel smiled politely and asked, did anything major happen here during my absence? Other things are fine, but there is one very strange thing, and we haven't figured out what's going on yet. The team member scratched his head. What's the strange thing? Myers asked. It's strange, the Earth suddenly became a dead star, without any signs. And according to the detection, the planet may have died 300 years ago. The reason why the planet became a dead star is that humans used an outdated weapon called nuclear weapons. The team member explained, according to our understanding, the Earth destroyed all nuclear weapons through advanced technology more than 200 years ago. So this is also a rather strange thing. By the way, Miss Taisai's parents are still on Earth. Mers, it was because Luo Tian swapped the Earths of the two universes. That's why this happened. How can I explain this to them? Forget it, I'll just pretend I don't know. At this moment, Bardos also immediately contacted Mels through the scepter. Mers found a deserted place and established a call with Bardos. Bardos explained the matter of the communicator to Mels. Mers didn't object. Since Sister Bardos said so, then he would do it. Then, Mels found Taisai and gave her a communicator. Taisai immediately contacted her family through the communicator. After hearing the voices of her parents and sister, Taisai burst into tears. This can't we video chat? Tais turned her head to look at Mels and asked somewhat disappointedly. Mels shook his head. You have high requirements. Tais learned from her parents and sister that the Earth had changed to a new universe. This news was soon spread to the Galactic Patrol's General Command Center. The news that the Earth had changed to a new universe was also known to everyone on the Galactic Patrol side. But how can I go home? Can the spacecraft fly to the 6th universe? Taisai asked Mels. This I'm afraid it won't work. Mels shook his head slowly. Tais, the 9th universe, the universe. Broly did not eat or drink, but stayed by Luo Tian's side, protecting him from the wind and rain. Although there was no wind and rain in this starry sky, meteorites would pass by from time to time. It is even possible that stars would fly from distant areas. Broly destroyed everything that appeared in the protective shield to ensure that Luo Tian would not be harmed at all. Majin Buu he did not leave, but circled outside the protective shield. Time passed day by day. A year passed in a flash. After a year of hard work, Majin Buu was finally able to step into the protective shield. However, he could only stay 100 meters away from Luo Tian. If he got any closer, Broly would not let him. Broly could now survive without eating. Perhaps the battle a year ago had also brought about a qualitative change in his body. Hey, Broly, I'm hungry. Bu patted his stomach. I haven't eaten for a year. Go if you're hungry. Broly's expression was cold. Don't say that, I've been with you for a year, and you're driving me away now. Bu was so angry that he couldn't stop humming. The more you ask me to go, the less I'll go. Broly did not speak, but stared closely at Luo Tian, who was gathering light spots. After a year of accumulation, Luo Tian's body had condensed into a light spot the size of a baseball. The light spots were dazzling, brighter than before. If you look closely, you can see countless bright lights gathering around. These bright light spots passed through the protective shield released by Broly without any hindrance. It was as if Broly's protective shield had no effect on these light spots. The light spots gathered on Luo Tian's body and merged with his body. It's been a year and he's only this big. Bu sighed. Broly didn't say anything, his eyes were still fixed on the bright light spots. Then I'll take a nap. Bu fell asleep and lay down in the universe without any image. While sleeping, Bu's body accidentally slipped within 100 meters of Luo Tian. Bang! Broly waved his hand in the air and blew Majin Bu away. Majin Bu turned over, scratched his head and continued to sleep. The sixth universe, Earth. Blue Smurf, you promised me last time that you would connect the Earths of the two universes in a year. Bulma said to Bardos, who came to her house to eat and drink. Okay, since I promised you, it's time to fulfill it. Bardos sighed helplessly. It's really a shame. Then, Bardos embarked on the journey of finding the Super Dragon Balls. Fortunately, with the help of the Super Dragon Ball radar, Bardos can easily find the Super Dragon Balls in the 7th and 6th universes. The 7 Super Dragon Balls were soon gathered. Bardos summoned the Dragon of God and made a wish to establish a one-way channel between the Earths of the two universes. The wish came true. A huge vortex suddenly appeared above the Earth of the 7th universe. Entering this vortex, you can be teleported to the Earth of the 6th universe in an instant. But you can't come back. 2 days later, Jack drove the spaceship and took ties into the vortex. Swish! In just a moment, Jack's spaceship shuttled from the Earth of the 7th universe to the Earth of the 6th universe. Seeing the familiar planet, Thais felt as if she was in another world. After returning home smoothly, Thais finally saw her parents and sister. Day after day, year after year. Another 11 years passed in a flash. Earth time, 749 AI. On the rugged mountain road of Bayazai Mountain, a green jeep moved slowly. The car stopped. Bulma stepped out of the car with her long legs, took a breath, and took out the Dragon Ball radar to take a closer look. Bulma was wearing jeans, a short-sleeved t-shirt, a ponytail, and a curvy figure. It should be in this area, a little bit west, Bulma said to herself. Then, Bulma returned to the car. Humph, Luo Tian, you bastard, you said you would take me out to play, but now I'm 16 years old, and you haven't come back yet. Bulma pouted and was unhappy. This time I'm going to find the Dragon Ball and let the dragon teleport you back. The car started and drove up the mountain road. However, Bulma was still talking to herself in the car. Hateful Luo Tian! You don't keep your word. Bulma kept humming, do you really think I can't bring you back? The dragon can fulfill any wish. Have you forgotten me now? Are you really going to become an angel? As she spoke, Bulma couldn't help shivering. I don't want you to look like a Smurf. It's not good to have your skin turned into that color. Look at how white my skin is. The Smurfs haven't come to our house for a long time. Bulma sighed slightly. Is it because they have eaten enough of our food? I will definitely find you, Luo Tian. I want to collect Dragon Balls again. 10 minutes later, Bulma suddenly saw a strange big fish on the road ahead, and was startled at the time, and stepped on the brakes quickly. The car made a turn by brushing against the big fish, and Bulma was scared and broke into a cold sweat. Bulma soon noticed Sun Wukong dragging the big fish, and opened the sunroof and stuck her head out, shouting at Sun Wukong, "I'm scared to death, it's too dangerous, why are you walking in the middle of the road?" Sun Wukong was also startled, looking at the jeep, and thought a monster had appeared. "You monster, do you want to steal my big fish?" Sun Wukong was furious, and he got under the car and lifted it up with both hands. Bulma was stunned and pale with fear. "Go!" Sun Wukong waved his hands and threw the car far away. The car fell to the ground, making Bulma dizzy. Bulma immediately took out a pistol, stuck her head out, and pointed the gun at Sun Wukong's body. "A goblin came out of that monster," Sun Wukong said with some surprise, holding the Ruyi stick. Bang! Bulma opened fire without hesitation and shot Sun Wukong in the head. Sun Wukong screamed in pain. "What kind of magic is this? Are you scared now? I didn't bring the gun I made first, otherwise you would be dead." Bulma snorted, "But you are pretty stubborn, you were not killed by ordinary bullets. Look at the stick. I'll fight you." Sun Wukong raised the Ruyi stick. "Wait a minute." Bulma's eyes lit up, and suddenly she saw the tail behind Sun Wukong. "Your tail! Monster!" Sun Wukong shouted. "I'm not a monster, I'm a human," Bulma said unhappily, and walked out of the car. "A human? It feels different from me." Sun Wukong looked at Bulma thoughtfully. "Of course, I'm a girl." Bulma snorted, "You are a Saiyan, right?" "What?" Sun Wukong scratched his head. "Your tail is the best proof." Bulma pointed at Sun Wukong's tail. "Why you don't have a tail?" Sun Wukong noticed that Bulma didn't have a tail. "Do you know Luo Tian?" Bulma asked. "Who?" Sun Wukong scratched his head and showed a confused look on his face, and pointed to the car next to him. "What kind of monster is that? Did you catch it?" "Stupid, it's a car, not a monster," Bulma replied. "This is the car, I've heard of it." Sun Wukong jumped on the car and stepped on it a few times. "It looks good, but it's not very strong." Then, Sun Wukong jumped down and appeared in front of Bulma. "You don't know Luo Tian? Then are you a Saiyan?" Bulma asked again. "What is a Saiyan? Can I eat it?" Sun Wukong scratched his head. Bulma didn't want to talk anymore. "Are you from the city?" Sun Wukong looked at Bulma and asked. "Yes, I'm from Zidu." Bulma nodded. "You said you were a girl just now?" Sun Wukong looked up and down at Bulma again. "Have you never seen a girl?" Bulma asked back. "I haven't seen it. Since you are a girl, I will treat you to a big fish." Sun Wukong pointed to the big fish he had just caught. Bulma thought about it and decided to go with Sun Wukong to see. Maybe he can tell me where Luo Tian is. The annoying Smurf just said that Luo Tian needs 24 years to grow into a real angel. But he didn't tell me where he is. I will definitely find Luo Tian. It's only been 11 years. If it's really as the Smurf said, do I have to wait another 13 years to meet Luo Tian? By then I will be a 29-year-old old woman. Bulma followed Sun Wukong to a small house on the mountain. "Grandpa, look! A girl has come to our house." Sun Wukong grinned at the 4-star Dragon Ball on the table. "Just to explain, there will be only 2 chapters a day in the future, but the 15,000 words will remain unchanged. There will even be 1,000 more words. The reason why the number of chapters is reduced is because I am lazy, it is troublesome to divide the chapters, and the average subscription can increase faster." Chapter 138 Year, Transformation 138. Bulma was slightly stunned, and her eyes flashed at that time, and she hurried forward to take the Dragon Ball in her hand. "Don't touch my grandfather, this is my grandfather's relic." Sun Wukong was anxious. This is called Dragon Ball, how can it be your grandfather? Bulma rolled her eyes and took out the other 2 Dragon Balls from the small bag she carried with her. Sun Wukong was stunned, his eyes widened, and he looked stunned. You also have a grandfather, you have 2 grandfathers. This is a Dragon Ball, a total of 7, they can emit a faint light, and there are 1 to 7 stars inside the Dragon Ball. Bulma explained. My grandfather's one has 4 stars. Sun Wukong looked at it carefully. The 2 Dragon Balls next to me are what I found before and have kept at home. Bulma replied. The Dragon Balls? Sun Wukong asked innocently. Yes, it is not easy to find 7. Bulma nodded. Why do you want to find Dragon Balls? Sun Wukong asked, do you want to make them into rosary beads? No, when you gather all 7 Dragon Balls, a dragon will appear, and the dragon can fulfill any wish. Bulma explained in detail. About 11 years ago, a nasty person gathered all the Dragon Balls and gave another person the ability to survive in space. A nasty person? Sun Wukong was a little confused. It doesn't matter anymore. Bulma shook her head. Anyway, I have to start over now. Gather the 7 Dragon Balls together and realize my own wish. Sun Wukong nodded, not quite understanding. Give me your 4-star Dragon Ball. Bulma suggested. No, this is my grandfather's relic. Sun Wukong immediately held the 4-star Dragon Ball tightly in his hand, fearing that Bulma would snatch it away. I'll buy it with money, give you 10,000 yuan, you old hat, you haven't seen so much money, right? Bulma took out a 10,000 yuan coin and handed it to Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong took the coin and took a bite. Not delicious. Sun Wukong shook his head in disappointment. Bulma, forget it, why don't we go find the Dragon Balls together, just as an experience? Bulma suggested. Experience? Sun Wukong was stunned. You should be a Saiyan. Saiyans have to experience everywhere since they were young. What can you do in this mountain? Be careful not to be bullied by your tribe in the future. Bulma said with a smile. Although I don't understand what you are saying, I think we can go out for a walk. Sun Wukong nodded, but the ball should be on me. Okay, put it on you. Bulma did not object. Then, Bulma threw out a brand new universal capsule, which turned into a car. Bulma took Sun Wukong on the mountain trail. So fast, much faster than I run. Sun Wukong lay on the window seat, looking at the scenery that was constantly retreating backwards in surprise. Bulma did not speak. After walking for a while, the sky gradually darkened. It's dark, let's stay here tonight. Bulma stopped the car and got out of the car. Then I'll sleep in the wild tonight. Sun Wukong nodded. I'll give you a house, you live in it, and I'll live in another one. Bulma took out 2 universal capsules and threw them out. The capsules immediately turned into 2 houses. Bulma first took Sun Wukong to his house and taught him how to use bathing tools. Remember, I'm a girl, and there are differences between men and women. You can't sneak into my house. Do you understand? Bulma said seriously before leaving. Men and women are different, and boys can't easily enter a girl's room. Why should I sneak into your room? Sun Wukong scratched his head in confusion. Sun Wukong's learning ability is still very good. He easily learned to take a bath with shower gel. Bulma was also watching TV in her room and fell asleep soon. No words were spoken all night. The next day, Bulma and Sun Wukong set out again to find the Dragon Ball. Sun Wukong found the turtle and sent him to the beach. The turtle said that he wanted to repay Sun Wukong and asked them to wait for a while at the beach. Not long after, Master Roshi stood on the turtle and drove quickly from the sea. You saved the turtle. Master Roshi looked at Sun Wukong and asked. Grandpa, who are you? Sun Wukong was stunned. I am Master Roshi. Master Roshi replied, you saved the turtle, as a thank you, I will give you a gift. Gift? Sun Wukong was stunned again. Come on, Phoenix! Master Kame shouted loudly. However, nothing came. The Phoenix has died of food poisoning. Turtle wiped his sweat on the side. Really? I forgot about it. Master Kame nodded. The Phoenix will die? Bulma expressed deep contempt. Well, the reason why it is called the Phoenix is to make its life eternal. Master Kame held his chin and thought, then let's change it. Come on, somersault cloud. As soon as the voice fell, a group of golden clouds came quickly from the blue sky and landed beside Master Kame. Both Sun Wukong and Bulma were surprised. This is the somersault cloud. Give it to you. Master Kame smiled, thinking that showing off in front of a beautiful woman was a good choice. How to eat it? Sun Wukong asked. How can such a precious cloud be eaten? Master Turtle said seriously, sitting on the somersault cloud, you can fly wherever you want. Can you fly to the sky? Sun Wukong asked excitedly. Is it very exciting? Master Turtle said with a smile, but people with impure hearts can't sit on the somersault cloud, only people with pure hearts can sit on it. I'll show you. As he said that, Master Turtle jumped up and sat on the somersault cloud. Pa! Master Turtle fell from the somersault cloud and fell on his buttocks, almost spraining his old waist. Master Turtle, is your waist okay? The turtle asked with concern. At such an old age, you must protect your waist. Don't talk too much. My waist is fine. Master Kame scolded angrily. In front of such a beautiful and lovely girl, you said my waist is not good. You old turtle, do you believe I will stew you? Bulma laughed so hard that her body shook. Master Kame, what a shame. Let me try. Sun Wukong jumped lightly and jumped onto the somersault cloud. The somersault cloud soared straight up, and Sun Wukong rode the somersault cloud and turned several somersaults in the air. The next moment, Sun Wukong's somersault cloud fell from the sky and landed next to Bulma and Master Kame. Well, you are still good. Master Kame nodded. Grandpa, can you give me a gift too? Bulma looked at Sun Wukong's somersault cloud with a fiery face, and stepped forward to Master Kame. Hey? Master Kame was slightly startled, turned his head and asked the turtle, did this girl save you too? No. The turtle shook his head decisively. Didn't I give you salt water? Bulma said unhappily. But there is only one somersault cloud. I can give you something else, but there must be conditions. He. Master Kame's saliva was almost flowing down. Wait a minute, what is hanging around your neck? Let me see. Bulma's eyes suddenly lit up and she saw the dragon ball hanging around Master Kame's neck. Master Kame took off the dragon ball and handed it to Bulma. Bulma called Sun Wukong over again. Sun Wukong took the dragon ball and looked at it carefully. Well, it is indeed a dragon ball. Great, this is the fourth dragon ball we found. We are so lucky. Thank you. Bulma directly took the dragon ball for herself. I haven't agreed to you yet. Master Kame wiped his sweat. The conditions I said stop. You are not allowed to say anything more. Bulma snorted, took out 1 million and threw it directly to Master Kame. Master Kame? I don't want the money. Take this money and go to the city to find it. It won't be a problem to find 10, right? Bulma rolled her eyes. Master Kame's eyes flashed at that time. Why didn't I think of such a good idea? Let's go, Goku. Bulma took Son Goku and walked away. Master Kame was messy in the sea breeze. Isn't 1 million too little for you? That ball should be worth a lot of money, right? In the following process of looking for Dragon Ball, Bulma met Oolong and Yamcha. Although Yamcha fell in love with Bulma at first sight, Bulma didn't like him. As for Oolong, he didn't take advantage of Bulma. After the Dragon Balls were gathered, they were still snatched away by the Pilaf trio. The dragon appeared, and at the critical moment, Wulong made a wish first, and got a satisfying women's clothing. The 9th universe, the universe. At Luo Tian's location, the bright light ball was already as big as a basketball. Looking at the light ball that was increasing in size every day, Broly's face was full of expectations. Now 11 years have passed, and Broly has grown into an adult. Now Broly is at least 1.8 meters tall, and his childish face has been replaced by a mature face. Majin Buu is still the same, still chubby, and is active 100 meters away from the light ball. The days of waiting are very long. However, Broly has a firm determination, as if waiting for the return of the king. The 7th universe, the Kaishan realm. Lord Kaishan, have you found a problem? Jupiter suddenly said. What's the problem? King Kai was slightly stunned. Majin Buu seems to be missing, Jebet whispered. Missing? Isn't he always by the side of the Galactic Patrol? King Kai was a little confused. I remember he was always sleeping. But when I observed yesterday, I found that he was missing. Jebet's face changed slightly. Kai frowned and immediately looked in the direction of the Galactic Patrol headquarters, searching for Majin Buu's whereabouts. At this glance, King Kai's expression was moved, his brows were tightly locked together, and suddenly he had a bad premonition. Missing? Where will he go? I don't know. Should we ask that Galactic Patrolman Mel's? Jebet suggested. Go ask. More than 10 years have passed, and the entire universe is still peaceful. At least that Majin Buu didn't do anything excessive. But now he's gone, and I suddenly have a bad premonition. King Kai's voice was low. Kai. Kai immediately took Jebet to perform instant teleportation. The two of them appeared in Myers' room in just a moment. Myers was not in the room. After King Kai and Jebet arrived in the room, they searched through the boxes and cabinets in the room, looking for Majin Buu everywhere. Jebet even picked up a vase and looked inside. King Kai, Jebet, do you think he would hide in the vase? King Kai wiped his sweat. Can't he turn himself into smoke? Jebet replied confidently. You make a lot of sense. King Kai nodded thoughtfully. Just as the two were looking for Majin Buu everywhere, Myers pushed the door open from outside and walked in. It's Lord King Kai and Mr. Jebet, welcome, welcome. Myers smiled and greeted the two of them in a friendly manner. What are you looking for in my room? Myers. Where did you hide Majin Buu? King Kai pointed at Myers and shouted sternly. Hide? I didn't hide him. Majin Buu is now in the 9th universe. Myers told the truth. What did you say just now? I didn't hear clearly. What universe? King Kai was stunned, a little confused. We are currently in the 7th universe, Majin Buu has went to the 9th universe. Myers answered truthfully, he's with Broly. He's with Broly? King Kai was even more puzzled, didn't they fight each other to the point of being inseparable? Now they have become best friends. Myers replied. King Kai, Jebet, the two looked at each other, their faces extremely ugly. Majin Buu alone was already a headache. Now there is a legendary Super Saiyan. This is a rhythm that will take lives. Which universe did you say you were in? The 9th universe? We are in the 7th universe? King Kai tried to calm himself down and asked again. Yes, Lord King Kai. Myers nodded. Don't be ridiculous, there is only one universe. How come you say there are several universes? King Kai smiled lightly, not believing it. Myers didn't want to talk anymore. I got it right. You keep making up stories, keep making up stories. Kaishan snorted coldly, don't think I can't see through your thoughts. I am the greatest god in the universe, there is nothing I don't know. You'd better tell the truth, where did you hide Majin Buu? Jupiter also pointed at Myers and asked loudly. First of all, I want to confirm one thing, has Lord Kaishan never observed the universe? Myers asked seriously. I am Lord Kaishan, you said I haven't observed the universe, do you think it's possible? Lord Kaishan snorted coldly. Then has Lord Kaishan seen the edge of the universe? Myers asked again. Of course, the edge of the universe is a void. Lord Kaishan answered. Then what? Myers asked again. Then? There is no then. Lord Kaishan said. Did Lord Kaishan not observe deeper? There may be a new universe after passing through that void. Myers explained patiently. There will be a new universe after passing through that void? Stop fooling people. That's absolutely impossible. Kaishan didn't believe it. Don't change the subject. Tell me quickly. Where is Majin Buu? Otherwise, believe it or not, we will make your identity public. Then you won't be able to stay here at the Galactic Patrol headquarters. We were going to make your identity public more than a decade ago, but since you didn't mess around, we spared you. Jebbit pointed at Myers and shouted, so you'd better be honest and don't think we can't do anything to you. Tell us where Majin Buu is quickly, we need to know his whereabouts. Okay, I'll tell you. Myers sighed, showing a helpless look, and replied, Majin Buu has been resealed on Earth by me, you can go to Earth to find him. Sealed on Earth? Is it true or not? Kaishan was stunned. I'm not telling you, do you believe it? Myers replied weakly. I think your words are more credible, you know what's good for you. Shinkai nodded with satisfaction. The next moment, Shinkai and Jebbit immediately performed teleportation and disappeared in an instant. In just a blink of an eye, the two appeared on the desolate earth. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Mers used the scepter to create a seal similar to Majin Buu out of thin air and pointed at the seal. Swish! The seal of Majin Buu was quickly transmitted to the earth. When Shinkai and Jebbit arrived on the earth, they were stunned. Sir Shinkai, has this planet been ruined by Majin Buu? Jebbit looked around with a stunned look. Shinkai's face was even heavier, and he mourned for the dead humans for several seconds. However, after a short silence, Shinkai was a little puzzled. It doesn't feel like it has been ruined by Majin Buu. It seems that the modern weapons war between humans has caused the destruction of this planet. Kaioshin analyzed it carefully and gave the answer. Let's find the seal of Majin Buu first. Jebbit suggested. Kaioshin nodded, but he didn't say much about the death of mankind and the destruction of civilization. The two easily found a seal similar to Majin Buu in a conspicuous place on the earth. When they saw this seal, both Kaioshin and Jebbit's eyes were wet. Finally found you. The two hugged each other and wanted to dance to celebrate on this deserted planet. Mers should be unable to control Majin Buu, so he sealed him up again. Jebbit guessed. What you said makes sense. Kaioshin nodded, thinking that Jebbit was right. Lord Kaioshin, how are we going to deal with Buu's seal? Jebbit asked. What else can we do? Stay here, there's no one on the whole planet anyway. Kaioshin sensed it a little bit and found that there was no living creature on the entire planet, and he felt relieved immediately. On such a dead planet, Majin Buu will never cause any trouble again. Yes, this is indeed a good choice. Jebbit nodded vigorously. As long as we find the seal of Majin Buu, we will be relieved. Kaioshin's face was full of excitement. That's right. Jebbit nodded again. The two of them quickly left the earth through teleportation, and did not see the huge vortex floating in the sky 3,000 meters away. After returning to the Kaioshin realm, Kaioshin fell into Does Lord Kai have any questions? Asked Jebbit. That Merle said the end of the universe. Jebbit, what do you think? Asked the king of the world. He must be talking nonsense and deliberately changing the subject. Jebbit guessed, how could there be another universe? The end of the universe is nothingness. How about we observe it? Suggested the king of the world. Let's not observe it. Jebbit shook his head hurriedly. What if it's a trap set by Merles? Maybe we will be involved in that unknown world of destruction again. What you said makes sense. The king of the world agreed with Jebet. In short, it's a blessing in disguise that we can find the seal of Majin Buu now. Why can't this damn guy be killed? Jebet gnashed his teeth in hatred. The ninth universe, the universe. H-shu. Majin Buu suddenly sneezed and scratched his head in confusion. What's wrong? Broly glanced at Majin Buu. I feel someone is talking about me. Majin Buu muttered. It must be Mirth who misses you. Broly smiled slightly. Humph, I don't like him. Majin Buu shook his head, the person I like is you. Broly, the two of them stayed together and silently guarded Luo Tian. 1 day. 2 days. 1 month. 2 months. 1 year. 2 years. 3 years. Another 13 years passed in a flash. At Luo Tian's location, the bright light balls became more and more dense. Gradually, the shape of the light balls changed, and it had already taken on the initial shape of a human. After seeing this scene, Broly and Majin Buu looked at each other, and their eyes instantly turned red. Is he coming back? Buu was extremely excited. Broly nodded even more vigorously, his expression full of endless expectations. After waiting for 24 years, he finally waited for this day. Great! Buu clapped his hands excitedly. Broly was also staring at the human figure condensed by the light ball nervously. Swoosh! Just then, a purple-red light flashed in the distant starry sky, leaving a bright flame. Majin Buu was stunned, opened his mouth, and hurriedly pointed in that direction. Broly also saw the purple-red light. Broly and Majin Buu were both very familiar with the purple-red light. It's the god of destruction from another universe. Broly frowned slightly. Majin Buu nodded. I hope he won't be nosy. Broly immediately became alert and ordered Majin Buu, hide your breath first. Majin Buu has learned to hide his breath from Broly over the years, and he immediately hid his breath completely without any hesitation. Broly also concealed his aura, not wanting to make trouble at this critical moment. Because Luo Tian was about to recover. In a distant place, Quitera streaked a purple-red light in the starry sky and whistled towards the direction of the destroyer god realm. While flying, Quitera suddenly found that a starry sky in the distance was particularly dazzling. Quitera was slightly stunned and immediately glanced in that direction. At this glance, Quitera found that a dazzling light and shadow emerged in the starry sky. The light and shadow were condensing and had a preliminary human form. What is it? Is a new angel born? Quitera was a little dazed and rubbed his eyes. Then, Quitera took a closer look and suddenly noticed a pink fat man appearing nearby. This pink fat man seems to be someone who participated in the Destroyer God election contest more than 20 years ago. What is he doing here? In addition to this pink fat man, there is another person. I feel like I have seen that person somewhere, but I can't remember where. Let's go and take a look first. Swoosh! Quitera changed direction and flew towards the location of Broly and Majin Buu. In just a moment, Quitera appeared near Broly and Majin Buu, and slowly dispersed the purple-red light on his body. Is it Quitera? Majin Buu's face changed slightly. Broly also nodded solemnly. Both of them heard Luo Tian and Myers talk about this god of destruction named Quitera. It is said that he is the second most powerful god of destruction besides Beerus. Is that the essence of the universe? Quitera flew over here, getting closer and closer to the protective shield released by Broly. Soon, Quitera keenly discovered the protective shield released by Broly. What is this? Quitera snorted, you two made a protective shield, what are you doing here? As he spoke, Quitera poked the shield lightly with his finger. Snap! The entire shield trembled violently and could collapse at any time. Oh? It's pretty solid. Quitera was a little surprised. Don't move. Broly's face turned gloomy and he shouted. What? Is that an angel? Kitla snorted and looked at the bright spot with interest. Yes, don't enter the area of the shield. Broly tried to keep his tone calm, not wanting to make trouble at this critical moment. Do you know who you are talking to? Quitera narrowed his eyes, his face was a little cold. Most of the gods of destruction are basically arrogant. After all, in their eyes, they are the most powerful gods in their respective universes. Although the angels are powerful, they do not fight with the world. And the angels have a very fatal weakness. It is said that if they kill people without authorization or have the intention to kill people, they will disappear. This was said by the high priest at the banquet of the Lord of all Kings a long time ago. When these words came out, the faces of many angels present that day changed slightly. Many gods of destruction heard it carefully and had a better understanding of the angels. Deep understanding. Many gods of destruction are also discussing privately. No wonder the angels never participate in various battles. So there is such a saying. Therefore, it can be said that the gods of destruction can basically walk sideways in their own universe. Angels don't like to meddle in other people's business. In this boundless universe, no one is the opponent of the gods of destruction. The gods of destruction are the ceiling of mankind and can never be surpassed. Now, Quitla heard someone say such words to him, and he felt a little unhappy. Yes, I'm sorry if my words are not nice, I hope you can forgive me. Broly took a deep breath, gritted his teeth and said these words from his mouth, and stretched out his hand to stop the eager Majin Buu, and shook his head slowly at him. If I defeat him, I will be the second most powerful god of destruction. Majin Buu lowered his voice and said. Don't be nosy. Luo Tian is still recovering. Broly said coldly, his eyes were about to kill. I know, I won't hit him. Majin Buu replied sullenly. Oh? Are you apologizing to me? Speak louder, I didn't hear it. Quitla smiled softly. Sorry. Broly's expression froze, gritted his teeth, and raised his voice again. Maybe you should have seen my identity. Did the pink fat man tell you? Quitla smiled, the pink fat man, don't say you don't know me, I know you. You are the follower of the trainee angel Myers, right? Were you abandoned by Myers? You too met a new angel who is about to be born here, and you plan to follow him, right? Well, what you said makes sense. Buu nodded. You put a protective shield here, what will happen if I go in? Quitla said, and slowly flew into the protective shield. Broly hesitated for a moment, looked at Luo Tian who was still transforming, and finally did not make a move. Broly was afraid that he would hurt Luo Tian if he made a move at this time. After waiting for 24 years, he must not fail at this critical moment. Bear it. It must be said that Broly has matured a lot in these 24 years of waiting. He is no longer the kid who casually went up to tear people apart. I'm in. Quitla smiled, and then flew out immediately, I'm out again. Broly stared at Quitla. I'm in, I'm out again, what can you do to me? Quitla laughed, teasing Broly and Majin Buu as if teasing a fool. Broly and Majin Buu looked at each other. How about beat him? Majin Buu lowered his voice and whispered to Broly. Broly shook his head gently, thinking that it was not the right time yet. Even if he wanted to beat him, he had to wait until Luo Tian was completely stable. If they fought now, the powerful energy fluctuations would cause serious damage to Luo Tian, and the 24 years of waiting would be in vain. What? I came in again, and I went out again. What's the point of you making this protective shield useless? Quitla kept humming and sneered. Broly and Majin Buu stared at Quitla, fearing that he would mess around. What are you looking at? I found hatred in your eyes. Quitla smiled and swept across the faces of the two people, come over if you have the guts. I don't want to hit anyone. Please leave here. Broly said coldly, you'd better not irritate me. Just to clarify, there will be only 2 chapters a day in the future, but the 15,000 word count will remain unchanged. There will even be 1,000 more words. The reason why the number of chapters is reduced is because I am lazy. It is troublesome to divide the chapters, and the average subscription can increase faster. Preview: tomorrow I will officially transform into a true angel. Chapter 139: The Birth of a Silver White-Tailed Angel. Quitla has a strong desire to survive. Oh? It's better not to anger you? Who are you scaring? Quitla's face was more excited, and he asked with a smile, if I anger you, you will be angry, right? The god of destruction of the 9th universe, Sidera, the god of destruction of the 3rd universe, Moscow, and the human Mura who controls Moscow, and his son. Broly's expression was indifferent. Just as he was about to continue, he suddenly found that Luo Tian beside him was shining with a more dazzling light. Broly's eyes condensed, and he didn't care to say anything more, and immediately gave the rest of the words to take it back. What? What do you want to say? What about them? Quitla was slightly stunned. The light on Luo Tian's body became brighter and brighter. He had already completed the condensation of human form and was becoming solid. I'll tell you later. Broly's eyes were full of excitement, and his body shook more violently. That pink fat man, are you from the 7th universe? Quitla had no interest in Luo Tian. With a thought in his mind, he suddenly thought of something. Majin Bu made a face at him. Humph! Do you know that I hate people from the 7th universe the most? Quitla kept snorting. What Quitla said was right. What he hated the most was Beerus and Beerus' 7th universe. Also, in the God of Destruction election competition of the 18th universe, Quitla's contestant was eliminated by Frisia from the 7th universe. Majin Bu scratched his head and ignored him. I came in, I went out again, what can you do to me? Hit me, 2 idiots. Quitla snorted, jumping on the edge of the energy shield like a rubber band, and his mouth became more and more mean. At least for Quitla, how to play tricks on these 2 humans is his freedom. Broly and Majin Bu turned their heads and stared at this jumping clown, feeling a little helpless for a while. Broly wanted to go up and beat him. But at this critical moment, Broly didn't want to cause trouble. Majin Bu clenched his fists and wanted to turn this guy into chocolate. The chocolate of the god of destruction of Sidera that I ate last time tasted really good. Crunch! If I turn this guy into chocolate and eat it again, my strength should be better than Broly, right? Majin Bu was a little tempted for a while. I came in, I went out again, what can you do to me? Hit me, 2 idiots. Quitla continued to repeat what he just said. Broly, since he wants you to fight, it's such a good request, so help him realize it. Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded behind Broly and Majin Bu. Broly widened his eyes, pricked up his ears, and turned his head to look behind him. Majin Bu also turned his head and looked at the person who appeared behind him without blinking. The person who appeared behind Broly and Majin Bu was Luo Tian. Luo Tian had fully recovered, wearing a set of angel clothes, with a milky yellow halo hanging around his neck, a black angel scepter in his hand, and a height of about 1.8 meters. A mature face has replaced Luo Tian's once tender face, becoming more handsome than before. The most eye-catching thing is Luo Tian's short silver-white hair, which is particularly eye-catching in this starry sky. After 24 years, Luo Tian finally transformed into a real angel. Luo Tian Broly's eyes turned red, and tears almost flowed out of his eyes. After 24 years of long waiting, Luo Tian finally returned. Broly, you have grown up. Luo Tian stepped forward and patted Broly's shoulder. Broly burst into tears and nodded vigorously. Bu, you are still so fat. Luo Tian smiled and pinched Majin Bu's fat face. Bu, in these 24 years, Luo Tian can be said to have a clear understanding of what happened around him. Even Luo Tian has deep feelings about Broly and Majin Bu's sincere companionship. It was within Luo Tian's expectations that Broly could do this. But what Luo Tian didn't expect was that Majin Bu would actually follow Broly and wait patiently for 24 years here. Majin Buu is a foodie. He can endure loneliness after not eating for 24 years. Perhaps it was because of this touching moment that Luotian grew up faster. Luotian, you're back? Broly wiped his tears and grinned foolishly. Majin Buu scratched his head and laughed foolishly. Quitera floated on the edge of the shield, staring at Luotian with his mouse eyes wide open. Is there really a new angel born? Why do I feel like I've seen it somewhere before? Who is it? After 24 years of growth, Luotian and Broly's appearance has changed a lot. Although their hairstyles have not changed, their slightly chubby faces have grown completely and become handsome. Quitera didn't recognize them for a while. In addition, Luotian and others were talking here, but because of the energy transmission in the universe, the sound did not radiate outward. Quitera didn't hear it. Quitera looked at Luotian from a distance, looked at the newly born angel, and thought silently. I didn't expect that a new angel was born in the 9th universe. It's just that the skin color of this angel is quite strange. Aren't all angels blue-skinned? I didn't even react to your skin color changing to this. Luotian, have you become a real angel? Broly asked excitedly. Yes, I have. Luotian nodded. Tail. Broly looked at the tail behind Luotian. See, the tail behind Luotian has turned silver white. Tail? Katla was slightly stunned. What the hell, is this guy really an angel? This is the first time I've seen an angel with a tail. The color of the tail is pretty nice. Luotian smiled and let the tail swing behind him. Luotian then felt his body again and found that the blood vessels all over his body seemed to have disappeared, replaced by countless angel power light spots. Luotian was also a little speechless about this. Why is there an extra tail? Well, it doesn't matter. Maybe this is an evolution. Moreover, since the body is condensed by countless angel power light spots, that is to say, the body should be able to regenerate. As long as the light spots are condensed together again, the true body can be restored. In addition, Luotian transformed into a real angel this time, and the accompanying scepter also appeared. Luotian felt the scepter's ability to amplify angel power. It increased by about 50 times. Not bad, it has reached the multiple of a real angel. Before, Mel said that his scepter could only be magnified 30 times. It seems that Bardos can be magnified 50 times. The black gold scepter of the High Priest is the most powerful, which can be magnified 100 times. In addition, there is the silver white scepter that the High Priest took out, which can magnify the power of angels 80 times. Luotian slowly exhaled, and even spit out a bubble with a bright light spot. Luotian took the time to turn his head and glance in the direction of Ketra. Broly also immediately turned his head to look at Ketra, his eyes full of anger. Now that Luotian has recovered, Broly has nothing to worry about. The dark green light on Broly's body emerged outward. Luotian raised his hand and signaled Broly to be patient. Ketra frowned, and suddenly felt that Broly's energy seemed to have become much stronger. As for Broly's transformation, during the God of Destruction tournament, because Quitla's 4th universe was the first to be eliminated, he left the earliest, but he did not see Broly's super transformation, and did not know Broly's strength well enough. In addition, the gods of destruction rarely move around. Therefore, even if the gods of destruction of the 9th and 3rd universes have disappeared for 24 years, most of them do not know about it. After all, many gods of destruction can't even take care of the affairs of their own universes, so how can they have the time to take care of the universes of other gods of destruction? This time, Quitla was bored and heard that Sidera was playing in various ways all day long, so he wanted to have fun with him. As a god of destruction, the work is actually very boring. The main job of the god of destruction is to destroy some planets that have lost balance or have no function. Although for the god of destruction, this job can be completed with just a wave of the hand. But it is worth mentioning that the god of destruction has been doing this kind of work for hundreds of millions of years. Most of the gods of destruction are a little tired of it. To give a simple example, it is like you are a graphic designer, and your job is to design graphic advertisements. When facing the requirements of customers, such as adjusting the font size, although you can complete it by just moving the mouse, long-term work will make you feel like you want to kill the customer. The same is true for the god of destruction. They are usually too lazy to do things that can destroy a planet with a destructive energy. They wish someone would personally destroy the planet without having to do it themselves. Quitera was also bored for a while, so he left his own fourth universe and went out for a walk. As a result, as soon as he arrived at the ninth universe, he found Broly, Majin Buu and Luotian, who was transforming into a god. Quitera teased Broly and Majin Buu out of boredom. If Beerus doesn't come out, who dares to compete with Quitera? As the second strongest god of destruction, Quitera is still very confident. Hey, that trainee angel, come and pay homage to this god of destruction. Quitera greeted Luotian with a smile. Just a trainee angel. For the god of destruction, it was nothing special. And in Quitera's opinion, this trainee angel was born in the universe. He was not the son of the high priest. If he was the son of the high priest, Quitera felt that he had to give him face. But the other party was just a trainee angel who was transformed from the essence of the universe, so there was no need to give him face. After all, the strength of trainee angels was very ordinary, and they could not beat the god of destruction. Luotian looked at Quitera calmly, moved slightly, and disappeared from the spot. Where is he? Quitera was stunned for a moment. I was talking to you, why did you disappear without saying a word? But the speed of this trainee angel was quite fast. However, when Quitera was thinking this, he suddenly felt that something was wrong behind him. Quitera mechanically turned his head and looked behind him. At this glance, Quitera's face changed again and again, and he widened his eyes at that time, revealing a look of disbelief. When did you appear behind me? Quitera stuttered. Broly also raised his eyebrows and looked at Luotian in surprise and joy. Buu opened his mouth, and it became an O shape. My staff is not sharpened yet, so I'll start with you. Luotian said calmly, and waved the staff in his hand and smashed it towards Quitera. Quitera tried to dodge in a hurry. However, Luotian was faster. Bang! The staff hit Quitera's forehead at that time. Crack! With only a crisp sound, it seemed that Quitera's forehead had cracked bones. Looking at Quitera again, he didn't even have time to wail, his head tilted, and he immediately fainted. Luotian, Broly was stunned. Majin Buu's mouth opened wider, and an ostrich egg could be stuffed in. Did you hear the sound of bones cracking? Luotian looked up and asked Broly and Buu. Majin Buu and Broly nodded vigorously together. Just now, there was indeed a sound of bones cracking that came out in the form of energy. I'm afraid this is Quitera's way of saying that he can still save him. After all, this is space, and sound cannot be transmitted. But Quitera is transmitting energy, which shows that he has a strong desire to survive. So crisp? Luotian sighed, shook his head gently, and even felt a little disappointed. Crunchy. I want to eat him. Buu patted his stomach, excitedly leaned forward, smacking his lips. Broly instantly remembered the scene when Majin Buu ate Sidera. The chocolate was crunchy. Majin Buu was very happy eating it. No hurry, fight again. Luotian looked up at Majin Buu, then at Quitera, who had fainted, and immediately picked up the scepter in his hand and released the angel power through the crystal ball on the scepter. The angel power was transformed into healing power, which quickly covered Quitera's body. In just a moment, Quitera opened his eyes. Lord Quitera, are you okay? Luotian looked at Quitera with a smile. After seeing clearly that it was Luotian, Quitera was startled and quickly flashed away, instantly pulling away from Luotian. Damn it! Just now, you suddenly attacked me. Do you think you can defeat this god of destruction with your real strength? Quitera pointed his thumb at his nose. Then let's compete again this time. Luotian smiled, I'll give you 3 seconds to prepare. It won't take 3 seconds, 1 second is enough. Ketra said, and purple-red energy immediately emerged from his body. Boom! Ketra instantly raised the energy of the god of destruction, and his own strength was raised to the extreme. He showed a face of alertness and did not dare to be careless. Because Ketra clearly felt that this trainee angel seemed very strong. If I am not careful, I may lose to him. But I will not lose, I am the strongest god of destruction. I have been practicing hard these years, maybe I have surpassed that guy Beerus. Quitla took a fighting stance. Shua! Luo Tian flashed again and disappeared from the spot. In just a blink of an eye, Luo Tian appeared on top of Quitla's head. Yes, Luo Tian stood on Quitla's head. What? Quitla was stunned, and then he was furious. Who are you humiliating? Quitla clapped his hands and slapped Luo Tian's legs hard. Luo Tian knocked the scepter in his hand on Quitla's forehead and jumped up lightly. Kaka! Another crisp sound came out, and Quitla raised his hands high and stopped before slapping Luo Tian. Then, Quitla's head tilted and fainted again. Luo Tian, so weak? Luo Tian was disappointed. Broly showed a look of surprise. Majin Buu's mouth twitched, and he looked at the scepter in Luo Tian's hand with some horror. The stick looked so scary. The rat's head was cracked after just one hit. Then he sent out an energy sound, saying that he could rescue it. How desperate this guy must be. Pop! The scepter in Luo Tian's hand released healing light, which quickly covered Quitla's body. Quitla was rescued by Luo Tian again. The moment he woke up, his eyes kept turning. Boom! A purple-red light burst out from Quitla's body. Swoosh! Then, Quitla turned into a purple-red stream of light and fled quickly into the distance. Broly's body was covered with dark green light, and lightning was wrapped around his body, and he was about to chase. How did you provoke me before? You didn't listen to me no matter what I said, and you want to run away now? You think things are too simple. That is, I am in a good mood now. In the past, I would have torn you in half. The weather is nice today, and I am in a good mood because Luo Tian has become a true angel. I may not tear you in half, but that does not mean I won't give you a beating. Just as Broly was about to chase him, he suddenly noticed that Quitera, who was moving at high speed, suddenly tilted his head and fainted. Gone. And at the moment of fainting, crack! A sound of bone breaking, once again transmitted from a distance in the form of energy. Broly showed a question mark on his face. Majin Buu followed and scratched his head. Both looked at Luo Tian together, wanting to see what he would say. Can you already smash his head from such a distance? When I treated him just now, I knew he was going to run, so I didn't completely heal his skull. Once he flies too fast, it will easily crack. Luo Tian smiled, the silver hair on his head was particularly shining in the starry sky, and the tail behind him was swaying gently. Majin Buu nodded vigorously, rubbed his head again, and there was a bit of fear in his eyes. This guy can't be provoked. I must be honest in front of him. Otherwise, my head will be smashed. There should be no way to regenerate. I feel like the injury seems to be the soul. Swish! Luo Tian flashed and appeared next to Quitra in an instant. Oh, my poor little mouse, let me treat you. Luo Tian sighed slightly, and the crystal ball on the scepter in his hand flashed angel power again, covering Kitla's body. Kitla woke up slowly, rubbed his eyes immediately, and stared at Luo Tian vigilantly. Run! Luo Tian smiled, showing a mouth full of white teeth. Kitla's body trembled violently, and after a brief hesitation, he knelt down to Luo Tian. I'm sorry, I was wrong, this angel. Kitla was really scared to tears. This guy is too strong. How can there be such a powerful trainee angel? Why do I feel that he is as good as a real angel? I'm not his opponent at all, I'd better admit my defeat as soon as possible. I'm so unlucky today, did I not check the almanac before going out? Bang! Luo Tian hit Kitla's head with another scepter. Crack! Kitla's head cracked again. Oh my, it cracked again. Luo Tian sighed. Snap! Angel power bloomed on Luo Tian's scepter and quickly covered Kitla's head. Kitla opened his eyes and slowly woke up. Your head cracked, healed, cracked again, and healed again. Luo Tian said while knocking Kitla's head, and used angel power to treat him. Kitla's head cracked and recovered from time to time. After 5 minutes, Kitla burst into tears, waved his hands weakly, looked at Luo Tian with snot and tears, and showed a face full of despair. Don't knock me anymore. If you keep knocking like this, I will become an idiot. Oh my, it's fun. Luo Tian smiled more and more brilliantly. I'm really sorry. I was wrong. Kitla hurriedly apologized and kept kowtowing. Where did the mosquito come from? Luo Tian suddenly said. Kitla? Kitla looked confused. How can there be mosquitoes here? This is space. Stupid, Luo Tian said. Your voice is too soft, just like a mosquito. Majin Bu stepped forward and reminded Quitera in his ear. Sorry. Sorry. Quitera hurriedly raised his voice, fearing that Luo Tian couldn't hear it. However, when Quitera's voice fell, he suddenly felt that he seemed to have heard this name somewhere. Quitera was refreshed and looked at Luo Tian in astonishment. You are that human angel? Quitera couldn't help but stretched out his hand and pointed at Luo Tian, and immediately reacted. Has this guy grown into a real angel? This shouldn't be. In just over 20 years, has he transformed into a real angel? Snap! Broly flew up and grabbed Quitera's wrist. Who are you pointing at? Are you polite? Broly snorted coldly. You are Broly? The trainee god of destruction newly selected from the 18th universe? Quitella finally figured it out. Bang! Broly punched hard and hit Quitella's armpit. Ouch! Quitella screamed, his whole body numb and in excruciating pain. Didn't you ask me to hit you just now? I'll do it for you now. Broly said, without any courtesy, and kept slapping Quitella in the face. Quitella's face was bruised and purple, and soon swelled into a bun. Bang! Broly kicked out and hit Quitella's chest. Puff! Quitella spurted blood from his mouth, leaving a streak of blood in the starry sky. Pass the ball. Majin Bu waved at Broly from a distance. Bang! Broly nodded slightly and kicked Quitella. Swoosh! Quitela's body rushed towards Majin Bu. Bang! Majin Bu slapped Quitela's body and slapped Quitela back. Bang bang bang! Broly and Majin Bu are fine like playing with a ball. Quitella flew back and forth. During these 24 years, Broly and Majin Bu were really frustrated. Now they finally had something to play with, and they had a lot of fun. Quitella didn't dare to resist and let the two of them humiliate him. There was no other way, because the angel named Luo Tian was watching. If I dared to resist, my head would still split. I would really be beaten into an idiot by him. At least let these two guys beat them up and let them calm down. I think I can barely survive. Quitella endured the severe pain in his body and flew back and forth between Broly and Majin Bu. Luo Tian didn't stop him. If they want to play, let them play well. Who told this guy to come and provoke me? When Luo Tian was in the state of transformation, even if Quitella really fought with Broly, he would not cause any harm to him. It can be said that at the moment of transformation, the angel will be immune to all attacks. But Broly wouldn't think so. Broly certainly didn't want Luo Tian to be affected in the slightest. Bang! 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 Broly was still beating Quitella with Majin Bu. Quitella didn't dare to fart, feeling waves of despair. You two just wait. When Luo Tian is gone, I'll show you what I can do. The 7th universe, the outer space. A spherical mini-spaceship streaked across the starry sky, speeding towards the direction of the solar system. On the spaceship, a man with shoulder-length hair sat on a bench, with a detector on his eyes. Your Highness Vegeta, I will arrive on Earth in about a minute. Raditz said to Vegeta with a smile. Through the detector, the picture turned and instantly appeared on the planet where Vegeta and Nappa were. The two had almost swept the planet. The planet was full of dead bodies, and the wailing continued. The remaining people on the planet were getting fewer and fewer, and they all held guns to make the last resistance against Vegeta and Nappa. The blue laser hit the two people. There was no ripple on Vegeta and Nappa's faces, as if these blue lasers were tickling them. Faced with this kind of alien attack by dimensionality reduction, the humans on this planet felt endless despair. Vegeta casually eliminated an alien, snorted, showed a look of disdain, and said to Raditz, "Humph, your brother's kind of trash, even if he joins our team, it won't play a big role. Your Highness Vegeta, although my brother is a low-level warrior, he can turn into a giant ape. Even if his combat power is so low, at least he can help us clean up some garbage on the planet. Isn't that the truth?" Raditz chuckled. "Whatever you want." Vegeta looked down on him. "But then again, Your Highness Vegeta." Nappa on the side suddenly spoke, "There has been no news about Luotian and Broly for a long time." Vegeta glanced at Nappa, his eyes full of anger. Bang! Vegeta kicked over, and Nappa rolled several times on the ground. Nappa got up from the ground and quickly knelt down to Vegeta's side. "Your Highness Vegeta, I dare not do it again. I shouldn't mention them," Nappa said in a nagging manner. "Nappa, I didn't say that you can't mention them. I just kicked you accidentally just now. I didn't expect you to be next to me. You are really unlucky." Vegeta smiled coldly. "Nappa, it's true that there has been no news about them for a long time." Vegeta's smile in his eyes became even more intense. "Is the legendary Super Saiyan so amazing?" Nappa didn't dare to speak, and his body shook violently. "I remember that Luotian said that Raditz's brother Kakarot." Vegeta snorted, with a scornful smile on his face. Raditz was stunned, a little confused, and asked quickly, "Your Highness Vegeta, what happened to my brother? What did Luotian say?" Chapter 140 Raditz went to Earth, and the High Priest came to congratulate him. "Luotian said that your brother will be my lifelong rival." Vegeta laughed, waved his hand, and bombed the palace of this planet into ruins. "This is Kakarot that powerful? This is unlikely, right? I heard from my mother that when he was sent to Earth, his combat power was only 2. Raditz smiled dryly. "I'm curious about his combat power now." Vegeta chuckled. "Raditz, you have to be careful. If his combat power exceeds yours, I feel that there will be a big drama." Nappa teased. Raditz was silent. "If Kakarot's fighting power really exceeds mine, I will be in great trouble. I must be careful. I'm almost on Earth." Raditz said with some worry, and looked up at the planet in the sky that was almost losing its color, and couldn't help muttering, "Why is the Earth that color? Why?" Nappa was stunned. Raditz said no more. Swoosh! Raditz's spaceship passed through the atmosphere, like a huge meteorite falling from the sky. Boom, boom! Raditz's spaceship crashed into the ground of the planet, leaving a huge crater on the ground. Crack! The hatch of the spaceship opened, and Raditz flew out of the spaceship. However, when Raditz saw the strange appearance of the planet, he was stunned for a moment. Raditz quickly pressed the detector on his eyes. At this glance, Raditz was a little confused. "What's the situation?" Raditz exclaimed. "What's wrong? Raditz? Has Kakarot's combat power surpassed yours?" Nappa asked nervously. "Tell me quickly, what is the value of the guy with the highest combat power on that planet?" "There is no Kakarot. There are no humans. Not to mention humans, there are no animals. No, there is not even a blade of grass." Raditz replied. "No living creature?" Nappa felt a wave of strangeness. No, there is no living creature. This is a dead planet. Raditz flew into the sky and looked around. Wasn't Kakarot sent to Earth at that time? Nappa couldn't figure it out. Vegeta was also a little confused. Nappa immediately looked at Vegeta, wanting to hear his opinion. Humph, since you can't find it, forget it. Maybe your brother has died long ago. Vegeta looked indifferent. It's just a pity. I thought he would be my lifelong rival, but I didn't expect that he didn't even have the ability to survive on a planet. Ha ha ha, yes, yes. I know my brother best. How could a low-level warrior like him become a rival of His Highness Vegeta? Raditz said with a smile, and flew up aimlessly again, patrolling around the planet, trying to find something to eat. Not long after, Raditz landed in a damaged supermarket and found canned food left in the supermarket. Raditz opened a can and tasted it, and immediately vomited it out. It's so disgusting. It seems to have expired. Raditz looked at the production date and analyzed the time through the detector. After analyzing the time of the Earth, Raditz was immediately confused. Your Highness Vegeta, it's really strange. Raditz took the can and looked at the production date on it, feeling more and more puzzled. What's the matter? Vegeta asked. According to the production date of this can, it seems that this can was produced 300 years ago. Raditz pondered, it's hard to swallow now. And it seems to be contaminated by something. The taste is even worse than shit. Ha ha ha, Raditz, have you eaten shit? Nappa laughed. Vegeta glared at Nappa fiercely. Nappa quickly covered his mouth and whispered, I just want to relieve the depressing atmosphere. Oh? 300 years ago? You mean, the Earth was destroyed 300 years ago? Vegeta snorted and sneered, poor Kakarot, my lifelong rival, I'm afraid he has starved to death on that planet, right? Maybe that's true, poor guy, just died like that. Raditz sighed and asked, then Vegeta-sama, I'll go back now. Damn, I wasted so much time, it will take a year to return, right? No, go directly to the planet we agreed on. It will take half a year from you to our side. Vegeta gave the order. Raditz, try to slow down. The combat power of that planet is not weak. If you die, there will be no one to clean up the battlefield for us. Nappa said with a smile. Got it. Raditz took off into the air and was about to return to the spaceship, but he caught a glimpse of a huge vortex emerging in the sky. Raditz immediately stopped in the air and looked up at the huge vortex. What is that? A vortex with a diameter of at least 100 meters. Raditz looked over with some surprise, and couldn't help but said to the detector. Whirlpool? Vegeta was puzzled. If you are curious, just go and take a look, why ask so many questions? Yes, I'll take a look. Raditz nodded. You'd better take a spaceship to see it. If you are swept into the outer space, you will die. Nappa kindly reminded him. What you said makes sense. Raditz replied, and immediately flew into the spaceship. Then, Raditz controlled the spaceship and flew towards the direction of the vortex, and stretched his neck in the spaceship to look into the vortex. However, Raditz looked lonely. There was nothing to see in the vortex, and what he saw was still a vortex. Raditz, did you find anything? Nappa asked through the communication system of the detector. No, I can't see it, Raditz replied. Humph, there is no need to look for that inferior warrior. Vegeta snorted, come back quickly, if it doesn't work, let the cultivators clean up the battlefield. Yes, Your Highness Vegeta. Raditz replied. However, just when Raditz was about to control the spaceship to leave, a huge suction force suddenly appeared in the vortex, sucking Raditz's spaceship in at once. Raditz staggered in the spaceship and was almost dizzy. In just a moment, Raditz's spaceship was swept to the Earth of the 6th universe by the vortex. Where is this place? I saw a strange world. Raditz was stunned and said hurriedly. At the same time, Vegeta and Nappa looked at each other. The two found through the detector that Raditz' signal had disappeared. However, Raditz' voice came from nowhere. The voice was intermittent and not very clear. "What is he saying?" Nappa asked. "Humph, maybe he was swept away by the vortex." Vegeta snorted. "Where will it be swept to? Will it be swept to a blind spot where even the detector can't receive it?" Nappa asked. "Such a question, you ask me, who should I ask?" Vegeta snorted coldly. "It's a pity that there is one less person to clean up the battlefield. So after we deal with this, are we going to capture that planet?" Nappa asked. "Although there are only two of us, I don't think it's a big problem." Vegeta did not object, and killed several aliens who resisted. The sixth universe, Earth. Raditz' spaceship was suspended in the sky, looking at the beautiful planet with some surprise. The two planets were compared, one was heaven and the other was hell. Then, Raditz looked down and found a human below. And next to the human was a strange-looking turkey. The human was wearing a straw hat, holding a fork in his hand, and was doing some strange work. "Where is this place? Go down and ask." Raditz controlled the spaceship to fall from the sky and landed near the farmer in the straw hat. The farmer looked confused and surprised at the sphere that fell from the sky. "What is it?" the farmer muttered, and quickly picked up the rifle next to him and pointed the muzzle at the strange ball. Ka! The hatch of the spaceship opened, and Raditz walked out. When the farmer saw a strange human appear, his eyes widened, and his eyes were even more surprised. Who are you?" The farmer picked up the rifle and pointed the muzzle at Raditz's body. Raditz pressed the button on the detector to detect the farmer's combat power value. "You are a scum with a combat power of only 5. Raditz was happy at that time. "You don't come near me." The farmer's face turned pale. "Hey, I ask you, where is this place?" Raditz asked with a smile. This is Lando's village." The farmer answered tremblingly. "What is the name of this planet?" Raditz's face turned black and asked again. Earth. The farmer said it without hesitation, and asked in surprise, "Are you an alien?" "Earth? You said this is Earth? Is it true?" Raditz was happy at that time. The farmer stopped talking. Raditz walked towards the farmer, getting closer and closer to him. "Stop, I will shoot if you don't stop." The farmer panicked and shouted loudly. Raditz ignored him. Bang! The gunshot rang out. Raditz reached forward with his big hand, grabbed the bullet in his hand, and picked it out with his thumb. "Aha, monster!" The farmer was so scared that his soul flew away and kept backing away. Bang! Raditz bent his finger and flicked the bullet, which hit the farmer's head and killed him alive. "Stupid race!" Raditz smiled contemptuously and immediately pressed the communication button of the communicator. "Hey, Lord Vegeta, Nappa, did you hear it? I never thought that there would be another world on Earth. It's really strange." However, after Raditz finished speaking, he found that there was no response from the other side. "Strange, why is there no signal? The signals of Lord Vegeta and Nappa are gone." Raditz frowned and pressed the detector several times in a row. Beep! Just then, Raditz suddenly found a combat power value through the detector. Combat power 322. Could it be that guy Kakarot? Raditz smiled. "You are hiding so deeply. Do you really think that I can't find you if you run to the Earth in the vortex? The distance is more than 4,800 kilometers. The combat power is only 322. With such a small level, you still want to become a strong rival of Lord Vegeta?" Raditz shook his head in contempt, and immediately soared into the sky, flying towards the location given by the detector. A certain green highland. Piccolo was practicing in this area. At this moment, Piccolo suddenly sensed a powerful energy approaching him. Piccolo was frightened and broke out in a cold sweat. Where does such a huge energy come from? It is approaching me. Could it be that guy Son Goku? Piccolo was so scared that his soul flew away. Not long after, Piccolo saw a man with long black hair flying towards him. Isn't it Son Goku? Piccolo's pupils dilated a little. How could Son Goku have such a powerful energy? Who is this guy? Pa! Raditz fell from the sky and landed right in front of Piccolo. It turns out it's not Kakarot. Raditz showed a look of disappointment. That's true, how could we Saiyans have such a low level of combat power, even though he is just a low-level warrior? Who are you? What do you want to do with me? Piccolo glared at Raditz. People like you are useless to me, so I'd better kill you. Raditz thought about it and gave Piccolo a death notice. Do you know who you are talking to? Are you looking for death? Although Piccolo was almost scared to death, he didn't mean to admit defeat. You are really arrogant, just a little scum with a combat power of only 322. You are not my opponent at all. Raditz smiled contemptuously. You bastard! Do you know who I am? I am the great Demon King Piccolo. After Piccolo said these words, he suddenly felt that the great Demon King was so insignificant. Raditz looked at him calmly with a playful expression in his eyes. Piccolo was so scared that he broke out in cold sweat. Ah! Piccolo screamed to give himself courage. Boom! The next moment, a huge ball of energy shot out from Piccolo's hand, and the energy quickly covered Raditz's body. A large cloud of dust and smoke rose at the scene. After the smoke gradually dissipated, Raditz's intact body was revealed. You are so weak that you just raised some dust. Raditz's contemptuous smile became more intense. Piccolo was so scared that his face turned pale, and fine cold sweat oozed from his face, and his face became greener. It's my turn to attack this time, let you see how powerful I am. Raditz shook his right hand, slowly gathering energy in his hand. Piccolo was shocked and frightened, his body trembling. Beep, beep, beep. Just then, Raditz suddenly found another combat power response on the detector. Another combat power response. Raditz turned his head and looked in another direction, then took off into the air. Piccolo was slightly stunned. Don't go, I think I can still resist a little. Over there. More than 12,000 kilometers away. Raditz said to himself, this combat power is pretty good, it should be the highest combat power value on this planet, but it's a pity that it's less than 1,000. This time it must be Kakarot. Swish! Raditz flew quickly in the direction of Son Goku. Then, Raditz tried to contact Vegeta and Nappa again. However, there was still no signal. Raditz felt too strange. But it doesn't matter. Vegeta-sama, you are really worrying too much. With such little fighting power, can Kakarot still be your lifelong rival? I will beat him to death today. Completely eliminate your concerns. No, he is my brother, should I beat him to death? It's okay, I'm a Saiyan. I won't even blink an eye even if I kill my own brother. The island of Master Roshi. Bulma's helicopter landed on the island. Bulma jumped off the helicopter, appeared at the door of the room, pushed the door and walked in, and greeted the people in the room. Ah, it's Miss Bulma. Master Roshi was a little surprised. It's Miss Bulma. Krillin smiled. This is really a rare guest. It's been a long time since we last met. Master Kame hurried forward and said, you are so ruthless. I asked you to come and play, but you never came. This is a snack for you. Bulma took a bag of snacks and handed it to Master Kame. I really troubled you. Master Kame scratched his head and took the snacks. While talking, the voice of Sun Wukong suddenly sounded outside. Hey? It's Wukong's voice. Krillin said with some surprise. Bulma also turned her head and looked towards the door. Several people came outside together and saw Sun Wukong appearing on the island at a glance. Wukong. Krillin was very excited. It should be that he hadn't seen Sun Wukong for a long time. Bulma also greeted with a smile, and then suddenly found a child in Sun Wukong's arms, and couldn't help asking curiously, "Who is this child Wukong? Are you looking after someone else's child?" Krillin asked. "He's my son." Son Goku grinned. "Ah? Goku's son?" Master Roshi, Krillin and Bulma said in unison, each one more surprised than the other. "What's so strange? Gohan, say hello to everyone." Son Goku said softly to Son Gohan with a smile on his face. "Hello, I'm Son Gohan. I'm 4 years old this year." Son Gohan looked at the three adults timidly. Bulma and the other two also greeted him politely, "Hello. Son Gohan? Isn't that the name of your dead grandfather?" Master Roshi was slightly stunned. "Yes." Sun Wukong nodded. "I was really shocked. I didn't expect you already have a son." Master came aside for a while and looked at Krillin. "Krillin, don't look at me. I don't have a girlfriend yet." "Krillin, you are the only one missing. You are the only living disciple who doesn't have a child." Master Kame said to Krillin. Krillin was speechless. "Why do you emphasize the living disciples? I remember that Goku's grandfather was also your disciple. Goku's grandfather died and it seems that he had no children." Goku was picked up. "Hey? Tail?" Bulma suddenly found the furry tail behind Son Gohan. "Yeah, it's exactly the same as me when I was a child, right?" Son Goku laughed. Childhood memories immediately emerged in Bulma's mind. "The big boy named Luo Tian. 1 or 2 months older than me. He disappeared without a trace. I heard from the Smurfs that he was going to become a god. He was going to transform into a real angel. It would take at least 24 years. I'm 29 this year, and 24 years have passed. Why hasn't he come to see me yet? These years, the Smurfs haven't come to my house to play. The past is gone, and it's unbearable to look back." Bulma's heart seemed to be sealed up, and it would never be opened again. "Does the child have any strange behavior?" Krillin suddenly asked. "Strange behavior?" Sun Wukong was stunned, not quite understanding. "For example, on the night of the full moon, are there any special changes?" Kame asked anxiously. "Full moon night? We went to bed early." Sun Wukong replied. "Going to bed so early, are you preparing for a second child?" Kame was quite curious about this kind of thing. "Sun Wukong?" Sun Wukong showed a face full of question marks. "What does going to bed early have to do with having a second child? What do you mean?" Sun Wukong was very puzzled. "Can you talk normally?" Bulma shouted angrily. "I didn't say anything." Kame showed a sly smile. "Do you still remember that someone once grabbed your turtle shell and threw it back and forth?" Bulma snorted. Hearing Bulma's words, Kame couldn't help but shiver, and his face changed again and again. "We agreed not to tell anyone about this." Master Roshi hurriedly stopped him. "Humph!" Bulma snorted. "What's the matter?" Krillin approached with some gossip. "It's none of your business, hurry up and find a girlfriend." Master Roshi shouted angrily. "Didn't you say you would give your master a girlfriend when you became his disciple?" Krillin scratched his bald head and asked with a smile. "It was said that you would give your master a girlfriend when you became his disciple." Master Roshi corrected. Krillin didn't want to talk anymore, and immediately changed the subject. He stroked Son Gohan's head and asked Son Goku, "Goku, is this kid as strong as you?" "I think he is very strong, but Chi-Chi won't let me train Gohan. Every time I do this, Chi-Chi gets very angry." Son Goku was a little helpless. "Why? This is such a pity." Krillin sighed. He said the world is peaceful, there is no need to practice martial arts. From now on, it is time to learn culture. Son Goku explained. "Ha ha ha, I didn't expect that naughty little girl is actually an educational mother." Master Roshi laughed. "Hey, is this Dragon Ball embedded in Gohan's hat?" Bulma came over to look at the 4-star Dragon Ball on Son Gohan's hat. Yes, it's a 4-star Dragon Ball. It's my grandfather's relic. I found it and put it on him. Son Goku nodded and replied, later, I found several other Dragon Balls by the way. They are all placed at home. Seeing the Dragon Balls reminded me of many past events. Yes, Bulma sighed. Bulma, the person named Luo Tian you mentioned before, is there really such a person? Is he one of my people? Son Goku asked curiously. Yes, that's right. His purpose is different from yours. He wants to become a real god. Bulma tapped her forehead lightly. Real god? Is he a god like the gods of heaven? Krillin asked on the side. No. Bulma shook her head. A god like the heavenly god may not be a big deal in his eyes. Luo Tian will become the greatest god in the universe. The whole universe. Krillin looked up at the sky. Sun Wukong also suddenly turned his head to look in the direction of another high sky, his face changing again and again. What's wrong with you, Wukong? Krillin asked. Something is coming here, Sun Wukong said in a low voice, clenching his fists tightly. Is it Luo Tian that Bulma said? Krillin looked up at the sky. Is it really Luo Tian? That blue elf said that Luo Tian should be transformed into a real god this year. Bulma responded. Swoosh! Radies quickly fell from the sky and appeared in front of Sun Wukong and others. Sun Wukong widened his eyes, his brows locked tightly together, staring at Raditz who appeared. Bulma and others were also shocked, and they couldn't understand where this guy came from. The 9th universe, the universe. Quitella was quickly knocked unconscious by Broly and Majin Buu. Quitella didn't dare to fight back, because he knew clearly that if he fought back, he would definitely suffer a heavier blow. I'd better let you beat me up honestly, so that you may let me go after you calm down. Before Quitella fainted, he suddenly felt that he was really mean. Why should I provoke you for no reason? Why should I feel uncomfortable? Also, this angel is too strong. Dizzy. Buu's eyes lit up, and he grabbed Quitla's collar and held him like a chicken. Humph! Broly snorted, with murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Let's turn it into chocolate. I want to eat crunchy chocolate, and the chocolate turned by the god of destruction is delicious. Buu laughed, and his saliva spurted out. Broly immediately turned his head to ask Luo Tian for his opinion. Whatever, you can do whatever you want. Luo Tian looked indifferent. It's just the death of a god of destruction. It's not a big deal. Especially since this god of destruction came to cause trouble on his own initiative. Let's kill him. Then turn it into chocolate. Buu smiled even more brilliantly, and the tentacles on his head moved slightly, and purple light and electricity were already brewing. However, just when Majin Buu was about to turn Quitla into chocolate, Shua! A figure suddenly appeared at the scene. Majin Buu looked at it carefully and couldn't help scratching his head, feeling that he had seen this person somewhere before. Broly immediately flew up and knelt down in front of the man. The person who appeared at the scene was the High Priest. Luo Tian also stepped forward and bowed to the High Priest. When Buu saw Broly kneeling down, he quickly slapped Quitra aside and knelt down. First of all, congratulations to you, Luo Tian, and congratulations on your transformation into a real angel. The High Priest smiled and looked at Luo Tian. Thank you. Luo Tian bowed politely. But this is the first time I have seen an angel with a tail. The High Priest looked at the tail behind Luo Tian with some curiosity. The silver-white tail behind Luo Tian was particularly eye-catching. Unknowingly, 24 years have passed the High Priest's side, there are still 6 years left. How is the Kai you are looking for? Only 6 years left. Luo Tian looked indifferent, it doesn't matter. 6 years is enough. I will definitely train him into an outstanding Kai. But speaking of which, what are the main aspects of the assessment between Kais? On the one hand, it is a theoretical assessment, and on the other hand, it is a combat assessment. The high priest explained in detail, although the combat requirements for being a Kai are not very high, at least you should have good strength among humans. Don't be like the Kai of the 7th universe, who gave up the entire universe because of Mr. Bu. Majin Bu? Are you talking about me? The Kai of the 7th universe? I remember, it seems that I ate 2 of them and beat one away. The other one was so scared that he almost peed when he saw me. Got it. Luo Tian nodded, indicating that he had written it down. At the same time, Luo Tian felt a little overwhelmed. In the theoretical test, Luo Tian felt that Wukong might lose. But in the combat test, Luo Tian felt that Wukong would not have any big problems. We must find a way to improve his theory. Can you highlight the key points? Luo Tian asked. The high priest, what the hell, highlight the key points? What do you think you are testing? Thanks to Nuan Yang for the Silver Alliance. I wanted to add more chapters, but it's already the limit. If there is nothing else, I will continue to maintain 15,000 plus words per day this month. Please give me monthly tickets and rewards. Chapter 141 Myers, your father killed 2 gods of destruction at once. I came here to tell you about the assessment of the King of the Kai. The high priest smiled, paused, and added, also, take time to visit the 18th universe more often. The future of the 18th universe depends on you. What about him? Luo Tian pointed at the fainted Quit Ella. You don't mind beating him to death, right? The high priest, no objection, but before that, Broly had killed the gods of destruction of the 3rd and 9th universes, and caused the king of the Kai of these 2 universes to disappear together. The high priest pondered, now the gods of destruction and the king of the Kai of these 2 universes have all disappeared. Broly killed the people, and Broly is your trainee god of destruction, so this matter must be punished. What punishment? Luo Tian asked slowly. Let Broly and Bu take over as the god of destruction of the 3rd universe or the 9th universe. The high priest thought for a while and said to Luo Tian, since you are the first offender and the god of destruction of these 2 universes are too chaotic, I can help you choose the Kai King of these 2 universes this time. Luo Tian, so, you must train another god of destruction to succeed the god of destruction of the new universe. The high priest smiled, as if everything was under control. Luo Tian was speechless. The god of destruction that Myers and I cultivated with great difficulty, you just wiped it out? This is fucking become the god of destruction of other angels? As for Katla, do you have any suitable god of destruction to offer? The high priest asked with a smile. I know what to do. Before finding a suitable god of destruction, spare his life first. Is that what you mean? Luo Tian understood it immediately. High priest, is that how you understand it? However, I cannot kill him, but this matter cannot be let go. Luo Tian pondered, I will punish him well. The high priest stopped talking. Didn't you punish him enough just now? By the way, Lord High Priest, why is the halo on my neck different from yours? Luo Tian pointed to the milky yellow halo on his neck. Don't worry about the color. It's just like your skin. You have yellow skin, and most of us angels have blue skin. The high priest explained with a smile, the color of the angel's halo basically corresponds to the color of the skin, so it's normal for our halo to be blue. Yours is this color. Well, there's nothing wrong with it. Luo Tian, your explanation makes me powerless to refute. Your words make sense. Will the color of this halo change? Luo Tian asked again. At least mine hasn't changed. The high priest shook his head. Also, why is my halo on my neck? Why is yours behind my head? Luo Tian asked again curiously. The high priest, when you sit in my position, the halo on your neck will also move to the back of your head. The high priest replied with a smile. No, no, I never thought of a coup. Luo Tian shook his head vigorously. The high priest was speechless. A short silence. No more than 2 months, after I find the King of Kai, they will both go to their respective universes to take up their posts. After the high priest said this, his body became illusory. By the way, tell Mels about this, and let him take time to train a new god of destruction. Okay, you are the high priest, you have the final say on this matter. Luo Tian sighed helplessly. Just train? What are you doing? Just train another god of destruction. Is this still a problem? Besides, Luo Tian is also happy that Broly can become a true god of destruction. Swish! In just a moment, the high priest disappeared. The high priest did not say much about Quitla. Broly and Majin Buu also stood up immediately. Continue. Luo Tian called Broly. Broly nodded and kicked Quitla. Majin Buu flew to another place and caught it with his head. He slapped it hard and slapped Quitla back. Bang! Bang! The two of them slapped Quitla like a ball in the starry sky. Luo Tian did not stop him. He immediately took the scepter and contacted Mels. After receiving this strange call, Mels first showed a confused look and tried to answer it. A magnetic voice sounded from the scepter. Mels, long time no see, how are you? Luo Tian greeted Mels. Mels immediately looked at the other party through the crystal ball on the scepter and saw a handsome face. And under this handsome face, there was a milky yellow halo floating. This is Mels widened his eyes and showed a look of disbelief. As an apprentice angel, Mels reacted very quickly and quickly recognized the other party's identity. You are you Luo Tian? Myers was surprised and happy. You have transformed into a real angel? Great. Not bad. Luo Tian smiled, grinning, showing a mouth full of white teeth. It's just that your skin color and the color of the halo on your neck are really special. Myers had some small feelings. Yeah, I think it's special too. Luo Tian nodded. The high priest came to me before and said that the color of the halo echoes the skin color, and it has something to do with the skin color, right? That's about it. Myers smiled slightly, and said apologetically, I'm really sorry, Luo Tian, I wanted to stay by your side, after all, I'm your best friend. Don't say that, Myers, my best friend is Broly. Luo Tian replied. Myers felt heartbroken at that time. I thought you were my best friend. But your best friend turned out to be Broly. By the way, I'm afraid that Majin Buu's best friend is also Broly. Who is Broly's best friend? Could it be Luo Tian? Broly pricked up his ears and was immediately excited when he heard Luo Tian's words. He couldn't help but increase the force of his slap on Quitra. Because I know that when the essence of the universe is condensed into an angel, it will be immune to all attacks and the outside world cannot cause any harm to it. So I didn't stay to accompany you. I hope you don't mind. Myers explained, feeling a little embarrassed. After all, Broly and Majin Buu stayed to accompany Luo Tian. I, a trainee angel, still feel bad for not staying. It's nothing. I know you know. Luo Tian smiled and said, Swa called you the first time. Anyway, thank you for thinking of me as the first person after becoming a real angel. Myers smiled and said to Luo Tian. No, you are wrong, Myers, the first angel I thought of was your sister Bardos. Luo Tian told the truth. Myers wiped his sweat. Don't be so direct. This anyway, the first angel you called was me, right? Myers argued weakly. The reason I called you first is because there is a good news and a bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? Luo Tian asked. Myers? Myers suddenly remembered that it seemed that the high priest had gone to Luo Tian just now. It should be something important, right? Let's talk about the good news first. Myers thought for a while and suggested. The good news is that I have transformed into a real angel. Luo Tian answered. Mels was speechless. This is good news for you. Didn't I know about this a long time ago? What's the bad news? Mels asked. The two of us worked so hard to cultivate the god of destruction, but your father wiped it out. Luo Tian sighed. Damaged in one pot? What do you mean? Mels was stunned for a moment and didn't react for a while. In no more than 2 months, the two of them will go to the 9th universe and the 3rd universe to succeed the new god of destruction. Luo Tian answered. Mels, yes, after all, the gods of destruction in the 3rd universe and the 9th universe are dead indeed, the two of them are very good choices. Mels didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This news is really sudden, so your father means that the two of us need to cultivate our own gods of destruction again. Luo Tian sighed. Okay, I get it. Mers nodded. Luo Tian suddenly found that something was wrong. Mers, your expression is calm, are you hiding something from me? Luo Tian narrowed his eyes and looked at Mers. Wow! You figured it out. Mers grinned, showing excitement. Luo Tian? I'll tell you the truth, Luo Tian. Mers smiled and said, I knew there would be such a day. After all, Broly killed 2 gods of destruction and caused the 2 universes Kaishin to disappear. Generally speaking, the biggest punishment is to make Broly pay with his life. But Broly or Majin Buu, they are our gods of destruction after all. And it was Sidera and Moscow who were rude first. They almost caused you to disappear, so you think the biggest punishment is to let them be the gods of destruction of these 2 universes, right? Luo Tian understood, and continued with Mel's words, so, you also found a suitable destroyer to train in advance, is that what you mean? You are so smart. Mels opened his mouth and did not deny. Take it out for a walk. Luo Tian said. Not by my side. Mels shook his head gently. Not by your side? Which universe is he from? Luo Tian asked curiously. This I'm really sorry, I want to keep it a secret for now. Mels laughed, but he didn't mean to say it. Which universe won't you say? Luo Tian was stunned. I'm sorry, I don't want to say it now. Mels shook his head with a firm look. I'll tell you when the time is right. How about we have another game? A game between destroyers. Last time my destroyer lost to your destroyer, this time I will definitely not lose again. Then let's set it to 6 years later, and compete with the Kai King God. Luo Tian pondered. Should we extend the time a little bit? After all, you have this 24-year blank period. Myers couldn't bear it and suggested. Let's talk about the time issue later. Luo Tian thought about it and replied, first of all, I have to confirm one thing. The new god of destruction I want to cultivate is Vegeta. You didn't make the wrong choice with me, right? No, absolutely not. Myers promised, and at the same time was a little puzzled. Are you sure you want to cultivate your Prince Vegeta? Although he has good talent, he is not at the same starting line as Broly. Sure. Luo Tian nodded. Well, let's tentatively set it to be 6 years later, and our 2 Kai Kings and Gods of Destruction will have a competition assessment. Myers smiled confidently, take me to say hello to Buu and Broly. No need to stop by, the 2 of them are playing ball nearby. Luo Tian said, let them come and say hello to you. Can't they see the scene in the crystal ball? Myers said. That's easy. Luo Tian said, projecting the picture inside, waving at Buu and Broly, asking them to come over and say hello to Myers. Buu and Broly immediately flew forward. Myers. Broly waved to Myers. Hee. Buu grinned and muttered, I don't like you, I like Broly. While saying this, Buu leaned towards Broly. Broly shivered and suddenly felt a little cold. Luo Tian, I have been at the scene for the past 24 years, and I know that you two didn't do anything. Otherwise, Buu's words, it's easy for people to think wrongly. Myers was speechless when he heard Buu's voice. I have trained you for so long, and you say you don't like me? Wait a minute, why am I like a grudge? It doesn't matter. Anyway, he will go to the 9th universe or the 3rd universe to take office soon. It won't have much to do with me in the future. Broly has grown up so much. The appearance of you Saiyans is basically stable at this age, right? Myers smiled. About the same. Luo Tian nodded. Broly, Bu, you two will go to the third universe and the ninth universe to take office as the new god of destruction soon. You must listen to the angels at that time, and don't be as willful as before. Myers patiently reminded. Yes. Broly replied. Majin Bu, however, looked impatient. Also, the main responsibility of the god of destruction is to destroy planets that have lost balance and are useless. After becoming the god of destruction, you should communicate more with the Kai of your universe and develop the universe together, so that the universe can move towards a better future. Myers once again advised earnestly, the two universes you went to are heading towards decline because the god of destruction and the Kai have disappeared for 24 years. Are you done yet? I'll turn you into chocolate if you keep nagging. Bu interrupted him with gritted teeth before Myers finished speaking. Myers, Luo Tian has told us the truth you said, so you don't need to emphasize it again. Majin Bu snorted. Luo Tian, have you told them all? Myers smiled dryly. Yes, I briefly explained it to them before calling you. Luo Tian nodded. Okay, since Luo Tian has already told you, I won't repeat it. Myers was not angry. That's enough, I still want to play ball. Bu hummed. Play ball? Myers was stunned, not understanding what ball Bu was going to play with. This is it. Majin Bu grabbed a round ball. In order to make Quitla's ball roll more rhythmically, Majin Bu deliberately rolled him into a ball with a layer of meat. So the first thing Myers saw was a pink ball. Is this volleyball? Myers didn't think too deeply, with a smile on his face. Ball, say something. Bu said, pointing at the pink ball. Swish. The meat on the pink ball instantly flew into Bu's hand and merged with his body. The next moment, Myers saw Quitla rolled into a ball. This is this Master Quitla? Myers widened his eyes at the time, revealing a look of astonishment. Ball, wake up, say hello to Myers. Bu said, and slapped Quitla on the face twice. Quitla was awakened by the slap. Then, Quitla saw Myers in the projection. When he saw Myers, Quitla seemed to have found a life-saving straw, and hurriedly knelt down in front of him. Lord Myers, save me, I am almost beaten to death by them. Quitla burst into tears. Myers, you really know how to play. Why did Lord Quitla also run to you? This Luo Tian, the god of destruction of the third universe and the ninth universe, is dead. There really can't be any new god of destruction dying, otherwise, there won't be enough fresh blood. Myers advised with a smile. Quitla pricked up his ears at that time, showing a look of astonishment. The god of destruction of the third universe and the ninth universe is dead? When did it happen? At this moment, Quitla's CPU reaction speed was still very fast. Quiltra suddenly thought of what Broly had said before. Broly had said before that the god of destruction Moscow of the third universe and the god of destruction Sidera of the ninth universe, as well as Mura who controlled Moscow. But before he could finish this sentence, Luo Tian suddenly transformed into a real angel. So Broly didn't say the rest of the words. At first, Quiltra was a little puzzled and didn't understand why Broly said that. Now after hearing Mirtha's words, Quiltra immediately understood. Moscow and Sidera are both dead? Were they both killed by Luo Tian? This is a tragedy. Quiltra then thought of the hardships he would encounter next, and he was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat and felt his brain go blank. By the way, Mirth, can you send the god of destruction you just cultivated to the fourth universe? Luo Tian suggested. Myers? The high priest said that if we kill Quitla, we need to train a new god of destruction to take office in the fourth universe. I don't have a suitable god of destruction to train in the short term. Your god of destruction is just in time. Luo Tian held the scepter and said to Myers with a fiery face. Quitla shuddered and his face turned pale instantly. Are you going to beat me to death? Myers, what I said just now was not clear enough. If you beat him to death, when will you be able to train a qualified god of destruction? In this universe, no one has the talent and opportunity like Broly and Majin Buletin. It is difficult to grow a god of destruction without 70 or 80 years. If a universe does not have the support of the god of destruction and the king of the worlds, then this universe will inevitably decline and will be wiped out by the Lord of all sooner or later. Although the god of destruction and the king of the worlds in the 7th universe do not work well, as long as they are alive, even if they do nothing, the universe will not decline. If they die, the universe will have all kinds of problems without the support of the gods. Luo Tian, you can observe the current 9th and 3rd universes carefully. The situation is indeed not very optimistic, although it is only a short 20 years. Myers advised again. So, you still don't want to provide the god of destruction you cultivated? Luo Tian sighed, don't be so stingy. What did you say? Why is my scepter signal suddenly not so good? Luo Tian, let's contact each other later. For now, remember to find your god of destruction. After leaving this sentence, Myers immediately ended the call. Luo Tian also showed a thoughtful expression. The little angel has grown up. Much more mature than before. Myers would not be so flexible before. After Myers' call ended, Luo Tian smiled at Quitera, who was bruised and swollen and looked terrible. Quitera was trembling with fear, and his face turned green. He changed color. Majin Bu pointed at Quitera. What a strange change. Broly nodded. Quitera was really scared, and hurriedly knelt down to Luo Tian, crying and begging for mercy. Quitera, I still like your unruly look. Luo Tian stepped forward and stroked Quitera's head. Quitera felt as if his head was about to split open, and shivered even more violently. What a terrible guy I have provoked. You are so lucky. I can't find a suitable god of destruction in a short time, so you have two choices. Luo Tian looked at Quitera with a smile. Lord Luo Tian, please speak. Quitera responded hurriedly. The first choice is to be beaten to death by me. Luo Tian said. No, Quitera waved his hands hurriedly, trembling with fear. The second choice is to wait until I cultivate a suitable god of destruction, and then beat you to death. Luo Tian pondered. Quitera showed a face of despair. Of course, before I cultivate a suitable god of destruction, if you can behave well, I may spare your life. Luo Tian said with a smile. Yes. I will definitely perform well, Lord Luo Tian. Quitera's face lit up, and the big stone in his heart was immediately put down. So I still have a chance to survive. I was almost scared to death. But today's matter can't be let go. I am angry, but it doesn't mean that the two of them are also angry. Luo Tian showed a smile. I know what to do. Quitera decisively rolled his body into a ball and slapped his head. Quitera fainted immediately. Luo Tian, shall we continue? Bu turned his head and asked Broly. Then let's play for a while. Broly nodded without objection. If you really want to kill him, I have no objection. Luo Tian stepped forward and patted Broly on the shoulder. It's not difficult to find the god of destruction. The universe is so big, you will always find it. Yet. Broly said he understood. The two started a new game in the universe again. Luo Tian watched Broly and Majin Buletin playing happily there, and did not stop them. They have been with me for 24 years. Seeing them happy, Luo Tian was also happy for them. Even if they really killed Quitla, Luo Tian would not say anything to them. At most, he could find a new god of destruction and train him again. It was no big deal. Then, Luo Tian took out the scepter again and tried to contact Bardos. The 6th universe, Earth. A special restaurant. Bardos was drinking coffee and enjoying the delicious food in this restaurant, and his eyebrows trembled from time to time, doing an eyebrow dance. Bardos had figured it out long ago. Instead of eating and drinking at Bulma's place, it would be better to find a place to enjoy the food by himself. For an angel, it is still easy to get money from the earth. Just when Bardos was eating happily, he suddenly felt the scepter in his body vibrate slightly. Bardos raised his right hand slightly upward, and the scepter immediately emerged. "Oh my, it's Luo Tian, have you finally transformed into a real angel?" Bardos looked at Luo Tian through the crystal ball and commented, "You've become much more handsome." "Bardos, what did you say at that time?" "When I transform into a real angel, I will come to marry you," Luo Tian said seriously. "Bardos, do you still remember this?" Bardos covered his forehead and didn't know how to respond. "Of course I remember, I finally transformed into a real angel in order to marry you." Luo Tian smiled. Bardos was speechless. "What do you mean by finally transforming into a real angel? It seems that you didn't suffer any hardships when you transformed. It took you less than 30 years to transform into a real angel. You want to marry me? Oh, I have no objection, but I have to ask my father's opinion." Bardos suddenly had an idea and put the blame on the high priest. "You mean to ask the high priest for marriage, right?" Luo Tian patted his forehead. "What a mistake, I forgot to ask when I met the high priest just now." "Then ask, my father has no objection, so I naturally have no objection." Bardos smiled, opened her mouth and took a bite of cake, shaking her body like a little girl, showing more and more cute. Seeing Bardos's cute appearance, Luo Tian was very emotional. "I didn't expect Bardos to have such a cute side. Are you on Earth?" Luo Tian saw an earthling appear behind Bardos. Yes, I have to thank you for moving the Earth to the 6th universe. Now it's so convenient for me to enjoy delicious food." Bardos replied with a smile, "And there are delicious food everywhere on Earth, not just in Bulma's house." "You're not at Bulma's house?" Luo Tian asked. "It's so embarrassing to always eat and drink at their house, so I found a few tons of gold on a certain planet and exchanged it for a lot of money on Earth." Bardos laughed even more happily, and lowered his voice, saying to Luo Tian, I now have at least 5 billion in wealth, enough to eat on Earth for a long time." "Luo Tian, this foodie. By the way, it's worth mentioning that your people came to Earth from the 7th universe and are currently talking with Mr. Sun Wukong and others." Bardos gave another supplement. Luo Tian was slightly stunned and a little confused for a while. From the 7th universe to the Earth in the 6th universe? How did he get there? Luo Tian asked. Luo Tian naturally knew what period this time point was. This period should be when Raditz first went to Earth. However, the Earths of the 6th and 7th universes have been exchanged. Raditz should not be able to find Sun Wukong. Oh, I promised Miss Bulma that year that in order to facilitate her to contact her sister Tais, I specially opened a channel between the two universes through the Dragon of God, so that Miss Tais could come to the Earth of the 6th universe through the channel. Bardos explained. Later, the Galactic Patrol also modified the original satellite on the Earth of the 7th universe to transmit the signal, so that the two sides can contact each other by phone. But after all, it is across a universe, the call quality is not very good, and the signal is sometimes there and sometimes not. Didn't you give Bulma or Tais a communicator? Luo Tian asked. I gave Bulma a communicator, and Myers gave Tais a communicator. The two sides could have communicated through the communicator. Bardos smiled and said, but Miss Bulma was forgetful and dropped the communicator in the corner behind the sofa. I didn't tell her, so they could only communicate through this ancient way. Luo Tian was speechless. After chatting with Bardos for a while, Luo Tian remembered that he wanted to ask the high priest for marriage. Wait for me, Bardos, I will contact your father and ask him to marry you to me. Luo Tian said excitedly. Bardos, after Luo Tian ended the call, he immediately tried to contact the high priest. However, no matter how Luo Tian called, the high priest had no intention of answering the phone. What's the situation? Luo Tian frowned. Is it because I called in the wrong way? The Temple of the Omni King. The high priest looked at the light flashing on the crystal ball of the scepter, but had no intention of answering the call. "Hey, high priest, why don't you answer the phone?" the king of all asked curiously. Chapter 142 The king of all, take time to see Luo Tian. No big deal, no need to answer it. The high priest replied with a smile. This kid is getting more and more outrageous. You just grew up and want to marry my daughter? You're dreaming. I just won't answer the phone. I don't agree with your marriage either. Think about it slowly. Hey, high priest, I heard that he has grown into a real angel? The king of all asked. Yes, Lord King of all. The high priest nodded. Take time to see him. The king of all thought for a while and said to the high priest. Let Luo Tian come to pay his respects now. I'm not free now. I'm going to play. After the king of all finished speaking, he ran away quickly. The sixth universe, Earth. The island of Master Rashi. Looking at Raditz who suddenly arrived, Sun Wukong and others present were all surprised. Raditz looked calm, with a faint smile on his face, and said to Sun Wukong, Kakarot, you have grown up. I recognized you at a glance. You look exactly like your father. Hey? Sun Wukong was a little confused. Who is this guy? What is he talking about? Krillin was a little confused. In Bulma's bright eyes the light flickered. This outfit was very similar to what Luo Tian and Broly wore back then. And he was also called Wukong Kakarot. Is he Luo Tian's tribesman? Kakarot, what's the situation on this planet? Isn't your mission to destroy all the Earthlings? What are you still hesitating about? Raditz's face turned cold. Hey, although I don't know who you are, I advise you to go back quickly. Krillin said, walking towards Raditz, shaking his fingers as he walked, and smiled and advised, it's not good to drink like this in broad daylight, go home and drink some sobering tea to sober up. Krillin, don't get close to him. Sun Wukong was shocked and shouted hurriedly. Bang! The tail wrapped around Raditz's waist swung violently, and it whipped Krillin's face like a whip. Krillin's face was twisted and deformed, and his body flew backwards and plunged into the wooden house behind him. Krillin! Sun Wukong was shocked and angry. Ouch! Krillin wailed in pain. Seeing that Krillin was not in any danger, Sun Wukong's heart was relieved. However, Sun Wukong's eyes widened immediately, and he turned his head to look at the tail behind Raditz in surprise. Master Kame's eyes also condensed, and the scene of Broly dragging him by the shell and throwing him back and forth appeared in his mind, and he couldn't help but shudder. Tail Sun Wukong's face changed again and again. Humph, you finally recognized him. Raditz smiled lightly. You Bulma, is he the Luo Tian you mentioned? Sun Wukong turned his head and asked Bulma. Bulma, he is not Luo Tian. Bulma immediately shook her head, Luo Tian is much more handsome than him. You what did you say? Luo Tian? Do you know Luo Tian? Raditz was startled, and his face changed again and again. Of course. Bulma answered proudly. Where is he? Raditz looked around. I don't know. Bulma snorted, and asked excitedly, is he one of your people? Isn't he with you? Didn't he say he was going to become a Smurf? Did you come here to tell me where Luo Tian is? Krillin, didn't you see I'm still lying here? Bulma, you're going too far. Can you stop talking about that guy named Luo Tian? How crazy are you? You mean Luo Tian isn't here? Raditz breathed a sigh of relief, and asked again, where's Broly? Isn't he here either? You don't know where they are either? Bulma suddenly became alert. I don't know. Raditz smiled. Don't be happy too early. If you dare to cause trouble, Luo Tian will come back to deal with you. Bulma snorted. Really? Can't you find him? Then let him come back quickly. Raditz smiled even more brilliantly. Bulma felt uneasy and kept silent. Let's get back to the topic just now. Kakarot, do you really not recognize me? Raditz looked at Sun Wukong. Did you lose your memory due to a head injury before? My name is not Kakarot, my name is Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong answered stubbornly. Answer my question first. Did you lose your memory? Raditz asked. I don't remember it very clearly, but I did have a head injury when I was a child. Sun Wukong nodded and admitted, pointing to his head, there is still a scar on it now. It is true. Raditz understood. So what? Sun Wukong was puzzled. Wukong, your grandfather Gohan once told me that he picked up a child with a tail. The child was violent and there was nothing he could do to him. Suddenly one day, the child accidentally fell off a cliff and was seriously injured in the head. He almost died. But he finally survived with his amazing vitality. Master Roshi sighed and explained to Sun Wukong, since then, the child's violent personality has changed and he has become an honest and obedient child. Is that me? Sun Wukong asked. Master Roshi nodded. I seem to have heard Luo Tian mention this. I didn't connect him with Wukong at the time. Bulma suddenly remembered. Luo Tian? Did I see him at that time? Sun Wukong scratched his head. You should have seen him before you lost your memory, but you forgot after you fell off the cliff. Bulma understood and turned to ask Raditz, since you are a member of Luo Tian and Wukong's tribe, what are you doing here? Who are you? Sun Wukong asked with his fists clenched. Hey, didn't Luo Tian tell you? Kakarot's purpose of coming here. Raditz snorted. What else could it be? Luo Tian said that there was a problem on your planet, so Goku came here to seek refuge. Bulma replied. You are so naive. Raditz chuckled, okay, let me tell you the correct answer. First of all, let me introduce myself. I am Kakarot's brother Raditz. We were all born on planet Vegeta, and we are the strongest fighting nation Saiyans in the universe. Hearing Raditz's words, Sun Wukong and others were shocked again. It was not the fighting nation Saiyans who were shocked, because the Saiyans Bulma had mentioned some of the things about people. What shocked Sun Wukong and others was that Raditz was actually Goku's brother. Goku's real brother? Krillin got up from the ground and asked in surprise. Are they really brothers? Bulma curled her lips. Kakarot was sent to Earth to destroy the people living on this planet. Raditz explained with a smile, we Saiyans are a fighting nation. Luo Tian should have told you about this. Did he tell you about our work? Our job is to find a planet with a suitable environment, destroy the residents there, and then sell the planet to aliens, that is, the Sita organization, at a high price. Bulma didn't say anything, because Luo Tian didn't say that. But the figure of Gok suddenly appeared in Bulma's mind. Bulma remembered. When Gok came to Earth, it was to stop the Saiyans from attacking the Earth. Later, Gok was beaten badly by Broly. Now think about it, what Sun Wukong's brother said may be true. However, Bulma suddenly felt that Luo Tian and Broly were not bad people. And Goku was not a bad person either. Goku had saved the Earth several times. If we encounter people on a planet with strong combat power, we will use adult warriors to destroy them. For a low-level planet like Earth, sending a baby like Kakarot here can completely deal with it. Raditz said with a smile, it just so happens that there is a moon on this planet. Kakarot, you only need a few years to completely wipe out the humans here. Have you even forgotten your mission? If that's the case, it's terrible. Krillin's face changed color and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Hey, what effect does the moon here have on me? Sun Wukong was puzzled. Don't play dumb. Isn't it the time for us Saiyans to show our true strength when the moon is the fullest? Raditz smiled. Bulma, Kame Sennin, and Krillin were stunned. Please explain yourself. I don't know what you are talking about. Sun Wukong shook his head. Where is your tail? Where did it go? Raditz's eyes flickered, and he suddenly found that the tail behind Sun Wukong was gone. I felt it was not very useful, so I removed it. Sun Wukong answered truthfully. You idiot! No wonder you can get along well with the people on this planet. Raditz shouted angrily. Enough, all you said has nothing to do with me. I am Sun Wukong who grew up on Earth, you should leave quickly, you are not welcome here. Sun Wukong refused decisively. Yes, no matter what happened in the past, Wukong is now an Earthling. Master Kame nodded. And Wukong saved our Earth, you should leave. Krillin said loudly. Humph, things are not as simple as you think. Didn't Luo Tian tell you that the Saiyan planet was hit by a meteorite and exploded a long time ago, so there are almost no Saiyans left, and our parents also died in the explosion? Raditz said with a smile, if you count it this way, including Luo Tian and Broly, there are less than 10 Saiyans left. Humph, although your Earth is hidden deeper, I still found it by luck. I can only say that your luck is very bad. Sun Wukong was silent. Leaving Luo Tian and Broly aside, I recently found a planet with 2 other accomplices that can be sold at a high price. It's a bit difficult for 3 people to attack, so I thought of Kakarot. Although your combat power is not perfect enough, if our strength is combined, we will definitely succeed. Raditz smiled and suddenly shouted at Sun Wukong, wake up, Kakarot. You should feel happy, isn't the Saiyan blood boiling in you? Don't dream, I will never help you. Sun Wukong shook his head and refused without hesitation. I just noticed that the little brat behind you is your son, right? Raditz said with a smile. No. Sun Wukong was startled. Sun Wuhan was so scared that he threw himself on Krillin. Don't lie, what's the matter with his tail? Isn't that evidence of Saiyan blood? Raditz smiled lightly. What do you want to do? Sun Wukong's face changed color. You are an unreasonable father, so I plan to take your son away. Raditz sneered and walked towards Sun Wukong. It's great that Luo Tian and Broly are not here. But even if he is here, we are of the same race, and he will never help you. You are talking nonsense. Luo Tian is not a bad person. He wants to become the greatest god in the universe. He is different from you. Bulma shouted. Whatever you say. Raditz ignored him and got closer and closer to Sun Wukong. If you dare to take another step forward, I will be rude to you. Sun Wukong gritted his teeth and became more alert. Bang! Raditz sneered and hit Sun Wukong's abdomen with his knee. Sun Wukong flew up to a height and fell to the ground all of a sudden, holding his stomach and making a sound. Howling in pain. Snap! Raditz stepped forward and grabbed Sun Gohan's pigtail. Dad! Sun Gohan was shocked and cried loudly. Master Roshi raised his cane, but he never had the courage to smash it. Krillin was so scared that his whole body was shaking. He took an offensive posture, but his legs were shaking more and more violently and he couldn't move. Wow! Sun Gohan burst into tears. Kakarot, leave this child with me first. If you want him to go back alive, you have to listen to your brother. Raditz picked up Sun Gohan and looked at Son Goku with a smile. I'll give you a day to think about it carefully. Tomorrow I want you to show proof of obedience. It's very simple. Just kill 100 people on this planet before this time tomorrow, and then pile the bodies on this island. Do you understand? I'll wait for your good news tomorrow. In fact, I don't want to kill my brother's child. Son Goku lay on the ground, feeling as if his whole body was falling apart. The other party is too powerful. Also, don't think that if you contact Luo Tian, he can help you. Raditz sneered, don't forget, he is also one of our people, he is also a scion of the fighting race. Krillin and Kame were trembling with fear. Bulma was also frightened and couldn't say anything for a while. By the way, it is worth mentioning that Luo Tian also said, Kakarot, you will become the rival of His Highness Vegeta for life. Raditz sighed, you can't even beat me, with your little fighting power, you still want to become the rival of His Highness Vegeta. It's ridiculous. It can be seen that Luo Tian is nothing great. After speaking, Raditz slowly flew into the sky with Son Gohan. Also, your luck has ended here. After destroying that planet, the next target will be the Earth. Raditz looked down at him with a joking expression. The people on this planet can be completely wiped out by the three of us in just 1 month. Isn't killing 100 people the same as the future? You should reflect on yourself. You can only become your brother's accomplice. You have no other choice. You give the child back to me. Sun Wukong got up from the ground with gritted teeth. I look forward to your answer. Raditz flew away immediately after saying this. Wow! Dad! Sun Wuhan burst into tears. Gohan! Sun Wukong shouted heartbreakingly. Ha ha ha! Raditz's wild laughter came from a distant place. This bastard! Sun Wukong was powerless and could only watch his son being taken away by his own brother. Are you okay, Goku? Bulma asked with concern. I really didn't expect Luo Tian's people to be so rude. Luo Tian and Broly were good people before. Broly was a little stupid, but he didn't do anything bad. Master came, he dragged me back and forth and threw me left and right. You said that didn't do anything bad. I should have known that I wouldn't have told you such a private matter last time. I'm sorry, we can't help you at all, Krillin said with some guilt. Somersault Cloud! Sun Wukong shouted loudly. Wait a minute, don't act rashly. You will be killed. Master Kame hurried forward to stop him. Can you beat him now? Krillin also advised kindly. Sun Wukong sat on the ground helplessly and shook his head. Then what should I do? Think about it again, Master Kame pondered silently. It's really speechless. I finally found my family, but it turned out to be such a guy. Bulma sighed. I have nothing to do with him, I can't let him go. Sun Wukong gritted his teeth and stood up from the ground. What do you want to do? Your brother is much stronger than you. Krillin asked nervously. We can't beat him at all. Tail. His weakness is probably the tail. As long as you pinch his tail tightly, he will have no strength. Sun Wukong said in a deep voice, I used to be like this. That's true. Kame nodded, thinking this method is good. But how can I pinch his tail? Krillin asked. It's too difficult for me to do it alone. Sun Wukong pondered. Krillin, Kame, the two suddenly had a bad premonition, but they still smiled bitterly. We will do our best to support you. Kame tightly grasped the cane in his hand. Yeah, the three of us will fight him, although I don't have much confidence. I don't have a girlfriend yet. Krillin wanted to cry, and turned to Bulma and said, Bulma, if we die, please ask Shenlong to revive us. I'll take care of this matter, don't worry, go bravely. Bulma patted her chest. Krillin, I'm afraid it won't work. Sun Wukong shook his head. Shenlong once said that people who died once can't be resurrected again, so this time Krillin and Master Kame. Krillin, the two were completely speechless. Are you still willing to help me? Sun Wukong asked again. Of course. The crutches in Master Kame's hand began to tremble. Need I say that? This time it's our turn to help you. Krillin's lips trembled, and he wanted to cry but had no tears. I'm afraid I'm really going to die this time. If only the Smurfs were here, she would definitely be able to find a way to solve this problem. Bulma sighed. Damn it, he's been eating and drinking in our house for so long, but he's never here at the critical moment. Goku and the other two said no more. There was a moment of silence. Bulma, do you have a Dragon Ball radar? Goku suddenly asked. Yes, there's a Dragon Ball embedded in Gohan's hat. Bulma suddenly realized, and immediately took out a Dragon Ball radar and handed it to Goku. Goku took the Dragon Ball radar and looked at it carefully, and found that the other party was moving at high speed. Where does he want to go? Isn't he going to outer space? Bulma came over and looked carefully. Stop! Great, he's still on Earth. Krillin replied. Okay, let's do it. I can't care so much. Goku clenched his fists and looked at the distant sky, as if he could see the helpless appearance of his son Gohan, and his heart was broken immediately. You're right, maybe we can win, although the possibility is relatively small. Krillin nodded. I'll be killed sooner or later anyway, so let's kill him quickly. Master Roshi stretched his old waist. You guys can't do it. Just then, a voice suddenly came from the back of the room. Then, Piccolo stepped forward calmly. Krillin was shocked to see Piccolo suddenly appear. Why are you here? Sun Wukong was stunned. I followed that guy. Piccolo told the truth. Have you seen him? Sun Wukong asked. Yes, you can't beat him if you go with the two of them. I'll go with you. Piccolo said, you should know how powerful he is. He is definitely not something you and I can deal with alone, but if the two of us join forces, we may be able to defeat him. That's true, but why did you do that? Sun Wukong was puzzled. Don't get me wrong, I'm not seeking peace, and I don't care what your son's fate will be. I just think he will hinder me from conquering the world. Piccolo snorted, then smiled smugly, I will join hands with you first to kill that guy and his two companions, and then I will deal with you, so that the world will be back in my hands again. I won't let you rule the world, but I promise to cooperate with you to kill our common enemy first. Sun Wukong replied. I have no choice but to cooperate with you. I will feel disgusted if I cooperate with you. Piccolo snorted. Pa! Sun Wukong said no more, and jumped lightly onto the somersault cloud. He held the Dragon Ball radar tightly in his right hand, and felt that the Dragon Ball radar in his hand was heavier. Can you keep up with the somersault cloud? Sun Wukong asked with a smile. Don't underestimate me. How can the speed of your cloud compare with mine? Piccolo snorted coldly. The two of them soared into the sky and flew quickly in the direction of Raditz. The ninth universe, the outer space. Bang! 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 Broly and Majin Buu were still slapping Quitra. After playing for more than an hour, the two gradually calmed down. Puh! Fu! Fu! Majin Buu spit several mouthfuls of saliva at Quitra again, and felt much better. Do you want to turn him into chocolate and eat it? I'll give you half. Buu smiled and suggested to Broly. Broly, if you don't spit so many mouthfuls of saliva, I might consider sharing it with you. I don't eat it. Broly shook his head decisively. Forget it then. Buu kicked Quitla again and kicked him out of sight. Luo Tian would not stop Broly and Buu from dealing with Quitla. Luo Tian, what are your plans next? Broly asked. You haven't had delicious food for a long time, right? Luo Tian asked. Broly and Majin Buu nodded vigorously together. Even Majin Buu's saliva flowed out of his mouth. Then I'll take you to Earth to have a good meal. Luo Tian greeted with a smile. Earth? Majin Buu's eyes lit up. Can I go find Satan? The chocolate in his trouser pocket is delicious. Is the chocolate delicious, or does the taste of the trouser pocket suit your taste? Luo Tian wiped his sweat. Buu? Whatever you want, but I'll tell you first, you can't mess around on Earth. As Luo Tian said this, the scepter in his hand bumped into the universe. Crack! Suddenly, a crack appeared in the universe. Majin Buu's pupil shrank, his face changed again and again, and he nodded vigorously. Let's go! The scepter in Luo Tian's hand suddenly burst into a star-like bright light, covering Broly and Majin Buu. Swish! Luo Tian took Broly and Majin Buu and turned into a bright stream of light, quickly retreating towards the direction of the sixth universe. On the way, Luo Tian contacted Bardos again. Oh, judging from the brightness of your angel power, Luo Tian, the purity of your angel power has reached at least 58. Bardos sighed for a while, showing a little surprise. How much do you? Luo Tian asked curiously. 268. Badu smiled. Luo Tian, but you don't have to be discouraged, after all, I have cultivated for hundreds of millions of years. How long did you practice? But are you? At the same time, I was cunning in my eyes. Luo Tian explained. Bados was speechless. You call not answering the phone a tacit agreement? Bados immediately looked at the space where Luo Tian was and found that he was getting closer and closer to the realm of nothingness. After passing through the realm of nothingness and flying in the realm of nothingness for a while, you can enter the 6th universe. Then I'll wait for you. After saying this, Bados immediately ended the call and called to the waiter, please pack all these. 3 minutes later, Bardos left the earth quickly with a large bag of boxes. At this time, Luo Tian had successfully entered the realm of nothingness. When passing through the 18th universe, Luo Tian glanced in the direction of the white planet, and slowly landed on it with Broly and Majin Buu. It has been so long, and this planet has not changed at all. Luo Tian sighed. Ling Long, you don't provide any angel power, how can this planet change? I asked you to find King Kai, but you ran out to fight with the god of destruction. Now it's all right, you even sacrificed your own god of destruction. Ling Long looked at Luo Tian with some anger. However, Ling Long did not return to human form, and still existed in the form of scattered cosmic essence. All these cosmic essences gathered on the white planet, colorless and tasteless. After Majin Buu and Broly came to this planet, they also looked around, and naturally could not find anything. Who is talking? Luo Tian suddenly asked. Majin Buu? Broly? The two of them quickly covered their mouths and shook their heads. Majin Buu looked at the scepter in Luo Tian's hand with some horror. That thing hurts. Mers used to beat me with that thing. Now Luo Tian also has that thing in his hand. He cracked the mouse's head. Poor mouse, I wonder if I kicked it to death? Majin Buu thought a lot at once. Just now I heard someone whispering. Luo Tian pondered silently. I didn't say anything. Broly said while pointing to Buu, the person next to him, it must be him who said it. Majin Buu was so angry that he kept glaring. How could you betray your teammates like this? I am your best friend. You are such a bad teammate. No, it's a woman. Luo Tian shook his head gently and pondered. You are not a woman, are you? Broly was curious and lifted up Majin Buu's pants. Otherwise you said you like me all day long. Majin Buu, sure enough, there is no one. Broly was startled and stepped back several steps. Luo Tian looked at Majin Buu in surprise. What? What is there? Majin Buu scratched his head. You don't have it here. Broly was really scared, showing a look of horror, and stepped back again. You are really a woman. Majin Buu was even more confused. I remember I was a man. When did I become a woman? You don't know what I said. No, I'm a man. Majin Buu suddenly felt that his words were meaningless. You are not allowed to like me. Broly was anxious. I have a girl I like. Oh? Buu was slightly stunned, and his eyes widened with a gossipy look. Luo Tian was not surprised. Because Luo Tian knew that Broly fell in love with a green-skinned girl a long time ago. Her name was Sarah. It seems to be in the 10th universe. It stands to reason that she should be from the 7th universe. As for why she ran to the 10th universe, Luo Tian was not very clear. But it doesn't matter. When Broly goes to the 3rd universe or the 9th universe to take office as the god of destruction, help him find Sarah. It's not Buu, it's a very nice voice speaking. Luo Tian shook his head gently, don't make any noise, I'll look for it. Broly and Majin Buu nodded vigorously. I saw that many people in the comment area like to let Gohan be the king of the worlds. Spoiler, I want Goku and Vegeta to be a pair, one king of the worlds and the other god of destruction. Just have a vote. Chapter 143. Ling Long, let me go. Let me out. Luo Tian searched carefully, and used the scepter as an amplifier to search the planet carefully. After about 10 minutes, Luo Tian stopped at a location. It doesn't look like there is someone. Am I hallucinating? It may also be that I just became an angel and am not very used to my current body. Luo Tian said to himself, but I can feel that there is a lot of angel power on this planet. If I absorb these angel powers and purify them, will the purity of my angel power reach 70? Luo Tian suddenly had an idea and raised the scepter in his hand high without any hesitation. Collect. Luo Tian slowly uttered a word. And when Luo Tian's voice fell, the scepter began to absorb the angel power of this planet crazily. Suddenly, the scene was like an invisible storm, quickly gathering the scattered cosmic essences around, that is, those bright light spots. These bright light spots instantly flew into the crystal ball of the scepter in Luo Tian's hand. Wait a minute. Ling Long's voice suddenly sounded in panic. What do you want to do? Are you going to absorb me? Luo Tian turned his head and looked around. Strange, why do I hear that voice again? What's going on? It's really bad. Is it still impossible to adapt to the body of an angel? The next moment, Luo Tian heard a girl's scream suddenly enter the scepter. Pa! In just a moment, the girl's voice entered Luo Tian's body from the scepter again. Shua! Ling Long's body merged with Luo Tian's body. Luo Tian groaned. What a strange feeling! What's going on? Why did I feel like a girl was rushing towards me just now, and then this picture is too strange? Luo Tian didn't dare to be careless at all, and hurriedly checked his body. Through internal vision, Luo Tian found that deep in his body, there was an extremely beautiful girl. The girl had a curvy figure and a stunning appearance. She had long hair with a silver-white hair color and a thumb-sized body. At the same time, the girl was holding a scepter in her hand, and there was a light blue halo around her neck. Luo Tian? Luo Tian looked at the girl carefully. Isn't this a female angel? It's rare, her skin color is almost the same as mine. Let me out. Ling Long stared at Luo Tian in anger. Are you not dumb now? Luo Tian said with a smile. Ling Long was speechless for a while. I'm not pretending to be dumb, I'm just too weak. It's hard to close. Ling Long replied weakly. You do look very weak, it feels like you will break if you touch it a little. Luo Tian looked at Ling Long's body seriously and nodded in acknowledgement. Ling Long pursed her rosy lips and said nothing. What's your name? Little Angel. Luo Tian asked with interest. Ling Long. Ling Long said her name. I remember that Bardos mentioned you before. So you are Ling Long. Luo Tian suddenly realized, you are the angel of the 18th universe. Because you love your own universe too much, you disappeared with the 18th universe then. Luo Tian looked Ling Long up and down. This name is really exquisite. Exquisite, that's what it means. What a great figure. Let me out. Ling Long continued to repeat what she had just said. You are too weak. When will you recover after I let you out? Looking at your current condition, it is not easy to recover to human form for 2 hours a day. Luo Tian sighed. Yes, Ling Long nodded gently. With your current weakness, you can't leave this planet even if you recover to human form, right? Luo Tian asked again. Ling Long was silent. Indeed, since the 18th universe gradually recovered, Ling Long has recovered along with this universe. But Ling Long is really too weak, so weak that she can't leave this white planet. Ling Long can only move around on this white planet, and only she can understand the loneliness. Why do you call yourself this? Angels shouldn't be named like this. Luo Tian asked curiously. The naming system failed, and I was given a name like this. Ling Long told the truth. What a coincidence, I'm a Saiyan, and our Saiyan naming system also failed, so I got a name like this. Luo Tian sighed, speaking of which, we are really destined to be together. Ling Long, in view of this fate, I decided to nourish you with my essence. Luo Tian made a difficult decision, we are all angels, we should help each other, don't you think? Ling Long was speechless for a while. What you said touched my heart, but why do I always feel that this sentence sounds a little strange? Thank you. Ling Long opened her lips and said thank you. The premise is that my angel power will not be consumed. If I find that you have an impact on my cultivation, I will throw you out. Luo Tian thought about it and gave another supplement. Ling Long, I was really touched in vain. Then you should let me out now. Ling Long didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Are you sure? Luo Tian asked. Ling Long nodded. Luo Tian no longer hesitated and waved the scepter in his hand gently. Shua. In just a moment, Ling Long was released by Luo Tian through the scepter. Pa! A substantial exquisite beauty appeared at the scene. It was exactly the same as the beauty Luo Tian saw in his body. Of course, her height returned to the height of a normal person. Seeing the Ling Long angel who suddenly appeared at the scene, Broly and Majin Bu were both slightly stunned. The two looked at each other and were a little confused for a while. Thank you. Ling Long thanked. No need. Luo Tian waved his hand. Then, let's say goodbye. Ling Long looked at Luo Tian deeply again. Let's go, Broly, Bu, let's go to Earth for a big meal. Luo Tian called to the two and was about to take off immediately. Hearing what Luo Tian said, Ling Long's eyes flickered. Going for a big meal? Ling Long looked up at the endless empty sky, and then looked at the desolate planets full of white, and suddenly felt so lonely. I take me with you. Ling Long said here, turned into a bright light, and suddenly sank into Luo Tian's body. Luo Tian, are you polite? Who said he wanted to come out just now? Luo Tian said unhappily. Let the past go with the wind. Ling Long laughed. Let me make it clear first, if you reduce the purity of my angel power, I will absorb you completely. Luo Tian first gave Ling Long a shot of prevention. I won't let the purity of your angel power decrease. Instead, I will help you cultivate a true god of destruction and king of the worlds as soon as possible. Ling Long replied, and after 2 seconds of silence, she added 2 words, new. It seems that you know a lot of things. You know that I am an angel transformed from a Saiyan, right? Luo Tian asked again. I know. I also know that you are an apprentice angel in the 18th universe. Ling Long replied. There is nothing in the 18th universe. How about changing to another universe? Luo Tian muttered in a low voice, and was a little eager for a while. Ling Long didn't want to talk anymore. I'll think about it slowly later. Let's go eat something delicious first. Luo Tian grinned, and the scepter gently knocked on the ground, and the bright flames on his body burst out. Hey, Broly, that woman ran into Luo Tian's body. Bu patted Broly's shoulder. Broly nodded thoughtfully. It's almost the same as when you ran into my body. Bu added. Broly almost vomited. Can you please stop disgusting me? Broly glared. Bu? When did I disgust you? Swoosh. Luo Tian turned into a stream of light as bright as the stars, instantly entered the realm of nothingness, and flew towards the direction of the 6th universe. After entering the universe of the 6th universe, Ling Long took a deep breath. This smell of the universe is really good. What a nice smell of the starry sky. Ling Long sighed. This is not the smell of the universe, but the smell of my body. Luo Tian suddenly said to Ling Long through inner vision. Ling Long, my good mood was ruined by you in an instant. Can you stop talking? Ling Long glared at Luo Tian unhappily. You dare to talk to me like this in my body? Luo Tian laughed. Do you believe that I will throw you out now? Ling Long was speechless. We are all angels, why do we hate and kill each other? Angels should live in harmony. Ling Long was silent for a moment, and then said this weakly. The 6th universe, Earth. Sun Wukong rode the somersault cloud and flew quickly in the blue sky. Pico followed Sun Wukong closely. Approaching the target, let's find a place to land. Sun Wukong took a look with the Dragon Ball radar and immediately said to Piccolo. Just rush down like this. Piccolo suggested. Sun Wukong was slightly startled. That guy has a strange instrument that can detect our location and strength. Piccolo explained. Then, he must know that we are approaching him. Sun Wukong asked. He must know. Piccolo nodded. It seems that we can only attack from the front. Sun Wukong gritted his teeth. Raditz had already locked Sun Gohan in the spaceship and let him cry loudly in the spaceship. It's so noisy, always crying, Saiyan's like you are really cowardly. Raditz shook his head. I'll go find something to eat first. While talking, Raditz suddenly saw a signal from the detector. Warning signal. Combat power 710. Nearby. Raditz's face changed slightly. Who's coming? Could it be Luo Tian? No, Luo Tian's combat power is not displayed. Broly's combat power is also much higher than this value. Raditz quickly found the location of the combat power through the detector, and immediately looked at the spaceship beside him in confusion. What a joke! It's Kakarozen of Vegeta? Raditz was stunned. What a joke, the machine must have malfunctioned, it scared me. Then, Raditz pressed a few more times on the detector, trying to get in touch with Vegeta and Nappa. Your Highness Vegeta, Nappa, did you hear me? Raditz asked. I have successfully arrived on Earth, but the situation on Earth is a bit strange. About 10 seconds passed. I heard it, the signal is not very good. Vegeta's voice suddenly came over. Hey? Your Highness Vegeta, can you hear me? I thought I lost contact. Raditz said excitedly, I saw Kakarot, and his combat power is not as high as mine. Does he want to be your lifelong rival like that? Hey, I knew it was like this. Although my combat power has hardly improved much over the years, a combat power of 18,000 is enough to walk sideways in this universe. Vegeta kept sneering. Ha ha ha, yes, yes. Raditz nodded repeatedly. However, after saying a few words, the signal between the two sides was interrupted again. Raditz found that he could no longer contact Vegeta, so he had to shake his head helplessly. Just then, Raditz once again checked Son Gohan's combat power value of 710 through the detector. Here it comes again. It's still a malfunction. Raditz sighed. It seems that we have to deal with the Earth's affairs as soon as possible and go back to repair the detector as soon as possible. Beep. Another reaction is flying towards this side. Raditz was stunned again. There are 2 reactions in total, with combat powers of 322 and 334 respectively, and one of them is about the same as Kakarot's combat power. This is wrong, Kakarot will not come here. He clearly knows that the chance of winning is almost 0. And he doesn't know where I landed. It's terrible, the detector is broken like this. As Raditz was talking to himself, he suddenly found Sun Wukong and Piccolo in the sky. Is this true? Raditz's face changed again and again, and he suddenly realized something, and immediately turned back to look at the spaceship behind him. There is definitely a problem. How could Kakarot's son reach a combat power of 710? Pop! Sun Wukong and Piccolo fell from the sky and appeared opposite Raditz. So the other person is you. Raditz sneered and looked at Piccolo with contempt. I think you were scared to death before. Piccolo said nothing with a cold face. How do you know I'm here? Raditz asked curiously. I won't tell you. Sun Wukong shook his head. Okay, let me ask another question, what are you doing here? Raditz asked again. Is there any need to say that? I'm here to find my son. Sun Wukong shouted loudly, and immediately noticed the spaceship behind Raditz. Because Raditz came to the Earth of the 6th universe from the 7th universe through the vortex, the spaceship did not leave any large craters on the Earth. So Sun Wukong soon saw the spherical spaceship. In the spaceship, Sun Wuhan was slapping the inner wall hard, crying heartbreakingly. It's just that the sound insulation of the spaceship is very good, and Sun Wukong didn't hear it. So, you a Saiyan, don't want to join our camp? Raditz chuckled. Of course. Sun Wukong nodded. Do you want to betray your brother? Raditz snorted. I don't have a brother like you. Sun Wukong replied. Kakarot, don't be ungrateful. Do you really think Luo Tian can protect you? You really disappoint me so much. Raditz kept sneering, and the playful expression on his face became more intense. Also, do you think two people together can defeat me? Stop talking nonsense. Piccolo said, pulling off the cape behind him and throwing it away. Bang! The cape hit the ground with a metallic sound. Piccolo, are you also training with weights? Sun Wukong was a little surprised. Yes, just like you. Piccolo nodded and admitted, moving his arms and body, I haven't felt so relaxed for a long time. Raditz looked at Piccolo and found through the detector that his combat power had increased to 408. Really? I have to work harder too. Sun Wukong took off his gravity suit. Raditz was stunned again and found that Kakarot's combat power had increased to 416. Ha ha ha, do you think you can beat me like this? Raditz laughed at the time, it's ridiculous, you want to show off with just this little combat power? Two idiots. Victory or defeat does not depend on your fighting power. We have tactics to deal with you. Sun Wukong clenched his fists. I don't want to talk nonsense with you anymore, Kakarot. You are no longer qualified to be our accomplice. You are the shame of our science. I will kill you. Raditz shouted loudly. Sun Wukong and Piccolo immediately took a fighting stance. Shua! Raditz flew up quickly, and with a flash of his body, he quickly appeared behind the two of them, and hit Sun Wukong and Piccolo with a fierce elbow. Sun Wukong and Piccolo was hit respectively, and his body rolled over before landing in a mess. The two were a little stunned, looking at this terrible opponent in surprise. What a fast speed this guy is! Your defense is not bad. Raditz sneered, it's only a matter of time before you die. I will torture you slowly. Sun Wukong was alert. As long as he could catch his tail, he would have a chance to defeat him. Cold sweat oozed from Piccolo's forehead, and he bared his teeth, his expression became more solemn. By the way, before you die, I will tell you another good news. Raditz smiled, the other two Saiyans are stronger than me, and much stronger. Sun Wukong was stunned. Piccolo was dumbfounded. The two felt like they were falling into the abyss, feeling deep despair. Ha ha ha, now you know how powerful the Saiyans are, right? Raditz smiled even more brilliantly. It's terrible. There are two Saiyans who are stronger than him. Piccolo's face was extremely ugly. This is trouble. Where is Luo Tian? He is also very strong, right? Sun Wukong gritted his teeth and asked. I don't know, but the little follower beside him is very strong. Raditz answered. Follower? Sun Wukong was slightly stunned. You don't need to know so much. Anyway, you are going to die soon. If you know too much, you might be scared to death, and I won't be able to punish you properly. Raditz snorted coldly. Where is my son? Is he in that ball? Sun Wukong asked loudly. Yes, that's my spaceship. Raditz told the truth. Wait for me, Gohan, Dad will come to save you soon. Sun Wukong took a deep breath, and his expression became more and more solemn. Ha ha ha, you'd better stop daydreaming. Do you think you can save him with your fighting power? Raditz sneered disdainfully, you two will die here soon. Okay, let's get started. Sun Wukong clenched his fists. Piccolo nodded and took an offensive stance. The two of them no longer hesitated and immediately rushed towards Raditz, punching and kicking him. Raditz easily blocked all the punches and kicks of the two. After several rounds of confrontation. Swish! Swish! Sun Wukong and Piccolo flashed and quickly appeared behind Raditz. Behind. Raditz sneered, raised his legs backwards, and kicked the two. Sun Wukong and Piccolo lightly tapped the ground and rushed towards Raditz again. Raditz flew high with his arms spread out. Sun Wukong and Piccolo missed, immediately looked up at the sky, and rushed forward again. Raditz gathered energy, and two bright flames shot out from his hands. Not good. Sun Wukong was shocked and dodged. Piccolo's face changed again and again. At the critical moment, there was no place to hide. Boom! One of Piccolo's arms was swallowed up by the powerful energy at that time. A huge explosion occurred at the scene, and the huge shock wave blew the two people all over the place. Sun Wukong fell to the ground in a mess, and immediately stood up and looked up at the sky, looking for Raditz's figure. Behind you. Raditz smiled brightly. Sun Wukong's face was extremely ugly. Bang! Raditz had no reason to be polite, and kicked Sun Wukong on the back fiercely, knocking him to the ground at that time. Sun Wukong screamed in pain, feeling that he was not well. Hee, two people combined have only this little strength, so disappointing. Raditz laughed contemptuously. Sun Wukong gritted his teeth and climbed up from the ground, rubbed the place where he was hit, and immediately asked Piccolo, "How are you, Piccolo?" After saying that, Sun Wukong turned his head and found that one of Piccolo's arms was gone. Bright red blood flowed down from the place where Piccolo's arm was broken. Piccolo was in so much pain that sweat broke out on his face. He gritted his teeth and said, "Don't worry, I can continue to fight even if I only have one arm left." "Ha ha ha, your death is coming soon, be prepared." Raditz laughed wildly. "Sun Wukong, do you have any new tricks?" Piccolo asked suddenly. "Sorry to be honest, I don't have any." Sun Wukong shook his head. "I wanted to save more energy." Piccolo said in a deep voice, "I have practiced seriously and have made new improvements." "Did you say you practiced new tricks?" Sun Wukong was stunned. "Yes." Piccolo nodded. "Can one arm do it?" Sun Wukong asked again. "It doesn't matter, it just takes a long time to replenish your energy. You fight him alone first to attract his attention," Piccolo suggested. "I understand, but will your move work on him?" Sun Wukong asked. "Maybe it will work. If this move doesn't work, then no one can defeat him," Piccolo replied, and snorted again. "Originally, this move was used to kill you. Now you can help me." Sun Wukong smiled. "Don't be happy too early. If you defeat that guy, it will be your turn next." Piccolo snorted. "Ha ha ha." Sun Wukong laughed heartily. "Is it time to laugh now?" Piccolo's face turned black. "Okay. I'll go and entangle him, and you should accumulate energy." Sun Wukong made up his mind. Heart. "You must hold on." Piccolo looked solemn. Sun Wukong rushed over quickly and started a fierce battle with Raditz. Piccolo put his right index finger and middle finger together, put them on his forehead, and began to gather energy. Sun Wukong was soon beaten black and blue by Raditz, and was no match at all. After several rounds of confrontation, Raditz kicked Sun Wukong away. Sun Wukong bounced on the ground and rushed into the sky at that time, gathering energy in his hands. Not good. His fighting power is constantly increasing. Raditz showed a surprised look. He concentrates all the energy on one point. Will it improve his own fighting power? Then, Raditz turned his head and found that Piccolo nearby was also gathering energy. The fighting power here is still increasing. It's unbelievable. Raditz was stunned. Kamehameha Qigong Wave. Sun Wukong gathered Qigong waves with his hands, and the energy swooped down from the air, whistling towards Raditz. Raditz dodged quickly and avoided the attack of the Qigong wave. Sun Wukong waved his hands slightly, and the Qigong wave tracked Raditz. "Don't be complacent." Raditz snorted coldly, stretched out his big hand, and caught the Qigong wave. Boom! A puff of smoke rose from the position where Raditz was. Oh no, he caught it. Sun Wukong felt a headache. Give it back to you. Raditz snorted, and swung his hand violently, and a stream of energy with lightning rushed towards Sun Wukong in the air. Boom! Sun Wukong was unfortunately hit, fell from the air, and hit the ground heavily. Raditz rushed forward quickly, grabbed Sun Wukong's collar, and was about to punch his head, and his mouth was not idle. Start with you. Kakarot. Go to hell. You are the one who should die. Piccolo has already condensed the magic light-killing cannon, and the conspicuous blue veins on his head are popping out, and his face is becoming more and more ferocious. At the same time, a lavender light flashed between Piccolo's fingers. Raditz was slightly stunned, and quickly turned his head to look at Piccolo. What? Combat power 1330. All concentrated on the fingertips. Raditz exclaimed, not good, they can control their combat power at will. Chapter 144 Angels Return, Broly forcefully saves Wukong magic light-killing cannon. Pico stretched out his hand forward, and a purple spiral flame rushed straight to Raditz's body. Raditz's face changed again and again, and he dodged with all his might, and finally avoided the invasion of the magic light-killing cannon. Even so, the magic light cannon hit Raditz's shoulder armor, breaking his shoulder armor and rubbing his skin, leaving bright red blood on his skin. He dodged it. Piccolo was stunned, his face became more and more ugly. This guy is so fast, he can actually dodge it. You can damage my armor, which shows that your combat power is not low. If you were hit head-on, you might have died just now. Raditz was even more frightened and broke out in a cold sweat. It's terrible, I didn't hit it. Piccolo felt a little desperate. I can't forgive you. The game ends here. Raditz clenched his fists tightly, and fine beads of sweat slid down his forehead. It's terrible. I was just playing all the time. If I continue to play like this, I feel that I will play myself to death. I have to kill them as soon as possible. It's my turn to attack now. Raditz said, raising his right hand high, ready to release energy to kill Piccolo on the spot. At this critical moment, Son Goku quickly stepped forward and grabbed Raditz's tail. Ahaha! Raditz screamed, feeling as if his body was exhausted, and knelt on the ground all of a sudden, without even the strength to stand up. You? Raditz said in a deep voice. Piccolo, use the trick just now again. Son Goku shouted at Piccolo. Okay. Piccolo nodded repeatedly, feeling that happiness came too suddenly. Well done, Son Goku. You must hold his tail tightly. I can only use this trick for the last time. Kakarot, do you want to kill your only relative? Raditz was ready to play the emotional card, thinking that he might be able to fool Kakarot. You are worthy of being my relative? You want to kill my child? Sun Wukong was furious. I won't do that, I'm just trying to scare you. I even gave your son candy. Raditz replied hurriedly. Don't be fooled, Sun Wukong. Don't listen to his sweet words. Piccolo shouted loudly, fearing that Sun Wukong would soften his heart and let that guy go. Please, believe me, brother. Raditz found that there was a chance, and begged again, what I did before was really too much. I won't dare to do it again. I will leave the earth immediately. Sun Wukong hesitated, and at the same time made a difficult decision. Don't let go of the tail, that's his conspiracy. Piccolo was anxious and shouted to Sun Wukong. Please, Kakarot, please believe me. I am your only brother. Raditz shouted loudly, his voice was full of tragic and sentimental feelings. Sun Wukong's heart softened, and he slowly let go of Raditz's tail. Sun Wukong. Piccolo felt endless despair. This pig teammate. Raditz smiled contemptuously, and his strength was instantly restored. He stood up gorgeously and hit Sun Wukong's chin with an elbow. Sun Wukong fell to the ground. Raditz flew up, stepped on Sun Wukong's chest, and increased his strength. Sun Wukong wailed in pain. The sixth universe, the universe. A stream of light as bright as a star streaked across the starry sky, flying towards the direction of the earth. Chocolate, chocolate. After seeing the earth, Bu's eyes were a little moist, and he kept muttering. Broly patted his stomach and took a deep breath. I haven't eaten for more than 20 years. Finally, I can have a good meal. Ling Long has become a condensed little man in Luo Tian's body, only the size of a thumb. Ling Long found this beautiful blue planet and couldn't help licking her lips, drooling. Luo Tian, you like to eat delicious food too? Luo Tian asked. Yes, most angels like to enjoy delicious food. Ling Long nodded and wiped the saliva from the corner of her mouth. Sorry, don't worry, I saw someone fighting over there, and there is the new Kai King God Son Goku I'm looking for. Luo Tian changed direction and quickly retreated towards the direction where Sun Wukong and others were fighting. Ling Long, are you deliberately tempting me? So bad. In just a blink of an eye, Luo Tian had already appeared in the sky with Broly and Bu, overlooking the battle below. At this time, Raditz was putting his foot on Sun Wukong's chest, constantly increasing his strength. Sun Wukong let out a painful wail. Broly just watched the battle between Raditz and Sun Wukong quietly. Broly naturally saw that the people below were too weak. If they were to tear each other apart, it would be easier than tearing a piece of tofu. Bu was even less interested in the fight between the two sides. When he appeared on the earth, he immediately rubbed his hands. Luo Tian, can I go find Satan? Bu grinned. Go. Luo Tian nodded. Bu nodded vigorously. Do you remember my previous instructions? Luo Tian glanced at Bu. Don't kill people, don't turn people into chocolate, don't destroy planets, don't destroy buildings. Bu memorized it by heart, and nodded again, indicating that he remembered it. People who provoke you can be killed. Luo Tian added. Majin Bu nodded again. Luo Tian waved his hand, indicating that Bu could leave. Chocolate! Chocolate! Bu jumped excitedly in the air, like a child passing through the white clouds, looking for Satan. Broly did not leave, still stayed by Luo Tian's side, and looked down. Luo Tian, which one is Sun Wukong? Broly asked, the guy who was stepped on? Yes. Luo Tian nodded. Broly was silent. What a weak Kai! This Mr. Sun Wukong is the new Kai you are about to cultivate? Ling Long obviously saw the abused Sun Wukong, and couldn't help but choke up, a little bit amused. What a weak Kai! I'm afraid he is the weakest Kai in history. What do you think? Luo Tian asked Ling Long. Ling Long didn't want to talk anymore. What else can he do? He was beaten so badly. Can't you see it? No. Shouldn't we go eat now? We agreed to enjoy a sumptuous meal. Why did you suddenly come here to watch them fight? The problem is that their fighting level is too low. What's so good about it? Not so good. Ling Long hesitated and answered with a smile. If I train him to be stronger than Jiren, will Myers feel heartbroken? Luo Tian smiled expectantly. You'd better forget it. I've heard of that human called Jiren. It's not an exaggeration to say that he is the most powerful human in the universe. Ling Long pondered. Originally, Lord Waimei wanted to train Jiren to be the new god of destruction. After all, he is already qualified to be the god of destruction. What you said makes sense. Let's make a happy decision. Luo Tian smiled. Ling Long, why did you ask me if you didn't accept my opinion? Ling Long was speechless. Ha ha ha, there are too few idiots like you. Raditz laughed. You were fooled by an emotional card. You really can't be an excellent warrior. But I'm different. I can kill my own brothers without hesitation. Humph, Luo Tian also said that you will become Vegeta's lifelong rival. With your level, you can't even beat me. Do you still want to be Vegeta's rival? Also, you are about to die. Even if you will have a great future, it's over. As he spoke, Raditz stomped hard on Sun Wukong's chest again. Aha! Sun Wukong screamed, his voice became more and more shrill and painful. Let you die more painfully, so that I can have a better sense of accomplishment. Raditz kept sneering, and the strength of his feet became stronger and stronger. Pico, who was standing by, was trembling with fear and dared not attack easily. Ha ha ha, it's your turn next, how about it? Try that move again? Raditz smiled contemptuously. Pico was silent. He would still dodge. It's just a waste of energy. Broly couldn't stand it anymore. The main reason was that this man named Sun Wukong would become Luo Tian's new Kai King God. Seeing him being bullied like this, Broly had an urge to tear Raditz in half. Luo Tian gently raised his hand to block Broly, so that he didn't have to act in a hurry for the time being. Look over there. Luo Tian pointed to the spherical spaceship. Broly's eyes condensed and glanced in the direction of the spaceship. Beep, beep, beep. Suddenly, a powerful combat signal flashed on Raditz's detector, and the alarm sounded. What? Raditz immediately turned his head and looked at the spaceship behind him. Bang! The spaceship was instantly broken into pieces, smashed by Son Gohan. Endless anger appeared on Son Gohan's young face, tears flowed, and he walked towards Raditz. Raditz's face changed color. What's going on? My spaceship. It's over now, I can't go back. I can only ask His Highness Vegeta to come and pick me up. Also, Kakarote's son, how about his combat power? Oh, I think that if this little guy is trained well, he should be a good Kaishin. Ling Long suddenly smiled and suggested to Luo Tian. You can consider it as an alternative. Luo Tian nodded. He is not very old, he looks only 4 years old, 1 year younger than you were back then. Ling Long smiled. Luo Tian did not respond, because he would witness Son Gohan's highlight moment. Pico was even more surprised. He did not expect that Son Goku's son would suddenly blow up the spaceship and come out from it. It was simply unbelievable. Son Gohan was already extremely angry, crying and walking towards Raditz angrily. Gohan Son Goku looked at his own son weakly. What's going on? Raditz suddenly had a bad premonition. Wivu Son Gohan was in tears, feeling more and more wronged and angry. Gohan, run! Get out of here! Son Goku said hurriedly. Battle Combat Power 1307. Raditz's forehead was covered with cold sweat, and his face turned pale instantly. Don't bully my dad! Son Gohan shouted loudly, tears could no longer be stopped, and burst out of his eyes. Wow! Son Gohan flew up while crying, and hit Raditz's chest heavily with his head. Ouch! Raditz was unfortunately hit, and his chest armor also showed obvious cracks. At the same time, Raditz suffered serious internal injuries, stepped back 2 steps, and almost fell to the ground. Son Gohan fell to the ground all of a sudden, looking up with a confused face. Gohan Son Goku looked at his son in surprise. Ah, Dad! Son Gohan was immediately surprised and happy when he found his father. Is your head okay? Son Goku asked with concern. Huff, Fu Raditz covered his chest, his body was a little weak, and he couldn't help shaking violently. This bastard! Raditz gnashed his teeth and clenched his fists. Big bad guy! Son Gohan turned around and said. Gohan! Run! Get out of here! Son Goku was anxious and shouted at Son Gohan. Damn, this kid's fighting power is only this little now. Raditz was so angry that his teeth itched, with the ups and downs of emotions. I didn't expect there would be such a huge change. Bang! Raditz slapped him hard and slapped Son Gohan away at that time. Son Gohan fell to the ground, and many little stars appeared in front of his eyes, and he fainted on the spot. What are you doing? Don't hurt him! Son Goku was filled with grief and anger, and was furious. Do you still want to say that he is a child? How ridiculous, that child has a stronger fighting power than you. Raditz snorted, while he still doesn't know how to use energy, he must be strangled in the cradle. But don't worry, I will send you to another world to meet him soon. As he said, Raditz walked towards Sun Gohan. That little guy is indeed not simple. Linglong sighed a little. If he is well trained, he can indeed become an outstanding Kaishin, but it may not be that easy to defeat Jiren. Oh? Really? Luo Tian smiled slightly. As for his father, that is, Mr. Sun Wukong you mentioned, I feel that no matter how he is trained, although there will be great things in the future, progress, but compared to Jiren, it's far behind. Linglong continued to analyze. Luo Tian just smiled and didn't say much. Broly turned his head to look at Luo Tian, his eyes seemed to ask if he wanted to go up to help. Don't worry, it's more dramatic to appear at the critical moment. Luo Tian smiled. Broly didn't say anything. Linglong was also speechless. Just as Raditz walked towards Sun Gohan, Son Goku suddenly stood up and hugged Raditz's shoulders from behind. You, how can you still have so much strength? Raditz was stunned and couldn't help being surprised. Piccolo, use the trick just now again. Son Goku shouted at Piccolo in the distance. I knew it would be like this, I have been mentally prepared. Piccolo laughed, quickly condensed energy in his hands, and asked, wait a minute, why don't you grab his tail? It's useless, the tail can break off by itself. Sun Wukong replied. You know all this. Raditz struggled desperately, trying to break free from Sun Wukong's restraints. Sun Wukong hugged Raditz tightly, with no intention of letting go. Oops, I was hit by that kid just now, and my bones are almost broken. Raditz gnashed his teeth in hatred, and at the same time he was very anxious. Let me go, Kakarot. You idiot, if you hold me like this, you will die with me. Hehe, I just want to die with you. Sun Wukong laughed. What did you say? You don't have to do such a stupid thing. Raditz was stunned for a moment, and then he got anxious. This is the only way to defeat you. Sun Wukong smiled. Just at this moment, Piccolo finally gathered the energy of the magic light cannon and smiled. Sun Wukong, I won't be polite. It would be great for me to destroy you as well. Piccolo's smile became brighter. Are you not ready yet? I can't hold on any longer. Fight quickly. Sun Wukong shouted. Let me go. Let me go, Kakarot, quickly. I can definitely promise that I will never come to this planet again this time. Raditz said hurriedly. Will I fall for your trick again? Sun Wukong shouted. Sorry to keep you waiting. Purple energy bloomed between Piccolo's two fingers. Get ready to be a skewer. Come on. Hurry up. Sun Wukong closed his eyes. Magic light cannon. Piccolo pointed forward, and a spiral flame whizzed towards the chest of Sun Wukong and Raditz. Just as the purple spiral flame with endless momentum was about to hit the chest of the two. Shua! Luo Tian gently waved the scepter in his hand. In just a moment, the magic light cannon released by Piccolo suddenly disappeared mysteriously. Piccolo widened his eyes at the time, revealing a face of confusion and trance. Where is my magic light cannon? Where did it fly? Radice's pupils shrank slightly, feeling that happiness came too suddenly. Ha 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 ha, God really helps me. Raditz laughed wildly. Sun Wukong was dumbfounded, and the arms that were tightly holding Raditz slowly loosened. The trick released by Piccolo disappeared. This is too strange. Bang! Radice quickly broke free from Sun Wukong's restraints and slapped Sun Wukong to the ground with a backhand. Then, Raditz quickly rushed up and was about to punch Sun Wukong to death. Let's go down. Luo Tian called to Broly. Broly nodded obediently. Swish! Luo Tian and Broly fell from the sky and landed beside Sun Wukong. Radice just rushed up, his eyes fixed, and immediately noticed Luo Tian and Broly, who appeared at the scene. Who are you? Raditz shouted, but his fist hit Sun Wukong's head without hesitation. Broly turned around calmly and stuck out his butt. Raditz? What do you mean? Puff. Broly farted at Raditz. Bang. Accompanied by a muffled sound, Raditz was blown away by Broly's fart. Suddenly, Raditz's body kept rolling on the ground, and when he stopped, he had already fallen 100 meters away. Ouch! Raditz screamed in pain, feeling as if his whole body was falling apart. Sun Wukong was stunned. Piccolo was dumbfounded. Who is this guy? His fart is so powerful. A fart sent that guy flying? Luo Tian walked to Sun Wukong calmly, pointed the scepter in his hand at him lightly, and an invisible angel power quickly covered his body. In just a moment, Sun Wukong's injuries were completely healed. Hey! 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 Sun Wukong climbed up from the ground, revealing a look of surprise and confusion. Pa! Luo Tian pointed at Piccolo again. Another angelic power covered Piccolo. Suddenly, the position of Piccolo's broken arm was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. In less than a second, Piccolo's broken arm grew out completely. You, who are you? Piccolo was stunned. Luo Tian. Luo Tian said his name with a smile. Ah? Luo Tian? You are Luo Tian? Are you the Luo Tian that Bulma mentioned? Sun Wukong was surprised and happy. Bulma has been talking about you in front of us. Luo Tian. Bulma talking about me? That little girl back then, has she grown up now? No, no, she is almost 30 years old now. What's the saying? Men are in their prime at 31, while women are like tofu dregs at 30. Unknowingly, Bulma has reached the age of tofu dregs. The past is gone. Luo Tian sighed. Hey? Bulma said you are also a Saiyan? How come your hair and tail are both white? Sun Wukong looked at Luo Tian curiously. It doesn't matter. Luo Tian smiled slightly. Who is this? Sun Wukong focused his attention on Broly again. This guy is so strong. He beat my brother seriously with just one fart. It's terrible. Broly. Broly said his name calmly. Ah? You are Broly. I heard Bulma talk about you. Sun Wukong widened his eyes again and lowered his voice to Broly. I heard that you dragged Master Kame's shell and beat him back and forth a long time ago. Broly? Who? Broly had forgotten the past. You are Luo Tian? That guy is Broly? Raditz wanted to die. His face was extremely ugly. He struggled for several times, but didn't get up from the ground, and fell down again. Gohan. Sun Wukong suddenly thought of his son Gohan, and rushed over and picked him up from the ground. Sun Wukong looked carefully and found that his son was not seriously injured, but just fainted, so he was relieved. Luo Tian, can you help me treat Gohan too? Sun Wukong hurriedly stepped forward to ask. I came to you this time to train you into an outstanding Kaishin. I wonder if you are interested? Luo Tian did not rush to treat, and asked directly. Kaishin? What is that? Sun Wukong was stunned. A very powerful god. Luo Tian replied. In fact, it doesn't matter whether I become a god or not, I just want to make myself stronger. Sun Wukong thought about it and said what he thought in his heart. If you don't do what I say, there is no way to become stronger as soon as possible. Luo Tian smiled, pointed to Broly, and introduced, Broly is also a Saiyan. Do you know how strong he is now? Sun Wukong shook his head blankly. After all, in Sun Wukong's current cognition, he still doesn't know how powerful Broly will be. 10 billion of you are not enough for him to beat. Luo Tian explained. Sun Wukong kept scratching his head and took a breath of cold air. Piccolo on the side was also trembling with fear. 10 billion Sun Wukongs can't beat that guy called Broly? If that's the case, it's too scary. Let's not talk about Broly first. Have you heard your brother talk about a man named Vegeta? Luo Tian asked again. I did hear him talk about Vegeta several times, saying that I will be his lifelong rival. He also called him His Highness. Who is he? Is he also a Saiyan? Sun Wukong asked curiously. Yes, Vegeta is the prince of the Saiyans. Luo Tian nodded. He is also a genius warrior on planet Vegeta. Really? Then how many times stronger is he than my brother? Sun Wukong asked. More than 15 times. Luo Tian replied. Sun Wukong, this it seems that you said that I will be his lifelong rival. I don't have that much confidence to defeat him now. Sun Wukong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. As long as you practice well, there is nothing you can't do. Luo Tian said, and raised his right hand gently. Pa! Suddenly, a book appeared in Luo Tian's hand. Take this book and practice well. Luo Tian handed the book to Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong quickly took the book and looked at it in front of his eyes. Pick also stretched his neck curiously, wanting to see what kind of good book it was. Ultimate Practice Guide? Sun Wukong scratched his head. What a strange name. Pico was even more confused, having never heard of this skill called Ultimate Freedom. Is it true that as long as we practice this, we can defeat Vegeta? Sun Wukong asked excitedly. Yes. Luo Tian nodded, and couldn't help but sighed. I once gave this book to Vegeta, but unfortunately he ignored it. Ha ha ha, then I'll give it a try. Sun Wukong readily agreed, flipped through the contents, and said with a smile, I feel that the skills in it are pretty good. That person named Vegeta probably missed the best thing. Regarding King Kai and the God of Destruction, are there any suitable combinations? Chapter 145 Vegeta, you really disappoint me. Your foundation is far from enough now. Before that, I plan to send you to a place where you can practice well. Luo Tian thought about it, and added to Sun Wukong, when your foundation is almost honed, I think it's time for you to completely explode. Although I don't understand it very well, I know you are a good person. Sun Wukong nodded solemnly. Pico opened his mouth, wanting to say something but stopping. I also want to become stronger. However, how should I start to say it? This man named Luo Tian is a member of Sun Wukong's clan. What kind of identity should I use to ask him to help me? Pico. Luo Tian spoke to Piccolo again. Piccolo was a little surprised, but he didn't expect Luo Tian to call him on his own initiative. Piccolo's expression immediately became solemn. Pico, do you also want to become stronger? Luo Tian asked with a smile. Yes, I do want to become stronger. Piccolo nodded vigorously. The way you want to become stronger is different from Wukong's way. Luo Tian pondered, how about this, you help me do one thing first, and when you complete this thing successfully, I will find a way to make you stronger than before. What is it? Piccolo asked. Take Son Gohan to practice well and train him into an excellent warrior. Luo Tian said calmly. Piccolo immediately looked at Son Gohan, who had fainted. After a short silence, he readily agreed. Just now, Piccolo felt that this kid Son Gohan was a little unique. Maybe if he was trained well, he could really help me do a lot of things. Luo Tian walked towards Raditz calmly again. Broly followed Luo Tian closely, like a qualified little follower. Seeing Luo Tian and Broly walking towards him, especially seeing Broly, Raditz's body trembled more violently. What is Vegeta's current combat power? Luo Tian asked curiously. 18,000. Raditz swallowed his saliva and answered tremblingly. This useless thing, hasn't it increased at all in all these years? Luo Tian's face darkened, and he felt a little disappointed. It's not that there is no improvement. To be precise, when I left, his combat power was 18,858. Raditz responded immediately, and then he was horrified to find that Broly was rubbing his buttocks, and his face turned pale at that time. 24 years have passed, and the combat power has only increased by more than 800. Luo Tian sighed. This can't be blamed on His Highness Vegeta. The human combat power on the planets we have occupied for more than 20 years has not exceeded mine. Raditz answered honestly. Luo Tian no longer paid attention to Raditz. The flame of the scepter in his hand flashed and immediately projected an image. The picture in the image was Vegeta and Nappa on a planet in the 7th universe. The two were still cleaning the battlefield on the planet. From time to time, Vegeta and Nappa would receive the signal from Raditz through the detector. However, the signal from there was sometimes not, and Vegeta and Nappa were all listening in vain. Your Highness Vegeta, Raditz, that idiot, has no signal again. Nappa sighed, we have dealt with this side, what should we do? Go to Earth? Humph, that idiot acted on his own, really thought that bringing a low-level warrior like Kakarot would work? I might as well use cultivation. Vegeta snorted, instead of spending a year going to that god-forsaken planet, it's better to go directly to the planet we want to capture. Your Highness Vegeta is right. Even if Kakarot and Raditz can turn into giant apes, they will definitely lose their minds. Nappa nodded and responded, then let's just ignore him, right? Let him fend for himself. That idiot is really lucky to be alive until now. The two talked recklessly. Laddies, lying on the ground, turned green. It's fun to talk bad about people behind their backs, right? Nappa, this bastard, just adds fuel to the fire. However, what shocked Raditz the most was that Luo Tian used some high-tech technology to show Vegeta's image. I wonder if Vegeta can see us. Who is Vegeta? The guy with the spiky hair? Sun Wukong approached curiously, looked at Vegeta, and then looked at Nappa. Sun Wukong even poked the two people in the projection with his fingers. He didn't poke anything. How amazing! Sun Wukong sighed. Broly, is this guy a fool? I feel you are even more foolish than I was when I was a kid. Pico said nothing, staring at the two strangers in the projection. The two people had tails, and they were Saiyans at first glance. And is this man called Vegeta really more than 15 times stronger than Sun Wukong's brother? It's terrible. Do we have any hope of winning? Vegeta. Luo Tian suddenly spoke. As soon as Luo Tian said this, Vegeta in the image suddenly looked around, looking for the source of the sound. It would be strange if he could find it. Who is talking? Nappa also heard Luo Tian's voice. Luo Tian let him hear it. Who is it? Come out. Don't think I don't know anything just because you're talking in my head. This kind of trick, I can find you out as long as I burst my energy. Vegeta snorted coldly, his face turned cold. Then you try it. Luo Tian sighed. Luo Tian was going to say his name, and found that Vegeta was so good at pretending, so he simply let him pretend for a while. Now Luo Tian has grown up and is no longer the boy he used to be. Luo Tian's voice has naturally changed with his age. Besides, because Luo Tian has transformed into an angel, the change in his voice is actually very big. Not to mention the voice, even the image is very different from before. Otherwise Raditz would not have failed to recognize Luo Tian. Boom! Powerful energy suddenly burst out from Vegeta's body, and the vast breath set off layers of storms on the planet. Luo Tian smiled and snapped his fingers casually. When the smoke gradually dissipated, Vegeta showed a proud smile. Humph! I found you! Vegeta sneered and looked at the sky with a squint. Did you find it? Your Highness Vegeta! Nappa was surprised and happy, and also looked in the direction Vegeta was looking. Nappa then found that there was nothing in the sky, and scratched his head in confusion at the time. Humph! I've found you, come out! Vegeta snorted coldly, stretched out his hand and pointed it diagonally upward. Well, I was found by you, you are worthy of being His Highness Vegeta. Luo Tian said with a smile. Show up quickly. Vegeta snorted, this prince has fought in countless planets, what kind of things have I not seen? Are you playing tricks in front of me? After the voice fell, Luo Tian's figure gradually appeared in the direction where Vegeta was watching. A handsome man holding a scepter suddenly appeared in the sky above the planet. The man was wearing an angel costume, with a milky yellow halo suspended at the neck, short silver hair, holding a black scepter, and a white tail swaying gently behind him. Who are you? Vegeta's brows tightened slightly, and he suddenly felt that this person was a little familiar. No, to be precise, it was the image of this person that Vegeta looked like he had seen somewhere before. Who is it? Your Highness Vegeta, long time no see. Luo Tian smiled. Who are you? Do I know you? Vegeta was stunned, and quickly thought about the other party's identity in his mind. I am Luo Tian, Your Highness, don't you remember me? Luo Tian grinned, showing a mouth full of white teeth. Luo Tian? You are Luo Tian? Am I seeing right? Why are you dressed like this? Vegeta was stunned, his eyes widened, and his face was full of surprise. Why did your hair turn white? The color of our Saiyan's hair will only change when we enter old age. Why? Did you practice that ultra instinct and make you age in advance? You are really imaginative. Luo Tian exclaimed. What? Am I wrong? Vegeta snorted. I dress like this because I have become a god. I am now a real god and can have eternal life. Luo Tian smiled and looked at Vegeta. What? The real god? Eternal life? Vegeta was stunned. Really? I don't believe it. It doesn't matter, whether you believe it or not. Luo Tian knew Vegeta would say that. In fact, Luo Tian knew that Vegeta's heart had begun to waver. There are some things that he can't help but believe. Just like what Luo Tian said at the beginning, the legendary Super Saiyan. At first, Vegeta didn't believe it either. However, when Luo Tian brought Broly over, Vegeta felt endless sorrow. Humph, what do you want to talk to me about? Vegeta snorted. I raised your combat power to 18,000 through treatment. After more than 20 years, your combat power has only increased by more than 800 points. You really disappoint me. Luo Tian sighed. Vegeta felt hurt at that time, and he was furious. He yelled at Luo Tian, you don't have to worry about this kind of thing. Who do you think you are? Broly rubbed his hands, eager to try, and was ready to go up and hit someone. Come to Earth, I'll let your lifelong rival come to punish you. Luo Tian was not angry, and smiled. You are on Earth? Vegeta pondered. Not bad. Luo Tian nodded, Broly and I are on Earth. I just met Raditz. What a poor guy. He was hit by Broly's fart. Oh, I am a real god now. I can't speak so rudely. I'm sorry. Ling Long, you said it on purpose, right? Raditz wanted to cry and wanted to die. Can you please not tell such a big truth? I feel so embarrassed. I was hit by a fart. Fortunately, he was not beaten to death on the spot. It would be embarrassing if he was killed by a fart. A fart knocked Raditz away. Nappa's face was covered with cold sweat. Who are you in the sky? Your clone? Is it fun to play with this kind of magic skills all day long? Vegeta snorted. Whatever you want to understand. Luo Tian didn't explain too much, and called again, come to Earth immediately and challenge Kakarot, your lifelong rival. Humph, stop joking, I don't have time to go to that kind of planet. Vegeta's face changed again and again, and he decisively refused. Broly and I will never take action, I promise. Luo Tian said seriously. Vegeta was silent for 3 seconds, and then made a quick decision, no more than 10 months, see you on Earth. Okay. Luo Tian said, slowly raised his hand, and aimed at Vegeta below. What? What do you want to do? Vegeta immediately took a fighting stance, don't think I don't know anything, your clone has very weak attack power. I can see it. Boom. Luo Tian waved his hand in the air, and an invisible energy instantly smashed down. Accompanied by a loud bang that shook the earth, the ground at the scene sank deeply. The shadow in the sky suddenly disappeared. When everything calmed down, Vegeta and Nappa immediately turned their heads and glanced to the side. A bottomless pit appeared about 1 meter away from Vegeta and Nappa. The pit was pitch black, and the magma flowing deep underground could be vaguely seen. Nappa's face changed again and again, and he broke out in a cold sweat. Vegeta clenched his fists tightly and trembled violently. Nappa couldn't help but fly high into the sky, wanting to see how deep the pit was. However, when Nappa flew high into the sky, his eyeballs almost fell out of his eye sockets. "Your Highness Vegeta, look!" Nappa said hurriedly. Vegeta frowned, immediately flew into the sky, and swept down. The big pit was exactly the shape of a human hand. Vegeta couldn't help but shiver, and his face became even paler. "Can you leave such a big pit on the planet by waving your hand in the air? Who are you trying to scare? I can do it too. Damn it!" Vegeta clenched his fists tightly, and his whole body was shaking violently. However, what Vegeta and Nappa didn't know was that Luo Tian had made a big pit across a universe. Among the people at the scene, only Broly knew the horror of this scene. That was a universe away. "At least I can't do such a thing," as expected of Luo Tian. Even so, Sun Wukong and Piccolo were also stunned after seeing such an amazing scene. Can such a big pit be hit across such a long space? It's too scary. "Raditz, you can go away. Come with Vegeta in about 10 months. Luo Tian ordered Raditz. "Yes, thank you." Raditz nodded vigorously. Then, Raditz subconsciously crawled towards the direction of the spaceship. But as he crawled, Raditz realized that his spaceship had been destroyed. Raditz's expression froze, and he wanted to die. Snap! Luo Tian pointed the scepter in his hand at the destroyed spaceship. In less than 3 or 5 seconds, the destroyed spaceship parts quickly gathered together and reassembled into a complete spaceship. Broly stepped forward, grabbed the spaceship with one hand, grabbed Raditz with the other hand, and stuffed him into the spaceship. Crack! A sound of bones breaking was heard. I'm broken," Raditz cried bitterly. Snap! Broly quickly closed the hatch of the spaceship and gently kicked the spaceship. Swoosh! Raditz's spaceship rolled thousands of somersaults in the air. Raditz in the spaceship was even more dizzy. Fortunately, Raditz was still relatively strong. He gritted his teeth, endured the severe pain, and quickly controlled the spaceship to leave the Earth. Let's go eat something first." Luo Tian pondered, "After we finish eating at Bulma's house, I will send you to practice." "Okay, no problem." Sun Wukong nodded in agreement. Luo Tian glanced in the direction of Piccolo again. "I won't go to eat, I just need to drink water." Piccolo pondered, "Luo Tian, according to the agreement, if I can train Son Gohan, can you make my strength qualitatively improved?" "Yes." Luo Tian nodded. "It's a deal." Piccolo responded, and stepped forward and stretched out his hand to Sun Wukong. "You have to be nice to Gohan, otherwise Chi-Chi will be anxious with me," Sun Wukong reminded. "Humph!" Piccolo snorted. Sun Wukong was a little reluctant to part with his son in his arms. Gohan will definitely suffer a lot if he follows him. "Goku! Give me your son!" Piccolo snorted coldly and gave a guarantee, "You can rest assured, he won't die." Okay. Goku nodded, handed Gohan in his arms to Piccolo, and said solemnly, "I believe you." Piccolo kept sneering. "You believe what the great Demon King said? You are so naive. Then, when the Saiyans come to Earth, I will bring this little guy here." After Piccolo finished this sentence, he immediately rushed into the sky and disappeared with Gohan. "Bulma is on Master Kame's island now, right?" Luo Tian took the scepter and looked into the crystal ball. "Yes, that's right." Goku nodded. "See you on Master Kame's island." Luo Tian said, and immediately took off into the air. Swoosh! Luo Tian turned into a stream of light as bright as a star and headed towards Master Kame. They flew towards the island. Broly also soared into the air, bursting with powerful energy, and quickly caught up. The two were so fast that they disappeared from Son Goku's side in a flash. Hey, wait for me! Son Goku suddenly came to his senses after finding that the two had disappeared, and hurriedly summoned the somersault cloud. The island of Master Roshi. What should we do? Should we go and take a look? Krillin asked. Anyway, we should go and take a look. Master Roshi nodded seriously. Anyway, if we lose to Goku's brother, the earth will face the end of the world. If we are lucky, we may be able to help a little. Then let's go. Bulma felt that what Master Roshi said was right, and immediately took out a universal capsule and threw it out. Pop! The universal capsule turned into a jet plane. The three were just about to step onto the jet plane. Swoosh! The next moment, Luo Tian turned into a stream of light as bright as a star and landed on the scene in an instant. Looking at the sudden appearance of Luo Tian, the three people present were all startled. Bulma, long time no see, you have grown up. Luo Tian smiled and looked up and down at Bulma. Bulma rubbed her eyes and looked at Luo Tian strangely. Don't you recognize me? Luo Tian said with a smile. You are you Luo Tian? Bulma's eyes moved, her body trembled slightly, and she stared at Luo Tian closely. Yes, the color of your hair has changed, can you not recognize it? Luo Tian smiled brightly. Are you really you? Bulma was so excited that she couldn't stop her tears from flowing out. Then, Bulma stepped forward, stared at Luo Tian angrily, and wiped the tears from her eyes with a pout. Bulma has become a tofu dregs in a blink of an eye. Luo Tian sighed. Bulma suddenly felt a little heartbroken. Snap! Luo Tian pointed the scepter in his hand at Bulma. Swish! An invisible angelic power quickly covered Bulma's body. Suddenly, Bulma's appearance changed at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a blink of an eye, the wrinkles at the corners of Bulma's eyes magically disappeared at this moment. At the same time, Bulma's slightly sagging breasts became more upright and elastic. This Bulma was immediately stunned, and naturally sensed the changes in her body. Bulma seemed to feel that she had regained her youth and vitality in an instant. Although 29 years old is not considered old, this age is still very embarrassing for women. But this is not a big deal, Luo Tian can directly restore Bulma's youth through the power of angels. Just now, Bulma has restored her youth and vitality to the age of 16. Even Bulma's appearance has changed a little, the maturity on her face is gone, and there is a bit more youthfulness. I have helped you restore your youth. Luo Tian smiled. How did you do it? So amazing. Bulma was so excited that tears welled up in her eyes. It's a little compensation for your longing for me over the years. Luo Tian said with emotion. Humph, since you are so good to me, I will forgive you. Bulma pouted and hummed. Are you Luo Tian? Krillin blinked his eyes and looked at Luo Tian curiously. Hello Luo Tian, I am a good friend of Bulma. Kame's eyes moved, and he took the initiative to greet him. Hello. Luo Tian nodded. Can you also help me restore my youth? Kame smiled. I want to restore my former glory. I am also a good friend of Miss Bulma. Can you make me taller? Krillin also rubbed his hands with some anticipation, and scratched his head embarrassedly. You two are too much. Bulma glared at the two of them and said to Luo Tian, don't pay attention to them. You can ignore such unreasonable requests. Master Kame, Krillin, too stingy. The Luo Tian you've been thinking about is back. What's wrong with asking him to do us a small favor? I just need to restore my former glory. I don't need to restore my youth. Master Kame scratched his head embarrassedly and lowered his voice to Luo Tian. Help you restore to 1 minute? Luo Tian asked with a smile. Master Kame, as he was talking, Broly flew down from the sky and landed beside Luo Tian. Hey? Who is this? Krillin was stunned again. Could it be Broly? Bulma rubbed her eyes and could basically guess the other party's identity. Yes, I'm Broly. Broly nodded and asked, are you Bulma? I didn't expect you to grow up. You can speak so fluently. Bulma sighed for a while, and the little brat in the past immediately appeared in her mind. He played our little AI badly. Hey, old turtle, do you remember him? Bulma laughed. Asked Master Kame. Master Kame looked at Broly thoughtfully. It's you, I remember. Broly glanced at Master Kame. Why are you still carrying that turtle shell? It's not strong at all. Master Kame couldn't help but shudder, and his face turned pale instantly. At this moment, Master Kame's mind emerged with the scene of him being grabbed by the turtle shell and thrown back and forth by this guy. What a scary little guy. Now he has grown up. After chatting for a while, Bulma and others suddenly thought of Sun Wukong. By the way, Goku. Luo Tian, can you help save Goku? He may be in danger. Bulma hurriedly said, I don't know if you remember, Goku is also a Saiyan. The purpose of Jake coming to Earth back then may be for Goku. Just when Bulma finished this sentence, Sun Wukong fell from the sky on the somersault cloud. Hey? Goku, are you okay? Krillin was surprised and happy. Have you defeated your brother Raditz? Where's Piccolo? Where's your son Gohan? This I'll tell you later. Sun Wukong scratched his head, not knowing where to start. Let's go to Bulma's house to eat something first. I haven't eaten for 24 years. Luo Tian suggested, I'll take Bulma home first, and then you can gather at Bulma's house. By the way, contact all the other warriors you can contact and prepare for the battle in 10 months. Do you want to call Tian Xinyan and Leaping Jiaozi? Sun Wukong asked. Sometimes, cannon fodder is more or less a starting point, which can make the story longer. Luo Tian smiled and stepped forward to hug Bulma. Then, Luo Tian gently knocked the scepter in his hand on the ground. Pa! A ball of streamer light as bright as a star instantly covered Luo Tian and Bulma. Swoosh! Luo Tian turned into a bright flame and disappeared in an instant. In just a blink of an eye, Luo Tian took Bulma back to the home of the Universal Capsule Group. Chapter 146. I am no longer the boy I used to be, but you are still the same as before. Broly's body glowed with purple and red light, and he quickly followed. However, Broly was still far behind Luo Tian in speed. Goku, have you all seen him? Krillin has not reacted yet. Yes, thanks to Luo Tian, otherwise I might have died with my brother. Sun Wukong laughed. What happened? Krillin asked, what does the battle in 10 months mean? To put it simply, after 10 months, 2 other Saiyans will come to Earth, and we will have a fierce battle with them. So I have to practice well and strive to defeat the guy who is 15 times stronger than my brother. Sun Wukong clenched his fists, his eyes full of fighting spirit. 15 times stronger than your brother? Krillin couldn't help but shuddered. How many times stronger than you? Sun Wukong shook his head, then grinned and took out the Ultra Freedom Training Guide. What is that? Krillin came over to take a closer look. Ultra Freedom Training Guide? What's it for? This is the training skill Luo Tian gave me. He said that as long as I practice this well, I can defeat the Saiyan named Vegeta. Sun Wukong said with a smile. Really? Can you show it to me? Krillin asked. I want to see it too. Kame scratched his head and stretched his neck to come over. I asked Luo Tian for his opinion before, and he said that the practice of the Sister Strong Shooting Key Foundation. Sun Wukong nodded, and he also said that not everyone is suitable for practicing the ultimate freedom. Krillin, you can help me take a look. There are many words in it that I don't know, and there are many sentences that I don't understand. Okay, if you don't understand, you can ask me, and I will explain it to you. Krillin patted his chest and agreed generously. Turtle Hermit followed and looked at the contents of the book. After flipping through a few pages, Turtle Hermit scratched his head and suddenly felt that the contents here were somewhat similar to the way he practiced before. What a magical skill, Turtle Hermit sighed. Wukong, I don't think it's a big problem either if you can really move all parts of the body without the brain's reaction. That's simply, isn't it amazing? Sun Wukong asked. That's quite amazing. I also want to try practicing find a girl to feel the muscle beating. As Turtle Hermit spoke, his old face suddenly turned red. Krillin, Teacher Wu Tian, what are you thinking about? Krillin kept wiping his sweat. Sun Wukong? There is a plane left by Bulma there. Let's take a plane to Bulma's house. Krillin suggested, I can point out the things you don't understand on the plane. Okay, no problem. Sun Wukong nodded, thinking this method is good. Headquarters of the Universal Capsule Group. Is it really Luo Tian? You know what, the color of the hair and tail has become quite unique. Dr. Brief adjusted his glasses and looked at Luo Tian and said. Doctor, long time no see. Luo Tian smiled and greeted. You are really good. I heard that you need to transform for 24 years to become a real angel. Dr. Brief sighed. The road to becoming a god is really long. Difficult. Yes, these 24 years are indeed very long. Luo Tian nodded. You have indeed become almost the same as Bardos now, except that your skin color and the halo on your neck are different, and you have an extra tail. Bulma looked at Luo Tian and carefully recalled Bardos' image. Has Bardos not come here for a long time? Luo Tian asked. Maybe he has been eating and drinking at my house for too long, so he went to eat somewhere else. Bulma snorted, really, she can't help at the critical moment and I still think she can help us solve some unsolvable problems. Angels rarely meddle in other people's affairs, this is normal. Luo Tian is not surprised. However, Luo Tian believes that if the Earth really encounters a fatal crisis, Bardos will definitely not stay out of it. Apart from anything else, after all, the entire Earth is Bardos's private restaurant. Bardos will never let any crisis happen in his private restaurant. The reason why he doesn't care is because Bardos knows that people on Earth can solve these troubles with their own efforts. In fact, in these years, except for the slightly dangerous incident of Piccolo, the rest of the things are nothing big. Luo Tian is back? You won't leave this time, right? Brigitte said with a smile, holding a fruit plate. No, I'm very busy and can't stay on Earth forever. Luo Tian replied. Are you still going to leave? Bulma was a little reluctant. I don't care, you said you would take me to travel to outer space, but you don't keep your word at all. Okay, I will definitely take you to travel to outer space when I have time. Luo Tian promised. That's about right. Bulma breathed a sigh of relief. Swoosh. At this time, Broly also whizzed in from a distance and landed gently in the yard of Bulma's house. Is this Broly? Dr. Brief adjusted his glasses, it's so big in a blink of an eye. Broly didn't say anything, but nodded as a greeting. Go and call Xiao Ai. Bulma turned her head and ordered a robot. Got it. The robot left after saying it. In less than a minute, the robot Xiao Ai flew over from a distance with a flashing light on its head. After seeing Broly, Xiao Ai immediately analyzed his body through data. After this analysis, the frequency of the light flashing on Xiao Ai's head became faster. What are you looking at? Xiao Ai said. Broly, what do you mean by looking at you? Xiao Ai said to Broly. Broly said nothing, smiled, stepped forward and gently stroked Xiao Ai's robot head. I am no longer the boy I used to be, but you are still the same as before. Broly said softly. Xiao Ai? Tell me what's wrong with you. The frequency of the light flashing on Xiao Ai's head increased again. Broly just smiled softly. Swish swish. Xiao Ai's body flashed with electric light, covering Broly's body. Broly did not move. This little damage would not have any effect on him now. Tell me what's wrong with you. Xiao Ai's eyes dimmed a little. Broly ignored it. Bulma, what did he say just now? Bulma came to Luo Tian and asked in a low voice. He said he is no longer the boy he used to be, but Xiao Ai is still the same as before. It's unbelievable. Did this sentence come from Broly's mouth? A lot of things have happened in these years. Broly has grown up overnight. Luo Tian sighed. Xiao Ai is about to cry. Bulma's nose was sore and her eyes were a little red. You know? Xiao Ai misses Broly very much, but I didn't expect that after seeing him again after 24 years. The child who used to play with him has grown up. Orange Star City Fighting Tournament Arena. Roar, ha hey. Satan punched and kicked his opponent on the ring, and soon beat his opponent so hard that his head exploded and he ran away, raising his hands in surrender. Congratulations to Satan for winning the 8th National Fighting Tournament. The host stepped forward and announced loudly. Satan raised his right hand high and clenched his fist. The organizing committee personally awarded Satan the championship belt and medal. Satan had an endless smile on his face. I finally fulfilled my dream. Wow, I, Satan, have become the strongest man in the world. Congratulations, Mr. Satan, congratulations on becoming the champion of the 8th National Fighting Competition. The host took the microphone and stepped forward to interview. Do you have anything special to say at this moment? One day I will be the man who saves the world. Satan was ambitious. Ha ha ha, Mr. Satan said it as if the world is about to end. The host laughed. If there really is such a day, please call me the savior. Satan smiled even more brightly. I heard that Mr. Satan got married 2 years ago and has a daughter. The host interviewed again. Yes, her name is Bidalai. Satan nodded, a soft look in his eyes. Then let's congratulate Mr. Satan again for winning the championship of this fighting competition. The host led the applause. The audience cheered and applauded. Majin Buu in the audience also clapped excitedly. Pa! The next moment, Majin Buu jumped lightly onto the ring and appeared in front of Satan. The audience was slightly stunned and looked at the pink fat man with some strangeness. Hee, Satan, I miss you. Buu grinned. You are Satan scratched his head. I am Buu, I have eaten the chocolate you gave me. Buu introduced himself. I remember, it was you. Satan slapped his forehead fiercely, and the scene of playing with the fat man immediately emerged in his mind. I want to eat chocolate. Buu spoke directly. Of course, no problem. I'm a fighting champion now. I'm richer than before. I'll definitely have enough chocolate. Satan patted his chest and agreed generously. He explained to the host and the audience, he's my best friend. Although everyone was a little surprised at the appearance of Majin Buu, since he was Mr. Satan's friend, there was nothing to be surprised about. After all, there are all kinds of strange humans in this world. After leaving the fighting tournament, Satan took Buu to buy a lot of high-end chocolate. Buu picked up the chocolate and started eating, and the more he ate, the happier he became. Your chocolate is still delicious. Buu said while eating, it's much better than the chocolate that Myers gave me. Myers? Who is he? Satan was stunned. Is it the guy who was with you back then? Buu nodded. Where is he? Satan looked around. He's not here. I don't like him. Buu's mouth was black from eating, and he smiled and said, maybe he's dead. The 7th Universe. Galactic Patrol Headquarters. Mel's room. Mel's took the scepter and checked Luo Tian and others through the crystal ball on the scepter, and then looked at Majin Buu curiously. As a result, when he looked at it, Mel's just happened to hear Buu's voice. Mel's felt bad at that time, and it was even more heartbreaking. Is there anyone who curses God behind your back like you? You should know that I released you from the seal. Also, is there any difference between the chocolate you eat and the chocolate I made for you at that time? Why do you think the same chocolate Satan gave you tastes better? Mel shook his head, resisted the urge to crush Buu to death, took back the scepter, and returned to the appearance of the Galactic Patrol. It is said that on this day, Mel's worked particularly hard when he went out to catch prisoners. Saganpo, the leader of the Galactic Bandits, was tortured to death by Mel's, and had multiple comminuted fractures all over his body. I have never seen Mel's so angry. Illico whispered to Gok beside him. Is it your period? Jack guessed. Illico, Captain Jack, what did you say just now? Meyer's face darkened. I am an angel and I am a male angel, how dare you say such a thing? Nothing, I said the weather is really good today, my period came to see me. Jack said nonsense seriously. Universe 6, Earth, Orange Star City. If nothing unexpected happens, this city will be changed to Satan City in a few years. However, the middle school here still retains its original name. Satan took Majin Buu for a stroll, bought him a lot of chocolates, and then invited him to his home for dinner. What do you want to eat? Satan asked. I'll let our chef make it for you. I haven't eaten for more than 20 years, you make all the delicious food for me. Buu replied. Haven't eaten for more than 20 years? Satan was stunned, and then he laughed. You are really a joker. Hee hee. Buu followed with a silly smile, without saying anything more. On the way home, Satan suddenly received a call, and after hearing the content of the call, his face instantly became ugly. Ya, what did you say? Let my daughter go. I'll give you as much money as you want. Don't hurt her. Satan was anxious. Okay, I'll do it. After hanging up the phone, Satan hurriedly showed an apologetic look to Buu. Buu blinked and looked at Satan in some confusion. Sorry, Buu, my daughter was kidnapped. I have to go save her. I can't have dinner with you today. Satan said in a deep voice, clenching his fists tightly. I'll go with you. Buu grinned and put his nose close to Satan to smell it. What do you mean? Satan sniffed his armpits and almost fainted. This, I just finished the game and haven't had time to take a shower. Your daughter is in that direction. Buu pointed to a certain location in the north. How do you know? Satan was stunned. I'll take you there. Buu said, pulling Satan's arm into the air and flying high into the sky. Satan was so shocked that his jaw almost dropped. Fly, 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 fly. Satan stuttered. Buu took Satan and soon flew over an unfinished building 10 kilometers away. There's a 4-year-old girl there, is she your daughter? Buu asked. Satan rubbed his eyes and shook his head. Isn't it? Buu was a little confused. You both smell very similar. I mean, I can't see clearly, it's too far away. Satan wiped his sweat. Buu understood, and took Satan directly to the open room on the 4th floor of the unfinished building, and appeared in front of several robbers and Videl. Bang! Buu punched a robber out of the building. Swish! The robber fell from the sky at that time, deader than dead. Luo Tian asked me not to kill people, but he provoked my friend. I don't think Luo Tian will blame me. Buu muttered softly. Satan! You, how did you find this place? The robber leader was horrified and pointed his gun at Satan's body. The other 4 robbers also quickly pulled out their guns and pointed them at Satan. Dad! After seeing her father appear, Bidalai rushed to Satan's direction. Snap! The robber leader grabbed Bidalai's hair and pulled her back. Bidalai! Satan was heartbroken, shouting his daughter's name loudly, and yelled at the robbers, You bastards! Come at me if you can! Why kidnap my daughter? She's only 4 years old. Humph, you came just in time. Since you came here to die, don't blame us for being rude. The leader smiled coldly, but if you are willing to take out 100 million, I might consider letting you go. Let my daughter go first, I'll transfer the money to you right away. Satan gritted his teeth. Transfer money? You are such a joke. How can the police not know our identities once you transfer money? The leader was amused at that time. First, beat them up so hard that they can't say anything anymore. The 4 brothers stepped forward. One of the robbers took the butt of a gun and slapped Majin Buu's face. Suddenly, the image of a butt of a gun was printed on Majin Buu's face. Hee hee. The robber's brother smiled coldly. Pa. Buu's eyes flashed with murderous intent, and he slapped the robber's brother from head to toe into a pool of meat paste. The leader and the other 3 brothers were shocked at that time. Shoot! Shoot! The leader suddenly reacted. The other 3 brothers quickly took their guns and shot at Majin Buu. The bullet hit Majin Buu, but Majin Buu was like nothing happened. The gunshots gradually faded away, echoing in the wide room of the unfinished building. The leader and his subordinates were scared out of their wits. Monster! The leader and his subordinates shouted, and they didn't care about kidnapping Videl, and ran away in a hurry. Turn into chocolate! The purple light flashed on the tentacles on Buu's head, and quickly covered several people. In just a moment, these people immediately turned into human-shaped chocolate. Buu picked up a piece of chocolate and ate it in one bite, spitting while eating. It's really bad, not as good as the chocolate of the god of destruction, not crispy at all. Satan was scared silly. Videl was also scared and her face turned pale. The headquarters of the Universal Capsule Group, Bulma's home. Under Krillin's call, Leaping, Tian Xinyan and Jiaozi came one after another. Krillin told Leaping and the other 2 everything about Sun Wukong's brother. After hearing this, Leaping and the other 2 looked solemn. In another 10 months, a more powerful Saiyan will descend on Earth. It's really terrible. Goku can't even beat his brother, let alone Vegeta, who is 15 times stronger than his brother. I know, Jiaozi, and I will practice hard. Tian Xinyan said in a low voice. Leaping came to Krillin, poked his arm with his finger, and asked in a low voice, Krillin, is that white-haired guy the Luo Tian that Bulma always mentions? Yes. Krillin nodded. How strong is this guy? Leaping asked. I don't know, he should be very strong. Krillin guessed, anyway, he is also a Saiyan. What is the halo on his neck? Is it an ornament? Leaping asked curiously. I don't know either. From what Bulma said, he should be a god, and it seems that he became a god through practice. Krillin explained. God? Is he the successor of the gods? Leaping asked again. Who knows? Maybe he is higher than the gods? Krillin scratched his head and answered. What a joke! Higher than the gods? Why don't I believe it? Leaping shook his head, feeling a little unhappy. I have liked Bulma for a long time. But Bulma ignored me. Is all this because of this person named Luo Tian? Wait a minute, why do I feel that Bulma seems younger than before? Leaping suddenly realized something and asked hurriedly. This you may not believe it, it was Luo Tian who made her regain her youth. Krillin answered in a low voice. Ah? Rejuvenation? Can he do magic? Leaping was even more surprised, isn't he a dragon? You are really imaginative. Krillin smiled, I also want him to help me grow taller or give me a girlfriend. Ha ha ha, Krillin, you haven't found a girlfriend yet, have you? Leaping laughed, patted Krillin's shoulder, and said with a smile, I'll take you out to play when I have time, to a very fun place. Where to? Krillin was stunned. That place Mr. Wu Tian also goes there often. Leaping smiled mysteriously. You are too much. When did you go there secretly without my knowledge? Krillin rolled his eyes, feeling a little unhappy. Hee hee. Leaping laughed even more happily. Be sure to call me next time. Krillin said with some anticipation, and then sighed, but there are still 10 months. The earth will usher in a fierce battle. If Wukong loses, it will be troublesome. Isn't that Luo Tian a god? Even if Wukong loses, can he not solve it? Leaping smiled and comforted. You are right, it seems that there is no big problem. Krillin nodded thoughtfully. Do you want to say hello to the man named Luo Tian? Leaping dragged his chin and thought. It's up to you. Krillin looked indifferent. I have already said hello. I'll go and see. Le Ping smiled. By the way, test his strength, don't be a liar who swindles people. Don't mess around, Krillin kindly advised. Don't worry. Le Ping waved his hand and walked towards Luo Tian. Luo Tian was enjoying a sumptuous meal not far away. On the table, there was a girl the size of a thumb, holding a piece of cake and eating happily. The girl the size of a thumb was Ling Long. Can you only become this small? Luo Tian couldn't help asking. No way, my body is too weak, I can only concentrate to this extent, so as not to collapse. Ling Long shook her head and sighed, also, I can't leave you within 1000 meters. If I leave, my angel power will not be supplied, and it may dissipate immediately. I can only wait for you to come back, and then I will condense my body again. Then I will try to leave the earth? Luo Tian grinned. Ling Long, I didn't find that my angel power was consumed. How did you replenish it from me? Did you absorb my essence or something? Luo Tian asked curiously. Ling Long's face flushed. It's true that what you said is true, but it feels weird when it comes out of your mouth. It's not the essence or anything. It's just the useless scraps after your body burns. After all, I'm too weak now. Absorbing those is enough to support my body and replenish my body. Ling Long gave a detailed explanation. It's like the coal needed for the flame to burn. Some useless coal slag is automatically filtered by the body, and those coal slag are automatically replenished to me. That's about it. Ling Long, don't make yourself sound so pitiful. We are angels, not coal slag. Luo Tian sighed slightly. Ling Long didn't want to pay attention to Luo Tian. It was you who forced to explain the essence. I always heard something wrong. Ling Long continued to eat the cake. After eating a small piece of cake, she jumped on the table excitedly, just like a cute little girl who had a birthday cake. Seeing Ling Long like this, Luo Tian also showed an admiring expression. The little girl also has a cute side. Just then, Luo Tian looked up and found Le Ping walking up from a distance. Hello, are you Luo Tian? Le Ping tilted his head and looked at Luo Tian from head to toe. Are you the Luo Tian that Bulma has been talking about? Shake hands. However, before Luo Tian could speak, and before Le Ping could finish his words, Broly suddenly stood up and waved his hand in the air. Bang! Le Ping was blown away by the strong wind pressure generated by Broly's wave of his hand. Ouch! Le Ping screamed, drew an arc in the air, and fell to the ground. When Le Ping landed, he spit out a large mouthful of blood, and his whole body twitched. Today's chapter is not too boring, right? If this is too boring, tell me what you want to see? Also, who will be the new god of destruction that Mers is looking for? Let me see if anyone can guess it. By the way, please vote. Chapter 147, God of Destruction of Space and Time. Occasionally appearing Bardock 147. Everyone present was stunned, their eyes widened, and they focused their attention in surprise. Sun Wukong and the others were a little puzzled, but no one came forward to ask before they knew what happened. Bulma was not at the scene, but dressed up carefully in her room, drawing eyebrows and eyes, and her fair face was full of happiness. Moreover, Bulma has regained her youthful vitality. No girl doesn't want to stay young forever. Bulma wants to show a better self in front of Luo Tian, and doesn't care much about what happens outside. Luo Tian glanced at Broly and didn't stop him. Luo Tian felt that Broly had a bad temper these 2 days. Perhaps Broly knew very well that in another month, he and Luo Tian would be separated, and go to another universe to take up a post. Broly was very reluctant. After waiting for Luo Tian for 24 years, he just woke up. We will go our separate ways after only a month together? Le Ping was not very lucky this time. Broly happened to be unhappy and hit him too hard, almost dying. Luo Tian was also very emotional. What a qualified follower! Luo Tian suddenly didn't want to send him away. It would be a pity to send the hard-trained little brother to another angel. Ling Long, do you have a way for me to keep Broly? Luo Tian turned his head and asked Ling Long, who was eating cake. The method is very simple, unless you find another god of destruction to take up a post in the 9th universe or the 3rd universe. Ling Long answered casually while eating cake. Broly is your god of destruction of the 18th universe. Can you send him away? Luo Tian asked again. What can I do about what the high priest has decided? Ling Long shook her head gently, unless you can beat him and use force to solve this matter. Luo Tian, if I can beat him, do I need to ask you? Luo Tian wiped his sweat silently. Then cultivate a new god of destruction within a month and send it to the 3rd and 9th universes. Ling Long replied while eating cake. Cultivate a god of destruction within a month. Luo Tian fell into deep thought, and suddenly an idea came to him, grinning. Do you think it's feasible if I go to the future to catch a god of destruction? Then go, be careful of meeting the god of time and space destruction. If you change time and space without authorization, even if you are an angel, the god of time and space destruction will not be polite to you. Ling Long smiled indifferently, looked up at Luo Tian, and looked calmer. God of time and space destruction? This was the first time Luo Tian heard such a title. It's similar to the universe destroyer. Now the destroyers of the universe are to maintain the balance of the universe. If the balance is broken, the destroyers will intervene and destroy some useless planets or humans on the planets. Ling Long gave a detailed explanation, then the space-time destroyer means the same thing. Each space-time has a certain probability of giving birth to various branches. If there are too many branches, it will affect the development of space-time and will inevitably be destroyed by the space-time destroyer himself. Have you seen the space-time destroyer? Luo Tian's heart moved slightly, looking at Ling Long and asked. No, as long as you don't travel through space and time at will, it's hard to see him. Ling Long shook her head, and her long hair swayed left and right behind her. It's very difficult to cultivate a destroyer in a month. Luo Tian pondered. At this point, Luo Tian called Broly to his side again. The robot Xiao AI followed Broly, with the light flashing on his head, and I don't know what he was thinking. Broly, are you willing to follow me? Or are you willing to go to the 3rd universe or the 9th universe to be a destroyer? Luo Tian asked. Follow you. Broly said what he thought without thinking. You have become a master now. You should be second only to Beerus among the many gods of destruction. As long as you practice hard, it will not be a problem to surpass Beerus in the future. Luo Tian pondered. Follow you. Broly repeated what he said just now. You go to the 3rd universe or the 9th universe to be a god of destruction. You have more freedom. If you follow me, you can only be regarded as a follower or a younger brother. Luo Tian sighed and told the truth. I am willing. Broly said 3 more words. Well, I will find a way to keep you by my side. Luo Tian nodded. Really? Broly's face was lifted and he was a little excited. I'll find a way. Luo Tian smiled and said, you go and eat well. Broly nodded happily. Before eating, he immediately came to Le Ping's side and took out a senzu bean from his clothes. Broly still had several senzu beans in his hand. Those senzu beans were given to him by Luo Tian after the 18th Universe God of Destruction election competition. Come on, eat. I was a little rough just now. Broly handed the senzu beans over. I don't need it, I really don't need it. Le Ping panicked. Bang! Broly didn't have such a good temper. He slapped the senzu beans into Le Ping's mouth. Le Ping's body twitched, and the senzu beans that were hit into his mouth were immediately swallowed by him. Suddenly, Le Ping's injuries were completely recovered, and he climbed up from the ground in fear. Be polite to Luo Tian. Broly rubbed Le Ping's head and helped him straighten his collar. Yes, yes, no, no. Le Ping nodded in fear. I'm really sorry, I was a little rough. You should be Kakarot's friend, right? Broly asked again. Yes, Li Ping answered stutteringly. Broly patted Li Ping's head again, as if he was patting a watermelon. Li Ping was so scared that his face turned green. Then Broly turned around and ran to the cocktail party-like area over there to enjoy the food. Li Ping, can your face change color? Your face just now is really similar to Piccolo's face. Are you also the son of God? Krillin looked up and down at Li Ping. Krillin! You bastard, do you want to go out and play? Li Ping glared at Krillin angrily. I didn't say anything. Krillin scratched his head embarrassedly, and said seriously, I told you not to provoke him, but you didn't listen. Asshole! I must practice well. I want to surpass him. Li Ping clenched his fists tightly. Luo Tian was still chatting with Ling Long. Regarding the space-time destroyer Ling Long mentioned, Luo Tian is not ready to contact him yet. Ling Long's meaning is very clear. The angels are omnipotent. Even without the space-time ring, they can easily travel through space and time through the powerful angel power. But why don't angels travel through space and time at will? That's because, firstly, there is no need, secondly, there is a certain chance of encountering the space-time destroyer. The gods who change space and time without authorization will be ruthlessly destroyed by the space-time destroyer. Ling Long emphasized again. Which gods are included here? Luo Tian chatted while eating. King of the worlds, God of destruction, angels, and Lord Omni-King. Ling Long answered. Not including the Grand Priest? Luo Tian was a little surprised. It shouldn't be included. Ling Long shook her head. This is really rare. Luo Tian sighed slightly. Also, the god of space-time destruction will not interfere with the gods below the king of the worlds who disrupt time and space? So, Zamasu, that guy, changed time and space, and the god of space-time destruction didn't care? You really treat them differently. What about humans? If humans disrupt time and space, will the god of space-time destruction not care? Luo Tian asked. It seems so. Ling Long nodded. After all, it is still very difficult for humans to disrupt time and space. Luo Tian cut a piece of steak into his mouth and tasted it slowly. It is worth mentioning that Lord Kaishin has a space-time ring that allows him to travel through space and time at will, but it is only used for work. Ling Long grabbed a small piece of steak that Luo Tian had just cut, conjured up a small knife, cut it with the knife and fork, opened her cherry lips slightly, took a bite, and jumped excitedly at the time. How strong is the space-time destroyer? Luo Tian's heart moved, and he felt more and more curious. Don't you have a theory of the purity of angel power? In the process of your transformation into an angel, the High Priest specially popularized the calculation method of your angel power purity and changed it to the form of level, so that all gods can be divided in the form of level. Ling Long explained with a smile. Oh? Should I ask? What level is the space-time destroyer? Luo Tian was a little surprised and asked casually. Level 100. Ling Long took another bite of steak, clenched her pink fist, and was very happy. Luo Tian, maximum level? Luo Tian sighed. Yes, it's maxed out. Ling Long nodded. How old is the High Priest? Luo Tian asked again. The High Priest should be above level 90. Ling Long replied, it's too early for you to surpass the High Priest. You are only level 58 now, right? The higher you go, the harder it is to level up. For angels, it's getting harder and harder to improve the purity of angelic power. Let's not worry about the space-time destroyer god for now. The pressure of level 100 is a bit high. Let's find a suitable candidate to become the new destroyer god first. Luo Tian said as he searched with the scepter. Luo Tian searched around the 6th universe first. When he saw it, he paused for a moment, and then immediately changed the screen. The screen changed, and Luo Tian saw Caulifla and Kale, who were less than 1 year old. The two little girls had their own characteristics. They were crawling on the ground with a pacifier in their mouths. cauliflower and kale were already born? But think about it, they should be from the same era as Gohan. Gohan is a little older than them. These two little guys are too young and not worth training. Then, Luo Tian saw Cab holding a bottle and drinking milk through the scepter. The picture continued to flow, and soon he searched the sixth universe. Of course, there are still many corners that Luo Tian did not look for. Then, Luo Tian searched in the seventh universe. He knew more about the seventh universe. The faces he found were basically familiar faces. Frisia, Vegeta, Nappa, Gula, Cold, Jinya Force, Gok, Moro, JAS, Granola, Slag. Familiar portraits kept flashing in Luo Tian's scepter crystal ball. The next moment, Luo Tian froze Granola's portrait for a few seconds. Granola. In the Dragon Ball Super comics, a person who became the first in the universe through the dragon. For this, he consumed nearly 200 years of his life. The same is true for Jia Si. Luo Tian is not very optimistic about these two people. For those who become stronger through the dragon, their potential has been squeezed out. Moreover, even if they become the best in the universe through the dragon, it is only limited to the level of humans. Then, Luo Tian freezes the picture on Mo Luo. This guy is indeed a great person. If he is well trained, there is a certain chance that he can reach the strength of the god of destruction. However, this person named Mo Luo is relatively evil. To be precise, he is more evil than the demon. Ou is even more evil. Because Bu absorbed the Great Kai, his personality is a bit like a 5 or 6-year-old child. As long as he is guided well, he will go on the right path in the future. But Moro is different. Now Moro is imprisoned in the galaxy prison. Luo Tian hesitated again and again. At present, he is one of the people who can be trained to become a god of destruction as soon as possible. Keep it for now. Look for it again. If there is really no suitable candidate, Moro can only be chosen. People in other universes, it seems that there are no powerful people. In addition, we can only take the risk to go to the future. Wait a minute, there is a future and there is a past. There are suitable candidates in the future. Is there no past? A person suddenly appeared in Luo Tian's mind. This person is none other than Sun Wukong's biological father Bardock. According to the direction of the plot, if nothing unexpected happens, Bardock will travel back to 1000 years ago when fighting Frisia and become the oldest Super Saiyan. The legend of Super Saiyans was passed down from Bardock. Luo Tian looked for Bardock through the scepter with a try-it attitude. After searching, a figure soon appeared on the scepter. A man who looked very similar to Sun Wukong, with a long scar on his face. It was Bardock. Luo Tian looked at Bardock in the scepter with some surprise. This guy is still alive? Currently on the planet Kadra. A planet very far away from the Earth. The level of human technology on the planet is extremely low. Luo Tian observed the living environment of Bardock again. Bardock's home is located on the top of a mountain. He built a small house on the mountain and lived there. On the platform outside the house, there is a spaceship docked. This spaceship has a bit of the style of Frisia's army. Luo Tian scanned the spaceship again and found that the spaceship had a malfunction, just like the situation of Jake's spaceship back then. The main energy source was damaged and it was difficult to repair. The environment of the planet Kadra is extremely harsh, with storms all year round, and the life energy is pitifully scarce. And this planet is located at the edge of the universe and is difficult to be discovered. Wampa, where Broly once lived, is also located at the edge of the universe, in the same area. Even so, the two planets are very far apart. At least with the current technology of the Earth in the Dragon Ball world, it will take at least hundreds of years to fly from Kadra to Wampa. Bardock. Luo Tian's eyes flashed. I wonder if this Bardock has been there 1000 years ago. If he has been there, how did he come back? No. He didn't come back, he has lived from 1000 years ago to now. That is to say, he may have lived for 1,000 years. How powerful is this guy? Luo Tian suddenly became interested. Broly, haven't you been home? Luo Tian turned his head and asked Broly. Because Luo Tian found that the planet where Bardock lived was relatively close to Broly's former planet, Wampa. For an angel, it would take less than a few minutes to fly over. Broly shook his head. Don't you always miss your father? Luo Tian said, it's time to go home and see him. After so many years, many things have faded. Broly looked up at the sky. Broly, you are becoming more and more like a philosopher now. Luo Tian sighed. Broly? After dinner, I will take Goku to practice first, and then take you home. Luo Tian smiled. Okay. Broly did not object, and put down his bowl and chopsticks. I'm full. Are you full so soon? Luo Tian smiled and stood up suddenly. Since you are full, let's go. Broly nodded vigorously. Ling Long, I haven't finished eating yet. Ling Long wiped her sweat. I want to eat for a while longer. Then you stay and eat slowly, and when I come back, you can concentrate again. Luo Tian smiled slightly. Ling Long felt sick at that time. Will you really have a girlfriend like this? Pa. Luo Tian knocked the scepter in his hand lightly on the ground, and his body burst into a stream of light as bright as stars. Shua. Broly grabbed through the air, and a skill similar to the dragon claw hand acted on Sun Wukong. Shua. Sun Wukong's body suddenly fell uncontrollably beside Broly. Hey? 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 Sun Wukong was stunned for a moment, and his expression was still a little confused. Let's go. Luo Tian said, and he was about to take off immediately, without waiting for Ling Long. Ling Long, I haven't finished eating yet. Swoosh. Ling Long did not dare to be careless, and quickly turned into a stream of light and quickly sank into Luo Tian's body. Luo Tian's body shone with brilliant light, and in just a moment he appeared in the starry sky. Have you left the earth? So amazing. Sun Wukong looked back and saw, and found that the earth had turned into a blue sphere. Just less than 10 seconds after Luo Tian left, Bulma came out dressed beautifully. Bulma wore a new dress today, which made her figure particularly eye-catching. Where is Luo Tian? Bulma looked around, but did not see Luo Tian, so she asked Krillin beside her. Krillin pointed to the sky with a dazed look. What? Is he gone? Bulma crossed her waist, her chest rose and fell, and she stomped her feet and shouted, Luo Tian, I hate you. The other people present looked at each other. Brother Tian, did you see it? It flew up to the sky in an instant. Jiaozi looked up at the sky. What a fast speed can you fly up to the sky without a spaceship? Tian Xinyan wiped his sweat. It's amazing. I just don't know where Goku will go to practice. Krillin sighed. Didn't Goku tell you? Tian Xinyan turned his head and asked. Goku doesn't know where Luo Tian will take him to practice. Krillin shook his head gently. What are you looking at? What's wrong with you looking at me? The robot Xiao AI floated beside Bulma, the light on its head kept flashing, and it made this sound again and again. Bulma, Bulma, Broly doesn't want to play with me anymore. The light in Xiao AI's eyes dimmed a little. Your friend has grown up. Bulma sighed. Xiao AI doesn't want him to grow up. The light in Xiao AI's eyes dimmed again. People always grow up. Bulma gently stroked Xiao AI's head, bit her lip, and quietly pressed the power button on her body. Swish! The light on Xiao AI's body dissipated. Delete this memory of you and Broly. Bulma's voice was a little low. Silence for a moment. If possible, I also want to delete the memory of me and Luo Tian. Bulma said angrily, tears flowing from her eyes. The sixth universe, the cosmic space. Luo Tian took Broly and Sun Wukong and turned into a stream of light as bright as the stars, and flew rapidly in this starry sky. Not long after, Luo Tian took them into the realm of nothingness. Luo Tian, where is this place? Sun Wukong asked curiously. The realm of nothingness, to put it simply, is an undeveloped universe. Luo Tian explained. Although I don't understand it very well, but I understand the principle. Sun Wukong scratched his head, full of curiosity about everything, and couldn't help asking, "Where are you going to take me to practice?" "You'll know when you go there." Luo Tian didn't explain too much. Passing through the realm of nothingness, Luo Tian took Sun Wukong and Broly to the cosmic space of the seventh universe and flew rapidly upwards. Pop! Luo Tian broke through the realm and took the two of them to the underworld. Soon, Luo Tian gradually slowed down and landed at the entrance of the snake path. Sun Wukong looked around and easily noticed the endless snake path ahead. "Where is this place?" Sun Wukong scratched his head and asked. "There is not even a single person around." "There is no one here, only ghosts," Broly replied. "Ghosts? What do you mean?" Sun Wukong was even more confused. "Do you see this snake path?" Luo Tian pointed to the narrow snake path ahead. Sun Wukong nodded. "Keep running along this snake path. There is a planet at the end of the snake path. There lives a Kai King on the planet. You should practice with him first," Luo Tian instructed Sun Wukong. "King Kai?" Sun Wukong was stunned. "King Kai will help you lay a good foundation. Remember, comprehend the ultimate freedom while practicing." Luo Tian smiled and asked softly, "By the way, is there anything you don't understand after reading the book?" "There were many things I didn't understand at first, but later Krillin helped me explain it, and now I completely understand it." Sun Wukong laughed and took out the Ultimate Freedom Practice Guide from his arms. The Ultimate Freedom Practice Guide that Luo Tian gave to Sun Wukong this time was not a simplified version, but the essence of the Angel Clan's practice. I believe that with Sun Wukong's talent, he should be able to comprehend the skills on it as soon as possible. Pa! Luo Tian gently raised his right hand upwards, and 30 senzu beans immediately appeared in his hand. These senzu beans have always been stored in Luo Tian's storage ring. That time Luo Tian turned into starlight, and the storage ring did not break because it was blessed by the power of angels. Broly put the ring away temporarily. After Luo Tian returned, Broly returned the ring to him. Luo Tian has now become a true angel with his own alternate space, so he no longer needs a storage ring. Luo Tian put a small part of the beans in the storage ring into the storage space, and gave the rest, along with the ring and more than 100 beans, to Broly. Also, Luo Tian gave Iron Man's armor to Broly for safekeeping and use. After all, Broly has a greater use for these, and Luo Tian can't use them for the time being. Is this a bean?" Sun Wukong came forward to take a closer look. "These beans are to prevent you from starving to death." Luo Tian handed 30 beans to Sun Wukong. "Sun Wukong? Starved to death?" Sun Wukong was stunned. "There is no food to sell on the road." "No," Luo Tian answered. "Sun Wukong, remember, don't fall off the snake path. Once you fall under the golden cloud, you will die directly and enter hell. Even I can't save you," Luo Tian reminded him. As for the fact that Sun Wukong couldn't be saved, it was just to scare him and let him cherish his life. "Ah! Falling down will lead to hell? It's too scary." Sun Wukong took a breath. "I know, I will be careful. Use the senzu beans sparingly. If you starve to death, you will probably have to run again." Luo Tian patted Sun Wukong on the shoulder. I know, I will work hard, then I will set off now." Sun Wukong waved at Luo Tian. "I will definitely work hard to practice and strive to defeat Vegeta." Luo Tian nodded slightly. Swish! Sun Wukong said no more, and immediately soared into the air, moving forward rapidly along the snake path. Looking at Sun Wukong's gradually disappearing figure, Luo Tian said no more, and his body once again burst into a stream of light as bright as stars. The next moment, Luo Tian took Broly out of the underworld, entered the space of the seventh universe, and flew rapidly towards the edge of the universe. "Luo Tian, why do you want him to practice the ultimate freedom? Ling Long suddenly spoke. Is there any problem? Luo Tian asked with a smile. Not every human can practice the ultimate freedom like you. Ling Long pondered. No, to be precise, they can practice the ultimate freedom, but if you want to truly comprehend the ultimate freedom, it is a very long process. I am afraid that when he dies of old age, he will not be able to comprehend the true ultimate freedom. It is already very remarkable to be able to comprehend the sign of the ultimate freedom. That is to say, according to what the High Priest said, the level has reached 20. Chapter 148 Broly, Dad, I have become the god of destruction, maybe there will be a miracle. Luo Tian ignored him. Does anyone know better than Luo Tian whether Goku can practice Ultra Instinct? Although Goku's level is less than 1 now, Luo Tian believes that in the next year, his strength will have a qualitative increase. It's still less than 1. A planet in the 7th universe. Your Highness Vegeta, are we really going to Earth? Nappa asked fearfully, the legendary Super Saiyan is on Earth. Humph, what's there to be afraid of? Vegeta snorted. Nappa, how can I not be afraid? Have you forgotten the scene when Broly pressed you to the ground? Nappa only thought about this in his mind, but he didn't dare to say it out loud. Didn't Luo Tian say that? He and Broly won't interfere. Vegeta snorted. What if he intervenes? Nappa hesitated and asked cautiously. Humph, stop talking nonsense. Vegeta was a little impatient, let's go to Earth now. There's nothing to hesitate about. I'm going to rub Kakarot on the ground. As he spoke, Vegeta had already stepped onto the spherical spaceship. Although Nappa didn't want to go, he still entered the spaceship obediently. Swish! Swish! The two spaceships instantly broke through the planet's atmosphere and entered the universe, flying towards the direction of the Earth. The 6th universe, the Earth. The place where Piccolo lives with mountains and rivers. Piccolo slowly fell from the air with Son Gohan in his arms and landed in the clean spring water. Wake up, Son Goku's son. Piccolo grabbed Son Gohan's clothes and held him up to look at him. Son Gohan was sleeping soundly and even snoring. Humph! Piccolo snorted coldly and threw Son Gohan into the water. Gulp gulp gulp. Son Gohan drank several mouthfuls of water in a row, suddenly raised his head from the water and kept coughing. Son Gohan wiped his face and showed a confused look. How did I fall into the water? I have something to tell you, come up quickly. Piccolo said coldly. Hey? Son Gohan was slightly stunned. After seeing Piccolo's terrible face, he was so scared that his face turned pale and asked hurriedly, What? Where is my dad? Thinking of his father, Son Gohan looked around for his father's whereabouts. Then, Son Gohan burst into tears and shouted, Dad! It's so annoying. Piccolo stepped forward and grabbed Son Gohan's clothes, and carried him to the shore. Wow wow wow! Son Gohan cried even more aggrievedly, his tears kept flowing out and mixed with the water on his body. Don't cry anymore, if you cry again I will break your neck. Piccolo threatened. Son Gohan was a little scared, his lips trembled, and he kept rubbing his eyes. Okay, now listen to me. Piccolo snorted coldly, first of all, your father is still alive and well but he has no time to take care of you. He has to go to practice well. Wow, my dad doesn't want me anymore? Son Gohan felt more and more aggrieved. If you cry again, do you believe that I will really break your neck? Piccolo threatened Son Gohan with his teeth bared. Son Gohan didn't dare to cry anymore. Crying, standing there trembling, feeling very helpless. That's not what I want to say. About 10 months later, 2 more powerful Saiyans will come to Earth. Piccolo said in a low voice, looking at Son Gohan, I will train you well and make you an excellent warrior. Don't you want to protect the Earth you love? Of course, your father will also participate in the battle. There are 2 people on the other side. Your father will deal with the stronger guy, but the other one needs us to deal with. So we need your strength. Can I do it? I have never fought with others. Son Gohan shook his head vigorously, with an unconfident look on his face. You haven't realized that you actually have quite powerful energy in your body, so you need to practice to effectively exert this energy. Piccolo smiled. You are lying, I don't have any powerful energy. Son Gohan wiped his tears and shook his head like a rattle. Then let you see the evidence yourself. Piccolo grinned and grabbed Son Gohan's head. What are you going to do? Son Gohan panicked at the time. Piccolo grabbed Son Gohan's head and lifted it high. Let me go. Let me go. Son Gohan struggled desperately. Piccolo aimed at a mountain in the distance and slammed Son Gohan over. Son Gohan's body moved rapidly towards the mountain. Let me see your potential power. You should be able to smash the rocks. Piccolo whispered to himself. If you die accidentally, it's really not my fault. Although I promised Luo Tian to train you, it's because you are too fragile. I am the great demon king Piccolo, and the people I train cannot be so delicate. Looking at the mountain getting closer and closer, Son Gohan trembled with fear. However, the next moment, Son Gohan's hidden power suddenly broke out, and a spherical energy immediately emerged from his body. A huge ball of energy was released from Son Gohan's body, which directly hit the mountain in front. Boom! Accompanied by a loud noise that shook the earth, a large cloud of dust was raised at the scene. Rocks flew through the air, sand and rocks flew, and roars rose and fell. When the smoke gradually dissipated, the mountain had been flattened. A deep mark was left at the scene. The mark was left by Son Gohan's Qigong wave. Piccolo was stunned and didn't come back to his senses for a long time. It was so shocking. He was stronger than I thought. My mood was so complicated. I felt like I was cultivating a terrible enemy. Piccolo calmed down and walked towards Son Gohan. Did I do this? Son Gohan looked at the destroyed mountain in front of him with an unbelievable look. Do you understand how strong you are now? Piccolo looked at Son Gohan and said, you can only exert your potential power when you are emotionally excited, but it is only a flash in the pan. You can't win like this. I want to teach you how to fight and make you the strongest warrior. But I don't want to be a martial artist, I want to be a great scholar. Son Gohan shook his head. Of course, as long as you defeat the two Saiyans who came here 10 months later, you are free to be whatever you want. A big stone in Piccolo's heart also fell a little. This kid is so talented, but he only wants to be a scholar. That's great. At least he won't be my enemy. But I'm afraid of fighting. Son Gohan looked at Piccolo tremblingly. Don't be so useless, do you want me to kill you? Piccolo shouted angrily, there's no time, let's start quickly, take off your shirt first. Son Gohan hurriedly took off his coat, looked at Piccolo with a sidelong look, with fear in his eyes, and tremblingly muttered, I want my dad to teach me to practice. Humph, your father can't be a good teacher, he is not strict enough with you. Just look at how spoiled you are. Piccolo snorted. Son Gohan took off his coat, folded it neatly, and carefully put it on the grass beside him. Piccolo, a coat has to be folded so neatly. That's enough. How to practice? Son Gohan asked timidly. First, do nothing, just survive. Piccolo showed an evil smile. Hey? Survive? Son Gohan didn't quite understand. Yes, you just need to survive here safely. Piccolo nodded, if you can survive for 6 months, I will teach you fighting skills. 6 months, I'm the only one here? Son Gohan exclaimed, I don't want it, I will be suffocated. Hey! You can rest assured, you won't be lonely, there are often man-eating monsters in this area. Piccolo smiled coldly. What did you say? Please don't leave me here alone. Son Gohan was anxious. I don't have time to coax you. The fact that you can survive after 6 months means that you are still worth cultivating, both mentally and physically. Piccolo snorted, you must believe in your own abilities and learn to use your own strength. But Son Gohan was almost crying. Also, don't even think about escaping from here. This area is surrounded by an endless desert. Once you are swallowed by the desert, I will only watch you drown in the ruthless sand. I will not save you. Piccolo showed a playful smile, turned around, and looked like he wanted to leave. Wait a minute, where is the food? Where is the bathtub, bed, toothpaste, and toothbrush? Son Gohan asked hurriedly. Do you think there will be these things here? My little ancestor. Piccolo sneered. Son Gohan, it's too cruel. Is there an adult like you who targets a 4-year-old child? Son Gohan burst into tears. If you want to hate, hate your fate. Piccolo snorted, said no more, and immediately flew into the sky, and soon disappeared under Son Gohan's gaze. Son Gohan was anxious and ran to catch up, but he couldn't catch up. Don't leave me, I'm scared, wait for me. Son Gohan cried loudly, hoping that his crying could arouse Piccolo's sympathy. However, Piccolo had already flown away. While crying, Son Gohan found a stone to sit down, sobbing non-stop, crying even more sadly. While crying, Son Gohan suddenly felt that something was wrong. Son Gohan looked up and looked at the dinosaur who was looking for food. The dinosaur was extremely large, at least 6 meters tall, like a mountain, blocking the sunlight in the sky. Son Gohan was so scared that his soul flew away, his lips kept trembling, and his face almost turned green. The dinosaur stared, feeling that happiness came too suddenly. Who ordered the takeaway for me? It was delivered so quickly. The dinosaur opened its bloody mouth and bit Son Gohan. Son Gohan desperately fled, avoided the dinosaur's big mouth, and ran forward. Help, come and save me! Son Gohan shouted loudly while running, his legs were weak and completely out of control. Pa! Son Gohan fell to the ground. The dinosaur opened its mouth and bit towards Son Gohan. At the critical moment, Son Gohan suddenly soared into the sky and flew to a nearby cliff. The dinosaur closed its mouth and chewed hard. Why is it tasteless? Did I eat the takeaway just now? Did I eat too fast and swallow it directly? The dinosaur shook its head and looked around for Son Gohan's whereabouts. On the towering cliff, Son Gohan gasped for breath and felt scared for a while. But soon, Son Gohan circled the cliff and suddenly felt that he was going down. I won't go. Wow! Son Gohan cried again. It was late at night, and a full moon slowly appeared above the starry sky. The night was beautiful, but also very desolate. The cool breeze kept blowing over the cliff, and Son Gohan shivered with cold. Son Gohan curled up, perhaps feeling a little warmer. I'm so hungry, I feel like I'm starving to death. Son Gohan whispered, but how could he sleep? Pa! Pa! Just then, 2 things fell from the sky. Son Gohan stepped forward and found that they were 2 apples. Great, apples fell. Son Gohan picked up an apple and was about to take a bite when he found something was wrong. There is no apple tree here. How could an apple fall from the sky? Was it given to me by Newton? I can't care less. Son Gohan took a big bite of the apple and suddenly felt astringent in his mouth, so sour that his teeth almost fell out. This is the worst apple Son Gohan has ever eaten. It's too bad, I want to eat steamed buns. Son Gohan cried while eating, and ate the apple as a steamed bun. This stinky boy is really hard to serve. Piccolo was so angry in the distant sky that he wanted to strangle this boy to death, and said in a deep voice, I will only help you this time. If you can't survive in the future, it only means that you are very ordinary. The night was getting darker and darker, and the sky was dotted with stars. The round moon was suspended in the starry sky, emitting a holy light. Son Gohan curled up again, and the coldness on his body became more biting. Piccolo was suspended in the sky, with his legs crossed, his arms hugged, and his eyes closed. Achoo! Son Gohan sneezed, rubbed his nose, got up from the ground, and went to the edge of the cliff to urinate. Well, I'm peeing. Piccolo looked over there. What should I do? How can I get down from such a high place? Son Gohan pulled up his pants and whispered, if I continue like this, I will starve to death. I don't want to die yet, I'm only 4 years old. As he spoke, Son Gohan suddenly realized something. Why is it so bright at night? Son Gohan looked around and turned his head to see the full moon behind him. Son Gohan was surprised. It's the moon, it's really round. This is the first time I've seen such a round moon. Son Gohan stared at the full moon in the sky. Thump thump thump. Son Gohan's heartbeat unconsciously accelerated the rhythm and strength. At the same time, Son Gohan's pupils turned white in an instant. It was as if a huge layer of energy instantly rose up from Son Gohan's body. What's going on? What happened? What happened? Piccolo was stunned, a little confused. Ah! Son Gohan screamed, and his body instantly grew larger, turning into a huge chimpanzee. The huge body and the weight of the body made it impossible for the high cliff to support it, and it collapsed at that time. What happened? Piccolo was stunned. Son Gohan jumped down from the air and landed steadily. The land was also shaken by the huge body of Son Gohan. Son Gohan bared his teeth and punched a high cliff next to him. Bang! The high cliff broke and collapsed, and rocks flew all over the ground. The sound was particularly crisp in the silent night. Son Gohan opened his mouth wide, and a golden light shot out of his mouth. Boom! Golden light flashed, bombarding the land in the distance. In just a moment, a huge mushroom cloud rose from the land in front of him, and the shock wave spread rapidly in all directions, blowing Piccolo in the sky all over the place. Swish, swish, swish. The energy bomb in Son Gohan's mouth sprayed out like it was free. The roars came one after another. Piccolo was completely shocked. What on earth is going on? With such a great destructive power, the earth will be destroyed by him without the need for those 2 Saiyans to come. Piccolo exclaimed. At the same time, Piccolo's mind suddenly emerged with what Raditz had said. Isn't it the time for us Saiyans to show our abilities when the moon is at its fullest? Piccolo's pupils shrank, and he looked up at the full moon in the sky. Disappear! Piccolo stretched out his big hand, and a stream of energy shot out, hitting the moon. The moon was soon hit and disappeared. The starry sky instantly returned to calm. The sky was still dotted with stars. But the full moon had disappeared. The lovers who were watching the moon didn't know what happened for a while. Why did the moon disappear? You must not love me anymore, so you can't even look at the moon. A girl said angrily to the boy next to her. Boy! Son Gohan's giant ape body seemed to have suddenly lost its strength, and instantly returned to human form, and his clothes disappeared completely. Pa! Son Gohan fell to the ground and fell asleep. Piccolo was so scared that his face turned greener, and cold sweat oozed from his back. He slowly fell from the air and appeared next to Son Gohan. I didn't expect you to transform. Is it because of your Saiyan blood? Piccolo looked at Son Gohan sleeping on the ground, and said with lingering fear, I finally know the secret of Son Goku's strength. It seems that I was right to drive the moon away. It's really scary to think that Saiyans can become such terrible monsters. And that guy talked about the tail, it seems that the transformation must go through the full moon and the tail. Snap! Piccolo pulled the tail off Son Gohan's buttocks. Tear off the tail, so I can rest assured, not to mention that the tail is the weakness of Saiyans. Piccolo said to himself, that's it, I'll give you a brand new set of clothes and a sword, the clothes are the same style as your father's. Snap! Piccolo's fingers flashed, and the light covered Son Gohan's body. Suddenly, Son Gohan had a set of orange clothes on his body, and a big was written on his back. Humph! This word at the back is particularly eye-catching. Pico grinned, I still need to continue to practice. I can't rely on that guy named Luo Tian for everything. Although he promised me that he would make me stronger. But I have to rely on myself to keep working hard. If you can survive safely in these 6 months, I, Piccolo, will personally give you a hellish special training. That taste is worse than death. You have to be mentally prepared. As Piccolo spoke, his smile became brighter and brighter. I will train you into an excellent demon. Piccolo showed an evil smile. Headquarters of the Universal Capsule Group. What? You want me to contact Goku's wife? Krillin smiled bitterly, why me? Who else can it be if not you? Aren't you Goku's best friend? Bulma put her hands on her waist and scolded Krillin. Krillin, what should I say? Just say that Goku was taken away by Luo Tian? Gohan was taken away by Piccolo? Krillin wiped his sweat. Whatever you say, tell her what's going on here. Bulma snorted. Krillin was speechless. Krillin, come on. Kame-sensei patted Krillin's bald head. Mr. Mutant, you're really talking without any pain in your back. Krillin wanted to cry. I've had a backache lately, maybe because I've done too many bad things. Kame-sensei sighed. Krillin, Bulma rolled her eyes and walked away immediately. You can say that, but can you take me with you next time you go out to play? Krillin suggested, blinking his eyes expectantly, looking at Kame-sensei and leaping eagerly. Krillin, I can take you there, but the problem is those girls ask you why you don't have a nose. How do you answer this question? Leaping asked, holding back his laughter. Young man, it's a good thing to have no nose, no matter what the smell is, you don't care. Master Kame grinned. Teacher, what you said makes a lot of sense. Li Ping immediately worshipped him as if he were a god. A face full of admiration. What do you mean? What do you mean? Krillin didn't understand and showed a curious look. The seventh universe, the universe. Luo Tian took Broly and flew rapidly in the starry sky. A few hours later, Luo Tian and Broly appeared above the planet Vampa. 26 years. 26 years. I have been trapped here for 26 years. Paragus roared to the sky, his voice was full of vigor and passion. Broly, the date is calculated quite accurately. Luo Tian sighed, a planet that often does not see the sun can still calculate the date so accurately. He wears a detector on his body that can calculate the number of days in the past. Ling Long took over the conversation and forced an explanation. I have been to the ancient planet Vegeta and found that the time it takes for that planet to orbit the star is about the same as that of the Earth. At the same time, the time it takes for the planet Vegeta to rotate is also about 24 hours. No need to explain so much. Luo Tian wiped his sweat. Does this kind of thing still need to be explained forcibly? Broly remained silent, looking at his father below, as if he had long lost the strong yearning he had in the past. Go down, say hello to your father. Luo Tian patted Broly on the shoulder. Broly nodded gently and slowly fell from the sky. Luo Tian had no intention of going down, but just looked down at the entire Earth in the universe. Paragus shouted for a long time to vent his emotions. However, just after Paragus finished shouting, he suddenly found someone slowly falling from the sky and landing in front of him. Paragus was slightly stunned, and immediately looked at the man in front of him with vigilance. You, who are you? Paragus took a step back and asked sternly. Dad, I'm Broly. Broly said calmly. Broly? Are you Broly? Paragus was stunned and looked Broly up and down. Sure enough, Paragus still easily recognized his son. Broly, is it really you? You're still alive. After a brief shock, Paragus was more suddenly happy. Who knows what a person will experience on such a barren planet? It's really tortured. Paragus would rather die than live. With Broly around, at least he won't be as lonely as before. Where have you been all these years, Broly? Paragus stepped forward and hugged his son tightly. I went to become a god. Broly replied. Paragus? What? What are you talking about? Paragus let go of Broly, looked him up and down, and asked in surprise. I have become the god of destruction. Broly told the truth. The god of destruction? What is that? Paragus was even more confused. It is the most powerful god in the universe. Broly replied. These Yao the most powerful god in the universe? Paragus's white beard trembled constantly. After a careful look, he suddenly found that the chain hanging on Broly's neck was gone, and asked hurriedly, where is the thing on your neck? It's gone. Broly rubbed his neck and suddenly asked, you hung that thing on me back then to control me, right? Paragus felt a little guilty and couldn't say anything for a while. You are my father, I can ignore what you did to me in the past, but I hope you won't do this to me again. Broly looked at Paragus calmly. Ya, what are you talking about? Paragus's face sank. Although you are my father, I hope you will apologize to me. Broly said stubbornly, as long as you apologize, I can let it go. Paragus frowned tightly, and then he was furious. You want me to apologize to you? After living in this environment for more than 20 years, Paragus's personality has gradually become a little distorted. Besides, he felt embarrassed to ask Paragus to apologize to his son. Give up this idea. Let me apologize to you. You are dreaming. Paragus shouted. Broly was silent, as if he was making a difficult decision. Do you know how you have grown up all these years? Without me, can you grow up so big? Paragus shouted hysterically. I'm sorry, Dad, since you don't apologize, I have to leave you here to continue to reflect. I will come back to see you often. Broly said, and his body slowly flew up. Ya, what are you doing? Where are you going? Stop right there, hey! Don't go! Paragus chased after Broly and shouted, Hey, Broly! I can't see you anymore. Stop! The space is above. Do you want to commit suicide? It seems that no one has guessed the new god of destruction of mirth. Please vote, please vote, please vote. Chapter 149, Xiao AI upgrades. Bardock, who has lived for 1000 years. Paragus suddenly found that Broly's body was glowing with dark green light, and he turned back and looked at him with a complicated look. Swoosh! Broly's eyes were determined. He increased his speed and soon disappeared under Paragus's gaze. Hey, Broly, stop! I told you to stop, did you hear me? I'm here. Paragus was anxious and shouted. However, Broly had completely disappeared. Broly soon gathered with Luo Tian, flew into the starry sky, and flew in another direction under Luo Tian's leadership. Luo Tian neither agreed nor disagreed with Broly's decision. These are Broly's growth experiences. Maybe one day, Broly will untie his knot and forgive his father. Maybe one day, Paragus will accidentally die. These are irrelevant. I began to understand what you said before. Most Saiyans have no feelings. My father treats me like Raditz treats Kakarot. When he doesn't need it, he can kill him without hesitation. Broly said in a deep voice, holding back tears. Yes, most Saiyans do such things, and Saiyans are extinct because of this. Luo Tian nodded and admitted and sighed. And among the Saiyans left now, whether it's you, Goku, or even Vegeta in the future, I believe they will care about their family affection and no longer be as cold and ruthless as in the past. Broly was silent. I don't mean to plead for your father. No matter what decision you make, I support you. Luo Tian smiled and patted Broly's shoulder. You have grown up, Broly. Broly couldn't bear it anymore, tears wet his eyes, crying like a child. The sixth universe, Earth. The headquarters of the Universal Capsule Group. Bulma was in the room of the Research Institute, holding Xiao Ai's exclusive screwdriver, pursing her lips and hesitating. Just then, Dr. Briefs pushed the door and walked in. Bulma, what are you doing? Dr. Briefs pushed his glasses and asked sideways. Dad, I want to delete Xiao Ai's memory about Broly, what do you think? Bulma sighed slightly. Why? Dr. Briefs took a sip of water and asked. It feels like she is too painful. Since it is a painful memory, it is better not to keep it. Bulma bit her lower lip tightly. Bulma, it is because of these painful memories that Xiao Ai is what she is today. The brief moments between him and Broly have caused a qualitative change in her system and given birth to her autonomous consciousness. Dr. Briefs replied, with pain, there will be happiness and sadness, which means that she already has human thoughts, and is no longer a string of program code. So such memories make up Xiao Ai now, right? Bulma asked faintly. Pain is an experience. You will see a rainbow only after the storm. Dr. Briefs patted his daughter's arm, pushed his glasses again, and left the laboratory. Will there really be a rainbow after the storm? Bulma looked up at the azure blue sky and muttered softly. However, the screwdriver in Bulma's hand had been put into the toolbox. Bulma stepped forward with her long legs and pressed the power button of Xiao Ai again. Hello, Bulma, the robot Xiao Ai is at your service. Xiao Ai's tender little girl voice sounded. Xiao Ai, how about upgrading your voice system from a little girl to a girl? Bulma asked. Can Xiao Ai become as big as Broly? Xiao Ai asked naively. Xiao Ai will grow up too, and I will take the time to make a better body for you. Bulma nodded vigorously. Thank you, Bulma. The light on Xiao Ai's head became bright again. The seventh universe, the vast starry sky. After flying in the universe for about 10 minutes, Luo Tian saw a yellowish Earth planet in the distance. This planet was named Kardra. Luo Tian brought Broly, who had calmed down, to stop above the planet and looked down. Through the clouds with yellow sand, Luo Tian saw a familiar figure on a high mountain. It was Goku's father, Bardock. Bardock looked up at the starry sky, but apart from seeing the yellow sand, it was difficult to see the stars in the sky clearly. The next moment, Bardock flew near the spaceship and shook his head helplessly. Damn! I don't know how many years have passed. Has planet Vegeta been destroyed? Bardock muttered to himself, becoming more and more anxious and sad. Just then, Luo Tian brought Broly down from the sky and landed opposite Bardock. Bardock was slightly stunned, and immediately looked up in the direction of Luo Tian, and glanced at Broly again. Then, Bardock focused his eyes on Broly, and his expression became solemn and alert. Bardock seemed to be able to sense that this person's strength was definitely not as simple as he saw on the surface. Who is the other person? Silver white hair. That's a tail? Silver white tail? Bardock soon noticed the silver-white tail behind Luo Tian. The tail was particularly eye-catching, swaying randomly, and looked very rhythmic. Bardock's pupils shrank, and he looked sideways at the tail behind Broly. Saiyan? You are Saiyan. Bardock showed a look of surprise. Quick, tell me, what's the current situation of planet Vegeta? Planet Vegeta was destroyed 24 years ago. Luo Tian told the truth. Ya, what did you say? Has it been so many years? Bardock's face changed again and again, and he couldn't help but exclaimed, Damn, is it that Frieza guy who did it again? Yes, it was indeed Frieza who did it. Luo Tian nodded. I can't forgive him. Bardock suddenly burst into a golden light. Pop! The hair on Bardock's head stood up high and turned golden in an instant. Golden light flashed, and powerful energy emanated from Bardock's body. Super Saiyan. Bardock has become a Super Saiyan. Broly was a little surprised and looked up and down at Bardock, who had become a Super Saiyan. As for the other party's identity, Broly had already guessed some clues. After all, this person looks too similar to Kakarot. How did you get to this planet? Can you take me away from here? Bardock asked with gritted teeth. I flew here. Luo Tian smiled. Bardock was slightly stunned and was a little speechless for a while. A short stagnation. Flew here? You said you flew here? Bardock asked a little unsure. Yes, I flew here from a distant planet. Luo Tian nodded. Can you survive in outer space? Bardock asked again. Okay. Luo Tian smiled and nodded. Bardock, you have lived for more than 1,000 years, and you don't even have the ability to survive in space? Luo Tian looked at Bardock and suddenly said. How did you know? Bardock's face changed color. Who are you? Luo Tian. Luo Tian said his name. Luo Tian? Bardock searched for this person's name carefully in his mind. After all, 1,000 years have passed, and Bardock has forgotten many people, only remembering his relatives and enemies. After thinking for a full minute, Bardock suddenly remembered the other party's identity. I know, aren't you the former genius? You practiced your combat power to 20,000, and then your combat power mysteriously disappeared. Is it you? Bardock came back to his senses, looked at Luo Tian and sighed. I didn't expect that even you have grown up so much. Why did your hair change to this color? Did you dye it? I'm not here to reminisce with you, but to test your strength. Since you have lived for more than 1,000 years, your strength should not disappoint me. Luo Tian pondered. You want to test my strength? Can't you see it? Bardock pointed to his nose with his thumb. Can't you see the changes in my body? Can you do this kind of transformation? I really can't. Luo Tian shook his head. I'll tell you, this is the Super Saiyan transformation that Frisia fears the most. Bardock snorted, with endless confidence on his face. You all come together, I will use one hand to deal with you. As he spoke, Bardock put his left hand behind his back and raised his right hand slightly, taking a fighting stance. Broly took a step forward without Luo Tian's order, and the energy on his body exploded. Boom! Broly raised his own energy and rushed towards Bardock. Looking at Broly rushing over at a high speed, Bardock's face changed slightly. Bardock didn't expect that the energy of this Saiyan compatriot would be so strong. Pa! Bardock slapped his palm fiercely and hit Broly's chest at that time. Broly's body just trembled slightly. Yes, just a slight tremor. Then, Broly pressed Bardock's head and slammed it heavily on the ground. Hwalala! With a loud bang, the top of the mountain where Bardock lived cracked on the spot. Rocks collapsed, and a large cloud of dust rose at the scene. In the dust, golden light shone on Bardock's body, and he punched Broly hard again. Broly endured Bardock's attack, and his body trembled slightly again. Then, Broly slapped him, and immediately slapped Bardock into the mountain that was still collapsing below. Bardock turned into a golden light and rushed up from below. Broly soared into the sky, pressed his hand down, and a powerful energy quickly covered him. Bardock, who had just rushed up, was covered by a powerful pressure all over his body, and fell from the air again. Boom! Bardock fell heavily into the rocky ruins below and was covered by dust. Broly was suspended in the sky, silently watching Bardock, who looked very embarrassed. However, at this moment, Broly suddenly felt that something was wrong. Broly just reacted and found a golden figure behind him. Luo Tian looked over from a distance with the scepter and found that Bardock's body was already wrapped with lightning. Oh my, this Sun Wukong's father is not simple. He has transformed again on the original basis. The energy has increased significantly. The speed has been increased by twice as much as before. Ling Long couldn't help but sigh a little, and pondered, according to the name given by Bardos, if the previous transformation is called Super Saiyan, then the current transformation should be called Super Saiyan 2. Luo Tian? The name given by Bardos? Luo Tian was stunned. Yes, after you dissipated, Broly also had a new transformation, with dark green lightning on his body. Bardos named Broly's new transformation the legendary Super Saiyan 2. Weren't you watching it at the time? Ling Long asked back. It was the critical moment of condensation, so you might not have paid attention to it. Luo Tian was not surprised. Bardos also said that the naming of Broly's new transformation will be renamed after you transform into a real angel. Linglong smiled. No need to rename it, this name is pretty good. Luo Tian smiled. Linglong, is it good to add a serial number at the end? Are you and Bardos so casual in naming? In that case, Bardok's transformation should also be called Super Saiyan 2. Linglong sighed slightly. Okay. Luo Tian did not object. After Bardok transformed into Super Saiyan 2, he appeared behind Broly in just a moment. Bang! Bardok hit Broly's back with a heavy punch. Broly's body rushed forward and rolled several times in the air before he finally stopped. Broly just stopped and found that Bardok had appeared in front of him. You are really not simple. I can only defeat you after I become Super Saiyan 2. Bardok smiled and looked at Broly. What's your name? Broly. Broly said his name. I've never heard of a Saiyan like you. Bardok didn't know much about Broly. After all, Broly's affairs were handled relatively secretly. Besides, Bardok was still fighting on Cyril at that time, so he didn't know much about some of the things that happened on planet Vegeta. Do you want to continue? Bardok smiled, with golden lightning flashing on his body and his hair standing up even more. He also calls this transformation Super Saiyan 2. Linglong was slightly stunned. Luo Tian didn't respond, knowing that Bardok couldn't only have these two transformations. This guy has lived for more than 1,000 years. If he could only transform into Super Saiyan 2, Luo Tian would be disappointed. Continue. Broly looked calm, and energy flashed on his body. Pop! In just a moment, Broly's body expanded. Broly also knew clearly that if he didn't transform, he might suffer a little loss. Now Broly's transformation uses the energy of the giant ape. What is this change? Bardok was stunned and a little confused. Broly smiled slightly and rushed towards Bardok. Bang bang bang! The two fought fiercely in the sky above the planet. In just a few seconds, the two had fought for hundreds of rounds. The more Bardok fought, the more frightened he became. I have become a Super Saiyan 2, but I am still not his opponent? How can this Saiyan be so strong? How is Frieza? Bardok suddenly asked. He should be alive and well. Broly and Bardok exchanged a punch. With your current strength, you can easily kill Frieza, why don't you do it? Bardok was very unwilling. He didn't provoke me at that time. Broly shook his head. Should I tell you that I tore his son in half? Planet Vegeta was destroyed by him. Bardok said in a deep voice. It has nothing to do with me. Broly replied. You said it has nothing to do with you. Aren't there any relatives of yours on it? Bardok became more and more angry and shouted loudly. No. Broly answered truthfully, before the destruction of planet Vegeta, my father and I were exiled to the distant planet Vampa by King Vegeta. Bardok was speechless for a while. Okay, I admit that your strength is indeed very strong, and it really makes me look at you with new eyes. Bardok snorted, turned his head and looked in the direction of Luo Tian. Luo Tian, I didn't expect you to find such a powerful tribesman. But today I will let you see the realm you have never seen before. A realm never seen before? Luo Tian suddenly became interested. Broly looked up at Bardok, with a look of expectation. In fact, Broly was still looking forward to Bardok becoming stronger. After all, this guy could replace him in the 3rd universe or the 9th universe. If his level was not good enough, Broly would part ways with Luo Tian in a month. From then on, it would be very difficult to meet each other, right? So this time, in the battle between Broly and Bardok, except for the beginning, Broly was a little ruthless because of his father's affairs, and basically let him go in the following battles without leaving any trace. Of course, Broly also admitted that Bardok was powerful. Broly felt that Bardok was the strongest Saiyan he had ever seen. Luo Tian didn't count, he was an angel now, not a Saiyan anymore. Now Broly heard that Bardock had a new realm, and his eyes were full of expectations. Pop! Bardock took a deep breath, and suddenly a fiery red light burst out from his body. The fiery red light burned like a flame, quickly spreading all over Bardock's body. When he looked again, Bardock's hair stood up high and had turned fiery red. Luo Tian blinked his eyes, but was a little surprised. Is this the Super Saiyan God? The hair of the Super Saiyan God didn't stand up. Only the blue one stood up. But Bardock's current transformation has his hair standing up. In addition, Luo Tian also felt that the color of Bardock's transformation seemed to be darker than the color of the Super Saiyan God that Sun Wukong turned into in the plot. Sorry to have kept you waiting. This is a new realm you have never seen before. Bardock said with a smile, word by word, Super Saiyan God. Super Saiyan God? Broly was slightly stunned. Luo Tian narrowed his eyes slightly. Sure enough, it is also Super Saiyan God. Although the name is the same, the effect should be different. I will end the battle soon, you have to be careful. Bardock was still kind and reminded Broly. Broly nodded gently. Swish! Bardock's figure flashed and disappeared on the spot. No, there was even a small ball of fire left on the spot. In just a moment, Bardock appeared behind Broly. Broly's reaction was also very fast, and he suddenly kicked Bardock's body. Pa! Bardock raised his left hand lightly and easily blocked Broly's attack with his left arm. Broly's kick felt like it was hitting the sea, and all the strength seemed to disappear in an instant. Broly's eyes flashed with endless surprise. This guy really didn't disappoint me. Very fast, but too weak. Bardock smiled lightly, and slapped Broly's chest with a fierce palm. Bang 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 bang! Broly's body slid downward at a rapid speed, penetrating the mountains below. Boom! The next moment, Broly fell to the ground, seemingly motionless. Endless yellow sand rushed over, as if to drown Broly. Luo Tian, he is still alive, I didn't do anything cruel, otherwise, he would be killed by me. Bardock flashed again and appeared beside Luo Tian, saying calmly, this Saiyan named Broly has good talent, but his level is too low. If he practices well, he will be qualified to be my opponent in the future. Luo Tian said nothing. But then again, Luo Tian, how can you and Broly survive in space? Bardock asked curiously. Then, how did you live for more than 1,000 years? Luo Tian looked at Bardock with interest. Could it be you too? Bardock suddenly realized something, showing a surprised expression, staring at Luo Tian without blinking. The environment on Namek has such a big problem, is it because of you? Luo Tian thought. What problem? Bardock didn't seem to know what happened on Namek. What wishes have you fulfilled? Luo Tian asked. It's not a great wish, I just asked the dragon Porunga to give me 2,000 years of life. This is already his limit. Bardock answered truthfully, I didn't ask for the other 2 wishes. Luo Tian basically understood. The reason why Bardock can live so long is because Porunga gave him 2,000 years of life. In other words, Bardock has 1,000 years left to live. After all, he has lived for 1,000 years. Did you and Broly achieve the ability to survive in space through the dragon? Bardock quickly reacted and looked at Luo Tian and asked. Yes. Luo Tian nodded in acknowledgement. I should have made such a wish at that time, otherwise I would not have been trapped on this planet for nearly 1,000 years. Bardock's expression became heavier, his eyes full of regret, and he pointed to the back, take Broly away quickly. He is not my opponent at all. However, at the moment when Bardock's voice fell, Broly quickly took off and appeared beside him. Bardock's expression was slightly moved. After such a heavy attack just now, this guy can still stand up? He is more resistant than I thought. Not bad, you are stronger than I thought. Bardock commented. Boom! Just as Bardock finished speaking, a golden light burst out from Broly's body, and he had already started the Super Saiyan transformation. After seeing Broly's transformation, Bardock's eyes widened, revealing a look of surprise and disbelief. But soon, Bardock was relieved again. No wonder when I became a Super Saiyan just now, you too. There is not much surprise on his face. Bardock chuckled, so this guy can also transform into a Super Saiyan. Come on. Broly grinned. Are you sure you want to continue? Bardock smiled. You have to understand that my current transformation is called Super Saiyan God. Even if you can become a Super Saiyan, there is still a big gap compared to Super Saiyan God. Then I will be a little more serious. Broly looked calm. In that case, I have to beat you until you admit defeat. Bardock said no more and rushed towards Broly quickly. Bang bang bang. The two fought fiercely in the air. For a while, Broly and Bardock were evenly matched. A minute later. Bang. Bardock punched Broly in the chest. Broly slapped back and hit Bardock in the face. Bang. Broly did another hook kick and kicked Bardock down from the air. Just as Bardock was about to land, his figure swayed slightly and disappeared in an instant. In just a blink of an eye, Bardock appeared right above Broly and punched him down. Bang! Bardock's fist hit Broly. Broly felt a little pain and kicked Bardock in the abdomen. Bardock's body flew backwards. As Bardock flew backwards, he gathered energy in his hands. Bang! A red flame whistled straight towards Broly. Pop! Broly slapped over with his palm, and immediately slapped away the flying red energy. Shua! Bardock flew up quickly, and appeared right above Broly in an instant, kicking Broly. Broly dodged Bardock's kick by leaning to the side. Then Broly reached up with his big hand and grabbed Bardock's ankle. The next moment, Broly grabbed Bardock's ankle and swooped down from the air, smashing his body heavily on the ground below. Ouch! Bardock screamed. Bang! 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 Broly grabbed Bardock's ankle and slammed his body back and forth. Chapter 150 Super Saiyan vs Super Saiyan God 2. The slam lasted for a full minute. Bang! Broly flicked his hand and threw Bardock out immediately. Bardock's body rolled several times on the ground, and when it stopped, he got up from the ground in a mess. Swish! Broly flew up quickly and appeared in front of Bardock. Can you transform again? Broly was a little disappointed. Don't tell me that you can't even beat my Super Saiyan. Bardock felt a little heartbroken. After a brief hesitation, Bardock seemed to have made the final decision. Well, it seems that you don't know how powerful I am if you don't show your real strength. Bardock said in a low voice, the next transformation will probably decide the winner immediately. As he spoke, Bardock's whole body once again emitted an increasingly rich red light. At the same time, Bardock's hair stood up even more. Sizzle sizzle, red lightning quickly wrapped around Bardock's body, reflecting the red light on his body. This is my ultimate transformation, Super Saiyan God 2. Bardock took a deep breath. I didn't expect that you would use my ultimate transformation. But you can rest assured that my current transformation can't last very long, at most only 2 minutes. Broly looked over calmly, with a hint of disappointment in his eyes. Only 2 minutes? That's really low. Okay, I'll show you my real transformation, too. Broly said, without any hesitation. A dark green light immediately emerged from his body. Layer after layer of dark green flames spread around with Broly as the center. Pop! Broly's hair instantly turned dark green. The legendary Super Saiyan is activated. What kind of transformation is this? Bardock showed a look of surprise. The legendary Super Saiyan. Broly replied. The legendary Super Saiyan? Are you the legendary Super Saiyan? Bardock was deeply surprised and looked Broly up and down. Broly nodded slightly. No wonder you are so powerful. I finally figured it out. Bardock sneered and looked at Broly and said, "It is said that the legendary Super Saiyan is born only once every 1,000 years. In the era I lived in, the legendary Super Saiyan had just died. If he was still alive, I'm afraid there would be no Frisia's ancestor." Broly did not respond, mainly because he was not interested. "Well, let me, the Super Saiyan God too, fight your legendary Super Saiyan." Bardock's face showed endless fighting spirit. After saying that, Bardock no longer hesitated and immediately rushed towards Broly. Bang bang bang! The two soon started another fierce battle above the planet. For a while the two were evenly matched, and it was hard to tell who was better. 2 minutes passed quickly. Pa! The red light on Bardock's body suddenly dissipated and returned to normal. Broly punched Bardock in the face. At this critical moment, Bardock was already powerless to resist, and he reflexively protected his face with his arms. Broly's fist stopped immediately, less than 3 millimeters away from Bardock's arm. "Oh my! Although I have lived for more than 1,000 years, without the guidance of angels or gods of destruction, it is already the limit for an ordinary human to practice to this level." Ling Long sighed slightly. "How is it? How is Jiren?" Luo Tian smiled. "Bardock's Super Saiyan God 2 is about level 29. Ling Long analyzed, "Jiren is about the same level, but Bardock can only hold on for 2 minutes. If he really fights with Jiren, he will still lose in the end." "I can see it." Luo Tian nodded. "You are so lucky to find such an outstanding human. If you train him well, he is fully qualified to be the god of destruction." Ling Long smiled and said, "But he should be the weakest god of destruction." "It doesn't matter. With such a god of destruction, Broly can stay with me." Luo Tian breathed a sigh of relief. "You are right." Ling Long nodded and asked, "But how are you going to convince him? It seems that he doesn't really want to be a god of destruction." "I have my own way." Luo Tian smiled mysteriously. In the distance, Broly retracted his fist, and the dark green light on his body dissipated at once, returning to normal. "Thank you. Thank you for showing mercy." Bardock nodded. "Come here, Luo Tian has something to tell you." Broly called out to Bardock and flew towards Luo Tian first. Bardock turned his head and looked in the direction of Luo Tian, then flew over there and appeared near Luo Tian. "I lost." Bardock admitted defeat. As expected of the legendary Super Saiyan, "I have practiced for 1,000 years, but I am still not his opponent." "Bardock, have you heard of the God of Destruction?" Luo Tian asked. "The God of Destruction? I remember hearing about it a long time ago, but because it was too long ago, I don't remember it very clearly." Bardock rubbed his head and shook his head gently. "The God of Destruction is the most powerful god in the universe." Luo Tian explained simply. "Really?" Bardock nodded, but didn't say much. "Want to become the god of destruction?" Luo Tian smiled. You mean to make me a god of destruction?" Bardock was slightly stunned, and looked at Luo Tian with some surprise. "Now the 9th universe and the 3rd universe just need a god of destruction. You can choose a number you like and go to that universe to be a god of destruction." Luo Tian said with a smile. "Bardock, wait a minute, what do you mean by the 9th universe and the 3rd universe?" Bardock asked in confusion. "The universe we are in now is called the 7th universe. In addition to the 7th universe, there are 12 universes from 1 to 12. Luo Tian did not mention the 18th universe. "Luo Tian, don't forget, there is also the 18th universe." Ling Long added in Luo Tian's body. "It's just a palm-sized planet you call that a universe? Don't embarrass yourself." Luo Tian scolded. Ling Long felt heartbroken at the time. "Can you not tell the truth? At the beginning, the 18th universe was the most prosperous and powerful universe." Ling Long sighed helplessly. "If that's the case, why was it erased by the Lord of the Omni?" Luo Tian was a little puzzled. "This I'll explain it slowly later." Ling Long shook her head gently, as if she didn't want to recall the past. Luo Tian didn't continue to ask. There are so many universes? Bardock was really surprised, and then shook his head. Actually, I don't have much interest in being a god of destruction. Thank you for your kindness, I refuse. After you become a god of destruction, you can also have the ability to survive in space. Luo Tian smiled. Bardock was a little moved. Bardock knew clearly that his biggest shortcoming was that he couldn't survive in space. If it weren't for this reason, he wouldn't have been trapped on this harsh planet for nearly 1,000 years. These 1,000 years are simply the biggest torture for Bardock. At this moment, Bardock was a little shaken about becoming a god of destruction. If you become the god of destruction, I can help you find your son Kakarot, and even help you revive your wife. Luo Tian added slowly. Bardock's pupil shrank, and his eyes were instantly filled with surprise. Are you serious? Bardock asked excitedly. If Bardock was just a little shaken just now, then now that he heard that Luo Tian could help, Bardock was even more excited to find his son and revive his wife. Bardock no longer hesitated and nodded his head vigorously to agree. As long as you can find my son's Kakarot and Raditz and revive my wife Jin, I can promise you to be the god of destruction. Okay, then it's settled happily. Luo Tian smiled. Ling Long, you are so cunning, you have already found his two sons. Ling Long raised her chin and looked at Luo Tian, her beautiful eyes blinking constantly. If you think about it this way, if it weren't for me, he would probably never see his two sons. Luo Tian said with a smile. What you said seems to make sense. Ling Long nodded thoughtfully. Bardock, your wife Jin has been dead for more than 20 years. There is a certain possibility that she will be reincarnated. Therefore, you need to go to the underworld to know whether your wife can be resurrected. Don't have too much hope. Luo Tian said seriously, but I can promise to help you find your two sons. My wife's matter reincarnation? Are we going to the underworld? Bardock was stunned, his face full of surprise, and asked, but how do we get to the underworld? After you become the god of destruction, you will be qualified to go to the underworld. Luo Tian said nonsense seriously. Okay, I believe you. Bardock showed a face full of gratitude. Ling Long, I believe everything you said. Ling Long sighed slightly. How can I become a god of destruction? Bardock asked excitedly. Luo Tian immediately looked at Ling Long through internal vision. First, you need the approval of the Great Priest, and then go to the universe where you are to accept the inauguration ceremony of the God of Destruction, and then you can complete it. Ling Long replied. Don't worry, the God of Destruction has just arrived. Luo Tian suddenly laughed and turned his head to look at the starry sky. Broly's eyes sparkled. Through the distant starry sky, Broly saw a familiar figure. It turned out to be him. Broly's heart moved slightly. It can be said that the previous battle between Broly and Bardock was not very satisfying. It was over before the fight was over. Now seeing the God of Destruction appear, Broly's endless fighting spirit also rose instantly. He is so leisurely that he came to the 7th universe to visit. Luo Tian smiled. I'll go and see. Broly responded. Is the God of Destruction here? Which universe is he from? Bardock asked. Go and see the power of the God of Destruction, so that you can set goals for yourself and practice hard. Luo Tian pondered. Bardock's face immediately showed a fighting spirit, but then he shook his head in disappointment, but I can't survive in space. Snap! Luo Tian pointed the scepter in his hand at Bardock, and an invisible angel power quickly covered his body. In just a moment, Bardock's injuries and physical strength were completely restored, and his energy also returned to its peak state. Hey! You can heal? Bardock looked at Luo Tian in surprise, and said, Namekians also have the ability to heal, and some Namekians even have the ability to heal instantly. Your healing level has surpassed those very talented Namekians. Not only did I heal you, but I also gave you the ability to survive in space for a short time. You and Broly can go and see it together. Luo Tian smiled. The ability to survive in space for a short time? Bardock was surprised and happy. How did you do it? It's amazing. It's nothing. Luo Tian smiled. Then how long can I survive in the universe? Bardock asked again. 1 or 2 days is not a big problem. Luo Tian answered. Great. Bardock nodded solemnly. Follow me. Broly called out and flew into the universe first. Bardock followed closely behind. The two left 2 bright flames in the universe. In the distant universe, Xiangpa's chubby figure appeared in the 7th universe and looked around. The food on the planet I went to in the 7th universe last time was really good. I won't tell Bardos that I am enjoying delicious food in the 7th universe. Xiangpa said to himself, laughing happily. Then, Xiangpa aimed at a direction and flew slowly towards the distant starry sky. While flying, Xiangpa suddenly felt something was wrong and immediately turned his head to glance to the right. At this glance, Xiangpa suddenly saw 2 bright streams of light flying towards him. Who is it? Xiangpa was stunned. Swish! Swish! The next moment, Broly and Bardock appeared in front of Xiangpa one after another. Xiangpa looked the 2 up and down, and finally fixed his eyes on Broly. This guy's face looked familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere. Is he the god of destruction? Bardock turned his head and asked Broly. Yes, he is Xiangpa, the god of destruction of the 6th universe. Broly nodded. Luo Tian was in a remote area. Although he was far away, he could still see and hear everything that happened here from a distance. Luo Tian did not intend to participate, leaving the battlefield to Broly and Bardock. You actually know that I'm the god of destruction? Xiangpa snorted, it's really not simple. But since you know I'm the god of destruction, you dare to come to me on your own initiative, which shows that you are really brave. Moreover, has anyone told you? After seeing the god of destruction, you should call him Lord God of Destruction instead of calling him by his name. Go ahead, feel the power of the god of destruction. Broly ignored Xiangpa and turned to greet Bardock. Got it. Bardock's expression became more and more solemn, and the golden light on his body burst into a burst, and he immediately turned into a Super Saiyan 2. Broly, Bardock looked back at Broly and asked, your expression tells me my transformation seems to be useless to him? Broly didn't say anything. Got it. Bardock smiled bitterly, took a deep breath, and the golden light on his body instantly changed color. In just a moment, Bardock turned into the Super Saiyan God again. Seeing Bardock's body turn gold and red, Xiangpa just snorted coldly, and then crossed his arms and watched coldly. What? You become like that, do you want to challenge this god of destruction? Xiangpa smiled contemptuously, well, take the initiative to challenge the god of destruction, even if you are destroyed, you have nothing to complain about. Excuse me. Bardock bowed, then I won't be polite. Snap. After the voice fell, Bardock did not dare to be careless, and powerful divine power burst out from his body. In just a moment, fiery red lightning emerged from Bardock's body. Super Saiyan God 2. Bardock did not hide it, and decided to show his strongest self to challenge this big fat cat. Seeing the lightning coming out of Bardock's body and his divine power greatly improved, Xiangpa's expression became more solemn. Swish! Bardock moved and disappeared instantly. In the blink of an eye, he appeared right in front of Xiangpa. Bang! Bardock threw a powerful punch at Xiangpa. Xiangpa raised his hand slightly, caught Bardock's fist with his hand, and smiled coldly. The strength is not bad, but it's far behind mine. Xiangpa said, and slapped it, hitting Bardock's chest at that time. Bardock's body flew backwards. Xiangpa immediately followed. Humph, I don't have time to play with you here. I'm going to destroy you two guys who provoked me. Xiongpa snorted coldly, and purple-red energy emerged in his hand, immediately covering Bardak's body. Bardak made a move to hit the destructive energy back. Be careful, if you are hit by that, you will disappear into thin air, and even the Dragon Ball can't save you. Broly reminded loudly. Ya, what did you say? Bardak's face changed again and again, and he was shocked at the time. At this moment, the destructive energy also came at a high speed. Bardak didn't dare to catch it with his hands anymore, and quickly dodged the attack of the destructive energy. Swish! The purple-red destructive energy brushed Bardak's chest, leaving a bright light in the starry sky, and suddenly hit a star in a distant position. The purple-red light, which seemed to be only the size of a football, dissipated instantly when it hit the star and turned into nothingness. The nearby starry sky also dimmed, and the surrounding stars seemed to have lost their color, like lights that had gone out. Bardak turned his head to look at the star behind him, and after seeing such an amazing scene, he was so scared that his soul almost flew away. This Bardak's face changed again and again. Although Bardak also has the ability to destroy stars, he knows very well that he can never completely eliminate a star so easily. Bardak thinks that he can only use powerful energy to blow up the star. It is difficult to eliminate it. What kind of big deal is this? A purple-red energy ball destroyed a star. It is really terrible. What? Are you scared now? Xiongpa's voice sounded above Bardak. Bardak's face changed again and again, and he immediately looked up at Xiongpa, who appeared above. Too late. Xiongpa sneered and kicked him suddenly. Not good. Bardak was shocked and raised his arms in a hurry, crossing his arms to block Xiongpa's attack. Pa! But the next moment, Bardak's defense was broken, and Xiongpa kicked him on the forehead. Bardak fell downwards, and his body kept rolling in the air. Humph! You don't know how to live or die. Xiongpa sneered contemptuously, turned his head and glanced in Broly's direction. What? Do you think it's appropriate for you to watch the show from the sidelines? But don't worry, I will come to punish you after I kill your companions. This is the result of you challenging the god of destruction without authorization. As he said this, Xiongpa stretched out his hand in the air and aimed it at Bardak, who was rolling in the air, and purple-red energy condensed in his hand. Destruction. Chapter 1 pressed down with his big hand, and a purple-red energy flame instantly whistled towards Bardak, carrying an endless breath of destruction. Bardak had nowhere to hide, his face changed again and again, and he was scared out of his wits. If I was hit by this thing, I might disappear instantly like that star. At this critical moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Bardak. Bang! Broly slapped it with a fierce palm, and immediately slapped away the destructive energy that flew over. Bardak, didn't it say that if that thing hit a person, the person would disappear? Why are you okay? Oh? Interesting. Chapter 1 slowly flew over, looking at Broly with interest. Bardak also stabilized his body at this time, came to Broly's side and whispered, his purple-red energy, why are you okay? I know how to fight, but you don't. Broly replied. Bardak was speechless. Hey, kid, I always feel that you look familiar. What's your name? Xiongpa asked Broly with narrowed eyes. You forgot me so quickly? Broly smiled. Who? Xiongpa frowned. I'm Broly. Broly replied. After hearing the name, Xiongpa showed a surprised expression on his face. A short silence. You are Broly? Xiongpa was a little surprised. It's been a long time since I saw you. Broly nodded expressionlessly. Why? Didn't you go to the 18th universe to be a destroyer? How come you have time to come to the 7th universe to stroll around? Xiongpa snorted. Just wandering around. Broly replied. Where is the human angel named Luotian? Isn't he with you? Xiongpa asked again. Broly? Don't you know? Broly was stunned. Know what? Xiangpa asked puzzled. It's not important. Broly shook his head and showed a weird smile. Xiangpa was even more confused. Why is it not important? This kid is just like the human angel named Luotian, always speaking half of his words. In fact, Xiangpa really didn't know what happened to Luotian and Broly. Of course, he didn't know that Sidera and Moscow had been beaten to death by Broly. After all, Xiangpa was the god of destruction of the sixth universe, and he didn't pay much attention to the things in other universes. Generally, if these gods of destruction want to know about the things in other universes, most of them are told by the angels around them. Most angels are not so gossipy and tell their gods of destruction about the things in other universes. The angels only observe their own universe, and they are basically not so concerned about what happens in other universes. So Luotian is not here? Xiangpa quickly looked around, and sure enough, he didn't find Luotian's existence, and he was suddenly a little excited. Not here. Broly answered, wanting to see what Xiangpa wanted to do. That's great. Kampa grinned happily, and his smile became brighter and brighter. Broly didn't say anything. Boy, I've wanted to give you a good beating for a long time. Xiangpa laughed. In the past, you had Luotian to help you, and I couldn't do anything to you. But now you're alone here, you can only blame your bad luck. More than 20 years ago, I was not your opponent, but now Broly took a deep breath and said with a smile, Luotian once told me that I would beat back anyone who beat me. Oh? You are quite confident. Who gave you the courage? Xiangpa laughed, feeling that he had heard the funniest joke, and mocked, Broly, you kid, without Luotian to treat you, do you think you can beat this destroyer god? I know you performed very well in the destroyer god competition of the 18th universe, and you also became the trainee destroyer god of the 18th universe. But today, I will let you see how powerful the real destroyer god is. Then let's try. Broly said, and the dark green light on his body bloomed, starting the legendary Super Saiyan transformation. Oh? The legendary Super Saiyan. Your state was considered amazing among humans before, but you are still 10,000 years early to reach the realm of God of Destruction. Kampa laughed loudly. Broly said no more and flew towards Kampa. Be careful, that guy is really strong. Bardock kindly advised from behind. I read the comments about Xiao AI, and later plan to upgrade to a Moscow-type god of destruction robot. Do you have any opinions, readers?